It was pouring as a black sedan drove along the drenched streets of the capital. Inside the car was Cedric Reyes, the 15-year-old heir to the Reyes Group. He had just left his home in a tearful goodbye with his younger sister Yana, his mother Priscilla, and his father Emilio as his poverty training was set to begin. Every heir of the Reyes family knew that at the age of 15, they would have to give up every comfort they had known and move to a distant province with nothing more than the bare minimum that their family provided for them to survive the first few years. The car came to a stop outside of a worn-down apartment complex. Cedric took out the keys from his pocket. 4 years of apartment 5E's rent had been paid for. Cedric placed his backpack on and sent the car and driver away. Due to the rain, the stairs up to the 5th floor were slippery. Cedric took extra care as he climbed up. Apartment 5E was a small room. It could only fit a small bed, an area for a stove, and a table. The room didn't even have its own bathroom. There was just a shared one on the same floor. Cedric sighed as he took a look at his new home. Aside from this room, his family also provided him with a bank card that had just enough money to get him through 2 years. After that, Cedric would be all on his own. The Reyes family began this tradition to ensure that the next generation would value the empire they had built, so that the next heir wouldn't take the money that would someday be handed down to them for granted. Cedric's new identity would no longer be Cedric Reyes, eldest son and heir of the Reyes clan. Rather, it would now be Cedric Reyes, orphan that lived alone in apartment 5E, a public school student with an older sister that had to work abroad just to make ends meet. His family and friends were forbidden from helping him. They were not to extend any form of help until his poverty training was over. He was alone against the world for now. 13 years later, Cedric Reyes was now married to Adriana Hernandez and living in his in-laws' home. "Cedric, you idiot. I told you to prepare pancakes and bacon for breakfast." Gracia Hernandez, Adriana's mother, scolded Cedric. Adriana's family never fully accepted Cedric. As a result, Cedric cooked and cleaned for them in order to receive some form of approval. Cedric's wife worked in the marketing department of Islands Inc., the Hernandez family business. Islands Inc. was a big company, but the Hernandez family was even bigger. Adriana's father had 5 other siblings, and he was the 3rd son. Although the company earned a lot, maintaining the lifestyle of such a big family was quite heavy, and expansion was slow for Islands Inc. Adriana's parents and the couple relied mainly on her salary to pay for their everyday expenses. "I'm sorry, Mom, but we ran out of bacon, so I cooked this instead," Cedric apologized. Gracia Hernandez looked away and ate the food on the table, clearly unhappy. After having his breakfast, Cedric headed up to their room to change and get ready for work. He worked as an assistant at Morco, a hidden subsidiary of the Reyes Group, his family's business. After 5 years of marriage, Adriana still had no idea that he was the mysterious heir to the Reyes Group. Compared to the Reyes Group, Islands Inc. was considered small fry. In the past years, Reyes Group had been hinting that its young heir would be returning soon, and many families have been trying to set up their daughters with this mysterious man. The families didn't care if he was ugly, fat, or stupid. All that mattered to them was that he was rich, and marrying their daughters to him would immediately increase their family's wealth. "Was Mom difficult today?" Adriana asked Cedric as he finished dressing up. "It's fine," Cedric shrugged. "I told you to stop doing the chores. We have maids to do the cooking," Adriana said with a sigh. Cedric smiled and looked at Adriana. She was the greatest treasure of the Hernandez family, the prettiest among 8 female cousins, but their marriage was not accepted by the Hernandez family. "Adriana, I do this so that your family will accept me a little bit more." He gave her a light peck on the lips before heading out. Adriana could do nothing but shake her head. Cedric drove Adriana to work at Islands Inc., then walked to Morco. While on the way, his phone began to ring. It was Marco, his father's personal assistant. Cedric grinned. He already knew what this call was about. "Hey, Marco." Cedric greeted in a cheerful tone. "Sir Cedric, your father is asking if you would have lunch with him today. You're turning 28 in a week," Marco said in a more serious tone. "Sure, where should I go?" Cedric asked as he approached Morco's office. "We'll send a car a block away from Morco." Cedric smiled at the instructions. His father knew he wanted to keep a low profile. Cedric agreed and dropped the call. The rest of the morning was uneventful and quickly passed by. When lunchtime arrived, Cedric waited for the car to pick him up. The driver took him to his father's favorite country club in the city. This place was so exclusive that only 100 families at a time were allowed to be members. Upon entering the restaurant, his father immediately saw him and waved with a smile. In the past 13 years, he had only seen his father once a year on Christmas Day. "Hello, Dad," Cedric greeted with a smile. Emilio Reyes III was in his late 50s. He was a man with an imposing aura and was one of the top businessmen in the country. Today, however, he looked very different as he wore a cheery smile and was quite reddish from playing golf the whole morning with his friends. "Cedric, it's finally time." Emilio greeted. "I can finally play golf every day and travel with your mom." Cedric chuckled. "Dad, how is Mom?" She misses you and your sister. She was very much against sending your sister away for additional studies abroad, but I told her it's for the best. The older Reyes said with a sad smile, "Sir, here are the files that you asked for." Marco suddenly appeared, handing Emilio Reyes a laptop. Ah, yes. Emilio took the laptop from Marco and handed it over to Cedric. In here are all of the relevant files and information on the Reyes group. Of course, we won't suddenly hand the whole business to you. We'll start small, you'll handle more co. First, will you be introducing me to everyone? Cedric asked. I think you would prefer that we didn't. Emilio grinned at his son. Let's just hold a small welcome back party for you at home, family and close friends only. We can announce to the public the more co. Will officially be in your hands. On paper, Cedric Reyes will be moved as the assistant to Morco's president. I like the idea, Dad, Cedric said with a nod. Great. Marco, call Camilla and Ian over. Cedric's dad ordered. Soon a young man and woman approached. Seeing Cedric came as a surprise to them as fellow assistants at Morco. They already knew each other. As a matter of fact, Ian was Cedric's best friend at Morco. I'm sure you know each other. Assistant Camilla and Assistant Ian. This is my son, Cedric Reyes, heir to Reyes Group and your new boss. Emilio said, Camilla, Ian, I would like to keep my identity a secret. I will continue to just be Cedric to the public and to everyone in the company. Cedric said with much authority, I'll see you on your birthday then, son. Emilio said as he got up to leave, followed by Marco. Cedric was now left alone with Camilla and Ian. Please sit, Cedric commanded. Camilla and Ian obeyed. At that, Cedric grinned. I'm still the same person. You're the heir of Reyes Group, Ian managed to stutter out. Yes, and I would prefer no one in Morco. Figured it out. If I know Marco's efficiency, by the time we get back to the office, my appointment as an assistant to the president of Morco will be announced. At the same time, all business registrations of Morco will be moved to my name. All the directors will be informed of this, but no one else. Camilla and Ian nodded in understanding. For now, Ian, please set a meeting for tomorrow morning with all of the directors. Ask them to prepare a report on the current status of their department, as well as how far they are from hitting their targets this year. I expect this meeting to last the whole morning. Ian quickly jotted down notes. Camilla, I want the sales and marketing departments to create a detailed report on our standing versus our competitors, as well as details on our biggest competitors. Ask them to suggest other opportunities as well in order for us to expand. I plan to make Morco the largest phone manufacturer in the country in the future. Cedric's instructions were clear and easy to follow. Camilla and Ian were recognized as top talents even among other employees at Reyes Group. It came to a surprise to everyone when 3 years ago both were moved from the main company to a subsidiary. From the start, Camilla and Ian knew they were being groomed to become assistants to the future president of the Reyes Group. Let's head back, Cedric said as he stood. Sir Cedric, we arranged for a car to take us back, Ian said. All right, tell the driver to drop us off a block away from the office so no one sees us. Should we arrive together, sir? Camilla asked. Yeah, we could say that we were bonding as new teammates, Cedric suggested. Sir, we weren't sure about your taste in decorations or setup, so we still need to discuss your office's layout, Camilla explained. Let's discuss it tomorrow afternoon after the morning meeting. For now, the current setup will do. While Cedric and his assistants were meeting, Marco had already completed transferring Morco's majority shares to Cedric. 80 were in his name while the balance was distributed within the Reyes family. At the same time, all the directors had been informed that Cedric was the heir to Reyes Group and that they were to keep their mouths sealed on the matter. On the ride back to Morco, Cedric's phone began to ring. It was his mother. Mom, Cedric asked. You had lunch with your father and didn't tell me. Cedric's mom was furious. Mom, I missed you. Cedric said in the sweetest voice he could. That won't work. Anyway, your father said you'll celebrate your birthday with us this year. That's great. Will you be bringing your wife? Priscilla Reyes always went straight to the point with her questions, never minding to sugarcoat anything with her children. Not yet, Mom. I'm not yet ready, Cedric confessed. All right, I was looking forward to meeting her. Priscilla said in a sad tone. Let's talk next time, Mom. I'm almost at the office, Cedric said, bidding his mother goodbye at Morco. News spread fast. His co-employees were quick to congratulate Cedric on his promotion to assistant to the president. Ian helped him tidy up his desk and bring his things to his fake desk at the president's office at the top floor. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the directors and the former president of Morco, Matthias Graham. Mr. Reyes, it's an honor to work for you. Who knew that such an excellent young man was working in our ranks for the past 5 years? Matthias greeted him. Matthias was actually slightly worried that he might have mistreated Cedric Reyes in the past. Matthias, I know you've been doing your best for the company all these years. Where has my father decided to move you? Cedric asked. Your father has offered me a generous position in the mother company. Sir, please feel free to contact me if you need any help with Morco. The rest of the directors proceeded to greet him. By the time their small reception was over, Cedric realized he had ended up staying late. Adriana's mom would be furious. Adriana had been waiting for Cedric for an hour. She couldn't reach him on his phone. Although she didn't mind him working late, she knew he would get an earful from her mother when they got home. Soon she saw the car approaching. She sighed in relief. "I'm sorry, Adriana. I got held up at work and didn't notice the time." Cedric apologized. "Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Mom later." "You know how she gets," Adriana sighed. "Why don't we eat out today? I got promoted, so it's my treat." Getting promoted was an understatement for what happened to him today, but he had no plans of telling his wife or her family just yet. As if on cue, Adriana's phone began to ring. It was her mother. "Let's hold off celebrating your promotion. My cousin got engaged and her father invited us all out," Adriana told Cedric. He drove them home to pick up Adriana's mother Gracia and her father Charles, who is Asia's fiancé. Mom. Adriana would soon regret asking her mom. "His name is Mark Chu. He is the son of a very wealthy businessman. They own a chain of drugstores that already has branches in other countries." Gracia said proudly, as if Asia was her daughter. "Why couldn't you marry a man as capable as Mark, Adriana?" "Mom," Adriana scolded. "And you, my lazy husband, you could at least contribute more to your family. Instead, here you are just a professor. I thought you were going to be a doctor when I married you." Gracia scolded her husband. The rest of the ride was spent with Gracia praising Asia's fiancé. According to Gracia, Mark Chu was young and rich. He had booked the whole restaurant to celebrate their engagement and had given Asia a ring worth hundreds of thousands. He was set to inherit his father's business in a few years. Cedric couldn't help but grin. If only his in-laws knew who he really was, they wouldn't be so impressed with Mark Chu. At a traffic light, Cedric asked Ian to get all the information about Mark Chu. Cedric had met a handful of rich heirs, and he knew they liked to brag. Before they even arrived, Ian sent him an email with all the information he needed on Mark Chu. After dropping Adriana and his in-laws off at the lobby, he parked the car. He quickly skimmed through Mark's dossier and realized that Mark's father didn't even want this engagement to happen. He chuckled to himself. The snobby Hernandez family was going to get snubbed by someone else soon. When Cedric entered the lobby of the restaurant, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. "Cedric, Cedric." Cedric turned to find Raymond Lawrence waving at him. Raymond was the eldest son and heir of the notorious Lawrence family, who were involved in both legal and illegal businesses. Raymond and Cedric grew up side by side, and Raymond was very much aware of the poverty training Cedric had to go through. "Hey Ray, I thought that Chu kid booked the whole restaurant," Cedric asked. "Ha, he only booked a function room." "Hey, I heard you're coming back," Ray asked. "Yeah, but I'm not going public about it yet," Cedric explained. "Well, if you need any help, you can ask us." The us Raymond was talking about were the notorious 5 princes. They were all sons of rich, influential families who were groomed to take over someday. Unlike their counterparts, they took their studies and businesses seriously and had all been given significant roles in their own families. Everyone knew who 4 were, but no one seems to have met the 5th prince, the extremely low-profile son of the Rays clan. Swing by the function room. Mark Chu booked a little bit later. "I think his dad will come by," Cedric said with a grin. Raymond simply nodded and went on his way. In the function room, Cedric took his seat beside Adriana. It seemed the whole Hernandez clan came out to meet this soon-to-be-in-law of the family. Adriana's cousin, Asia Hernandez, was the youngest daughter of her father's eldest brother. She was tall and pretty. Although Asia was only 22, she wore makeup that made her look more mature than she actually was. Like most of the Hernandezes, she had fair skin and black hair. Upon seeing Cedric arrive, she dragged her fiancé to brag to Adriana and her family. "Adriana, I'm so glad you could make it." Asia greeted while hugging her fiancé's arm. "Of course we are here, Asia," Gracia replied before Adriana could say anything. "I'd like to introduce all of you to my fiancé, Mark Chu. His family owns a nationwide chain of drugstores," Asia announced quite smugly. "Such a successful young man," Adriana's father complimented. "Darling, Adriana's husband, Cedric, has been stuck working as an assistant for the past 5 years. He went to the same university as us, but it seems he can't find a decent job." "Why don't you help him?" Asia said in a sweet tone to her fiancé. "Anything for my Asia," Mark replied. To Cedric he said, "Cedric, what is your field of interest?" "I'm sure I can talk to my father about giving you a job. I'm fine, thank you," Cedric said in a meek tone. "You have too much pride, Cedric," Asia scolded. "I'm fine with my job now, Asia." Cedric said once again, "How about with another company? I'm friends with 4 of the 5 princes. I can ask them to give you a job in their companies." Mark suggested. Cedric grinned to himself. If only this kid knew who he really was. "I like my job at Morco," Cedric replied. "Suit yourself then," Mark simply shrugged. "Adriana, scold your husband." Mark was already offering him so much, and yet he has the guts to refuse. Gracia whispered to her daughter. "Mom, if Cedric is happy with his job, then let him be," Adriana said in defense of Cedric. Although Adriana did not agree with Cedric refusing the offer, she was not about to contradict her husband in front of everyone else. "I'll go say hi to Grandpa." "Cedric, why don't you come with me?" Adriana offered. "Sure." The couple then stood and went over to the family patriarch. Adriana's grandfather was an old man in his 80s. He had inherited the Hernandez family business from his father before him and built it into the size it was today. After working for years, he eventually handed the reins to his eldest son, Asia's father. "Grandpa, we're here," Adriana greeted her grandfather. "Ah, my sweet Adri, I hear you are doing well at work." Adriana was her grandfather's favorite. She was the smartest and prettiest among all his grandchildren. He had initially planned on matching her with the eldest son of the Reyes clan. Unfortunately, she ended up getting married right out of university. Although the old man was disappointed at this, he still chose not to interfere with his granddaughter's choice. "Grandpa, Cedric is here with me," Adriana said sweetly. She truly loved Cedric despite their misunderstandings. "Nice of you to come," Grandpa Hernandez said in a flat tone. He was not too happy to see Cedric. "Grandpa, you should scold Adriana and Cedric. Mark was offering Cedric a much better job and he refused. What kind of a company is this Morco? Anyway, it's so small it's not even among the top companies in the country." Asia complained as she saw her grandfather speaking to the couple. Beside her, Mark simply grinned. "Asia, I'm sure Cedric has his reasons for refusing," her grandfather explained. He himself, however, did not agree on Cedric's refusal on a much better job. Most people remained unaware that Morco was a subsidiary of the much larger Reyes Group. The family had kept a low profile on some of their subsidiaries, including Morco. "Mark, what time are your relatives arriving? It would be rude for us to have already eaten by the time they arrive," Grandpa Hernandez asked. "My father, mother, and siblings are on their way. Unfortunately, the rest of the family can't make it." Mark's father had not informed the rest of the family about the engagement. He was still hoping that his son would call it off after meeting the rest of the Hernandez family. "Did you invite your friends? I heard from Asia that you are quite close to the five princes," Grandpa Hernandez asked. "Ah, yes. Ray said he would definitely come over. The others said they had prior engagements." Mark was glad that the Raymond Lawrence said he would go. His father was supported by the Lawrence family, and sending over their heir was already a big deal for him. Raymond Lawrence?" Adriana asked. "Yeah, my Mark and he are friends. Are you shocked to be in the same room as a big shot, cousin?" Asia mocked Adriana. "No, it's not that." Adriana was actually wondering if the Raymond Lawrence that she was classmates with in university was the same Raymond Lawrence that Mark was talking about. All of the five princes were quite low profile. They never bragged when they were in university, nor did they cause any trouble. It was only after graduating from university did each of them become as notorious as they were now. "Let's go back to our seats," Cedric whispered to Adriana. "Grandpa, Cedric and I will return to Mom and Dad now. Don't forget to stay healthy, all right?" Adriana bid her grandfather goodbye with a smile. "Grandfather, Asia and I will go and fetch my family. They just sent me a message that they are already at the lobby," Mark said. "I heard that the Chu family was not too happy with this engagement." Cedric heard a guest tell their companion, "Is it true that Asia Hernandez is pregnant? That's why this engagement needs to happen?" Another guest asked. Cedric looked at Adriana to get an idea of her reaction, but Adriana kept a straight face the whole time. It seemed that Asia Hernandez managed to scheme her way into marrying up into society. Edward Chu, Mark Chu's father, was not happy with his future daughter-in-law. Nonetheless, the rumors were true. Mark had gotten Asia pregnant, and he wanted to take responsibility. Edward initially wanted Mark to marry one of the daughters of a more powerful and influential family. Unfortunately, that chance was now gone. His only hope for a political marriage was for his daughter, Katrina, to marry into a better family. As the Chus walked into the room, Mark felt proud. His family was better in almost all aspects than the Hernandezes. Their business was much better, and they even had the backing of one of the top families, the Lawrence family. "Katrina, you look lovely today." Asia praised her soon-to-be sister-in-law. "I know, thanks," Katrina replied quite coldly. She never really approved of Asia and her brother dating from the start. To Katrina, Asia was too tacky and tried too hard. "Sister-in-law, will you come with me to choose my wedding gown?" Asia asked Katrina. "I might be busy," Katrina said, turning down Asia's offer. "Grandpa, I'd like to introduce to you Mark's family. This is his father, Edward, his mother, Vivian, and his sister, Katrina." The old man stood to welcome the guests that had newly arrived. "It is an honor to have our dear Asia marry your son, Mr. Chu," Grandpa Hernandez said as he shook Edward Chu's hand. "You have a lively granddaughter, Mr. Hernandez. Father, I invited Mr. Raymond Lawrence to join us today as well. He said he would come over for a while," Mark said quietly to his father. He knew his father would not approve, but he would never scold his son in public. "Ah, the Chu family is truly great being able to invite someone as important as Mr. Lawrence to join us tonight," a man in his 50s said in a loud voice. "I am Frederick Hernandez, Asia's father, and this is my wife, Cecilia. Of course, Mr. Raymond Lawrence is a friend of Mark's. They grew up together." Edward Chu was wise and knew not to turn down compliments even if he did not like this family. The truth was Edward Chu was always trying to get his son and Raymond Lawrence to hang out, but their group of friends were so closed off that aside from the five princes and their families, No one else was welcome to join. Come, sit with us. We will have the food served when Mr. Lawrence arrives. Frederick Hernandez invited the Chu family to sit at his table. At the back of the room, Cedric was staring at his phone. He just asked Raymond if it were true that he would be joining the party. His phone soon buzzed when Raymond replied, "Yeah, I was initially going to turn down the invite. The Chus are not really that important, but when I saw you I decided to have some fun tonight. Leave me a seat at your table, bro. We're gonna make them panic." Cedric couldn't help but laugh at Ray's reply. "You look like a crazy man laughing at your phone," Gracia scolded. "Mom, stop it, please," Adriana said, coming in defense of her husband. "You had every chance to marry a better man, Adriana. You are 1,000 times prettier than Asia, and yet you settled for someone like this boy. How shameless of him to live off you. His salary isn't even half of what you make at Islands." Gracia continued her scolding as if there weren't any people around them. "Mom, other people will hear you," Adriana said in an attempt to calm down her mother. "There is no one else on our table. No one wants to sit with us," Gracia said in a lowered but furious tone. It was true, during any gathering before Adriana and Cedric were married, many people chose to sit with them. Most were young men hoping to court Adriana. Even when she was already dating Cedric, many of their family and friends believed that Cedric and Adriana would break up eventually. However, everyone was disappointed when the couple got married. Their wedding was ridiculed even more by the Hernandezes, since no one from Cedric's family had gone to the wedding. Since they were so ashamed of the union, the family only allowed for a civil wedding and not a church wedding. "Looks like a special guest has arrived," Adriana's father suddenly said as he watched Edward Chu and Mark Chu exit the function room. A few moments later, the father and son pair returned with a young man. It was Raymond Lawrence. They brought him over to meet the Hernandez family patriarch in Asia. "Grandpa, this is my friend, Mr. Raymond Lawrence." Mark proudly made the introductions. The Hernandez family patriarch once again stood up to welcome the important guest. "Mr. Lawrence, it's an honor to have you as our guest tonight," Grandpa Hernandez greeted in a humble tone. "The Lawrence family has been backing the Chu family for a long time now, and I simply found it appropriate to attend," Raymond said in a cold tone. "Mr. Lawrence, this is my fiancée, Asia Hernandez," Mark said, introducing Asia. Raymond simply nodded and did not say anything else. Behind him, Edward Chu was already worried. They had told everyone that his son and Raymond were good friends, and yet Mr. Lawrence was treating the Hernandez family quite coldly. "Mr. Lawrence, I'd like to introduce a few other people to you," Edward said, waiting for Raymond to give his permission. Raymond simply nodded, and Edward called Asia's and his family over. "Sir, this is my wife, Vivian, and my daughter, Katrina." To the women of the Chu family, Raymond wore a much lighter expression, although still cold. "Vivian, Katrina," Raymond said, shaking their hands. Raymond knew Katrina to be different from her older brother. He was hoping that Edward would see that he was better off letting his daughter inherit the family business rather than his son. Seeing that Raymond had a lighter expression, Edward continued to introduce his son's future in-laws. "These are Asia's parents, Frederick Hernandez and his wife Cecilia, and Asia's elder brothers Henry and John," Edward said, gesturing to the family. Raymond returned to being cold once again and simply nodded at the Hernandez family. At this point, Edward was already worried. Why was Mr. Lawrence being so cold to the Hernandezes? Had they insulted him in the past? "Mr. Lawrence, Edward told us you and Mark grew up together. We would love to hear stories about Mark as a little boy." Frederick Hernandez asked. "Mr. Hernandez, I have known the Chus all my life, if that is what you are asking." Raymond wanted to scold the Chus for what they told the Hernandez family, but his family backed the Chus and he was not yet going to embarrass them publicly. Anyway, many people always claimed to know one of the 5 princes, so he was used to people he wasn't close to, or didn't even know, claiming to be such. "Ah, my future son-in-law is truly amazing," Frederick said in a loud voice so that his family and guests could overhear. "Frederick, why don't we ask the food to be served? I'm sure your guests are quite hungry by now," Edward urged, trying to avoid getting into a more awkward situation with Raymond Lawrence. He already knew that after tonight he and his son would have to suffer from the consequences of their bragging. "Yes, yes, Mr. Lawrence, we ordered the most expensive food and drinks tonight in honor of Asia and Mark's engagement. We even ordered some off-the-menu items that the waiters guarantee to be a roller coaster ride for your taste buds," Frederick Hernandez bragged. "Please sit with us, Mr. Lawrence." Mark gestured towards their table. The group then moved to take their seats at the front of the function room. They were, however, unaware of their guest, moving towards a different direction. This action did not go unnoticed to their guests, with many whispering among themselves. "Didn't Mark Chu just invite Mr. Lawrence to sit with them? Yeah, why is he leaving? Did they say something wrong? Maybe he's getting something from his bodyguards. I saw them standing outside when I went to the men's room. They haven't even noticed that Mr. Lawrence isn't with them." Asia was the first to notice that their guest of honor was no longer with them. Mark, what is Mr. Lawrence doing over there?" Mark Chu immediately ran over to Raymond Lawrence. "Sir, our table is over there," Mark said when he finally caught up. Raymond ignored him and proceeded to take a seat next to Cedric. The whole room suddenly stood still. "Mister, I think you're on the wrong table," Adriana said, peeking from Cedric's side. "What a shame Miss Hernandez no longer recognizes me," Raymond said with a grin. "Or should I say Mrs. Reyes? I never managed to congratulate you guys, Cedric." The whole function room was shocked. Mr. Raymond Lawrence, one of the 5 princes, was talking casually to the good-for-nothing Cedric Reyes. "Mr. Lawrence, you know them," Mark Chu said in shock. "Yes," Raymond said, not wanting to waste his breath with an explanation. "Sir, why don't you sit with us at the honorary table? I'm sure my father and future father-in-law would like to talk to you a little bit more," Mark said, still trying to get Raymond to sit with them. "Were we classmates at university?" Adriana suddenly asked. "Yes, we were, but Cedric and I here go way back," Raymond replied with a warm smile. "Ray, what are you doing?" Cedric asked with a flat expression. "I'm a guest at this party, sitting next to the only person I know here. Do you expect me to sit with strangers?" Ray said with a chuckle. "You'll offend the host," Cedric said, still not showing any emotion. Mark Chu, who was still standing, couldn't help but wonder how did this useless son-in-law of the Hernandez family know someone like Mr. Raymond Lawrence. On top of knowing the man, they seemed to be quite close since they were talking so casually to one another. It even seemed like Cedric was annoyed with Raymond. "But old friend, they wouldn't dare offend me." Raymond grinned. He was enjoying messing with Cedric and embarrassing both the Hernandez and Chu families at the same time. "Shouldn't you be on a date today? If I'm not mistaken, Uncle was going to introduce you to someone tonight. I'm sure he is wondering where you are right about now," Cedric said, tapping on his phone. "I'm not even surprised that you know that." "Fine, you win. I'll go back to my place," Ray said while doing air quotes as he said the word place. Raymond stood up, much to Mark Chu's relief. He took a step forward before stopping and turning to face Cedric and Adriana once again. Cedric looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. Raymond signaled for his assistant to come over. The assistant then handed him a box. "I wasn't able to attend your wedding, old friend, so let me present this gift to your wife. I'm sorry I gave it quite late," Ray said with a wink, handing the box over to Cedric, who in turn handed it to Adriana. At that, Raymond turned and went towards where Edward Chu was seated, leaving all the guests whispering and wondering. "Quick, open it." Gracia urged her daughter. "Mom, not here, maybe at home," Adriana said in an attempt to hush her mother. "Ray gave it to you, you should open it," Cedric said to his wife. "How do you know Mr. Raymond Lawrence?" Adriana asked. "I saved him a long time ago." It was technically true. He did save Raymond many times when they were children in the past. "Oh, all right, I'll open it then." Adriana opened the box to find a complete jewelry set made of diamond and gold. There were also 2 rings. Inside each ring, engraved were their names. "I guess Ray assumed we never got decent wedding rings," Cedric said as he picked up the ring with his name on it. He then held Adriana's hand and slipped the ring on her finger. Adriana was still in shock at how lavish the gift was when Cedric handed her the ring with her name. "I think you should put it on my ring finger." Adriana quickly snapped back into reality and slipped the ring on his finger. Ray was right. When Cedric and Adriana got married, the Hernandez family refused to pay for anything aside from Adriana's wedding dress. Cedric managed to buy 2 bands that were simply gold-plated. He told Adriana that someday he would give her a better ring and a proper wedding. "You never mentioned that you had such influential friends, Cedric," Gracia said, staring at the jewelry Raymond had just given Adriana. "We hadn't seen each other in a long time," Cedric replied simply. Frederick stood in front of all the guests and raised his glass ready to make a speech. "Family and friends, thank you for celebrating with both the Hernandez and Chu families. We are proud and happy that both of our children have found each other." Frederick continued his speech for 10 minutes, thanking everyone and praising his future in-laws. When he handed over the stage to Edward Chu, he simply rejected the opportunity to speak. When the food was served, Gracia couldn't help but throw jabs at Cedric. "This is what an engagement party should be. Cedric never even had one for you," Gracia said to Adriana. "Mom, stop, just stop." Adriana was already furious at this point. She understood that her family did not accept Cedric, but they had been married for 5 years now, and the whole Hernandez family never stopped making comments against Cedric. "I'm just telling you, Adriana, had you just married better, you would be living a better life. Look at your cousin Asia. She won't even need to work, her husband can provide for her." Gracia continued to berate. "Look, Mom, I like working. I like that I don't need to rely on a man to get by. That also does not make Cedric any less of a man. I love him and I love the fact that he is trying." Adriana was fed up with her mother's nagging and had to put her foot down. "Mom, Cedric and I will leave now. You and Dad could take a taxi going home." Adriana stood up and dragged Cedric out. When Raymond saw this, he saw no point in staying any longer and chose to leave as well. Both the Chus and Hernandezes were surprised when their guest just stood up and left. No one would dare call him out on it. After all, with just one word, Raymond Lawrence could end them. The next day, Adriana still refused to speak to her parents. Her mother for what she said and her father for not saying anything, although Adriana worked at Islands Inc. She still got the same salary as an ordinary employee. She didn't expect her father to inherit any shares, nor did she herself expect to inherit any shares. Most would probably go to her oldest uncle, Frederick, and his children. In the past, the Hernandez family had hoped that she would meet a man from a powerful family and marry him. To them, her greatest asset was her beauty. She had always been favored by her grandfather, hoping she would marry up, but a part of Adriana refused to do this, and this was exactly why she started dating Cedric. He was a poor kid who graduated from a local public school. He was a nobody in the eyes of the Hernandez family. She never really expected to fall in love with him at first, but the heart wants what the heart wants. "Honey, we're here," Cedric announced, pulling her out from her daydream. "You know I'm not embarrassed by you, right?" Adriana asked as she held Cedric's hand tightly. "I know, I'll do better for you," he said as he kissed her hand. "Go have fun at work today." Adriana nodded as she got out of the car. At Morco, all the department heads assembled at the president's boardroom. They had seen Cedric raise around in the past, and none of them had ever assumed that this simple man would end up being the president of their company. Most of them had tossed and turned that night, not knowing if they had ever looked down on him or offended him in any way. Cedric entered the room with Ian and Camilla trailing behind him. He sat at the head of the table and announced to begin the meeting. Cedric mostly listened to the reports and gave his input on what to improve. During his stay at Morco, he was already taking notes on things they needed to improve as well as people he knew were cheating the company. Many of the department directors were shocked at how much insight Cedric had into their operations as well as to the market of Morco. He was after all just an assistant. The morning droned on, with Cedric giving each department things they needed to work on. The department directors were relieved that this new president hadn't grilled or fired anyone during his first meeting. They were initially worried that most of them would be replaced with younger, fresher talents. After the meeting ended, the directors found all of their subordinates waiting for them. News had traveled fast that there was a new president at Morco, and that he was young and handsome. The directors all refused to disclose any other information on who the new president was, but they did all agree the new president was definitely young and had good looks. "Camilla, do I have any meetings in the afternoon?" Cedric asked. "The interior designer will come by this afternoon to discuss your office's new look, which will be at 2 p.m. After that, the HR department's director wanted to talk to you about some adjustments with employee policies at 4 p.m. At 5 p.m., the sales director wants to present their plans to you." Camilla replied with his full schedule for the afternoon. "Can you make a reservation for me at Nouveau for lunch?" Cedric asked. "Ray's group should have a room perpetually booked for the family there, sir. I'll check if anyone is using it today," Camilla said as she began to dial a number on her phone. "Get back to me on that as soon as possible," Cedric said as Camilla could only nod in reply. "Ian, could you get me some coffee and bring it to my office?" Ian nodded and left to do as he was told. Cedric headed into his office and looked around. The design of the president's office was definitely out of date. It needed a big facelift in order to represent the future of Morco, sir. "I've booked the room for you at Nouveau," Camilla said as she entered. "Also, sir, Marco sent these over. According to him, these are from Mr. Reyes." "Camilla, there are many Mr. Reyes in my family. I'm assuming they are from my father, correct?" Cedric asked in a jesting tone. "Yes, sir. The first card is a credit card with virtually no limit. The second card contains the income from Morco for the past 13 years. The third card, he said, was a gift for your wife. He didn't specify how much should be in it. The fourth card contains all the income from your properties," Camilla explained. Marco had been very specific on what each card was when he dropped them off. "All right, please ask the marketing department to be ready with that report I asked for by Monday," Cedric reminded. "Yes, sir." Camilla then turned to leave. Cedric quickly picked up his phone and called his wife. "Aren't you busy at work today?" Adriana asked as she picked up his call. "Honey, I still owe you lunch," Cedric said, refusing to answer her question. "I'm free to have lunch with you today. Where will we meet?" Adriana asked her husband. "Meet me at your office lobby. It's a surprise." Cedric said, "Fine, I'll see you at noon." Adriana said, surrendering to his plan. "Bye, honey," Cedric said as he dropped the call. Cedric waited outside Islands Inc.'s building. Most employees knew who Cedric was. Adriana was considered the goddess of Islands Inc. Many couldn't believe that she had settled for someone like Cedric. "Isn't he Miss Adriana Hernandez's husband?" a girl asked as a group of employees passed by him. "Yeah, I heard he works at that small phone manufacturing company," Morco, another, said. "What a waste that Miss Adriana married him. She could have done much better. You have to admit it, though, he cleans up pretty well. If I didn't know who he was, I would assume he was some actor or a son of a rich family. What a waste." The first girl said again, "I guess that's why Miss Adriana isn't exactly on good terms with her family. She disappointed them when she married him." Cedric was used to this kind of talk. Many people thought he couldn't hear them when they were clearly talking about him. "I don't think it's proper for you to be gossiping right outside the office." The employees were suddenly surprised to find Adriana standing right behind them. "Miss Adriana, we were just complimenting you." One employee tried to say in defense of the group, "Don't let me catch you gossiping about my husband again." Adriana scolded and marched off. Hey Adri, honey, Cedric said, putting an arm around her waist. Let's go, before these people ruin my appetite. Adriana motioned to Cedric. They took a taxi to Ray's Group's building R Tower. It was here that the head office of the Ray's Group was located. Adriana was surprised at their destination. Why are we here, Cedric? Adriana asked. To have lunch. Cedric continued to pull Adriana towards the building. Cedric, there is only one restaurant in there, and it's Nouveau. That's where we are eating today. A grinning Cedric said. That's a nice joke, Cedric. Not only is it too expensive, but just getting a reservation takes months. Adriana laughed. We have a reservation. Come on. Adriana could do nothing but shake her head in disbelief. At the 15th floor of our tower. Mr. Cedric, welcome. We have your table ready. Maître d'hôtel said as they arrived. All major staff at our tower had to be familiar with every member of the Ray's family, so it was only natural that he knew who Cedric was and how important this young man was. See, I wasn't lying. Cedric whispered to his wife. Why does the head waiter know you? Adriana asked, still suspicious of how her husband got a reservation or how he was planning on paying for their meal. They make it a point to know their customers. I mean, you do pay a lot to eat at this place. Cedric shrugged, hoping his wife would buy his lie. Sir, your table. The waiter opened a secret door. The room had a large window that overlooked the whole city. From there you could see Islands Inc. and more coast building. You could see the parks and even the residential areas outside of the business center. Adriana's jaw dropped. How was Cedric able to book the most exclusive room in the most exclusive restaurant in the whole city? Cedric thanked the man and helped Adriana to her seat. She was still clearly in shock as to how they had ended up at this place. Don't ask, just enjoy. Cedric said with a smile. Are you sure you can afford this? Cedric, you know none of these things ever mattered to me. What's always important is that we are together. Adriana said, nervous that Cedric was burning a hole in his pocket just to make her happy. I just told you, no need to worry about it. Cedric continued to avoid answering her question on how he managed to plan a lunch at this place. Soon waiters came in with their steak. Cedric had asked Camilla to place the order in advance so that once they arrived they would just have to eat. A middle-aged man entered after the waiters and introduced himself as the manager at Nouveau. Mr. Cedric, I was asked to give you this bottle of wine on the house. We hope that you and your wife have a pleasant meal. The manager said, signaling the waiters to prepare the wine glasses. This is too extravagant. Adriana shook her head. She felt as if this was some odd dream. Adriana and Cedric ate their meal as Adriana told Cedric about her morning. She had a stressful first half of the day, and their lunch date was more than welcome to her. She was just wondering if this lunch made her feel better or just stressed her out more. Once done, Adriana excused herself to go to the washroom. The manager took this opportunity to speak to Cedric. Mr. Cedric, your father said that this meal will be his treat. We at Nouveau look forward to your return, sir. Cedric guessed that his father had given strict instructions not to let Adriana hear about it. He was glad that his father understood his intentions. Outside, Adriana touched up her makeup in the women's room. As she turned to leave, she bumped into someone she had not seen since their university days, Larissa de Jesus. Why, if it isn't Mrs. Ray's, what is it like marrying a man that earns less than you? Larissa asked, mocking Adriana. It's been a while, Larissa, Adriana said, refusing to engage. What are you doing here, Adriana? Your husband can't afford to take you out to eat here. I'm pretty sure your family wouldn't approve of you spending so much on a meal here. Larissa continued to try to get a reaction out of Adriana. Adriana, however, refused to entertain her childish tactics. If you have nothing good to say, Larissa, I'll be on my way. Have a good day. Adriana immediately left the women's room and returned to their room. There is an annoying fly here today, Adriana commented to Cedric. Raised his eyebrow in response. I saw Larissa de Jesus in the women's room just now. Adriana complained. You're 1,000 times prettier and smarter than her, Cedric said, pinching her chin and giving her a light peck on the lips. He found Adriana adorable when she was mad or jealous. It's almost time to get back to work. Shouldn't you get the bill? Adriana asked. It's already been paid for, Cedric confessed. Please tell me you didn't have to borrow money for us to eat here, Adriana asked suspiciously. No, definitely not. We just have to sneak out the bathroom window. Cedric joked. I'm serious, Cedric. Where did you get the money to pay for this? Adriana was worried about how they could afford to eat lunch there so casually. I told you I got a promotion. Plus I saved up for us to have a good meal. Cedric did get the biggest promotion you could possibly get. He suffered for 13 years for him to get here, and he wasn't going to waste any time pampering his wife. Alright, I guess that makes sense. Adriana tried to convince herself to believe Cedric's explanation. Before I forget, I got part of my inheritance today. Here, my parents put this aside for my future wife. Cedric handed Adriana the bank card his father had prepared for her. Cedric, you need this more than I do. Adriana refused to take the bank card. Adri, my parents wanted you to have this. Please take it. I'm sure they would feel bad if you didn't. Cedric wasn't lying. His mother would feel sad if Adriana refused the money. They had a lot of it. All right, let's go back to the office. Adriana said, hooking her arm on Cedric's. Before they exited the restaurant, Cedric called the manager over and whispered something to him. The manager simply nodded and the couple left. In the elevator, Adriana couldn't help it and asked Cedric what he told the manager. I told them they had a cockroach problem, Cedric simply said, leaving Adriana more confused than before she asked him. At the 15th floor, the manager of Nouveau approached an exquisitely dressed couple. Miss, are you Larissa de Jesus? He asked. Darling, someone must have been in awe of your beauty that they decided to give us a treat. Larissa's self-absorbed husband, Anton Cruz, said. Oh, I'm flattered, Mr. Manager. Larissa said, pretending to be humble. No, miss, I'm here to inform you that according to our owner you are banned from ever eating at Nouveau again. Please settle your bill and leave the premises immediately, the manager said, handing the couple their bill. This is nonsense. We've been coming here for a year now and you are banning us, Anton said furiously. It's instructions directly from the owner, sir. The manager calmly answered. Where is this owner of Nouveau? He must be some new rich chef. Anton continued to shout. I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Reyes is a busy man. Mr. Reyes, the owner of our tower, Anton stuttered. No, sir, Mr. Reyes, his son, heir to the Reyes group. Sir, if you refuse to leave, I will have you thrown out. You would of course first need to pay for what you ordered, the manager explained. The food here isn't good anyway. Larissa complained as she handed her card to the manager. The manager swiped the card and told them to leave. Of course, other socialites were eating at Nouveau and witnessed the scene Larissa and Anton had caused. News quickly spread that the Cruz couple was thrown out of Nouveau. That Adriana, I saw her today and she brought me nothing but bad luck, Larissa complained as they were escorted out of the tower. At the ground floor of our tower, Adriana and Cedric happened to witness as Larissa and Anton were being escorted out by security. Adriana couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Back at Morco, Ian brought in some papers for Cedric to sign. His hand was already hurting from the amount of paperwork that needed his signature. Do I really need to sign all of these? Isn't there a cheat? Cedric asked. Ian just laughed and told him there was none. Camilla entered and announced that the interior designer had arrived. Sir, your father also told me to tell you that she's a childhood friend, Camilla said before leaving. Cedric suddenly began searching if any of his friends had made it big in the interior design industry, but he came up blank. Sir, you're 2 o'clock, Camilla announced, letting in a petite woman. Anna, Cedric said as he recognized the woman that entered. Ah, I hate that name. You clearly haven't changed, Cedric, Anna said as she sat on his couch and placed her things on the coffee table at the center. I never heard about you going into design, Cedric said, taking a seat across her. That's because I go by Veronica now. Ray warned me that you stalked all of us. Anna, or now Veronica, corrected him. Honor Abad, you still have such a big personality in such a tiny person's body, Cedric laughed. Ram said you would be coming back, so I asked Uncle Emilio if you needed any help. You got lucky, I don't have any high-profile clients right now, Veronica said. How is your brother Ramon? Still being forced by your dad to spend less time in the office. Ramon Abad was another of the 5 princes. He was heir to the Abad clan, a family that not only owned a lot of enterprises but had also gone down in history as heroes and politicians. No. Dad is now trying to convince him to get into politics. You know, Ram doesn't want any of that. He just wants the money, Veronica said as she opened up her laptop. So what do you think about this office? Cedric asked. Do you have the budget to redo the whole building? Veronica said, raising an eyebrow. She didn't doubt that Morco had the budget. The question was if Cedric was willing. Is it that bad? Cedric asked. If you want to compete with the Googles of this world, yes, it's that bad. Veronica laughed. Fine, redo the whole thing. Cedric decided. Won't you even ask me what I plan to do? Honor Abad, I've known you since you were a child. If I didn't listen to you, you would bully me into listening to you just like when we were kids, Cedric said while laughing. Growing up despite being 3 years younger than the boys, Anna had always gotten what she wanted. It didn't matter if she was right or wrong. The boys spoiled her and were also bullied by her. You're right. Anyway, I think the person that designed this building just copied it off our tower in the 70s, Veronica said, commenting on the style of the office. Ask Camilla to get you whatever you need. Cedric said, I'd like to take a tour of the building if you don't mind. Veronica asked. Sure. My next meeting isn't till later. I can take you around. Cedric stood up to give Veronica a tour of the building. Can't you just have an assistant show me around? I'm sure you're really busy. Veronica said, sure, I'll ask Camilla. No, not Camilla, the other one. Ian, Cedric said, laughing. You know you aren't allowed to like guys like that. Not for me, you idiot. For a friend. Veronica blushed. I'm warning you, Veronica, your family isn't like mine, Cedric said in a low voice and called Ian over. It's really not for me. You know my parents already have someone in mind and he's all right. I really just want to set him up with someone, Veronica whispered as Ian entered the office. Cedric gave Ian strict instructions on where to take Veronica. He also assigned Ian to help Veronica with anything she needed to redo the building's interior. Veronica, I want the designs in 2 weeks. I know you have a team to do it, so don't complain, Cedric said as Veronica left. He knew that even if he gave a deadline, he couldn't really dictate on someone like Veronica. He quickly did a Google search on her new name and discovered that Veronica had set up her own design firm since graduating. Thanks to her family's vast connections and her own skill, she had designed the homes and offices of the who's who in society. Even the sisters of the five princes were at a whole different level. His own sister was now at Harvard taking up law. At the end of the day, Cedric got up and prepared to leave. He usually took the ordinary elevator coming into work and leaving. A couple of young girls from the HR department happened to ride on the same one he was on. Since some of them knew him, they couldn't help but ask about the new and mysterious president. Cedric, come on, tell us more about the president. The director said he is young and good-looking. One girl nagged him. Cedric wanted to laugh when she said he was good-looking. Is he single, or is he dating someone? I hope he isn't married, though. Another girl said, I'm sorry, girls, but I can't tell you. Cedric said, lifting his arms, fine, I guess we'll see him eventually. He can't hide in his office forever. The first girl said, hopeful that she could snag this rich man's heart. Adriana looked at the card in her hand. She assumed that it only had a few thousand in it, as Cedric's family was not well off. She smiled at the thought that her in-laws had thought about her before their passing. She had planned to check the amount inside the card while waiting for Cedric to pick her up. Unfortunately, she got busy with work and ended up doing overtime. She noticed a message from Cedric on her phone. Are you almost done? Not yet. Why don't you go home first? She replied. Do you mind if I meet with some friends tonight? Cedric texted back. Sure, I'll see you at home. Adriana replied. She made a mental note to pass by an ATM to check the card's balance after leaving work. Cedric immediately sent a message to his friends to meet him at his father's country club. He then asked Ian to get a driver to pick him up with the car his father assigned to him. All five men were members of the country club as well, since it catered to the creme de la creme of society. Ah, the prince has returned. Ray teased as he saw Cedric approaching. Welcome back, Cedric. I heard you had a run-in with my sister today, Ramabad said, chuckling as he knew his sister was quite a handful. Ram was somehow the opposite of his sister. He was tall and well-built, but oftentimes he was quiet and shy. Most girls thought he was the serious and mysterious type, when in truth he was just shy and awkward around girls. I didn't know Anna had changed her name to Veronica, Cedric said as he took his seat. Amazing, something even your spies and sources couldn't find out, Ray mocked. Ray's just jealous that your parents aren't setting you up with anyone. Alexander Sebastian, or Alexei as his friends called him, said. Alexei was the most serious of the five. His family was a political powerhouse in the country, and he wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty. At the age of 24, he was elected mayor, and at 28, he already had a seat in Congress. Aside from politics, his family also had some local businesses in various provinces. Our parents would be happiest if we married each other's siblings. Ray teased, although there was much truth in his jest. Their parents had initially hoped to bring together the five families, but not all five agreed to arranging marriages. The Rays followed a strict training for their heirs and wanted their children to find love on their own, while Ray was too busy growing his family's empire to care about finding a wife. I would gladly give Miguel my sister, Ram teased. Miguel Chan had the hardest time with Veronica. Miguel is a neurosurgeon who is highly in demand across the globe. He is undoubtedly the smartest in the group. However, growing up he had been quiet and preferred to study rather than play with the other kids. Veronica hated that, so she always dragged Miguel out to spend some time with kids his age. By the time Cedric took his poverty training, Miguel was already finishing up his university degree in America. I went to America to escape that she-devil. You wouldn't dare give my parents the idea. Miguel said with a slight panic. None of us will ever manage to melt the Ice Queen's heart. Alexei said while looking at Cedric. If my sister ever heard you call her the Ice Queen, you'll lose all your chances, Alexei. Cedric knew that Alexei had been in love with his sister Anna since they were 12. He always gave her whatever she wanted, however Anna never reciprocated. You're lucky to have found love, Cedric. Miguel sighed. I found love, but I've been lying to her since the day we met. I'm not even sure how she will take the news. Cedric looked down. He knew the moment Adriana checked that bank card she would have 1,001 questions. He had a lie ready. He hated that he had to lie to her, but he had to. I heard Ray's group was developing a new high-class neighborhood. Do we get first dibs? Ray asked. I think our dads get first dibs, Ram replied. It was true that the family heads usually got the first chance to snatch the prime lots. However, this time they were hoping Cedric could help them get the best properties before their fathers. Don't you still need your dad's permission to use your money? Alexei teased Ray. The Lawrence family gave each member an allowance based on their contribution to the family businesses. Ray managed most of it at this point and was getting most of the shares. His father, however, always questioned Ray's purchases. Yeah, I'm still stuck using a Civic. My dad won't even let me buy a better car, Ray complained. Unlike other children of rich families, the five princes never owned any flashy cars, mostly due to Ray's inability to get his father's approval for him to buy a more expensive one. Between Ray's car dilemma and Cedric's poverty training, the need for an expensive imported car was lost among the five men. You can tell your dad that it's an investment. I think he'll let you purchase one then, Miguel said as he once again took the jest too seriously. I'll handle the property issue. Cedric grinned. Among the five of them, Cedric was their unofficial leader. He was the most practical and his family was also the most powerful. Cheers to Cedric and his return, Alexei said, raising a glass of wine. On the other hand, Adriana had just finished work. She was about to head to her car when she remembered the bank card Cedric had given her. There was an ATM at the lobby of Islands Inc. She decided to check the balance. When the machine asked for a PIN, she realized she didn't know it, so she texted Cedric. It's our anniversary, came his reply. Suddenly, Adriana was shocked awake at the balance of the card, 500 million. Adriana waited for Cedric to come home, but she was too tired and fell asleep. The next day when she woke up, Cedric was already done preparing breakfast for the family and was waiting for her downstairs. Before Adriana could say anything, Cedric suddenly spoke. Honey, I hope you don't mind, but on my birthday, let's celebrate at lunch. My friends decided to go out that night. Cedric said, hoping Adriana would be fine with it. Do you even have money to spend on your birthday? Gracia ridiculed. Mom, Cedric has a job. Stop thinking he is some bum that just lives off us. You don't even have a job, Mom. Adriana was furious. She had woken up to her mom criticizing her husband. Adriana, it's all right, Cedric said, trying to calm his wife down. Why don't you sit while I get dressed, then let's head to the office together. All right, I'm not too hungry, Adriana said, taking her seat. She placed a little food on her plate and began to eat. On their way to work, Adriana suddenly remembered that she wanted to ask Cedric about the money. Cedric, Adriana asked. Yes, Adri, Cedric replied. Where did your family get the 500 million in the bank card? Adriana finally asked. I think before my parents sold off some property in the past and invested it in a company. What you got are the proceeds. It was technically true. So does that mean you're rich now? Adriana asked. I'm still the same as before, Adriana. My parents left that money for you. The 500 million was nothing compared to the other cards Cedric's father had sent over. Did you get anything from them? Adriana asked. I did, but I invested it. Cedric didn't want to explain any further. The rest of the week went by as it did normally in the past. The only new part was that instead of working as an assistant, Cedric was now sitting in Moorcoast's presidential office. Finally, Cedric's 28th birthday arrived. Cedric had asked Ian to book him a table for 4 at the Bamboo Room for lunch. He had invited his wife and his in-laws out to lunch. Ian had also arranged for a company driver to pick up Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez. Charles Hernandez would be fetched at the university, while Gracia Hernandez would be picked up at home. Cedric would be driven by his driver in his personal car. He would later fetch Adriana at Islands Inc. Cedric chose to walk to Islands Inc. and have his driver pick him up and Adriana up at the front of the building. Adriana had requested an additional hour off for lunch as it was her husband's birthday. As Cedric waited outside for Adriana, he once again encountered the same group of employees from Islands Inc. that had ridiculed him in the past. When they saw Cedric, one of them called out, Hey, aren't you Miss Adriana's husband? Cedric was perplexed by their actions and simply nodded. Look, man, you are good looking and all, and I think you love Miss Adriana, but don't get offended when we say she could do better, an employee said. Others also joined him to ridicule Cedric. Yeah, one of the directors actually likes Miss Adriana. He might be a little bit older, but he has the means to support a beauty like her. You know, you should just separate from her, or annul. I'm sure the Hernandez family will compensate you for letting Miss Adriana go. Miss Adriana is so pretty I think she could even snag one of the 5 princes. At that, Cedric couldn't help but grin. Adriana had in reality snagged one of the 5 princes. Guys, let's go. I think Miss Adriana is approaching. True enough, Adriana arrived. She gave Cedric a hug and greeted him a happy birthday. Cedric then approached a nearby BMW 6 Series and opened the door. Adriana and the employees that were mocking him gasped. Cedric, that's someone else's car. What are you doing? Adriana scolded. Behind her, the employees were already laughing at the embarrassing position Cedric had managed to get himself into. Adri, this is our ride. Come on, Cedric said, calling her over. Cedric, this is not a nice joke. When the owner comes back, he will scold you. Adriana still refused to get in the car. Cedric bent in and asked his driver to be the one to call Adriana over, instructing him to say that it was part of their lunch reservation. The driver followed his boss' orders and told Adriana. Adriana found that this made more sense and got into the car, leaving the employees that were mocking Cedric a moment ago, stunned. Bamboo Room was a very exclusive restaurant located right outside the city. It was at the top of a hill. Its walls were made of durable glass, giving diners a view of the whole city from their tables. It was difficult to get a reservation in Bamboo Room. Luckily, Raymond was the owner. It was one of Raymond's businesses outside of the Lawrence family. When Adriana stepped out of the car, she was surprised to see where Cedric had brought them. First Nouveau, and now this. She was worried Cedric was trying too hard to impress her parents for her. However, when she voiced her concerns to Cedric, he simply told her not to worry. Inside the restaurant, there were no other customers. Cedric suddenly realized that Ian had booked the whole restaurant rather than just one table. Adriana, what is this? Why are you spending so much just for this man's birthday? Adriana's mother complained. Mom, I didn't spend a cent. Adriana said with a smile. She was still proud that Cedric had managed to arrange such an expensive treat for his own birthday. Gracia, get off the boy's case. Weren't you just fawning over the BMW that picked us up? Adriana's father reprimanded his wife. Gracia had no choice but to simply take her seat and keep quiet. Happy birthday, Cedric. Charles Hernandez greeted with a genuine smile. Thank you, sir. Cedric and Charles got along decently. Charles never said anything against Cedric, but he never defended him either. Lunch went on peacefully, something that Cedric had never experienced since marrying Adriana and moving into her parents' home. Gracia had always had something to complain about or some flaw she chose to point out, but today at Bamboo Room, she remained silent and simply enjoyed her food. Do you think Cedric is hiding something from us? Gracia asked when Cedric excused himself to go to the washroom. He recently got a promotion. Adriana said proudly. Didri, that isn't enough to book the whole Bamboo Room. Gracia said, still doubting her son-in-law. I hope he didn't borrow money from any loan sharks. If he fails to pay, they will come after us. And for what? A meal at Bamboo Room. Mom, I'm sure Cedric has his ways of paying for our lunch. Adriana said, defending her husband. While Cedric went to the washroom, he settled the bill. The manager, however, told him that their boss had given instructions not to let him pay. Cedric quickly called Ray. Happy birthday, said. Ray greeted as he answered the call. This is too much, Ray. You know I can afford to pay. Cedric said, reprimanding his friend. Hey, this is something I'm giving you out of my own pocket without any influence from my family whatsoever. Take it. It's part one of my two-part gift, Ray said proudly. Two-part gift. Cedric was curious by what Ray meant. Yes, this is a personal one. The one tonight is a more formal one from the Lawrence family. Welcome back, Cedric. Thanks, Ray. I'll see you tonight then. Bye. Cedric dropped the call and returned to his wife and in-laws. When they finished eating, they simply got up and left. Mr. Cedric, our boss says he hopes you enjoyed your meal at Bamboo Room. He will see you tonight, the manager said as he escorted them out. Cedric, how did you manage to close out Bamboo Room? Not only is it ultra exclusive, but it also has an extremely long waiting list. Gracia asked. My friend owns it. He gave me a free meal as a gift. I didn't think he would close out the place. Cedric replied. Which friend? Adriana asked. Ray, you met him during Asia's engagement. Cedric was proud that Ray had started his own business outside of his family's. Please don't tell me you exchanged saving his life for a free lunch. Gracia was furious at the thought that her stupid son-in-law could have asked for more and only got a free lunch. Mom, weren't you just admiring the place and taking selfies and photos to show all of your friends? Adriana rolled her eyes at her mother's comment. Gracia immediately kept quiet after her daughter spoke up. While Adriana, Cedric, and Charles were dropped off at the exact same locations where they were fetched, Gracia had the driver drop her off at the salon she frequented. She planned to show off to her friends. Not thinking her plan through, Gracia's friends simply assumed that she was bragging and that she booked the BMW for the trip to the salon just to show off. At 3 p.m., all the employees of Morco were allowed to go home. According to the announcement of HR, it was their president's birthday, so everyone was given a special treat and allowed to leave work early. All the employees also received an additional $5,000 for the day as a treat from their new president. Many of Morco's employees knew it was also Cedric's birthday, and they teased him that he was so lucky to celebrate his birthday on the same day as their new president. Of course, unknown to them, Cedric was actually their new president. Many of the department directors and business partners sent gifts to Cedric's office. He now faced a new dilemma of where to put all of these things. Some he could keep in his office, such as the liquor and chocolates, but the bigger items he didn't think were appropriate to keep in his office. He called his dad with the intention of asking if he could leave the gifts in his childhood home. Why don't you just bring them home? Emilio asked his son. Dad, my wife and in-laws have no idea who I am, remember. It's hard enough keeping the secret as it is. Cedric complained. I mean the house we got you. Emilio explained. What house? Cedric asked. He had no idea he had a house. It's tradition that when you get married, we buy you and your wife a house. Emilio told his son. You got me a house without me knowing. Cedric sighed. Well, we did build the Mountain View Village with every intention of setting up a community for you and your friends to have home there. I didn't even let their dads purchase property there, Emilio said casually. To people like him, building a whole exclusive community was just everyday business. It just so happened that this one was perfect for his son and his friends. Well, at least now I can tell the guys that they can purchase properties somewhere their dads can't. Cedric sighed. When he was younger, he was used to this kind of high-spending lifestyle. As a matter of fact, he vividly remembers his dad hopping on a plane to London in the morning for a meeting and being back the next afternoon for his football game. However, after he went through the hardships of being poor, he couldn't help but shake his head at the excessive lifestyle of the upper class. Your driver and Ian should know the address. Why don't you ask them to take you to our house first, then take your gifts to your house at Mountain View? Emilio suggested. He was hoping his son would agree so that he could spend more time with him before the party. I just need to finish some things here at the office, then I'll go home. Home, it was a word he used every day when talking to Adriana, but he never truly felt at home at the Hernandez compound. He missed his childhood home, his parents, the feeling of belonging and being accepted. Finally, after all those years, he would be going home. Cedric, are you still there? Cedric was pulled back into reality upon hearing his dad call his name. Yes, sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Dad. I was saying that the house is still bare. So when Ian and the driver get there, you need to give them instructions on where exactly to bring your things. The master's suite is quite obvious in the study, so you might prefer them to put your gifts in either of the two rooms. Emilio explained. All right, Dad, I'll tell them. See you in a while, all right? Cedric said, dropping the call. Cedric thought about the house. He wasn't going to tell Adriana about it just yet. He wanted her to come home to a place that was already prepared for her. It would be complete with all the appliances and staff that they would need. He called for Ian and Camilla to come into his office. Ian talked to Veronica. I want her to do the Mountain View house as well. This time tell her not to rush. I want this place to be perfect. I plan to show it to my wife when it's done and ready to live in. Ian nodded as he took down notes. Camilla, estimate how many people I need to staff the house with. For now, I will not be living there full-time, so I will just need people to clean and maintain the facilities and grounds. Also, please get me a copy of all the available lots in Mountain View. Cedric would send the 4 other princes which lots were still available and offer it to them. After the driver takes me home, I will ask him to come back. Please bring the gifts that are not food and those that are inappropriate for the office to the Mountain View house. Put them all in the study for the meantime. After giving his instructions, Cedric allowed Ian and Camilla to get on with their work. At 5 p.m., he asked Ian to call his driver to take him home. At the Ray's house, everyone was excited, including the help. Many of them had been with the family for a long time and had seen a young Cedric say a teary goodbye to his parents and sister. Those that were new, on the other hand, were curious to meet the young master of the Ray's clan. Is he here yet? Anna asked as she ran down the stairs. Miss Anna, please, you might trip and fall again, a maid called out after her. In public, Anna was known as the graceful and quick-witted daughter of the Ray's clan. She could hold a candle against any of the rich sons that were attempting to inherit their father's businesses. Anna was currently home from her studies abroad. She was poised to work in Ray's group and had taken a business degree at university. Last year, her father sent her to America to further her studies. He isn't here yet, Anna. Her dad called from the ground floor study. Dad, you're home early, Anna greeted happily. She knew her father was a workaholic. Growing up, he spent most of his time working or going to business-related events. Aside from missing her brother, she also wanted him to come back in order to let their father take a break. Your dad and I are in here, Anna, come in. Priscilla Reyes called her daughter. Emilio sat at his desk while his wife massaged his shoulders. As a couple, Cedric and Anna's parents were not ashamed to show that they loved and cared about one another. At first glance, people would think that Emilio and Priscilla's marriage was arranged from the very beginning. Priscilla was born to the Claren clan, an old and powerful political clan that owned a lot of properties in the southern parts of the country. Priscilla was the only child of her generation. The Claren clan was rich, but it had no one left to inherit everything they owned. She grew up with Emilio since both families often did business together. However, when Emilio went through his poverty training, they were separated. Years after he returned to the Reyes clan, Emilio and Priscilla reconnected and fell in love. Their match was something both families celebrated since it was a marriage that was both beneficial and at the same time founded on love. Mom, can you and Dad stop being so affectionate in front of me? Anna complained. She loved that her parents never let the flame between them die, but sometimes they went too far. All right, Anna, Priscilla said, taking a seat on the couch. A maid entered and announced that Cedric had arrived. The couple stood up slowly while Anna dashed out of the study and into the doorway to welcome her brother back. When she saw her brother, she ran up to him and hugged him. I missed you too, Anna. Cedric laughed. Mom, Daddy greeted each with a hug. Come, you must be tired from work. I'll have some coffee and a sandwich prepared for you, Priscilla said, guiding her son back into the house. Mom, I'd like to take a bath first. Cedric said, sure. Your room has clothes your size, so you don't need to worry, Priscilla said with a smile on her face. Her son was home. Mom shopped up a storm yesterday, said. You should have seen how many bags each of the attendants had to carry. I kept telling Mom you wouldn't be living here anyway, Anna said as she walked up the stairs with her brother. I'm sure I'll still be spending some time here at home, Anna. Besides, my wife doesn't know who I really am yet. I was really looking forward to meeting her, you know. Anna complained. I'm flying back to America tomorrow. I just really took today off to see you come home. Well, I'm here. I promised to find time to visit you, all right, Cedric promised his sister. All right, remember brother, family first always. Anna winked and headed into her own room. The Rays had kept the event very private. They only invited people who knew who Cedric was. Despite this, news still poured that the Heir to Ray's group was returning today. Although they knew they wouldn't get invited, many still tried their luck at getting in, including the members of the Hernandez family. "Are you really not invited, Mark?" Asia asked her fiancé over the phone. "Sorry, love, but it's so exclusive that I heard no more than 30 people aside from the family were invited," Mark said, apologizing to Asia. "What is so special about this Heir to the Ray's group anyway? My dad and brothers keep nagging me to ask you if you know him or if you're invited to his homecoming party," Asia whined. "Asia, Mr. Ray's has not been seen in the past 13 years. According to rumors, he was abroad undergoing special education in order to prepare him to inherit Ray's group. I'm sure you know exactly how powerful that company is," Mark explained. "Won't your friend Mr. Raymond be there? Can't he just bring you along?" Asia asked. Even if Raymond Lawrence wanted to bring someone along, this isn't the type of party that you can invite just anybody. Mr. Ray's is keeping a low profile, so he isn't really letting people know who he is, Mark said to Asia. "Fine, I'll just talk to you later," Asia said, dropping the call without even waiting for Mark to say goodbye on the other line. At the Ray's home, people were starting to arrive. Among those invited were Cedric's cousins and his childhood friends. Aside from these people, no one else knew Cedric's real identity. "I guess Cedric is still choosing to keep a low profile," Raphael Chan, Miguel's father, mentioned to his son. "Yeah, even his wife doesn't know yet. We haven't even formally met her," Miguel laughed. Miguel was the least recognized among the 4 other princes. He had once bumped into Cedric and Adriana in the mall one day. Cedric simply introduced him as Miguel, his childhood friend who was studying to be a doctor. At that time, Miguel was already a doctor and had already started making a name for himself in his field. Miguel had come to the party with his parents, older brother, Eric, and younger sister, Nicole. Out of the 3 of them, Miguel's father had chosen to change tradition and groom his daughter to run their chain of hospitals. Initially, he had wanted Miguel to do it, but he was more focused on saving lives rather than making money. As for his older brother, he had no interest at all in the business and had chosen to be an actor. The next to arrive was Ramon, with his sister Veronica and their parents. As they entered, Veronica was complaining to her older brother about how much work she suddenly had because of Cedric's return. But when she saw Yana and Miguel's sister, she quickly dropped the conversation and headed over to speak to the 2 other girls. Alexander arrived with his parents and 2 younger sisters, Katerina and Natalia. The 2 girls just as quickly ditched their parents to hang out with people their age. The last to arrive was Raymond with his father and mother. Raymond was an only child, and as a kid he had often bugged his parents to give him siblings, but as he grew older he was glad his parents never did have any more children. The atmosphere of the party was very relaxed and very happy. It wasn't at all formal since everyone in the room had known each other for decades. The sisters of the group all chose to sit at one table chatting away. Despite their relaxed demeanor, all 5 of them had heavy expectations on their shoulders. To the outside world they were sophisticated, elegant, and geniuses in their own right. Take Veronica, for example. She is a well-known interior designer and architect that managed to rise despite changing her name and choosing not to use her family name. However, at that party at the Ray's house, they were scrolling through their phones looking at boys and shopping. "Look at this top, Nicole. They are hitting the stores in Milan this week," Yana showed her friend. "Oh my, I need to have that." "Do you think we need to fly to Milan to get it, or can you ask someone in the branch office to buy one for you?" Nicole asked. Nicole Chan was the youngest child of the Chan family that simply defied traditions. She was the youngest daughter of the medical family, and yet she was leading the charge in innovating the business end of the medical field. She was well regarded both in the business and medical field. "I asked my designer friend to ship 5 out, 1 for each of us," Anna giggled. Listening to Anna right now, you wouldn't think that she was known as a business genius. Despite not being the heir to Ray's group, she had given so much contribution to the company that people thought she had the Midas touch when it came to business. "Nicole, I think I met a guy for you," Veronica announced. "His name is Ian and he's my brother's assistant." Anna interrupted Veronica. "If you let Veronica drag you to meet this guy, he won't have time for you because he will be chasing my brother around all the time. He'll be a Marco too. Oh, come on guys, we all know Nicole has a type," Katerina Sebastian teased. Katerina looked harmless at first glance, but in reality she graduated from Harvard Law and topped the bar exam. She was also the most sought-after lawyer and had never lost a case. "Yeah, but nothing ever happens," Yana teased. "Yana, stop bullying Nicole," the usually quiet Natalia scolded. Natalia Sebastian was one of the leading bioengineers in the world. Her work was so secret that people didn't even know where her lab was. "Hey girls, don't you do anything aside from shop. Stop wasting our hard-earned money," Ram teased from their table. "It's my brother that wastes my hard-earned money," Nicole said, sticking out a tongue at Ram. "And I make my own," Veronica told her brother. "Nice one, Ram. Now both of us got roasted," Miguel grumbled. The group suddenly quieted down as Emilio Reyes stood up to make a speech. "Family and friends, thank you all for coming. As you all know, today marks the end of Cedric's poverty training and his return home. Welcome home, my son, Emilio said, raising a glass with a smile. Cedric, however, has requested that we do not reveal to the public his identity just yet. As a matter of fact, I am sure you have noticed that someone we were all eager to meet is not here, his wife. So I ask everyone to respect Cedric's wishes and help him keep his identity a secret. Welcome back, Cedric, and thank you because I can now play golf more often. Everyone laughed at Emilio's joke. Among the 5 fathers present, Emilio was the only one left that was managing the bulk of his family business. The other 4 had their children helping out already. The night continued with much laughter and warmth. That night, Cedric felt he had truly come home. The next day, Cedric woke up with a smile on his face. He had wanted to spend the night on his old bed in the Ray's house, but his mind kept thinking of his wife Adriana, alone in bed. Despite an exhausting night, he still got up early and prepared breakfast. Oddly enough, that morning Gracia was silent, although she kept sending nasty looks towards Cedric's way. When Adriana came down, she told Cedric that she would be going shopping with some friends in the afternoon, so there was no need for him to pick her up. Cedric simply nodded. He was expecting to work long nights for the next few weeks, since he was planning on having more coasts relaunch soon. At the office, Cedric arrived with a tray of coffees. He had decided to give it to Ian and Camilla as a treat for their hard work. As he walked in the building, he accidentally bumped into someone, spilling the coffee both on him and on the person. "You idiot," he heard a familiar voice say. The person who he bumped into was Chris Garin, a logistics manager who he went to high school with. "I'm sorry, Chris, it was an accident," Cedric said, apologizing to Chris. "Do you know how much this shirt is worth?" Chris was furious at the stain on his shirt. "What if I just replaced it?" Cedric offered. "Can you even afford it? Or will you ask your wife for money?" What kind of a man relies on his wife for money? In Chris' mind, Cedric was still just an assistant who had little money and relied on his wife to get by. "I really can. I'll give it to you by the end of the day," Cedric insisted. A shirt like what Chris was wearing was like loose change to Cedric. "Fine," Chris said and turned away. Cedric went back to get new coffees for his assistants. When he got to their floor, he gave them the coffee, and to his surprise, Iana was talking to Camilla and Ian. "Brother," Iana greeted him with a smile. "Iana, hold on a moment." He turned to Ian and Camilla and gave them each a cup of coffee. "This is to thank you guys for the past few days." In Cedric's office, Iana made herself comfortable on the couch. "Shouldn't you be on a plane by now?" Cedric asked as he took his seat. "I asked Dad to push my flight back to tomorrow," Iana said, playing with her phone. "You know, if you wanted to treat Ian and Camilla, you could have just given them money. They would appreciate that more." "Sister, sometimes it's the small things that count," Cedric said. "You aren't poor anymore, brother." Iana answered back, rolling her eyes. "But I do admit you might be right. So why are you here?" Cedric said as he looked through the files on his desk. "Well, I was gonna ask you if you wanted to go shopping with me and the others," Iana asked. "By others, you mean the girls?" Cedric asked without lifting his head. "Well, Ram is going with Veronica, and the Sebastian siblings are all going. Honestly, it's just you that's going to be left behind." Iana told Cedric, "If people see me with you guys, they will speculate. So I'll pass this time, maybe next time. All right. Do you need us to get you anything?" Iana asked before leaving. "Maybe some clothes that I can leave here in the office. You have much better taste than me." Iana held out her hand in front of Cedric, who looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Your card," she said. "Don't tell me you lack money." Cedric replied, "I don't, but you have much more. Also, I plan to put my shopping on your tab. You owe me 13 years worth of shopping." Iana told her brother. "Fine." Cedric gave Iana the card that held more coast earnings. "Thanks, bro." Iana giggled and left the room. Cedric then asked Ian to go out and buy the shirt he had promised Chris. It was after all partially his fault. Later that day, Cedric went down to the logistics department to look for Chris. Ian accompanied him since he had to bring some documents to the logistics director as well. "Here," Cedric handed Chris the shirt. "Do you think I'm a fool like you, Cedric? This is obviously a fake," Chris said loudly. Many people were at the logistics department at that time, so naturally many people heard Chris accusing Cedric of passing off a fake. Ian wanted to laugh at Chris. His boss was the owner of the company. Why would he even need to buy a fake? On top of that, Ian had personally gone to the store to buy this shirt. "Do you need the receipt as proof?" Cedric asked. "Sure, show it to me." Chris dared him. Cedric fished out a receipt from his pocket and gave it to Chris. "Ha, you poor guy. You even asked assistant Ian to buy this shirt for you. How desperate are you?" Since Ian had gone to the store and used his company-issued card to purchase the shirt, Ian's name was naturally reflected on the receipt. "I had to go to the mall today, so I offered to buy it while I was there. Cedric paid for it," Ian said in defense of his boss. "Really, Cedric, using your new co-workers to defend you?" Chris questioned Cedric. "What is going on out here?" The director of the logistics department suddenly came out of his office. He noticed that there was a commotion outside. Today was a peak day for the department, and he couldn't suffer any more delays. On top of that, the president's assistant was going to visit him today. If the president heard his people were slacking off at such an important time, he could expect to be scolded. "Director, here are the documents." Ian suddenly greeted him. "Assistant Ian, you're here. What's this mess going on out here?" The director asked. "Director, one of your employees is trying to bully my teammate, Assistant Cedric." Ian told the director. "Assistant Cedric." The director paused for a bit before realizing that the person one of his managers was bullying was actually the president. "Who is it?" he said, quite furious at the fact that someone chose to offend someone that powerful. "A manager named Chris. He's been at it since this morning when the president spilled coffee on him," Ian whispered to the director. The director soon paled at the thought. "Manager Chris," the director shouted. All eyes were suddenly on the director. "Come to my office now," he said with a dark expression. Chris was forced to drop the matter with Cedric. The logistics director was so mad at Chris that he demoted him. Chris assumed that it was because he was causing a fight in front of Assistant Ian and that the director didn't want the news to reach the president. The rumor in the company was that to get into the president's good graces you needed to go through Assistant Ian and Assistant Camilla. Cedric, being a new guy on the president's team, was often ignored by these rumors. That afternoon at Mark's Mall, Adriana was shopping with her friends. Adriana had known Natasha, Sophia, and Julia since their high school days. They had all gone to the same private school and the same university after. Despite being rich and spoiled, they never looked down at Adriana for marrying Cedric. They did, however, feel disappointed at how Cedric turned out in the end. As they entered an expensive watch shop, they were surprised to see Larissa, her husband Anton, and her best friend Mary. Babe, can we hurry up? I think someone just brought the trash into the shop," Larissa told Anton. Anton saw that Adriana and her friends had entered. He knew from his wife's stories that this woman had married a man that depended on her. "Can you even afford to buy anything here, Adriana?" Mary suddenly asked. "Hey, don't talk to Adriana like that," Julia said in defense of Adriana. "Aren't you tired of working to provide for both your parents and your husband?" Larissa mocked. "Look, Larissa, we are only here to look. You don't need to attack us for it. It's not like you own the place." Adriana said calmly, "You guys are too poor to be in here." Mary said, "Hi miss, how can I help you?" A shopping assistant said as she approached the group. "We aren't together," Larissa said in a disgusted tone. "You don't even need to attend to them. They can't afford anything here." Adriana had initially planned on buying a watch for Cedric with the $500 million his parents had given her. Hearing Larissa's comments, the shopping assistant proceeded to ignore Adriana and her friends. "Adriana, how about this one? It looks really simple, but it's quite elegant," Natasha said, looking at a watch in the display case. "Miss, this watch is very popular to business executives. It costs around $150,000 each." Another shopping assistant said, "How about couples' watches, Adriana?" Sophia said, looking at another display. "Miss, I really suggest you ignore them. The girl they're trying to convince can't afford anything in this store," Larissa commented. The shopping assistant couldn't help herself and she had to ask Adriana, "Miss, are you planning to buy anything? Can you afford any of our products?" "Of course she can. I'm sure she plans on buying the most expensive watch here." A group suddenly entered the shop. Yana had been planning on buying a watch for her brother in the shop right next to where Adriana and Larissa were. The watches in that shop were much more expensive. But when she saw Adriana, she decided to lead the group in. Unfortunately for Larissa and the shop assistant, Yana had heard them talking down to her sister-in-law. Larissa's jaw fell to the floor. She was shocked that the four princes and their sisters were in the same shop as them. "Ah, we meet again, Mrs. Reyes," Raymond commented from behind. "Do you know these people?" Natasha asked Adriana. "I just know Mr. Lawrence here is acquainted with my husband. I don't know the others." Adriana whispered back. Unlike Adriana, Natasha was updated with the latest upper-class news. She knew that the true creme de la creme of society were standing in the same shop as them. "Sirs, Mrs., you know this woman?" Anton asked. He had once met with Alexander to discuss a business deal, so he was familiar with who they were. "And you are?" Alexander asked, looking at Anton with disgust. "Mr. Sebastian, we met before regarding a business deal." Anton explained, "I meet a lot of people." Alexander answered quite flatly. "What's your most expensive watch here?" Anna asked the store assistant. "Miss, it's this one," the assistant said, pointing to a pair of watches at the center of the display. "Do you have 10 of these?" Anna asked. "Yes, miss. Only 13 sets were released in the country," the assistant answered. "Good, get me 13. "Pack the 2 for this young lady and I'll have the other 12, Yana ordered. Larissa and her companions were floored at Yana's request. Soon the manager came out to assist in preparing the 13 watches. Yana simply handed her card without even asking how much it was. Soon her phone started to buzz. It was Cedric. "What did you buy?" Cedric said with a flat tone. "I was saving a friend in distress, brother. I think you'll be quite proud of what I did." Yana had forgotten that after she made a purchase with Cedric's card, he would immediately receive a text message notifying him of the purchase. Meanwhile, everyone else was shocked when Yana said that Adriana was her friend. "Why are you being so mysterious?" Cedric asked. Yana was normally very straightforward with him. "I'll talk to you later, brother. Don't forget to send me off at the airport tonight. See ya." Yana dropped the call without waiting for Cedric's reply. "Who is the manager here?" Yana asked. The man who had come out to process her payment stepped forward. I'd like you to ban these 3 from all your stores worldwide. They upset me. I'm sure the sight of them would upset my brother too. Everyone was shocked at Anna's declaration. Your brother would definitely approve, Nicole said from behind. Yes, miss. The manager complied and sent Larissa and her companions out. Here you go, miss, the manager said as he handed Adriana the 2 watches. Miss, I can't accept this. Adriana refused Anna's gift. Miss Adriana, you don't need to worry. My brother has so much money that to him spending this much is like buying coffee. Please take it. I would be very offended if you didn't, Anna told her. Natasha urged Adriana to take the gift as it would be rude to refuse the offer. In the end, no matter how hesitant Adriana was, she had to accept the gift. I don't even know your names, Adriana told the group. Well, I'm Yana Reyes. Nice to meet you, Yana said, extending her hand to shake Adriana's. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server, https .com www server. Follow me on Instagram and Facebook. 2 Wounded Warrior author. That afternoon at the airport, a small group of well-wishers gathered at the VIP lounge. I can't believe you're flying, coach, Nicole told Yana. Well, I thought to myself, if my brother could go through poverty training, maybe I could learn a thing or two from mingling with people different from us. Think of it as research, Yana told her friend. Yana, it's time for you to board. Her father called out. Dad, Cedric said he would be here. Can't you talk to Ray to delay it a while longer? Yana asked. The Lawrence family owned one of 4 airlines that flew out of the country, and Ray managed this part of the family business. A figure in the distance suddenly appeared. It was Cedric. He waved from afar. Behind him was Ray. It seemed he had gone to fetch Cedric at the entrance. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was really bad. Cedric gave his sister a hug. It's all right, at least you're here to send me off. Yana smiled. In front of everyone, she was a tough businesswoman, a leader in the industry, but in front of her family, she turned into a spoiled little girl. By the way, care to explain what that charge to my card was? Cedric asked, remembering the events earlier. We met your wife earlier, Alexi said from behind, and she was being bullied by someone named Larissa DeJesus. Anna simply dealt with it. Thanks, Anna, and my card back, please. Cedric said, holding his hand out. I thought you would forget. Anna giggled. I had my driver send the stuff I bought for you to your office. As for what that big purchase was, well, I bought watches for all of us. Look, we all match now. Their friends raised their wrist to show the matching watches. And where is mine? Cedric asked. It's with your wife. She'll probably give it to you later when you get home. Anna told him. All right. Anyway, it's time for you to leave, so come here and give me a hug goodbye. Cedric said, stretching his arms to hug his sister. I'll miss all of you. At least I got to meet my sister-in-law before I'm gone for a whole year. Anna said as she began to tear up. You don't fool us, Anna. I'm pretty sure in a week you'll be calling me asking me to cancel a flight so that you can go home. Ray teased her. Anna did have a tendency to ask him to secure her a chartered flight home with one of their planes. Hey, I'm not as bad as Nicole. She actually flew to Italy on one of your planes to meet a guy that Veronica set her up with. Anna teased. But he was cute, was Nicole's only answer. Veronica, who had set her up with the guy, just laughed behind her. Stop delaying the flight, Anna. I'm gonna lose profits because of you, Ray said, pushing Anna towards the gate. Anna waved goodbye to everyone and boarded the plane. I looked up the people that bullied your wife earlier. Do you want me to do anything? Alexi asked Cedric. Not yet. I know who they are. I have bigger plans for them. Don't worry, Cedric replied. Adriana suddenly gave Cedric a call, inviting him out to have dinner with her and her friends. Cedric immediately agreed and asked for his driver to fetch him. At the restaurant, Cedric spotted Adriana and her friends at a table near the glass wall that separated the restaurant from the mall. He greeted the girls and took a seat next to Adriana. How was your shopping trip? He asked, knowing full well what had happened earlier that day. Adriana made a new friend. Natasha was unable to hide her excitement. Yeah, the wildest thing happened. We bumped into that bitch Larissa in a shop, and we got saved by the Yana Rays, who was accompanied by the 4 princes and their sisters. Julia told him. I still can't believe that we met the 4 princes. If only we could meet the mysterious Ray's heir. I hear he is extremely handsome. I haven't even met him, and I'm already in love. Sophia giggled at the thought. Wow, you guys seem to have been lucky today. So how did Miss Reyes save you exactly? Cedric tried to change the topic since what Sophia just said made him feel awkward. Adriana recounted how Anna had purchased the watches and banned Larissa from the shop. Here is the watch, by the way. I couldn't refuse her offer. She told the sales assistants and the manager that I couldn't return the watch, so I'm giving the other one to you, Adriana said as she handed Cedric a box. Cedric immediately placed on the watch and grinned. Technically, he bought this watch. At a table across the restaurant, Julia spotted a group of guys that looked very familiar. Oh my gosh, isn't that Jerome Sevilla? Julia pointed out. The girls all turned at the same time to spot the familiar face. Remember when we were in high school and he filled his trunk with red roses and asked Adriana to be his girlfriend? Natasha said. Yeah, he even got into a fight with his best friend Jim over Adriana. I remember catching that fight. Julia recounted. I think he's with A.R. Fines, the half-British football player. Didn't he court you too, Adriana? Sophia asked. Guys, that's ancient history, don't bring it up. Adriana was worried that hearing about the men in her past would hurt Cedric. Don't worry, Adri, I still won in the end. Cedric winked at her. Look, Jerome is coming over. Julia squealed like a teenage girl. Hey girls, Jerome greeted. Oh hey Jerome, this is my husband by the way, Cedric. Jerome was a friend in high school. Adriana introduced them to each other. I think we were more than friends, Adriana. Jerome winked. That's very inappropriate. Adriana said flatly. I'm sure Cedric here doesn't mind. It's all in the past anyway. Jerome said. Look, look, look. Natasha suddenly said in a panic, pointing out of the window. There was a crowd of girls screaming and some bodyguards clearing the way. Cedric saw a familiar figure. It was Eric Chan, Miguel's older brother. I just checked his IG stories. He was at the airport a few hours ago. What is he doing here at the mall? Adriana and her friends were huge fans of Eric. Cedric had to endure awkward moments of them crushing on someone he saw as an older brother. He is so mysterious. Julia sighed. Eric kept his private life a complete secret. No one even knew that he was related to Miguel or if he had any siblings. Of course, he had the power to keep all his private information a secret since his agency and the country's biggest news network was owned by the Abad family. His extremely clean image led to more women falling in love with him. He was tall, with sun-baked skin, black hair, and eyes that seemed to pierce into your soul. Suddenly, Eric spotted Cedric, who had been at the airport with him moments ago. He grinned and made his way into the restaurant where Cedric was eating. I think he's here to say hi to AR. You guys know that they are both represented by Lights Entertainment, right? Jerome boasted. I heard that the president of Lights Entertainment, Ramon Abad, has the looks of an actor as well. This was the latest gossip that Julia had heard and she was excited to share it with her companions. Hey AR, come over here. Jerome called his companion over. AR Fines obliged and came over to their table. Hey guys, oh look, it's Eric Chan. AR waved towards the actor. At this point, Adriana and her friends were already blushing. Despite being married, Adriana still has a huge crush on Eric Chan, and Cedric knew about it. Cedric quickly sent Eric a message on his phone. Older brother, do you have any idea how awkward it is to have my wife giggling like a teenage girl just because you are in the same restaurant as her? Eric felt his phone vibrate. When he saw who sent him the message, he stopped walking and grinned. He looked directly at Cedric and walked over to their table. The group assumed that he was coming over to talk to AR Fines. Hey Eric. AR greeted, but Eric just ignored him and looked at Cedric. You didn't tell me you'd be here, Cedric, Eric said with a grin. I would have given you a lift earlier. Everyone gasped when they realized that Eric Chan was talking to Cedric. I had my own ride, Cedric said with a smile. Mr. Eric, it's me, AR Fines. We're both signed to Lights Entertainment. The football player said, trying to get Eric's attention. Eric looked at his assistant, who whispered something in return. Clearly, he was explaining to Eric who AR Fines was. Ah yes, the new kid. Welcome, have we met? Eric asked. Cedric wanted to laugh at what Eric had just done. Clearly, Eric had no idea who AR Fines was. Eric loved his job and he loved his fans. However, he never paid too much attention to other artists and famous personalities. He didn't have to, after all. One of the 5 princes was his younger brother. Mr. Eric, we met at last year's Christmas party, AR explained. Oh right, Eric nodded. Cedric, I was thinking of doing a project with your company. I don't think Ram would mind, Eric said, taking a seat next to Cedric. Everyone simply assumed that by your company, Eric meant the company where Cedric worked, when in reality it was the company Cedric owned. Cedric rolled his eyes at what Eric said. Of course Ram wouldn't mind. Eric almost had complete control of his career and he managed it well. He chose his own project and endorsements. He even managed his own social media accounts. All right, Cedric replied calmly. Everyone was in shock at how Cedric was treating Eric, and it seemed Eric didn't mind the treatment he was getting from Cedric either. Cedric, Adriana whispered to her husband. She wanted Cedric to introduce her to Eric. Cedric really didn't want to. He treated this guy like his older brother, and yet his wife and her friends had a huge crush on him. However, Cedric always gave Adriana what she wanted. That's how much he loved her. Eric, my wife Adriana. Adriana, this is Eric. Cedric suddenly realized he didn't know how to introduce Eric. I'm an acquaintance of Cedric's, Eric said, completing Cedric's introduction. Mr. Chan, I'm a huge fan, Adriana said with a huge grin. She saw her friends looking at her and proceeded to introduce them. Well, I guess I'll see you around, Cedric, Eric said as he stood up to leave. Mrs. Reyes, it was a delight to meet you. Adriana blushed as Eric mentioned her. As he was leaving, Eric turned around and shouted back. By the way, Cedric, nice watch, he said with a wink and waved. If you look closely enough, Eric was wearing the exact same watch as Cedric and Adriana. Yana had purchased 13 watches, one for each child of the Reyes, Lawrence, Sebastian, Abad, and Chan families, and the 13th watch was Adriana's. Cedric quickly sent a message to Eric after he left. I hope you had fun. Eric quickly replied, I was the only one that didn't get to meet your wife earlier. I thought it was unfair, so I asked your assistant where you would be. Cedric replied, if they figure out you have one of those watches, they will find out more about you. Eric's reply came soon after, what's life without risks? Cedric grinned and put away his phone. The moment he looked up, Adriana and her friends were looking at him, ready to ask the question that was on all of their minds. How do you know Eric fucking Chan? Julia was the first to ask. He's an acquaintance. Cedric replied, not good enough. Why were you at the airport with him earlier? Sophia probed. I was there for work. It was true that all the assistants were there. Cedric just wasn't there as an assistant. Cedric, don't you love me? Adriana asked. Huh, Cedric was puzzled by his wife's reaction. This whole time you knew that I was Eric Chan's fan and you never mentioned that you knew him. Adriana accused. It didn't seem important and you wouldn't have believed me. Cedric shrugged. Adriana and the girls bought his answer. The two other guys who had been standing by their table wanted to melt away in embarrassment. They were boasting about knowing Eric Chan moments ago, and it seemed that Adriana's husband knew the actor personally. The girls even didn't notice when they quietly headed back to their table. A few fans managed to snap photos of Eric talking to Cedric. They immediately posted it on social media, and the topic quickly trended. The next morning, Adriana still refused to speak to Cedric. Even on their way to work, she didn't say a word. Last night, Cedric ended up sleeping on the couch since Adriana was mad at him. The photo of him and Eric was still one of the hottest topics on social media. When Asia Hernandez saw this, she was furious. She was one of the moderators of Eric Chan's fan club, and she hadn't even had the chance to meet the actor. She could only worship him from afar. She threw her phone across her father's office and screamed. Frederick and John, who were in the same room, jumped in surprise. What's wrong? Her eldest brother, John Hernandez, asked. That good-for-nothing Cedric Reyes and our selfish cousin Adriana, Asia shouted. What did they do this time? John asked. They stole my idol away from me. Asia was spoiled by her family. No matter how shallow her problem was, they would do anything to help. Hey Dad, why don't we give Adriana the Elijah Mall project? Didn't you say we were having issues there? The Passion branches there are doing extremely bad, and we even have rental issues. John suggested. Please, Dad, not only will she be too busy to meet up with famous actors, but she'll also be ruined in our family's eyes. Asia jumped at her brother's suggestion. Well, since she isn't handling a project right now, and no one is handling the Elijah Mall project, it does make sense to put a member of the family in charge of it. Elijah is the largest mall chain in the country. No one has ever been able to beat them in a deal. Frederick said, giving his approval. I'll call her up, Dad, Asia said. She was very excited to see Adriana fail. We won't tell her yet. Tonight we have a family meeting at your grandfather's house. We'll announce it there. Frederick knew his daughter's grudge against her cousin. He also wanted to secure his children's place as heirs to Islands Inc. Islands Inc. was the mother company to multiple clothing and shoe brands. It was a legacy brand that had been around for 3 generations. It was founded by Frederick's grandfather in their provincial hometown. They would bring in the latest fashion from the capital and sell it at a marked-up price. As time went by, Islands Inc. evolved from reselling to manufacturing their own clothes and shoes. Asia belonged to the design department. Despite holding a degree in fashion, she had no contribution to the designs Islands Inc. released. Her designs were often thrown out at the early approval stages. As a result, her brother and father decided not to let her participate in this year's design process. Adriana, on the other hand, who was working in the business planning and marketing department, was a rising star in the company. She had developed new ways to attract customers, and she had even managed to increase their spending in their stores. John, at his sister's request, had thrown as many problems as possible along her way. He even asked Henry, his younger brother, to give Adriana a clearly unfashionable design to pitch. Adriana, however, had managed to jump even that hurdle. At Morco, Cedric was holding a meeting with the different department directors. I would like to announce that if we can continue to improve the performance of every department, we will be relaunching more phones. The product development team has guaranteed to me that in a month's time they will have perfected 3 new phones, each for every tier of the market, Cedric said, applying some pressure on the directors. Soon the room was buzzing with the directors discussing among themselves. At the same time, we will also be unveiling the new look of Morco's head office. It will be younger and more modern. As you might have heard by now, the famous designer, Veronica, is working on this new image of Morco. Not only will our employees be in a fresher environment, our building will also be a tourist location. It will be the first office building that Veronica designs. I'm sure you all understand how many offices she has refused to do this for. The directors were in awe. They had seen Veronica in the office. They assumed that she would only be redesigning the president's office and not the whole building. I won't keep any of you. I'm sure you are all busy. You may go. After dismissing the directors, he noticed that the logistics director remained. Did you want to speak to me? Cedric asked in a cold voice. Sir, I apologize for my manager's actions yesterday. I demoted him right after I found out what happened. The director's voice was shaking. He was worried that the president would be mad at him for what Chris had done. He's been like that for quite a while already. It isn't your fault. Cedric said, leaning back on his seat. Should I fire him, sir? The director asked, eager to please. No, I have other plans for him. Put him in a role that demands for manual labor. Cedric ordered. The director nodded and excused himself. Cedric returned to the office to find a message from Adriana. Don't forget the family meeting tonight. Don't be late. Mom and Dad will meet us there. She was clearly still mad at him. That night, Cedric and Adriana drove to the Hernandez patriarch's home in silence. Adriana was still giving Cedric the silent treatment. Cedric could just imagine how furious she would be when she eventually finds out who he actually is. As they entered the dining room, Adriana held Cedric's hand. Despite their fight, Adriana wanted to show everyone that she and Cedric were still very much in love and that she stood by her decision to marry him despite their disapproval. When everyone was complete, Frederick proceeded to give a report to the family while everyone ate their dinner. After Frederick, members of the family that headed a division also gave a report and mentioned any requests that they had. Usually this would go for 30 minutes. Today, after everyone had said their parts, Frederick stood up again. As you all know, one of the biggest projects we have this year is the Elysia Mall project. Everyone knew that the Elysia Mall project was an extremely difficult project. No one wanted to take this project on due to the nature of the people they had to work with as well as the impact it had on the company. Due to the size of the project, I would like to have a member of the family directly handle this. I am going to place Adriana as the project lead on this, Frederick announced. The room was filled with mixed reactions. Most of the family had no issues with Adriana. They just didn't approve of her husband. However, the others did not like Adriana at all since Grandpa Hernandez always favored her. That group was happy to see Adriana take on the doomed project. I approve. Grandpa Hernandez said from the head of the table. I believe that my Adriana is capable of completing this project. With her grandfather's approval, Adriana had no choice but to accept and thank her uncle for the opportunity. When they arrived at home, Gracia wanted to complain about what Frederick just did, but Adriana beat her to it and told everyone that she was tired and didn't want to talk about it. Cedric chased after her as she ran to their room. He found Adriana crying in bed. He lay down beside her and hugged her. She faced him and placed her head on his chest and started to cry. They're doing it on purpose, Cedric. They want me to fail, Adriana said between sobs. It just seems impossible now, honey, but I'm sure you'll be able to manage this, he said, trying to comfort his wife. You should rest. You have a long day ahead of you tomorrow. Cedric kissed the top of her head as Adriana continued to cry. Eventually, Adriana had managed to cry herself to sleep. With his sleeping wife in his arms, he sent a message to his father to meet him at the country club for lunch the next day. After calming Adriana down the night before, Cedric had to leave home earlier than usual in order to make all of his meeting the next day. The product development director was scheduled to show him the 3 new products they were going to use to relaunch the brand. This meeting would last the whole morning due to the complexity of their plans. After that, he would meet with his father at lunch. He knew that meeting would be long as well, since the topic of the Elysia Mall project with Islands Inc. had its own set of problems. Since the presentation required all of the development and marketing team to be present, Ian and Camilla had set up a camera, microphones, and a speaker from which Cedric could be heard. Camilla would stay in the boardroom with the team members, while Ian and Cedric would be at the president's office watching the presentation from his laptop. Prototypes of the product had been sent to Cedric's office for his inspection and trial. Due to his desire to remain unknown to the public, Cedric and his assistants had to go through impractical and difficult steps just to set up one meeting. At 10 o'clock sharp, the whole team arrived at the boardroom. They had expected to finally meet their president. They were, however, disappointed to see Camilla and the setup in place. If you are ready, you may begin, Camilla told the team. Cedric was happy with the overall plans and presentation. He particularly liked the prototype they had given him. I understand it's a tight schedule, but I want this all done in a month. Cedric knew that he should have given his team longer, but the relaunch couldn't wait. Sir, we would like to get your approval for a list of endorsers we plan to negotiate with, the marketing director said. No need. We will be working with Eric Chan on this. Eric had caused him so much trouble the last time he decided to maximize it. The girls in the other room all suddenly got excited. They had seen the viral photos of the actor with their co-worker and had planned to ask him how he knew the actor after this morning's meeting. It seemed to them that Assistant Cedric was talking to the actor on behalf of more co-sir. Based on our budget, we can't afford Mr. Chan, the director said with much hesitation. Don't worry about the budget. This will be outside of that. Just make sure to have everything prepared in 1 month. I'll have Eric's assistant contact you directly. You may go now, Cedric said, dismissing everyone. At Lights Entertainment CEO's office, Ramabad sat at his desk while Eric lounged on the couch. That's odd. Cedric hasn't asked for the news about you two meeting to be taken down, Ram said as he checked his phone. As the owners of the top news and entertainment company RAM had full control over what entertainment news was considered just rumors and what was reported as facts. It was very unlike Cedric, who was usually very low profile, to let something this big stay in circulation. Eric's phone suddenly buzzed and he sat up from the couch. Cedric was calling him. He showed Ram before eventually picking up. "Hey, little bro." Eric called all of his younger brother Miguel's friends little bro. "You're with Ram? Put me on speaker." Cedric said, "Hey, Cedric." Ram greeted over the phone. "Since Eric decided to have his fun with me at the mall yesterday, he will be the new endorser of more phones when we relaunch in a month." Cedric said, "That's great, Cedric. I'll ask our legal and finance department to draft a contract. I'll give you a big discount." Ram said with a grin, "No discount, Eric, you'll do it for free." Cedric said coldly, "Oh, come on, Cedric. My company still needs to turn a profit." Ram complained, "Just think of it as an exchange. I'm giving your sister Veronica so many projects and paying her so much money I should get something back in return." Cedric said, "But that's Veronica's money. She won't even buy me a cup of coffee from Starbucks." Ram whined, "Well, that's the deal." Cedric said definitively, "I'll do it." Eric said without even consulting Ram, "Great, I'll give my assistant your number." Cedric then dropped the call. When the employees of Lights Entertainment heard that their top actor, Eric Chan, had decided to do an endorsement for free, the whole office went into a frenzy. What kind of person could convince someone like him to do something for free? At Morco, Cedric decided to give Camilla a treat and put her in charge of coordinating with Eric Chan. She was beyond ecstatic. She, like every other woman in Morco, was a big fan of Eric Chan, and now she had his personal number. Enjoying Never Judge? Join my Discord server, https, Discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. At lunch, Ian accompanied Cedric to the country club to meet with his father. Emilio Reyes had just finished 9 holes with the Lawrence, Sebastian, Abad, and Chan family patriarchs and was once again tanned from playing golf the whole morning. "Hey Dad, you haven't even retired and you're already spending your mornings in the golf course." Cedric teased as he took a seat across his father. "Give me a grandchild and I'll be here less often." His dad teased. "Adriana and I are not in a hurry, Dad." Cedric laughed. "So what's this issue with Elijah Mall you messaged me about last night?" Emilio asked his son. "Dad, have you been giving the Hernandez family a hard time on this project?" Cedric confronted his father. Emilio smiled. "Well, there is very little I could do for you from afar. Those Hernandezes refuse to accept you. What right do they have to look down at the heir of the Reyes group?" Emilio said with a twinkle of anger in his eyes. He did not fully agree with poverty training, but he did understand the need for it. He himself went through it as a young man, and he became a better person and businessman because of it. "They're giving the project to my wife." Cedric said with a grin. "I thought they were family. Do they dislike her that much?" Emilio asked his son. "Mostly Frederick and his kids. I think they are threatened." Cedric admitted to his father. "This makes me glad that your mom is the only child of her generation. No scheming cousins," his dad teased. Priscilla Claren Reyes, Cedric's mother, continued to run her family business despite having married into one of the richest families in the country. As a matter of fact, she sometimes seemed busier than her husband. When Anna had grown up, she had helped in managing both the Claren and Reyes businesses, giving her vast knowledge in different industries. As the last Claren, their businesses would eventually be merged with the Reyes group, making it much larger than it already was. "Not all her cousins are bad, Dad." Cedric said, "They all don't like you, right?" Emilio asked his son. Cedric could only nod in reply. "Dad, I don't want to just hand it to Adriana. Her family will get suspicious." Cedric told his father, "Don't worry, I know what to do. You do know that you could have just told me all of this over a phone call, right?" Emilio asked his son. "I missed you, Dad." Cedric smiled. "Well, while you are here, let's sign some transfer documents. Your sister got hers at 20, so you should get your shares by now." Emilio called Marco, his assistant, over. "For the first batch, 25 of Crescenta Land, 10 of Elijah Corp, 15 of Manila Bank. Sign them." Emilio said as Marco handed Cedric a pen and the documents. "For the Claren Holdings, your mom still owns 100 of all of it, but of course she plans to eventually pass it down to you and Anna." Emilio explained. "If you want anything done with Elijah Malls, you just need to tell me and your sister over the phone. I know the Hernandez family has been eyeing expansion through our malls for a long time now. If it's something as small as this partnership, just ask Ian or Camilla to give the vice president a call." Emilio told his son. Elijah Malls was the largest mall chain in the country. They had over 50 malls spread out in the largest cities and provinces. It was a business under Elijah Corp that was owned by Reyes Group. At Anna's request, she had given up shares in Crescenta Land and Morco in exchange for more shares in Elijah Corp at Islands Inc. Adriana was holding a meeting with the team that was initially handling the Elijah Mall project. They were telling her how the management of Elijah Corp had been blocking them at every turn. "Miss Adriana, there is really nothing we could do. Elijah Corp is owned by the Reyes Group. For some reason, they seem to be blocking any improvement we make. They have raised our rent 2 times this year. Honestly, we have more to lose in this than they do, one of the team members confessed. I got one of the assistants to speak once, and according to her, the order to block any project from Islands Inc. came from the very top. Another member told her, why would the president of Ray's group want to suppress Islands Inc.? We are just a small company compared to them. Adriana wondered out loud, Miss, we actually wanted to ask if anyone from the Hernandez family has managed to offend anyone from Ray's group. A shy girl asked. I'll look into that. For now, could you set up a meeting with me in the management of Elijah Malls? Adriana asked. Miss Adriana, I don't think I need to call them, the girl said slowly. Why? Adriana wondered at this girl's odd behavior. I just got a message from the manager's assistant. They want to meet with you later today to hear your pitch, the girl said, showing the message on her phone. Everyone in the room was shocked. They had been working on this project for years, and yet the exact same day that Adriana is placed as the project head, it seems that the ban on Islands Inc. was just lifted. Quick, prepare the documents. Tell them we'll be there by 4 p.m. Adriana told the team. By the afternoon, Cedric was exhausted by all his meetings. He had barely sat on his desk when Ian informed him that his father asked him to go to our tower to join a meeting. He quickly changed to something more fashionable. He could already hear Iana scolding him for going to our tower in ordinary work attire. So your father asked me to prepare this face mask and glasses for you. He said you should wear it to the meeting, Ian said, handing a bag over to Cedric. I guess I'll be attending this meeting as the heir to Ray's group. Cedric sighed. What floor will our meeting be at? At the 9th floor, sir, Elijah Corp, Ian told him. It's the Islands Inc. meeting, isn't it? Cedric asked Ian. Yes, sir. Ian confirmed. I'm guessing my wife will pitch the project and I'm there to approve it. My dad is a horrible person. Cedric said, laughing and shaking his head. So your father also said that we should come in through the main entrance rather than through the basement. He wants to use this to announce that you are back, Ian told Cedric. I really don't have a choice in this matter. Cedric laughed. He took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Ramabad. Are your reporters and photographers at the entrance of our tower? Ram replied. We're all gonna arrive together. This is gonna be fun. Cedric suddenly noticed that his car along with 4 others had formed a caravan. Not far away from the 4 cars were 2 lead vans and 2 tail vans. They were probably filled with bodyguards. Due to his low profile, Cedric never used bodyguards. However, his friends and sister always needed some. Cedric guessed that the 2 cars in front of him were Miguel Chan and Ramon Abad. This was done on purpose to represent business partnerships that the families had formed. The 2 cars behind him were probably Raymond Lawrence and Alexander Sebastian, showing the underground and political influence that the Rays family had. Cedric opened their group chat and sent a message. The old men were doing more than just playing golf this morning. Ray Lawrence, they even managed to put symbolism into how we arrive. Ha ha ha. Ramabad, Dad contacted all the major news outlets last night. We're gonna show this city how to make a real entrance. Miguel Chan, Dad pulled me out of an operation for this. I hate you, Cedric. You owe me dinner. Alexi Sebastian, and yet no one will see Cedric's face. Cedric Rays, are we wearing matching watches today? Ray Lawrence, matchy. Alexi Sebastian, grow up, Ray. Miguel Chan, of course we are. I wear mine all the time hoping the paparazzi catch it and reveal your identity by accident. Cedric Rays, I'm sure there are more of these watches. Ramabad, nope. Yana bought them all out. Cedric grinned. It seemed what would reveal him to the public was his watch. When they arrived at the driveway of our tower, the press was already there with their cameras up. Cedric wore the face mask and glasses. He took a deep breath and nodded to Ian. Ian got out of the car and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, camera flashes started to go off. The press were disappointed to see that the heir of the Rays group had hidden his face, but from his aura, you could immediately guess that he was a powerful man. A little bit ahead of them in the lobby, Adriana and her team were wondering what the commotion outside was about. Oh my, guys look, I think that's the Rays heir. And look behind him, it's the 4 other princes. One of the team members said, pointing to the driveway outside. Miss Adriana, I think you're our lucky charm. Not only did we manage to get a meeting with the management of Elijah Malls, but we even got the chance to see the 5 princes today, a girl said excitedly. After that day, everyone in Islands Inc. started to believe that Adriana was Islands Inc.'s lucky charm. Outside, Ray ran up to Cedric and whispered, Isn't that your wife? Cedric looked up and saw Adriana standing in the lobby of our tower. The paparazzi managed to capture a photo of the way Cedric looked after Ray pointed Adriana out. His eyes were full of love. Sir, are you back for good? A reporter asked Cedric. Mr. Rays, many women want to know, are you dating anyone? Are you engaged? Are you married? Mr. Rays, will you be taking over Ray's group now? 5 princes, please tell us how you all became friends. Mr. Rays, what role will your sister, Anna Rays, play in Ray's group? The reporters flooded Cedric and the others with questions. Not even Ramabad could have expected that Cedric's return would excite people this much. Please let Mr. Rays pass through. The family will hold a press conference later on, Ian said quickly, helping Cedric into the building. The security guards and bodyguards blocked the paparazzi from entering our tower. That was crazy, Miguel shouted while laughing. He looked at Cedric, who still hadn't said a word. He suddenly realized that Adriana and her team were still standing at the empty lobby. Adriana stared at the man standing in front of her. Something about him seemed very familiar, but at the same time it felt very different. Mrs. Reyes, we meet again, Raymond Lawrence called from behind Cedric. Mr. Lawrence, I didn't expect to see you here, Adriana said, shaking Ray's hand. We're just here to accompany our friend back. Right, old friend? He asked Cedric. Cedric simply nodded in reply. Mrs. Reyes, what brings you here? Ray asked. Oh, I have a meeting with the management of Elijah Mall to pitch a partnership. Adriana told Ray. Oh, that's perfect. We're going there too. Join us. Ray could feel Cedric's piercing stare behind him. Could my team come along? Adriana asked. We left the bodyguards and just brought assistant Ian along. We could all fit, Ray said, counting the number of people that would be on the lift. Oh, hey, Ian. Adriana waved. She knew Ian to be one of Cedric's few friends from the office. Ian suddenly froze. If Cedric hadn't sent an elbow to his side, he wouldn't have said hi back. They all got on the lift and went up. Since when have you been working at Ray's group? Adriana asked. Ian looked at Cedric to ask for permission. Cedric gave a slight nod. Moreco is a subsidiary of Ray's group. Mr. Reyes is the president of Moreco, Ian explained. So Mr. Reyes knows my husband, Adriana said, directing the question to the businessman that remained silent the whole time. Cedric gave a slight nod again. Oh, we're here, Miguel announced, a bit too enthusiastically. Alexi gave Miguel a look that made his friend cower behind Cedric. We'll see you later then, Mrs. Reyes, Ray said, bidding goodbye to Adriana. When the princes left their earshot, Adriana's team started to talk excitedly. Who knew they would get to the five princes and even ride the elevator with them? Miss Adriana, how do you know them? One of her team members asked. Well, Miguel is a friend of my husband, but when I met him he was still studying. Ian is my husband's best friend at work, and Mr. Lawrence is also my husband's friend, but I met the other two when I was shopping, Adriana confessed. Miss Adriana, isn't your husband just an assistant? How can he have so many powerful friends? Someone asked. I honestly have no idea. Adriana shrugged as they approached the Elijah Corp's receptionist. Soon they were brought to a room where they would pitch their idea. Good morning, Miss Adriana. I'm the VP for Elijah Corp. You'll be presenting today to me and Mr. Reyes, the heir of Reyes Group. He is also one of the largest shareholders in Elijah Corp. I think he brought some friends along, but don't worry, I'm sure you will do well, the vice president said with a smile. The employees of Island S Inc. were shocked. In the past, not only was it hard for them just to get a meeting, but most employees of Elijah Corp. were cold to them, and yet now, Adriana was simply put in charge of the project, and it seems their fortune had completely changed. Cedric and the boys soon entered and took their seat. Ray leaned back and winked at Adriana. When Cedric saw that, he threw a glare at Ray, who just laughed it off. Cedric gave a slight nod again, and Ian announced that Adriana could begin her presentation. Adriana and her team found it odd that Mr. Reyes kept his face mask on throughout the presentation. Nonetheless, she continued showing her plans for the partnership. She expected that in the middle of the presentation, Mr. Reyes, or the VP of Elijah Corp, would ask questions, but there were none. They simply listened intently and nodded at what she said. When she was done, she saw Mr. Reyes write something in his notebook and shows it to Ian. Miss Adriana, Mr. Reyes is happy with your plans. We won't change anything. Elijah Corp would be more than happy to pursue this partnership, Ian announced happily. The other four princes wanted to bust out laughing. Of course, Mr. Reyes would agree 100 with her plans. He gave his wife everything. The employees of Islands Inc. and Adriana were in shock. They had never heard of any company getting what they wanted from Reyes Group. They always drove hard negotiations where they often came out on top. What are the next steps? Adriana managed to ask. Mr. Reyes wrote again and showed it to Ian. Mr. Reyes said that you will be working with the VP on this directly. He hopes that this will be a fruitful partnership for both parties. Please send us the contract as soon as possible so that the VP can sign. Cedric had thought things through. He would not sign the contract. If he did, Adriana would immediately find out. Thank you, Mr. Reyes, Adriana said right before she and her team left. When they got back to Islands Inc., they were ecstatic. First thing Adriana did was call Cedric. Her team wanted to go for dinner and drinks. So how'd it go? Cedric asked. You knew and you didn't tell me, Adriana accused. I'm not allowed to tell anyone who I work for, but I saw his schedule and Ian told me. Cedric at that time was at Nouveau where his friends were eating and drinking at his expense. Well, I got it. The team wants to have dinner and drinks, Adriana told him. Oh, all right. I have to work overtime too. I'll see you at home. Cedric asked. Yeah, I'll see you, Adriana said, dropping the call. Miss Adriana, could we eat at Nouveau? This is a really big deal and we need to celebrate properly, one of the team members suggested. Good luck on getting a reservation, someone commented. I'll give it a try, Adriana said, calling the number for Nouveau. When the manager realized who was booking a table, he immediately told one group that they had overbooked in order to accommodate Mr. Rey's wife. When Adriana's team heard that she got them a table, they quickly returned to our tower to eat. Don't forget to vote for never judge with your power stones, hahaha. I enjoyed torturing Cedric so much, Ray said loudly as they ate their meal. I thought he was going to kill you, Miguel said. If he hit on my wife, I would definitely have punched him. Cedric said, shaking his head. You guys are children. Alexei commented about his friends. Hey look guys, we are the one topic on social media. I mean it's across platforms and so many hashtags. Ram said, scrolling through the iPad his assistant just handed him. Who wants to break the internet again? Ram asked, holding out his phone. What are you planning? Cedric asked. Well, we could just post a selfie. I think people will eat that up. Ram suggested. We should make Cedric an official page. We could just put Mr. Ray's as the name. Miguel said, that's a stupid idea. Cedric said, no, it's brilliant. Ram, besides being a rich heir, was a PR genius. He could make anyone popular. It was under his management that Lights Entertainment reached new heights. Of course, having Eric Chan help too. Ram quickly made accounts for Cedric on various social media platforms. He then nagged the boys to take a selfie that they would all post. Of course, Cedric was wearing his mask and glasses. The moment the photo hit social media, everyone was thrown into a frenzy. Boys had tagged the Mr. Ray's account Ram had just created, and in a few moments the account had 1 million followers already. These comments are hilarious, Miguel said, reading through them. This one on IG says, please tell me the 5 princes are all single. Mr. Ray's, I think I've fallen in love with your eyes. Miguel burst out laughing. I think the mystery made everyone want to see more of Cedric, Ray said while looking through the comments on his post. Are the sisters coming over? Cedric asked. Yeah. Eric too, I'm pretty sure Yana is fuming now. She isn't here to join the fun, Ray said, still scrolling through the comments. Mr. Cedric, I just spoke to the manager. It seems Mrs. Ray's and her team reserved a table here for tonight as well. Ian told Cedric. Did they give her a private room? Cedric asked. Yes, sir. Ian confirmed. That's fine. We can manage to avoid her. I'll just sleep at the old house tonight. It would be awkward if I arrived in my car, Cedric said. Do you think we'll bump into the 5 princes again? One of the islands, Inc. Employees asked. Let's not push our luck, another told her. The elevator door opened and their jaws dropped. Inside was Eric Chan and 4 girls. He even had his arm on the shoulder of one of them. Mrs. Ray's, please join us, Eric said with a wink. The girls on the elevator giggled. Adriana's co-workers pushed him in. They weren't going to pass on the opportunity to ride the same elevator as Eric Chan. Mr. Eric, can we take a photo with you? The employees asked. The girl who had Eric's arm on her shoulder took it off and said, why don't I take the photo for you? Sure, the employee said. Let's take the photo when we get off the elevator, Eric suggested. At the floor of Nouveau, they stopped at the entrance to take photos. Miss, would you like us to take photos of you with Mr. Eric? An employee asked the girls who had arrived with Eric. They giggled. We'll pass. By Mrs. Ray's, I don't know if you remember us, but we were with Yana that day. The girls waved as they left with Eric Chan. Adriana suddenly realized why they looked familiar. Adriana saw them enter the room where she and Cedric had lunch last time. Adriana and her group were led to a room at the other end of the restaurant. This room was not as beautiful or elegant as the room where she and Cedric had their meal, but it was still amazing. The team members began taking photos as Adriana ordered food and drinks. She felt her phone buzzing. It was a message from Cedric saying he couldn't come home tonight due to work. After having so much fun that night, most of the team members were happy and quite tipsy. When Adriana went over to settle the bill, the manager told her that it was on the house. A gift from Elijah Corp. Adriana didn't think much about it and thanked the manager. Adriana herself was quite tipsy. When she was leaving the restaurant, she thought she saw Cedric enter a private room. She followed the man, but before she could enter, she was pulled back by Ian. Adriana, are you all right? He asked her. Yeah, I just thought I saw Cedric. What are you doing here? She asked Ian. I'm accompanying Mr. Ray's. Cedric is still in the office. Mr. Ray's and I are going back there. He lent us a place to stay for the night since we are swamped with work. Ian explained, hoping that it would help his boss. Oh, all right, I'll leave now, Adriana said, bidding him goodbye. Ian entered the room and told Cedric that his wife was leaving and that Adriana had almost seen him. Cedric nodded. He was concerned about his wife, who seemed to have drank quite a lot. Adriana woke up in her room, and she couldn't remember how she got home. When she came down for breakfast, she was surprised to see Cedric home. She gave him a hug for some reason. I thought you weren't coming home last night, Adriana said. She clearly remembered Cedric telling her that he was so swamped with work and that he wouldn't be able to come home. I was worried about you. You're such a lightweight when it comes to drinking, Cedric said, kissing the top of her head. For once I agree with Cedric. If it hadn't been for him, you wouldn't have made it home, Gracious said. Last night, after Ian had told him that Adriana seemed quite intoxicated, he had the bodyguards at the lobby keep an eye on her. When they reported that Adriana was sending off all of her employees, first Cedric headed down. It was a good thing he had come down. As he approached her, she suddenly passed out. Since he didn't know if Adriana had brought her car, he had no choice but to bring her home in the Maserati he used earlier. Luckily, everyone at home was asleep by the time they got back, and no one caught a glimpse of the car he had used. Audrey, I didn't know when your car was, so we took a cab going home. Cedric told her. I left it at the office since I was worried I would get drunk. Adriana told him. All right then, you should eat or we'll be late, Cedric said, pulling her to the table. At Moreco, Cedric was having an extremely busy week. With the relaunch and the Elysia Mall project in his hands, he didn't even have time to go out for lunch. Ian and Camilla just bought food and they all ate together. At first, Ian and Camilla refused to eat with Cedric in his office, but Cedric insisted. He thought it would be lonely to eat on his own. Within the week, Ram Abad had released a statement from Lights Entertainment announcing that Eric Chan would be endorsing more phones. With this piece of news, more eyes turned towards Moreco. The employees of Moreco, on the other hand, were stressed beyond belief. With the high standards their president had set, most of them had ended up doing overtime every day for the past week. They didn't feel bad though, as every day when they would leave the office, they could still see the lights on in the president's office. At least they knew that the president wasn't just goofing off. Before they knew it had been a week since the Hernandez family meeting. Cedric and Adriana, who had been seeing each other less due to their work loads, took this opportunity to spend some time together. They both got some time off after work and had lunch together. Are you presenting the Elysia Mall project later? Cedric asked Adriana. Yeah. Would you know if your boss has any comments on the last proposal we sent? Adriana had hoped that instead of Ian she would be working with Cedric, but Mr. Reyes had already assigned it to Ian and she had no right to ask otherwise. I think he's all right with it. Ian should have given you a call by now. Cedric had told Ian to finish the Elysia Mall project within the day. As if on Adriana's phone began to ring, it was Ian with the final plans and approval. After lunch, they took a walk in the park and went shopping in the mall. Cedric bought Adriana a bunch of new clothes. When she asked if he had money to pay for it, he simply reminded her that he had gotten promoted. At the end of the day, the couple headed to the Hernandez patriarch's home in good spirits. As usual, Frederick updated the family on the company status, and other family members gave their reports. What surprised Adriana was that there was no mention of the Elysia Mall project. Uncle, aren't you forgetting to update everyone on the Elysia Mall project? Adriana asked. I was hoping to spare you the embarrassment, Adriana, but since you are insisting. Frederick paused to take a deep breath. Adriana spent tens of thousands throwing a party at Nouveau. This is despite not yet securing the contract to the Elysia Mall project. Frederick accused. Is this true, Adriana? Grandpa Hernandez asked with disappointment painted all over his face. I did not use company money in Nouveau. Also, the contract has been signed with Elysia Corp. They agreed to everything we asked for. Adriana said, contradicting everything Frederick accused her of. That's a lie, Elysia Corp. Never agrees 100 to another company's terms, Frederick said in disbelief. It seemed no one had thought of telling him about their victory at our tower. Adriana, do you have proof? Grandpa Hernandez asked his granddaughter. Adriana looked at Cedric. She didn't want to bother Ian, but getting that contract was the only proof they could get. I'll call Ian. Cedric whispered to her. I can prove it, Adriana declared as Cedric gave Ian a call. Luckily, Ian was still at the office when Cedric called. The only problem was that the VP of Elysia Corp. had not signed the contract yet. Although Cedric could sign it, Adriana knew his signature. So Ian had to pass by the VP's house and have him sign the documents before bringing it to the Hernandez family. When Ian entered, he was treated with respect by everyone in the Hernandez family. He was, after all, the assistant to the heir of Reyes Group. Miss Adriana, my boss apologizes for the delay. Here is the signed contract. If everything is in order, we will begin the partnership immediately. Ian said as he gave Adriana the contract. The rest of the family was in shock. It was like the Reyes Group apologizing to Adriana. See, uncle, I did get the contract. You can check it. Cedric and I are leaving. With that, Adriana stomped out. After the incident at the Hernandez's old house, many people in Islands Inc. began to treat Adriana very differently. In the past, she wasn't even treated as if she was a member of the Hernandez family. Many saw her as an inconsequential employee. However, after news of the Elysia Mall project was released, almost all the employees started treating Adriana differently. Only the employees that were loyal to Frederick and his children still looked down at Adriana. With the contract signed, Adriana became even busier, giving her less chances of spending time with Cedric. With both Adriana and Cedric extremely busy, the weeks flew by. They had so much overtime that they would come home, exhausted. At one point, Cedric was tempted to use his driver to take them home, but he eventually decided against it, since it was one of the few times he and Adriana spent alone. Finally, both his and Adriana's hard work would soon pay off. Today, Veronica was presenting the final design and model for Moreco's office. It was also today that Eric's photo shoot and commercial would be approved by Cedric. They had already begun to release teasers on Morephone's relaunch, and an event and press conference was already scheduled. Mr. Cedric, Miss Veronica is here to present the final design for your approval, Camilla announced. Veronica strutted in. She dropped her laptop on Cedric's desk and opened it. You're my only client that I need to get approval from. Did you know that?" Veronica said with her hand on her waist and her eyebrow raised. As an internationally renowned designer, her clients trusted her taste and never questioned her. On top of that, everyone was desperate to have a Veronica designed anything that they were willing to take whatever she dished out. Cedric laughed at Veronica's sass. She hadn't changed a bit since they were kids. She stood at only 152 cm and did not even reach his chest. Cedric was not too tall. He stood at 180 cm and had broad shoulders he got from playing sports. Next to him, Veronica looked like a child. "Thank you, Veronica," Cedric said, grinning ear to ear. He had no plans of questioning Veronica's design. He trusted that she would give him the best office building in the country. Yeah, I'm the best." "I've heard it 1,000 times. My awards are enough to prove that," Veronica said, shaking her head as she opened the file she wanted to show Cedric. "We're going with a raw but modern industrial look for your office. Something simple yet timeless. Most offices, especially the tech ones, tend to go for that sleek futuristic look, but something about those just screams spaceship. We want to exude innovation and cutting edge without making it seem so literal," Veronica explained as they went through the designs. "Although the theme will be industrial, we'll go with black and white colors to make it more sophisticated. We'll incorporate some of the existing structural elements this building already had, and most of the colors would be from the furniture." Cedric nodded in agreement. He had no qualms about Veronica's design. He had intended for this building to be 100 designed by the great Veronica. They went through more details, such as the feel of the lobby when people entered, how the meeting rooms and desks would look. The final thing they went through was the president's floor and office. It carried the same theme of the building, but this floor mostly had white walls with black accents to it. A connecting door was going to be added between Cedric's office and the boardroom. There would also be a lounge, which was more like a one-bedroom apartment where Cedric could rest. "Can you make me a model for this that we can show on our relaunch?" Cedric asked, leaning back on his seat. "I could do it better and faster if you would lend me some designers that can work with my computer programs." Veronica leaned on the wall and crossed her arms. "Talk to Ian about it. Tell him what you need. It needs to be done in 3 days so that we can incorporate it into our presentation," Cedric said, taking a sip of his coffee. "Do you want to see the design for your house?" Veronica asked. Cedric checked the time. He had another meeting, but he didn't want to waste Veronica's time, so he told Camilla to move his next meeting by an hour. "Sure, let's look at it," Veronica said, opening another file. Based on her files, Cedric could see from the amount of emails and files in Veronica's laptop that she had delayed many clients to work on his project. Suddenly, a chat box popped out. It was called Princess Nicole, BITCHES. "I wanna go shopping." Nicole again. "Let me reply." Veronica shook her head as she tried to reply to the group chat. Suddenly, Nicole sent another message. "Princess Nicole, Princess Veronica, are you still in a meeting with Cedric? Tell him he's too slow." Cedric suddenly started laughing. "Is your group name supposed to be a play on the 5 princes title people keep referring to us with?" he asked, still laughing. It started out as a joke, but Nicole took it too seriously and it stuck. Veronica, who was also laughing, managed to say, "Look, Veronica, I trust your design for the house. No need to show me, just tell me how much you need and I'll transfer it to you," Cedric said, shaking his head. Suddenly the chat popped up again. "Princess Anna, it's a guy again, isn't it, Princess Nicole?" Cedric laughed again as he took out his phone to take a photo of the chat. "Nicole is going to hate you," Veronica teased. "Don't introduce her to Ian. Eric and Miguel will never let me hear the end of it if you do," Cedric jokingly threatened. Veronica laughed and quickly closed her laptop and said her goodbyes to Cedric. That afternoon, it was Eric that came by his office to do a photo shoot of them signing a contract. Cedric once again wore a face mask and glasses. The female employees of their marketing department couldn't help but sigh at the 2 men in front of them. Eric was taller and fairer than Cedric. He stood at 184 cm and simply oozed charm. "I think Mr. President might be as handsome as Eric Chan," a female employee told her companion. "The mystery just makes him seem more handsome," her friend said. The girls sneaked photos of their president and posted it all over. Once again, Cedric and Eric managed to top the charts on social media. A week had gone by and more phones relaunch day arrived. As a business partner of Elijah Corp, Adriana had been invited to attend. The event would be held at night, and all the employees were invited to join. Most were attending since it was their chance to finally meet their mysterious president and to see Eric Chan live and in person. Adriana had asked Cedric if they would see each other during the launch. Cedric told her that he might be too busy, but he would definitely find time for her. Cedric had arranged with Ian and Camilla to find a way to get Morco's president to leave right after his speech so that Cedric could watch the rest of the program with his wife. Unfortunately, there were parts where he would be needed, so they had to settle with Cedric joining Adriana after the program. When Adriana got to the lobby of Islands Inc., there were 2 Maseratis waiting at the driveway. She was wondering which big shot was meeting with her Uncle Frederick that day when all of a sudden the door to one opened and an elegant lady came out. She was dressed for business without sacrificing being fashionable. She wore simple jewelry and had the same aura as a CEO of a big corporation. Adriana, the woman waved while walking towards her. 4 bodyguards followed right behind. Adriana suddenly realized that the woman she was so in awe of was Anna Reyes, the lively girl that saved her in the watch shop, and she was wearing the watch they bought that day. "Miss Reyes, do you have a meeting with my uncle?" Adriana asked quite respectfully. "No, I'm here to pick you up," she said, flashing her perfect white teeth. Looking at her, Adriana thought that Anna could be an actress and still stand out. "Hey Anna, Carlos is waiting for us. Will you hurry up?" a young-looking girl shouted from the other car. "Sorry, that's my friend Nicole. She's a bit impatient. Come on." Anna held Adriana by the wrist and pulled her into the car. In the Maserati, there was another girl inside who looked younger than both Anna and Ariana. She was slim and looked very mature. Her brown hair was tied in a bun and she leaned against the other door. "Adriana, this is Natalia Sebastian. She likes science." Adriana smiled at the girl next to Anna. Saying that Natalia liked science was like saying that Veronica liked to doodle on her notebook. Anna had dragged Natalia out of her lab despite the latter being in the middle of an experiment that could help eradicate some genetic illnesses at birth. Natalia did not just like science, she led many innovations in it. "Don't mind Natalia, she doesn't talk much. Plus she's mad at me from dragging her from her experiments," Adriana said as she typed away on her phone. "Where exactly are we going?" Adriana asked. "Well, we're going to Carlo's studio. He's a friend of Veronica. We're gonna pick our dresses and have our hair and makeup done for tonight," Anna told Adriana. Adriana just sighed. It seemed she was kidnapped by the shopping maniac. At Morco's head office, Cedric was choosing what to wear for the relaunch when the phone on his desk began to ring. It was Ray Lawrence. "Yeah," Cedric asked over the phone. "I thought I should tell you that your sister called the other day and used my plane to come home," Ray told Cedric. "And you were just telling me this just now." Cedric sighed over the phone. "Your sister has become quite bossy over the years, all right. She made me promise not to tell," Ray complained. "When is she arriving?" Cedric asked. "Well, she arrived this morning," Ray Lawrence admitted. "I'm sure she won't stir up trouble." "Do my parents know?" Cedric asked. He had full confidence that despite her sometimes odd and careless behavior, Anna was mature enough to know what she should and shouldn't do. "I'm not sure. She usually doesn't tell them if she's just here for a day or two," Ray admitted to his friend. "All right, I'll give her a call," Cedric said, dropping the call. Cedric quickly dialed Anna's number. It took a while before she eventually picked up. "Brother," Anna gleefully greeted. "You need to stop harassing Ray for a plane ride. We have our own." Ray's family owned several personal planes and even a company plane for Ray's group. "But brother, it's cheaper to hop on a plane that's already there," Anna explained. "Not when you unload the whole flight. Don't be selfish, Anna. Next time just book a seat and not the whole plane," Cedric scolded. "It's Ray that emptied the flight this time. I just wanted a seat, I promise," Anna complained. "All right, so does this mean you'll be there tonight?" Cedric asked his sister. He heard her giggle on the other line. "Yes, of course, you made such a scene last time and I wasn't even in the country. I'm not going to miss this. The girls and I are at Carlo's already," she told her brother. "I'll see you later then, Anna," Cedric said, bidding his sister goodbye over the phone. "At Carlo's studio. Was that see your brother, I mean?" Nicole asked, almost saying Cedric's name. "Haha, Nicole, you are the worst." "Yes, it was my older brother." Anna laughed. "Miss Anna, I think this is too much," Adriana said as an assistant showed her some pieces of jewelry to wear. "Nah, those are quite simple. Trust us, we won't make you look like some cheap social climber," Veronica said quite flatly. The sisters often made fun of social climbers that tried to snag one of their brothers. Sometimes women and men would approach them trying to get on their good side in order to climb higher in the food chain. They felt very annoyed by these people. "I hate those so much. I'm lucky that my elder brother is so low profile that people don't know who to suck up to." Anna laughed. She wanted to say that even if people tried to get close to him, her brother would just push them away since he was already married. "Are you guys almost done?" Katerina called from the other room. She had a sudden call with a client and had to work. As one of the best lawyers in the world, she often had to fly across different countries just to work. "Yeah, we're just picking jewelry." "Want me to pick for you?" Nicole asked. "No pink," Katerina shouted as Nicole was about to pick up a pink set. "But you're so serious all the time. You need to be more feminine," Nicole said, still looking at the pink set before her. "Then you wear it." "Veronica, can you please choose for me? I don't trust Nicole on this at all," Katerina said before going back to her call. "Why don't you guys ever trust me with these things?" Nicole said, crossing her arms across her chest and leaning against a wall. "I would trust you to pick a doctor for me if my life was on the line," Anna said, putting her arm around her friend's shoulder. "But I would never trust you to pick jewelry for me. You'll just make me wear that hideous pink." Everyone, except Adriana, burst into laughter. Adriana wondered what happened to the composed and powerful women that had picked her up in the office. She was also more curious on why they had dragged her along. After all, she had only met Anna once. Adriana's phone started to ring as Cedric gave her a call. She quickly picked it up. "Hey, honey." As Adriana said this, the sisters all looked at each other and started to giggle. What an odd group of girls, Adriana thought to herself. "Hey, how are you getting to the relaunch tonight?" Cedric asked. "Oh, Adriana paused as she thought of a way to explain to Cedric the predicament she was in. "What's wrong, Adri?" Cedric asked, curious as to his wife's odd behavior. "Well, remember the girl that bought our watches?" Adriana asked tentatively. Yeah, Cedric already knew that his sister had kidnapped his wife, so she showed up at the entrance of my office and dragged me along. We're at some fashion designer's showroom and they got me all dressed up for tonight. Adriana admitted. "All right, I guess I'll see you later," Cedric said in surrender. Morco had booked the largest and most luxurious hall in the Manhwarecaps hotel. Aside from the employees, Morco management also invited many famous personalities as well as the press. As an unknown subsidiary of Ray's group, the highest-ranking employees of the group were also invited. The employees of Morco were very excited. This was their chance to see their mysterious president. "I can't believe that we will see the president today. I spoke to my cousin from the marketing department, and she said he was as handsome as Eric Chan. They did a photo shoot for the contract signing, and they managed to sneak a photo, and it trended all over social media," an employee said as they waited for the event to start. "Do you think he is single? I hope he is. I want to get a chance to be like my favorite heroines," another girl told her companion. Soon all the employees and press had arrived. They were surprised when the executives of the Rays and Clarin groups arrived. Sir, why are you here?" a member of the press asked as the executives passed. "We're here to support our boss," one replied. Suddenly, everyone within earshot was shocked, since when was Morco purchased by the Rays Group? Was this the reason for the relaunch and the change in president? Little did they know that in a few moments they would be even more shocked. The executives, instead of seating in the place of honor, sat with the directors of Morco, who were the big shots that would sit there. Suddenly, a group of good-looking men and women arrived. It was the four princes, their siblings and parents. With them as well were the members of the Rays family. Anna entered with her arm locked with Adriana. "What are they doing there?" Everyone started to snap photos. Phone and camera flashes illuminated the room. "Wait, does this mean that the president of Morco is actually the heir of Ray's group?" a journalist assumed. "Only someone as powerful as the heir of Ray's group could bring these people to the same venue. I need to call my boss. This needs to be the headline for tomorrow's paper," another reporter told his companion. The employees of Morco, on the other hand, were shocked. Did this mean that they were actually working for the Rays Group, a company known to have high demands and high expectations of its employees? Everyone was confused at what was happening. No one expected news like this at the relaunch of a small company. Many people who had second thoughts on going were suddenly glad that they had come. Imagine missing out on news as big as this. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we will begin momentarily," the host announced in an attempt to calm down the audience. The photos snapped had already begun to circulate on social media. People were suddenly aware that all the four princes and their families had shown up to the event, in the Hernandez family house. Dad, look," John said, handing his phone over to his father. Frederick had immediately noticed Adriana entering the event alongside Anna Reyes. "How does she know the Reyes family?" Frederick asked. "Maybe they met when she went to our tower," John suggested. "No, the employees never mentioned meeting Anna Reyes. Could it be that useless husband of hers is a member of the Reyes clan?" Frederick asked himself. "Dad, that's impossible. Cedric Reyes is a useless man that only relies on his wife. How could he be a member of such a powerful family?" John refused to believe his father's theory. "You're right, maybe she met her somewhere else. Didn't Adriana say she received an invitation to the event since Cedric works there? Maybe she's there as a companion for Miss Reyes," Frederick said, coming up with a theory that was closer to what they believed to be more probable. "Asia is going to throw a fit when she sees this," John said, shaking his head. Sure enough, Asia came stomping into her father's home office. "Why is she there?" she asked angrily. "Relax, Asia, her husband works at Morco. It's only natural that she's there. Also, she got an invite to attend. She's actually there on behalf of Islands Inc." Frederick tried to calm his fuming daughter down. "I'm supposed to be the most celebrated daughter of this family. Why is Adriana getting all the attention? I will marry a better man. My position in the company is higher. My father is the president. Then why is Adriana there with Anna Reyes of Reyes Group?" Asia shouted. Her anger was loud enough to wake up the whole household. At Manhwarecaps Hotel, Cedric stood at the center of the stage. He had a mask covering his face, glasses that he didn't normally wear outside the office, and he was wearing clothes way too fashionable of the ordinary version of himself. If you knew Cedric, you would say that it was definitely not him. Today marks a new beginning for Morco. With a stronger partnership with Mr. Eric Chan, we will also be changing the image of our office building. This building will be redesigned by the famous architect interior designer Veronica. Cedric invited Veronica to stand from her seat. She did as asked and smiled at the audience. She was aware that tomorrow her new building would be the talk of the design and business world. Adriana sat at her seat, staring at the man on the stage. His build was the same as Cedric's, his hair the same color and length, his voice was exactly the same, but this man was still different from her husband. Cedric would never wear such a fancy suit, he would never have such a powerful aura, and most of all, Cedric was not the heir to Ray's group. The heir of the Ray's group remained on stage unmoving and staring at the audience. It was the first time Cedric had noticed Adriana in the crowd. She was seated in between Yana and his mother. She seemed like she was truly a part of the Ray's family. She was dressed in a form-fitting navy gown that had inlaid diamonds that sparkled as the light hit her with every movement. He wanted to jump off the stage and carry his wife home. Cedric was drawn back to reality when he noticed Anna laughing in the audience. He cleared his throat and continued his speech. Our dearest guests, employees, and members of the press, I would like to invite you all to try the latest phones in More Phones product line. Our goal is to bring you a product that you can take to other countries and be proud of. We at More Co. Thank you for your support. At that, the crowd burst into applause. Adriana could see Anna raise and her parents who were seated next to her beaming with pride. Adriana couldn't help feeling proud too. Her husband worked for this company and their months of hard work was finally paying off. We will now allow for members of the press to ask questions. We would like to request that the press avoid personal questions, the host announced. Cedric, Eric Chan, and some directors from More Co. took their seats in an area set up on the stage. Mr. Eric, is it true that you are endorsing this product free of charge? A reporter asked. Instead of Eric being able to answer, Ram, who was seated near the stage, burst out in laughter. Cedric motioned for Ian to hand Ram a mic. Yes, his endorsement of More Phones is free. It's a gift from me to an old friend. Ram grinned, handing the mic back. On stage, Cedric wanted to laugh as well. This was not the first question he had expected the press to ask. Mr. Ray's, does this mean that Ray's group has purchased More Co? Another member of the press asked. No, More Co has always been a subsidiary of the Ray's group. That answer from Cedric shocked the audience. All along they thought that the Ray's group had purchased More Co, when in fact More Co had been owned by the Ray's group from the very beginning. Mr. Ray's, why do you refuse to show your face? Someone asked. I prefer to keep a low profile. Cedric immediately answered. Mr. Ray's, what are your future plans for More Co? Another asked. I plan to build More Co into one of the top device manufacturers in the world. With our relaunch and new products, we plan to introduce ourselves to a global market. Mr. Ray's, you have been gone for 13 years. Are you in a relationship with anyone? At this question, all the women in the room held their breath. Most of them, even those that were married, were hoping deep down that they could have shot at this mysterious man. I don't mind questions about me, but if the question may potentially involve another person, I refuse to answer. It was the first question he refused to answer. The women in the room started to whisper among themselves, trying to figure out what he meant. My brother is amazing, isn't he? Yana asked Adriana. I guess he is. Yana said tentatively. In her heart, there was only one person, and that was Cedric. You don't seem impressed by my brother, Adriana. Yana asked. She knew how much her brother loved this woman. She could also sense that Adriana had an undying loyalty to her brother. She longed for a love like that. Mr. Ray's is very impressive. He has achieved a lot of things at such a young age. Adriana admitted. All these women are hoping to have a chance with him, but my brother's heart belongs to only one woman. Even if the most beautiful woman here were to strip naked in front of him, he would never cheat. Yana told her sister-in-law. You really love someone no one else can compare. Adriana said in a daze. I envy people like you and my brother. You both have found true love and you both have the chance to be with the one you love. The elegant young woman said with a smile. As Adriana and Yana spoke, the press couldn't help but take photos of the beautiful Adriana as she sat next to Yana. From what they knew, Yana was closed off to people. She didn't make friends outside her own circle. She never brought people from the outside in. So this arrival of a new person at her side made everyone extremely curious. After the cue, a portion of the event ended. Cedric changed back to his normal clothes and messed up his hair. As planned, Mr. Ray's would no longer have any appearances on stage after the QA. This was to give Cedric a chance to be with his wife. Ian approached Adriana and told her that they were going to be allowed time off already and that Cedric had asked him to fetch her. Adriana nodded and followed Ian to the back of the audience. Iana pulled out her phone and messaged her brother. Yana, you are no fun. Mom and Dad love Adriana. Why did you have to take her away? Cedric, she's my wife. Stop stealing her. Yana, I love her more than you now. Cedric, are you really my sister? At that, Yana refused to reply and just decided to let her brother enjoy the night with his wife. Cedric stood with Camilla at the back. Everyone else's attention was on the stage as the marketing team presented the latest commercial and endorsement shots done by Eric Chan. Cedric, Adriana, Camilla, and Ian sat on the seats that had been set aside for the president's secretaries. When Adriana sat next to Cedric, the press started to whisper and take photos of the couple. It was odd that this woman who was seated next to Anna Reyes just moments ago was now seated next to Mr. Reyes' two assistants and a man. The journalists quickly posted photos of Adriana and Anna Reyes side by side with photos of Adriana and Cedric during the event. Due to these photos, people online began to speculate who Cedric and Adriana were. People began pointing out that the two individuals next to Adriana and Cedric were Mr. Reyes' assistants. They even posted photos and screenshots of the event where Camilla and Ian were preparing things or helping Mr. Reyes. This began a rumor that Cedric may be the heir to the Reyes group. Ram Abad, who was seated at the front row, was immediately informed by his digital team that such a rumor was circulating. One part of his team was focused on monitoring any posts or content circulating about the five princes and their families. He knew that Cedric wanted to keep a low profile, so he sent a message to their group chat. Ram Abad, hey said, there are a ton of conspiracy theories going around about you now. Cedric Reyes, well, I still wore the mask tonight, so it's only natural that people would talk about me. Ram Abad, I'm not talking about the heir to the Reyes group. Well, I kinda am. People think you're you. Alexi Sebastian, Ram, you're being confusing. Ray Lawrence, yeah, Ram Abad, just look at this. Ram sent a screenshot of the post as well as the comments section from the forum. Loves the princes. Is he the real heir of the Reyes group? Girl in fire. He looks so ordinary. It can't be him. Person Holovs, but look at the girl with him. She was seated next to Anna Reyes, and when he arrived, she sat next to him. Future Mrs. Eric. The two next to them are Mr. Reyes' assistants. I clearly saw them in the photos with my Eric Ram Abad. Luckily, the post isn't on mainstream social media yet. I can release a statement saying that you are an assistant to the president of Morco, Cedric Reyes. Yes, I'd like that Ram Abad, done. Miguel Chan, who the hell uses the username Future Mrs. Eric? I'm clearly the better choice. Everyone chose to just ignore Miguel's rant. Some employees had also noticed the photo circulating social media. Since many of them knew Cedric, they immediately clarified that Cedric was actually an assistant to the president and not the president himself. As to the matter of who Adriana was, it was simple. She was his wife who also had business with the Reyes group. With people clarifying who Cedric and Adriana were, many people online became disappointed. They still didn't have a face to a name. The heir to Reyes group remained a mystery. Even after his speech and the QA portion, he suddenly just disappeared without a trace. The event all in all was a success. Morco had managed to successfully reinvent itself, and on top of that, the appearance of such important business personalities had also caused people to talk about Morco. It also helped that Ram Abad was stirring more talk about the company with their family's news outlet. For days, all people could talk about was Morco, and how this nobody company was actually headed by the heir of Reyes Group, despite the event happening almost a week ago, Morco. And the Reyes heir remained the hottest topic, both online and in person, even among the employees of Morco. They were trying to catch a glimpse of their president. The odd thing was, they didn't even know how he got to the office. None of the security guards could confirm what car he drove or what time he would arrive in the office. Even more tightly sealed were the lips of his assistants. It even reached the point where Ian, Camilla, and Cedric were rarely seen by their co-employees. It actually just so happened that the relaunch was just the start of a heavier workload for Cedric. With all the news surrounding more phones, the demand and workload for everyone increased. Despite having prepared for a surge in demand, no one was able to predict the amount of traction that the brand had gotten in the market. Cedric had to meet constantly with his directors on how to produce and distribute enough stocks just to meet the first week's demand. As a result of their busy schedule, Cedric often asked Ian and Camilla to simply order in. One day while Cedric was heading out, he noticed that the members of the logistics team were just clocking out as well. He took a quick mental note to make sure to treat all his employees in celebration of their success and to reward their hard work. It just so happened that among the employees that were leaving was Chris Garin. When he saw Cedric leaving as well, he realized that this was his chance. His one-sided argument with Cedric was the reason for his demotion. Hey, Cedric, Chris said, placing his arm around Cedric's shoulder. You owe me. You got me into trouble last time. That was your fault, Chris, not mine. Cedric said, taking Chris' arm off his shoulder. Look, I got demoted because of you. Right before Chris could say anything else, he noticed the logistics director walking towards them with Camilla and Ian. Buddy, don't forget about our high school reunion tomorrow, all right? I'm sure everyone is excited to see you. That's tomorrow, Cedric asked. He had completely forgotten about the date of their high school's batch reunion. Chris sneered at him. If he couldn't get back at Cedric now, he would do it during their reunion. He was more successful than Cedric anyway. Cedric might be the president's assistant, but he was just that, an assistant. Mr. Garin, do you have so much free time that you would just stand there and chat with your friend? The logistics director called out. When the logistics department's director saw Chris talking to Cedric, he paled. He knew what had happened last time and was worried that he would have to face the consequences this time. He immediately spoke to send Chris away. That night at Adriana's home, she was still busy working on documents needed for the Elysia Mall project. In the past few days, she would often go to work early and go home late. It was actually quite convenient since Cedric also had a heavy workload and more or less maintained the same schedule. "Honey, aren't you going to eat yet?" Cedric said as he peeked into their room. As soon as they had arrived, Adriana said she still had work to do and told him to just call her when it was time to eat. Cedric and his in-laws had finished a silent dinner over an hour ago. "I just need to finish this. We're so close to completing the project," said. Adriana continued to type while answering her husband's question. Cedric went up behind her and gave her a hug. "You worked too hard, Adri," he said, placing a kiss on her cheek. Adriana blushed at his actions. While he had her distracted, Cedric saved the file she was working on and closed her laptop. Adriana was about to fly into a rage when Cedric picked her up and kissed her on the lips. His actions shocked her. Cedric had never been a physically demanding person when it came to showing his affections. He had always been the timid and relaxed one in their relationship. His actions made Adriana forget that she was mad and she kissed him back. "All right, stop working. You need to eat." Cedric had already taken her out of their room and is already at the top of the flight of stairs going to the dining room. "Fine, put me down. I can walk." Adriana complained. "You're cute when you're like that." "Reminds me of our beach date." Cedric winked. When Adriana saw the food on the table, she was surprised. It was everything she liked. It seemed Cedric had prepared dinner tonight with her in mind. "Adri, there is something I forgot to tell you," Cedric said as he massaged her shoulders. "I knew it. You're being extra sweet because you did something." "Come on, spill." Adriana turned to face him. "Well, tomorrow is our high school reunion. I plan on going with you," Cedric confessed. "Oh, it's just that." She felt that she had overreacted. Adriana quickly turned back around and continued eating. "So can you go?" Cedric asked. "I've got work," came Adriana's answer. "You need to stop working for a bit, Adri. I'm sure the project will not fall apart just because you took some time off. Plus, you've already got the deal signed. All these should be done by someone else." Cedric tried to reason with his wife. "Uncle Frederick cut my team into half. On top of that, they decided to move the start date of the partnership sooner. I haven't even informed the management of Elysia Malls. I'm sure you know how much of a stickler for time the VP of Elysia Malls is. Not only will it be difficult to get the change of dates approved, my team and I will need to get moving on our end as well." Adriana told her husband. "I'll talk to them for you. Don't worry," Cedric said in an attempt to comfort her. "You're only an assistant, honey. I don't want you to put your job at risk just for something like this, but I can only agree to go with you if all my work gets pushed back or unloaded by tomorrow." Ariana told Cedric. "Just eat your food. I'll handle it, okay?" Cedric said while giving her a spoonful of rice. Ads by Pub Future. The next day at Moreco, Cedric had asked the VP of Elysia Malls to meet him at his office. It was going to be the first time a member of one of the bigger companies was coming over to Moreco, a subsidiary. When the VP arrived at Moreco, the employees were abuzz with rumors. Although it had already been confirmed that their president was the heir to the Rays Group, from what everyone knew, he wasn't involved in any other businesses. Later on, when Ian recounted this to Cedric, Cedric simply said, "Anything involving my wife is my business." Ian knew that if any of their female, and some male, employees had heard what his boss had said, they would be green with envy. At his office, Cedric arranged with the VP for Elysia Malls to give Adriana's team a hand. Usually, Elysia Malls would not have any hand in arranging for the partnership or executing it. They would just provide the companies with the stage to set it in. But since the partner this time was his boss, wife, the VP of course offered everything Elysia Malls could give in order to make things easier on Adriana. As soon as they had settled the matter, Ian called Adriana to tell her about the new arrangements. Adriana was shocked that her husband was able to help her out. All throughout their married lives, they had worked separately, rarely interfering in each other's businesses. Her worries from last night that this favor would put Cedric's job at risk was put to ease when she asked Ian about how the president treated Cedric. Of course, Ian said Cedric liked Cedric. It was a logical answer that they would laugh about after. Cedric was really happy to receive a call from his wife right after lunch telling him that she could go with him to his high school reunion. Although Cedric went to school under the public school system, he had a classmate by the name of Gabriel Fortin, who had eventually become the driver of a high-ranking government official. Gabriel had offered to pay for tonight's dinner at Constellation's resort. Due to his high school reunion, Cedric left the office earlier than usual and picked up Adriana before going to Constellation's resort. Although the hotel's largest location was in the capital where most of Cedric's classmates, including himself, now lived and worked, the reunion was going to be held in the province of Quirino. Quirino was just an hour's drive away from the capital, without traffic. It was also the province where Cedric had been sent to for his poverty training. Initially, when he had arrived in Quirino, It was a sleepy suburb town. Later on, when Constellation's resort opened, it evolved into a favorite tourist destination by people in the capital. Many of the residents had either built businesses or sold their properties, making many people much richer. The lobby of Constellations had a bamboo and natural material theme to it, with locally crafted woodwork everywhere. The whole place was designed to give off a pre-Spanish colonial feel, giving rise to the cultural heritage of the area. Gabriel had booked a function room that could fit his whole batch. When Cedric and Adriana arrived, most of Cedric's batchmates were already there. People's attention was immediately drawn to Adriana. She was beautiful and sophisticated. She was someone that clearly did not belong with them. She was above them. Cedric quickly spotted the table where his friends Thomas Velardino, or Tom, and Joseph Marins, or Joe, were seated. He waved at them and brought Adriana over. Tom and Joe knew that Cedric was married. They had, however, not had the chance to meet her yet. "Cedric, is this your wife?" Tom was shocked by the sight of Adriana. "Yes, Adriana, these are my friends from high school, Tom and Joe. Tom works here in Constellations as part of their security team, while Joe has been working in the Middle East as a nurse," Cedric said, introducing Adriana to his friends. "Cedric, your wife clearly does not belong among us commoners," Joe teased. Despite there being no kind of nobility or caste in their country, people from wealthier backgrounds did not mingle with those often perceived as beneath them. "How about our old friend, Gabriel Fortun? Do you think he will still mingle with us?" Tom asked. Back in high school, the four of them had been inseparable. All were initially from very poor families and understood each other's struggles. Sadly, as time went by and Gabriel did better for himself, he began to speak to his high school friends less, eventually reaching the point where he completely stopped talking to them. "I'm sure he'll start noticing your existence again, Joe. You work in a different country. In his eyes, you've got a lot of money," Tom teased. Although his words were meant to be a joke, there was much truth to them. Gabriel would only speak to or notice people he believed were on the same financial and social level as him. He might notice Cedric here. "Ced is the assistant to the president of Morco. I'm sure you meet as many big shots as Gabriel does," Joe said. Cedric laughed. "My boss doesn't meet a lot of people outside the office. Plus, I don't really handle discussions with those big shots," Cedric explained to his friends. "Who is Gabriel?" Adriana asked the boys. "Well, Gabriel used to be like us, one of us. Then he got a good-paying job and suddenly started acting like he was better than us." Tom was mad at Gabriel for how he treated them. After all, it was Cedric that had initially helped him get the job. "It just reached the point where he was ashamed to even associate with us," Joe said, completing what Tom was explaining. "Adriana, I think you'll find it quite funny to know that Gabriel is the driver of Mr. Joshua Sebastian, cousin to the president, uncle of one of the 5 princes. That's why he thinks so highly of himself now," Tom told Adriana. "So he's just a driver." Adriana's face was painted with confusion. To people like her, a driver was just a driver. Just as Cedric was just an assistant in her relative's eyes. "She said, I told you your wife is from a completely different world compared to ours," Tom teased. "And where is your wife?" he asked Tom. Tom had married his high school sweetheart and had 3 children. "At home with the kids. It's her turn to miss a class affair. I'm glad I went this time. The 2 of you have never attended before." Tom was smiling at how well his timing was. "It's my first time coming home after 5 years. Prior to that, I was busy studying. You can't blame me," Joe explained. "Hey, look guys, it's Gabriel," a girl from the next table said quite loudly. If it had been back in high school, no one would even notice if Gabriel did backflips into the room, but since he was working for a well-known person, everyone wanted to be his friend now. As Gabriel passed their table, Joe whispered to Adriana, "See what I mean now?" Adriana frowned. In her eyes, there was nothing spectacular about him, and Cedric's classmates were acting as if one of the 5 princes had walked into the room. Cedric excused himself to go to the men's room right before Gabriel was about to give a speech. When Gabriel stood up to speak, his eyes were quickly drawn to Adriana. Just as everyone had noticed, Adriana was not one of them. She belonged to the kind of people they dreamed of being, or the people they dreamed of working for. Gabriel wondered who had brought such a person to their gathering. As Gabriel welcomed everyone in the room, Cedric had the misfortune of encountering Chris in the men's room. Chris dragged Cedric to a corner with the help of his friends. Chris quickly punched Cedric in the stomach. Cedric winced in pain. Ads by Pub Future. "Guess what, loser? I got demoted because of you, so now I'm gonna take out my anger on you." Chris sent a knee flying at Cedric. Cedric, however, managed to catch the knee before it hit him and he pushed Chris back. Chris' friends were in shock. Cedric had always been the wimpy kid in class. He was always bullied and pushed around. How was it possible that he was now fighting back? However, before any of Chris' friends could do anything, they were knocked out cold by a man who had just entered the men's room. Seeing this, Chris tried to run, but the man incapacitated him as well. "Mr. Reyes, are you all right?" The man asked as he checked if his victims were truly unconscious. "Yes, thank you. Who are you?" Cedric asked the stranger. The man suddenly pulled out his phone and made a call. "I've got 3 men. I managed to subdue them, but the boss is hurt. I need a cleanup team and a paramedic here, he said quickly before dropping the call. Do you work for me? Cedric asked. Yes, sir. Your parents hired me 5 years ago to protect you. Thankfully, the past 5 years have been quiet. My name is Leon. The man said as he inspected Cedric for any injuries. Luckily, you took those self-defense lessons a few years back. I don't think I would have gotten here in time if you couldn't defend yourself. I realized needed to at least be able to defend myself if I was going back. The Reyes family might be powerful, but we are not short of enemies, Cedric explained. Soon a few more bodyguards arrived together with a doctor and a nurse. The bodyguards took Chris and his friends away while Leon stayed as the doctors checked Cedric. Sir, there is some bruising, but I'm confident that nothing is broken. I'd prefer if you would go with us to the hospital for a checkup, but knowing you, you'd probably decline. Cedric was puzzled by the doctor's insight into his preference. It wasn't that the doctor was wrong, but rather that the doctor was right. Cedric wanted to stay and go home with his wife. If he suddenly disappeared, it would be suspicious. We've all been following you for 5 years, sir. When Leon saw Cedric's puzzled expression, he immediately knew what his boss was thinking. You don't need to explicitly hide from me anymore, Leon. I feel safer knowing my parents sent a bodyguard to protect me. Is there one for my wife as well? Cedric asked. No, sir. All right, I'm sure you know other well-trained people. Give a list to Ian. I'll make sure he knows who you are, Cedric offered before heading back out towards the reunion. While Cedric was dealing with Chris and his friends, Gabriel decided to make a pass on Adriana. After welcoming everyone, he went to her table. Hi, miss, I think you might be lost, Gabriel said as he took a seat next to her. Adriana couldn't help but have both a puzzled and disgusted expression. This isn't heaven, my dear angel. Suddenly, he was slapped in the face by Adriana. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you could just go around slapping men? Gabriel was furious at Adriana's actions. Instead of replying to his question, Adriana took a glass of wine and threw the liquid at his face. Gabriel was much angrier now. Look, woman, you might think you're such a hot shot, but you aren't. Don't you know who I work for? Gabriel asked as he grabbed Adriana's hand. Everyone's attention had already turned to Adriana and Gabriel the moment Adriana threw that slap. Which of you brought this whore here? Gabriel shouted furiously. Don't you dare call me a whore. Adriana shouted, you're just a social climber. Whore is more appropriate for people like you. Gabriel hissed as he shoved Adriana away. Adriana was in high heels at the time and was about to fall down when right on cue Cedric arrived and caught her. Don't call my wife a whore, Cedric said as he checked if Adriana was hurt. Cedric Reyes, long time no see. I didn't expect you to marry a social climber, but then good for you. You'll be able to get out of whichever hovel you work in. Gabriel was already furious at this point and didn't remember that he had seen photos of Cedric and Adriana circulating on social media. It's none of your business, Cedric said as he picked Adriana up and carried her bridal style. Said, I'm okay, you don't need to carry me, Adriana complained. Hey Cedric, I was talking to you, Gabriel shouted. He tried to pull Cedric back, but as he took a step forward, Tom and Joe blocked him. You know, you've become a grade ass, Joe said, pushing his former friend to the ground. Yeah, in the past you just ignored us, but this time you're actually physically assaulting a woman. Tom said, guys, let's go. This party is boring. Cedric was still carrying Adriana and his injuries from the fight earlier were beginning to hurt. Tom and Joe followed Cedric out. He asked them to accompany Adriana to the hotel's nurse to be checked out. Adriana tried to refuse, but Cedric wouldn't take no for an answer. Once they had left, Leon made himself visible and stood behind Cedric. Cedric took out his phone and sent a message to the Five Princes chat. Cedric Reyes, tell the manager of the Constellation Resort in Quirino that I'm on my way to his office. Ray Lawrence, all right, I'll give him a call. Alexi Sebastian, why didn't you tell us you were there? Cedric Reyes, I was just supposed to attend a gathering, but things escalated. Alexi Sebastian, next time give us a heads up. Cedric Reyes, I will. Oh, by the way, remember your uncle's driver. Alexi Sebastian, yeah, the one you recommended. Cedric Reyes, give him hell. Miguel Chan, whoa. Did he attack our sister-in-law or something? Alexi Sebastian, Cedric Reyes, got it. Miguel Chan, grow up. He probably did. Cedric Reyes, thanks guys, get me a face mask. Cedric told Leon. The bodyguard asked a member of the team to send one to the lobby. Once Cedric wore the mask, he took out the glasses he kept in his pocket. Cedric and Leon took the elevator to the manager's office in the basement. When the manager received the call that the owner of Constellation's resort was on his way to meet him, he threw everyone into a cleaning frenzy. By the time Cedric arrived in the administrative offices of the hotel, the offices were in a much better state than it initially was. Mr. Reyes, welcome. How can we help you? The manager was a tall young man. He was the complete opposite of what Cedric had expected. You're the manager here, Cedric asked. Yes, sir. I was personally hired by Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Sebastian. The man replied. If Ray and Alexi had approved of this guy, it must mean that he was good. In the past 5 years, Cedric, together with his friends, built the Invest Export Group. It was a mixture of different businesses under one name, one of which was Constellation's Resort. While his friends were busy in university, Cedric was taking part-time jobs, and using that money he built the company from the ground up. "My name is David, sir. Sir, please take a seat in your office. As per your instructions, you have an office in all Constellations resorts." The young man led him to the office that we already cleaned. An assistant offered him coffee as he inspected the room. The office was in the same style as the whole hotel, reflective of the local pre-Spanish colonial culture of the country. Since no one used this office, it was quite bare and had no personal items in it. "I came from a function here today." Cedric took his seat and crossed his arms. "I hope everything matched your standards, sir." David said quite calmly. "Yes, the service was good, but the guests were unsavory. Can you deal with them?" Cedric stood up to take his leave. "Which room, sir?" David took out his phone to quickly take note. "Aries," Cedric said as he left. Back at the Aries function room, many of their classmates were trying to calm Gabriel down. "Gabriel, those three are good for nothing. They are nobodies to you," a woman said as she stroked his arm in an attempt to comfort him. "Yeah, man, that Tom just works here," a male classmate said. "Plus you know so many big shots, I'm sure they don't know any." Another chimed in. "Plus that wife of Cedric's, she's such a bitch. She's not even that good looking." Everyone nodded in agreement to boost Gabriel's mood. "Let's not let people like that ruin the night, Gabriel." Gabriel nodded at his classmate and smiled once again. "Waiter, please give every table a bottle of whiskey," Gabriel announced. He had received a very generous salary and bonus the past few years so he could afford to treat his guests. While they were drinking, Gabriel's phone rang. It was his boss, Mr. Joshua Sebastian. "Mr. Joshua." Gabriel answered the call. "You son of a bitch," Joshua shouted at the other end of the call. "Sir, is something the matter?" Gabriel asked. "My nephew just discovered that you have been taking bribes." Joshua was furious when Alexei had told him that his driver was taking bribes from people to give a good word to his boss about them. Joshua was surprised at his nephew's discovery, since it was Alexei that had recommended Gabriel in the first place. Gabriel could not deny it. Denying it would seem like he was accusing one of the country's most trusted congressmen of lying. "You're fired, Gabriel." Gabriel took a deep breath. He could manage. He had a lot of money saved up from all the bribes. On top of that, he often took some of Joshua's smaller gifts and sold them. To the Sebastian-S, those gifts were small tokens, but to people like Gabriel, each item was in the thousands, so it was quite a significant amount. As the merriment continued in the Aries room, the manager suddenly entered with the security team. "I received a call that you would be unable to pay for your bill tonight," David said as he stood in front of Gabriel. He had found out that this man was the one that would pay for everything and that he had caused quite a scene earlier on. "I'll be able to pay. Here, take my card." Gabriel handed the manager his card. David asked someone to swipe the card. To Gabriel's shock, it was denied. "It seems you won't be able to settle your bill," David said as he threw the card on the ground. Gabriel's face paled. He was embarrassed in front of his whole high school batch. When they had heard that Gabriel's card was denied, they slowly began leaving the room. "The police will be here soon. On top of not being able to settle the bill, we heard that you assaulted a guest earlier today. You will also be charged for that." Gabriel felt like the world had suddenly abandoned him. At the police station, Gabriel was cuffed and left in a room. They had already processed him, and it seemed he would be spending a long time in jail. "Someone is here to see you," a police officer said. Gabriel was surprised when Cedric entered. He was followed by a strongly built man behind him. "You know, if you hadn't hurt my wife, I would have let you go." Cedric had a dark aura about him as he spoke. Gabriel began to laugh hysterically. "Are you trying to say that I'm here because of you?" Gabriel mocked. "Yes," Cedric said coldly. "You are a nobody, Cedric." Cedric simply grinned at Gabriel's words. The door opened again, and to Gabriel's surprise, it was someone familiar to him. "Mr. Alexander, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take bribes. You see, my mom is sick." Gabriel pleaded at the sight of the man. "I thought he was your friend." Alexei completely ignored the pleading man. "He changed. Plus he hurt my wife," Cedric told Alexei. Gabriel was shocked at the conversation. How did a poor man like Cedric know such an important government official such as Alexander Sebastian? Such an unfortunate man. "Don't you know that it was Cedric that got you your job?" Alexei said with a grin. Gabriel knew that, but he thought it was just because Cedric had known a member of staff. He didn't expect that Cedric knew Alexander Sebastian himself. "I didn't think you would turn out like this, Gabriel." Cedric's disappointment in his former friend was quite clear based on the look he wore. "Who are you?" a clearly confused Gabriel finally asked. Alexei grinned and lit a cigarette for himself before offering one to Cedric, who refused. "You hit it too well said. Gabriel can't even figure out who you actually are." Alexei teased. "If I were you, Gabriel, I would think long and hard." Suddenly, the realization hit Gabriel like a wave. Only one person was so powerful and so low profile. "Impossible. I've known you my whole life," Gabriel said in shock. Alexei suddenly laughed. "You haven't known me your whole life, Gabriel." Cedric clarified. Gabriel started to count. "I transferred to Quirino Public School in high school. Prior to that, I was someone else." Cedric finally said, Why you can't be the Ray's heir? What kind of family sends their heir to a public school?" Gabriel said in disbelief. "You can't even begin to understand our world. Alexi said with a puff of smoke. Leon, let's go. Ray will deal with him, right, Alexi? Cedric said as he turned to leave. Gabriel, you're gonna wish you were just dead. Alexi put out his cigarette and left. Gabriel had worked for the Sebastians long enough to understand that the Ray they were referring to was Raymond Lawrence. Business tycoon to the public, king of the underground to those that belonged there. Thanks for the help today, Alexi. Cedric said as they exited the room. You could have managed it on your own if you weren't so low profile. Alexi admitted. Let's go. Cedric said. What about the other three? Alexi asked. I'm going to make Chris Garin lose everything he loves and cares about. At that, Cedric and Alexi left the police station. You seem all right, Miss Adriana. You just need to avoid putting too much weight on your left foot. Also avoid wearing heels for at least 2 weeks. The nurse told Adriana as she did some final checks on her left ankle. It seemed Cedric was right to overreact and send his wife to the hospital nurse. Adriana had twisted her left ankle and it needed some attention. Did Cedric tell you where we would meet him? Adriana asked Tom and Joe. Said to wait for him in the lobby. Guess what I heard, Adriana? Tom boasted. It seems that after we left, Gabriel's life took a turn for the worst. The manager demanded that he pay for everything, but his card bounced. Then he got sent to jail, and if rumors are to be believed, it seems that he also lost his job. Tom excitedly announced. What a stroke of luck, Joe said happily. Are you ready to go to the lobby, Adriana, or do you still want to rest? Tom asked. Let's go and wait for Cedric. Tom and Joe helped Adriana get up and walk. Alexi gave Cedric a ride back to the hotel. He was lucky that Alexi had just so happened to be a guest in an event in Quirino that day. What are your plans for the other two? You invested in them just the same. Alexi asked his friend. I just gave them the opportunity. What they achieved depended on them. I'll put Tom in a better position at Constellations. He'll eventually take a management role. As for Joe, I've been talking to Miguel. He thinks Nicole can give Joe a good position in one of their hospitals. I was surprised to see Miguel impressed with someone. I take that as a good sign. Cedric had helped each of the three get in the door. Some people, like Gabriel, let that fortune cloud their judgment. There were others that, despite their achievements, remained humble, like Joe. However, there were some like Tom, who were just happy to have a job and chose not to rock the boat. Alexi simply nodded, and they rode in silence back to the hotel. Hey, Adriana, does Cedric have any big-shot friends? Tom asked as he saw Cedric getting out of an expensive car. He knows some. I think people he met at work. Why? Adriana replied. On cue, Cedric entered the lobby with Alexi. Thank you for your testimony, Cedric, Alexi said in a relatively loud voice. Cedric wanted to scold him for being too loud and too obvious. I hope he goes away for a long time, sir. Alexi wanted to laugh at Cedric calling him sir. Cedric went toward his stunned wife and friends. What was that? Joe was shocked. Gabriel was arrested and they asked me to testify. The owner of the hotel is my boss and a friend of Mr. Sebastian, so I was also asked to handle it. Cedric explained. I'm sorry for tonight, Adriana. Adriana just smiled and gave Cedric a hug. Let's go home, Adriana said. Cedric and Adriana bid his friends goodbye, unknown to Tom and Joe. Tomorrow their lives would suddenly change for the better. The next day, after an eventful night, Adriana braced herself for another encounter with her family at Grandpa Hernandez's home. She knew that she would get scolded for her behavior the previous week, even if she had managed to secure the deal and her uncle had accused her of lying to the whole clan. As the younger member, she was expected to apologize. This was one of the things Adriana hated so much about her traditional family. Their attitude to women and the younger generation were so old-fashioned. Growing up, Adriana had followed everything her elders asked of her. She took all the lessons and classes they thought a proper lady should take. She dressed the way they expected her to dress. She made friends with the people they wanted. She even chose her university degree in school based on what her family wanted. There was one thing, however, that she was not able to give up, the man she loved. When Adriana was in university, her family had already been setting her up to date the young rich heir of a political and business clan. Should they get married, it would have brought the Hernandez family to new heights. They had pushed her to date the son of the Ching family, a boy that was notorious for having a new girlfriend every month. Luckily, Adriana met Cedric. He was someone who was not from her world, someone different. She didn't have to act a certain way or know certain people. In front of Cedric, she was her genuine self. Hey, are you feeling all right? Cedric's voice drew Adriana back into reality. He was driving them to her grandfather's house. Yeah, I was just thinking about what's going to happen when we get there. She sighed. Just know that no matter what, I believe in you, and I will always back you up, Cedric said in a soft and tender voice. Cedric had spent the whole day in meetings with his directors working on the expansion plans for more co. He often held a strong and cold facade in the office, a total opposite to how gentle he tended to be around his wife. When they finally arrived at her grandfather's home, everyone was silent. On a normal day, her relatives would be quite noisy, talking to one another and sharing the latest gossip about their friends. Today, however, an eerie silence fell as people began to arrive. Adriana felt that it could somehow be related to them, but she decided to just shake off the feeling. When everyone had taken their seats, Adriana's grandfather stood up. Her uncle Frederick was about to stop him, but no one could tell him what to do. Before anything, I would like to acknowledge Adriana. She has always worked hard for this family and has always put our family first, and I feel that we do not thank her enough for that. Some of Adriana's relatives clapped and nodded, agreeing with what Grandpa Hernandez had to say. I would like to announce that starting tomorrow, I am giving Adriana the task of handling all of our new partnerships. Everyone was surprised. This role was held by John Hernandez, Frederick's eldest son, whom everyone had been expecting to lead the family in the future. Grandpa, you can't, John stood up complaining. Adriana was able to close the biggest deal we've had in years. On top of that, she's shown her ability in making the right connections that will help us expand in the future. My decision is final, Grandpa Hernandez said. The right connections, Grandpa. Adriana was curious as to what her grandfather meant. For years, her relatives had attacked her for not making the right friends or marrying the right man for the sake of the family. Why was it that all of a sudden Grandpa Hernandez was saying that she was making the right connections? You've been all over the news recently, Adriana. You never told us you knew Miss Anna Reyes, her grandfather said as he sat back down. I met her by accident. Also, Cedric works for her brother, so we met at the launch. Adriana intentionally left out the part where Anna had kidnapped her outside of her office to go play dress-up for that night. She still hadn't even returned the jewelry or dress that she used. She had asked Cedric to return it, but he told her that she was supposed to keep it. Nonetheless, it seems that the daughter of the Reyes family is quite fond of you. I hope you can maintain that good relationship with her. What Grandpa Hernandez said was a compliment and a task at the same time. He expected her to use her friendship with Anna to benefit Islands Inc. I won't do anything to offend her grandpa, I promise. Adriana finally said, but Grandpa, I think it's about time that everyone here acknowledged that Cedric played a big part in me getting the Islands Inc. deal. He is after all Mr. Ray's assistant. Adriana had always hoped that her family would accept Cedric. They didn't need to love him the way they loved Mark Chu, but at least they should give credit where credit is due. About time he finally did something for this family, her grandfather said. He was clearly still unhappy with Cedric. Cousin, stop insisting that Cedric belongs with us or that he can contribute to this family. We've all already tolerated your choice. Asia spoke as if Cedric was not there at that time. She was lucky that she was related to Adriana. If she weren't, Cedric would already have asked Leon to drag her out. It's okay, Adriana, I really don't mind. Let's just eat and celebrate your new position. Cedric whispered to Adriana while massaging her hand. Adriana eventually calmed down and kept quiet the whole meal. Cedric could see Gracia stealing glances to check if her daughter was all right. Despite their differences, Cedric knew that Gracia would always have Adriana's best interest at heart. She just showed it differently. Father, I have news as well. Charles was a silent man. He rarely spoke at these things and often avoided getting involved in the family business. Yes, his father asked. My in-laws, the Lobo family, will be coming for a visit next month. Gracia had been born to the Lobo family in the northern part of the country. Her marriage to Charles was strategic to both families. Both the factories and raw materials used by Islands Inc. were located in the province where the Lobo family basically ruled. They held almost all the power in that province, from the high-ranking officials to the police chief. The only part of their province that was out of their control was the industry, one of the largest contributors of which was Islands Inc. Of course, we will welcome the Lobo family with open arms. Have you booked them a hotel yet? Grandpa Hernandez asked. I was going to ask if you prefer we book them at the Archipelago or at Constellations. Of course, Archipelago is the more traditional and high-end hotel for them to stay, but a lot of young people in the provinces are clamoring to stay in the main hotel of Constellations. Charles told his father. Father, why don't I ask my relatives where they prefer to stay? Gracia injected. Yes, it's best if we ask them. We don't want to assume that since they are from the province, they would immediately prefer to stay at Constellations. Grandpa Hernandez said in agreement. As soon as the matter for her relatives had been settled, Adriana wanted to leave, but due to the Elysia Mall project, she had to give an update to the rest of the family. Adriana held Cedric's hand the whole time. Cedric knew his wife wanted to walk out or to scream at her relatives, but this was the life he had been living the past 13 years, with people looking down at him. Initially, he wanted to tell them who he was on his 28th birthday, but he realized that if he did that, all anyone would think is that Adriana simply got lucky and that she didn't have any abilities of her own, that she was simply a pretty face that chose right. After the dinner, Cedric and Adriana immediately left. Since the incident at Quirino, Leon and his team had been following Cedric more explicitly. Cedric saw their black car tailing after them. He remembered to ask Leon if he had found a suitable bodyguard for Adriana. With how heated things got in the Hernandez home that night, he wanted to make sure that his wife was safe at all costs. The next day at Morco, Ian and Leon presented to Cedric a list of suitable candidates, all of whom were women. Cedric quickly eliminated the women who looked too foreign, then those that were too bulky to look like people who would be in areas Adriana went to. Cedric finally settled with a woman named Mai. She looked ordinary enough to blend in the crowd, but she was experienced enough to protect Adriana should she need it. Mai was equipped with a team similar to Leon's. Mai would start following Adriana that same day. In the afternoon, Ian suddenly interrupted one of Cedric's meetings. According to him, it was urgent, so Cedric went with Ian into his office. "Sir, the assistant of Mr. Ray just called. According to him, John Hernandez is running a smear campaign on your wife. How did Ray find out about this before us?" Cedric asked. "It seems John Hernandez wanted you, as Mr. Ray's, and the Elijah Mall team to hear about the rumors from one of the four princes. Due to Mr. Ray's involvement in business, John Hernandez used a friend that was cooperating with Mr. Ray's company." Ian read the details that Ray's assistant had sent him. "Get the VP of Elijah Mall here. I'll talk to him after my meeting." Cedric directed. "Set a meeting between my wife and the VP for Elijah Mall and my wife for lunch tomorrow. The bamboo room should be a suitable place. Book just a table, not the whole restaurant this time." "Sir, don't you want to know what John Hernandez is saying?" Ian asked his boss. "It doesn't matter, I know my wife, I don't need to hear it." Cedric would never listen to rumors about his wife. He knew her the best and he trusted her. "Sir, you'll find it quite funny." Ian tried not to laugh as he remembered the rumor. "All right, out with it," Cedric said in surrender. "According to him, Mrs. Ray's is trying to get into your bed with the help of her husband." Ian was grinning as he told his boss. "Why would my wife try to sleep with me? We sleep together every day." Cedric had been so hung up on his presidential persona that he didn't realize the joke. It took him a full 30 seconds to realize what Ian meant, after which he burst out laughing. "Okay, now that is funny." Cedric admitted. "Sir, that's why Mr. Ray had his assistant call me. He thought you wouldn't take him seriously." Ian said, "I wouldn't have. Let's get back to work and settle this matter after. No one defames my wife." Cedric suddenly returned to his cold personality. Ian was incredibly efficient. By the time Cedric was done with his meeting, the VP of Elijah Mall was already waiting in his office. Ian also reported that Adriana had already accepted the meeting for lunch the next day. "Tomorrow, you'll meet my wife and make sure that people stop defaming her." At the bamboo room, Adriana was led to one of the tables with a view. The VP of Elijah Mall was already there when she arrived. When he saw her, he immediately stood up and welcomed her. Adriana was a bit surprised as only important persons were greeted that way. "Sir, why did you call for a meeting?" Adriana asked once they were done ordering. "Madam, I'm here on behalf of my boss," the VP said, standing up. He knelt on his knees and said in a loud voice, "My boss, the president of Morco, and the heir to the Rays Group would like to seek your forgiveness." His actions quickly drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. There were socialites, actors, politicians, and businessmen. They were surprised to see an executive of the Rays Group on his knees, asking the forgiveness of this woman on behalf of the heir to the whole company. "Isn't that Adriana Hernandez? Did you hear the recent rumor about her?" Someone in the crowd whispered to their companion. "What's going on?" "I've never heard of the Rays Group asking for anyone's forgiveness. Surely someone as powerful as they would have no need to apologize to anyone," a businessman whispered. Aside from curiosity, they were also envious that the Rays Group was apologizing to someone. "Miss Adriana, my boss is truly sorry that rumors have tarnished your name because of people that want to create issues about him," the VP explained, still on his knees. "Please, sir, get up. There is no need for this," Adriana said as she tried to help the VP get back up on his feet. "Sir, I don't even know what rumors you're talking about." "Miss, you really don't know?" the VP asked as he fixed his suit. "I really don't, sir." The pair took their seats. Everyone around them remained silent, eavesdropping on their conversation. The VP of Elijah Malls took a deep breath and proceeded to tell Adriana about the rumors the way Cedric had instructed him. "Miss, it seems that someone who may be very jealous of my boss has decided to say that you were chasing after my boss. Mr. Ray's apologizes for dragging your name in the mud." Everyone around them gasped. Shouldn't this scene have played the other way around? Shouldn't Adriana be the one apologizing to the Ray's family for the rumors going around about her? "There is no need for your boss to apologize. I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding. In fact, it should be I that should apologize. My actions seem to have been taken the wrong way by people," Adriana said. "I'm sorry, miss, but I have strict instructions from my boss not to accept your apology." The VP's statement once again shocked the eavesdroppers. "Miss, as a token, my boss wants to give you this car." The VP tried handing Adriana a key to what seemed like a Porsche. "I cannot accept this, sir. I really don't want my husband to misunderstand." Adriana refused the gift. The boss said you might refuse. "So here's what we will do instead. You can ask for any favor from him at any time and he will grant it." In the back of his mind, the VP was thinking that Mr. Ray's would grant his wife a million wishes if she wanted. His boss truly loved his wife. The people who had witnessed what was going on quickly messaged their friends, and before Adriana or Cedric could realize, there was a new rumor going around. By the time Ian had found out about the new rumor, Cedric was already packing up to leave the office. Sir, it seems we managed to kill the old rumor, but it created a new one. Ian said. What is it? Cedric placed down his things and sat back down on his desk. Well, sir, I recently joined a couple of forums that talk about you and the other princes. Ian began. Ian, please get to the point. I still need to pick up my wife. Cedric groaned. Well, sir, people are now saying you have a crush on your wife. Ian said hesitantly as he showed Cedric the trail in the forum. Cedric took the phone from Ian and scrolled through the forum. Zigzager, my uncle was in Bamboo Room earlier and he heard that the Ray's heir was offering Miss Adriana a new car Axwa 201. I heard she's a married woman. Darkido, yes, she actually refused the car because of her husband. Just a girl 22, I don't know if she is loyal or stupid. Indigo-san, so does this mean the Ray's heir has a thing for a married woman? Surely, of course he does. And I'm sure her husband is going to lose. Cedric shook his head after reading just a few comments. Think of something to clear this up. I'll also come up with my own ideas. This is just crazy. How can I steal my wife from me? Cedric ended up laughing at the thought that he was just competing against himself and no one knew about it. After picking Adriana up, she told Cedric about the crazy lunch she had with the VP of Elysia Malls. She told him how embarrassed she was at the scene the VP had caused. You know, there is another rumor going around about you. Cedric said with a snicker. What is it this time? Adriana sighed. According to rumors, the heir to the Rays group has a crush on you. Cedric laughed when he finally told her. That's crazy, Adriana said. I think you're beautiful enough to attract a CEO. Cedric said quite lovingly. Stop teasing, Cedric. I'm being serious here. Adriana scolded her husband. Adriana, to me, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Cedric quickly stole a kiss on her cheek. Cedric couldn't see it, but Adriana blushed at his words and actions. Besides, I don't trust those rumors. I only trust you. Cedric said as they continued their drive home. The rumors about the Ray's heir having a crush on Adriana never really died down. People continued to talk about how she had managed to capture the heart of the most eligible bachelor and yet chose to remain loyal to her husband. I wasn't just online that people were talking about Adriana, even in the office rumors had spread. Some of those that were with Adriana at our tower recalled how Mr. Ray's just stared at Adriana the whole time they were in the lobby or on the elevator. First-hand witnesses like these helped fuel the already burning rumors about her. Do you think she only got the project because he has a crush on her? Adriana heard a female employee ask her companion. Adriana was in one of the washroom cubicles when she heard the new arrivals talking about her. It's possible, but I saw the paperwork. It wasn't the Ray's heir that signed the contract. It was the VP for Elysia Mall. Also, what role does he have there? As a subsidiary of the Ray's group, Cedric owned 10 of the total shares in Elysia Mall. His father owned 50 and Anna owned 25. Together their word was law in Elysia Corp. Do you think she'll leave her husband for him? The female employee asked. I doubt. Even when her family was pressuring her not to marry him, she refused to do as they asked. It seemed that the second employee had been an older one since not many knew that Adriana had refused to follow what her family wanted. Adriana was extremely frustrated with what the employees were saying. Although from the start she wanted to step out of the cubicle and tell them off, she was also very curious about what people were saying about her. She eventually just chose to stay quiet and listen. You know, if she had chosen a guy like Mark Chu, I would think that Miss Adriana was just a pretty face with a rich background. The fact that she married a poor man really shaped my opinion of her. Adriana's interest was caught again by what the female employee had said. Yeah, we all know that Asia Kid is a bitch and a social climber. I don't even know how she got her diploma. Said the younger employee. Sadly, she'll probably inherit a larger chunk than Miss Adriana. I like Miss Adriana more. The voices started to fade as the employees left. Adriana exited the washroom with a small smile on her face. After that, she invited her friends out to go shopping and to have dinner and coffee. Despite the good things she heard in the washroom, there were still more people talking badly about her. She also invited Cedric to come along. Cedric, who was scheduled to have multiple meetings that night, asked Camilla to clear out his schedule and move all of them to the next day. During his last meeting of the day, his father called. Your sister made Ray give her a ride home again. Emilio Reyes was ecstatic at the thought that his daughter was coming home for the long weekend. Did she make Ray cancel a flight again? Cedric asked with a sigh. I sent the plane, don't worry, his father told him. While he was on the call with his father, the five princes chat was buzzing with conversation. Ramabad, Cedric, my sister said Iana is back for the weekend. Ray Lawrence, what? She didn't ask me to empty out a flight. Alexi Sebastian, it seems Cedric's scolding got to her. Ramabad, she probably asked Uncle to send the plane. Alexi Sebastian, something she should have been doing this whole time. Ray Lawrence, hey, all your sisters keep hijacking my flights. There was a time that they took so many trips that people were complaining about delayed and canceled flights. Ramabad, was this the shopping trip? Ray Lawrence, yes, it was the shopping trip. Alexi Sebastian, my sisters are responsible women. They would never do that. It was probably Anna's idea. Cedric Reyes, it most definitely was Anna's idea. Miguel Chan, Nicole just called. They're inviting us to the mall tonight. Alexi Sebastian, there goes my credit limit. Ray Lawrence, your card has a limit. Alexi Sebastian, a limit on them. Do you know how much two girls can shop? It's not like they don't earn their own money, they just like spending mine. Cedric Rays, so that's where Ganna picked that up. Alexi Sebastian, my sisters would not be shopping as much if it weren't for your sister. Cedric Rays, I don't know where she picked that up, probably from Veronica. Ramabad, most likely. Miguel Chan, are you coming with us later? Cedric Rays. Cedric Rays, it's so tempting, but I can't. Adriana made plans. Ray Lawrence, can't you just ditch her? Just apologize later on. It won't do much harm. Rana Bad, yes, listen to the perpetually single Ray Lawrence. His advice should be the best. Ray Lawrence, who should he listen to then? Alexi, who has a new girlfriend every month. Alexi Sebastian, collect, then select. Miguel Chan, you make me sick. Alexi said, even Eric is going with us. Cedric Rays, and how will you explain that to his fans, especially when they realize that he has the same last name as you and Nicole? Miguel Chan, he works for Ram and we're the four princes who wouldn't want to hang out with us. Cedric Rays, enjoy your shopping trip. Ganna should arrive at any moment to steal my card again. Right on cue, Ganna came bursting in the door. Why am I always the last one to know that you are coming home? Cedric said as she jumped to give him a hug. Cause you wouldn't be happy with me spending so much, but brother, you and dad make so much money that I couldn't spend all of it in one lifetime. Ganna giggled. Although Emilio and Cedric Rays had made a lot of money, the women of the Rays family were not idle either. Elijah Mall was at the level it currently was due to Ganna's business smarts. It also helped that she loved to shop. Here, I know you came for this. Cedric handed her his card. Will you really not come, big brother? Ganna asked. I'm accompanying your sister-in-law, so no, Cedric said, chasing his sister away. Not long after Ganna left, Cedric went to fetch Adriana to go to the mall. Adriana had been texting him about how sad she felt due to the rumors. Cedric felt really guilty since it seemed that he managed to make things worse with his plans. He began to consider telling her about who he really was so that they could both have a good laugh at the rumors. Adriana had decided to go to Pris. It was a mall under Elysia Corp. That was built to target a higher-end market. It was also the largest mall that they had built to date, and if rumors were to be believed, Ganna Rays named this mall after her mom, Priscilla. Adriana and her friends were stopping at almost every store in the mall. She bought clothes, shoes, and bags. She was even insisting for Cedric to buy clothes that were more fashionable, but Cedric preferred his ordinary work attire over the coats and ties Adriana wanted to buy him. On top of that, he had a closet full of new clothes, both at his parents' house and at the office. He rarely even wore any of them since it wasn't his style. The girls were trying on some clothes when they heard Natasha scream from outside the dressing room. Julia, Sophia, Adriana, and Cedric rushed to check on her. Luckily, she was still fully dressed and seemed to be all right. We were so worried, Natasha. Why did you scream? Adriana asked with a sigh. The four princes and their sisters are here in the mall too. Natasha blushed, ashamed at her excitement. We've already met them before. Why are you so excited? Adriana asked. Cedric hadn't realized that his sister and their friends would be going to the exact same mall. He thought it was such an interesting coincidence since Anna's favorite shop wasn't even in this branch. In reality, Anna had asked Camilla and Ian where Cedric was going so that they could accidentally bump into him. Cause Eric Chan is also with them. When Natasha said this, Adriana's eyes suddenly lit up. Where in the mall are they? Julia asked, unable to hide her excitement. Well, based on the photos posted 5 minutes ago, they are at the men's section. Cedric, this is all your fault. If you agreed to let Adriana buy clothes for you, we would have bumped into them. Natasha scolded Cedric. Natasha, you didn't want us to go to the men's section either, Adriana said, rolling her eyes. Look, even if you guys tried to run after them based on the location in posts, this mall is so big. The odds of you bumping into them is really low. Cedric knew that even if they didn't chase them, the group they were dreaming about would find them. Cedric already had his suspicions that Anna even knew where they were planning to have their dinner. It wouldn't be too difficult for her to get someone to ask every restaurant in the mall to figure out where Cedric and Adriana were having dinner after shopping. As much as I don't want to admit it, Cedric is right. Julia sighed. She too wanted to get a chance to meet the four princes and Eric Chan, but the odds weren't in their favor. Julia, which of the 5 princes is your favorite? Natasha asked. I think Raymond Lawrence is the most charming, Julia said with a blush. What? Haven't you heard the rumor that he's gay? Natasha giggled. Behind them, Cedric wanted to laugh. He hadn't heard this rumor yet. He isn't gay. Julia defended her hopes to meet and fall in love with Raymond Lawrence. Julia, think about it. He's really good looking, he's really rich, and from what I've heard, he's really smart. And he has never had a girlfriend. He doesn't even have paparazzi photos with any girls. Natasha recounted all the points that were enumerated in the forum that was trying to point out that Raymond Lawrence was gay. Cedric knows him. Is he gay? Adriana quickly asked Cedric. I don't know him that well. Cedric was sure Ray wasn't gay, but he wasn't going to save Ray from rumors like this. How about you, Adriana? Cedric aside, which of the 5 princes would you choose? Julia said in an attempt to shift the attention. I'd still choose Cedric. Adriana laughed. Not one of the choices. Please say you'll choose the Ray's heir. Sophia nagged. Definitely not him. It's his fault my husband has to work late nights all the time. Plus he's too cold, Adriana said. When Cedric heard this, he wanted to laugh if only Adriana knew she was describing the same person. What do you mean he is too cold? Natasha was curious with what Adriana had just said. Remember, I met him for the Elysia Mall project. The girls nodded in reply, their full attention now on Adriana. Well, he just gave off this cold aura. He didn't talk at all, and compared to his friends, he just seemed stiff the whole time. Who would want to be with a guy like that? Cedric, don't you ever dare turn into someone like your boss. Adriana commanded Cedric. At that time, Cedric was just so worried about seeing her in person as his persona as the Ray's heir that he couldn't speak. All he could do was just stare at her, and when she was presenting their plans, he was just so proud and in awe of his wife that he didn't know how to react anymore. He knew that day, if he revealed to Adriana who he really was, she would feel like she didn't get the project because of her skills, but rather because she had fallen into the kind of person her family wanted, someone whose connections could be maximized to their benefit. From their early days together, Cedric knew that Adriana was more capable than people believed. Whenever they saw her beautiful face, they began to assume that she was not capable of anything other than looking pretty. Cedric witnessed how professors in university dismissed her ideas because they only saw her for her beauty and not for her intelligence. He wanted Adriana to show the world that she was more than just a pretty face. Earth to Cedric, are you there? Adriana's voice drew Cedric out of his thoughts. He just smiled at her and nodded. Come on, I'm exhausted. Let's go eat. Adriana interlocked her fingers with his as they walked to the hangout. The hangout was one of Adriana's favorite restaurants. It had a more relaxed ambience, and the restaurant was designed with school memorabilia from the top 4 universities in their country. It was really targeted to attract alumni of those schools, but soon enough people who also dreamed of going to any of those schools began to frequent the place as well. When they got to the hangout, there was a large crowd of people snapping photos and trying to take a look inside. I wonder why people are trying to take photos. Do you think something happened inside? Sophia said as she tried to take a look inside. I hope not. I was really looking forward to eating here today. Julia frowned. Maybe there is a famous artist inside. These people look like fans. Sophia guessed based on how the people were acting. Hey Julia, isn't that man over there your dad's assistant? Adriana pointed to a man in his 50s. Yeah, hey Mr. Anthony. Julia waved and walked towards the man. Miss Julia, so nice to see you. Mr. Anthony was still trying to get a look inside the hangout as he spoke to her. What's going on here? Julia asked. Well, the hangout canceled all their reservations today for a private party. According to business rumors, the Ray's heir might be in there. Your dad wants me to get a meeting with him. Cedric raised an eyebrow at what Mr. Anthony said. What? They didn't even send a message. Adriana was mad. She was already having such a bad day, and this Ray's heir makes it worse by booking the whole restaurant. That's impossible. We all got cancellation messages and a free dinner. A girl in the crowd said, I'm just here to see the 5 princes. They walked in not too long ago. Adriana, why don't you try talking to the manager? Cedric already knew what stunt his sister was trying to pull. He was pissed since it could end up exposing him to his wife and her friends. The manager came out and asked for Adriana's name and reservation number. She went back in and after a while came out with 6 bodyguards. The 6 bodyguards scared Adriana and her friends. Look, sirs, we just wanted to check our reservation, Julia said as she took a step back. Miss, don't worry, they are here to escort you in. Everyone outside was shocked. Many began snapping photos of the group that was going in. A random social media user noticed that one of the girls was Adriana Hernandez, whom according to rumors had managed to steal the Ray's heir's heart. What was odd though was that she was there with her husband. Earlier, while Adriana was talking to the manager, Cedric sent a message to his sister. He quickly sent her a message, said, we're outside, don't expose me. Anna, awesome, I'll ask the bodyguards to let you in. Said, again, if anyone finds out I'll make sure Dad forces you to marry someone from another country. Anna, Dad would never do that. Said, fine, I'll make you marry Ray. Anna, you're gross, I'll behave. Said, tell the others too. Anna, yes boss. Sophia, Natasha, and Julia went first following the bodyguards. Cedric held Adriana's hand and lifted it to his lips to give it a kiss. Why are you being sweet? Adriana was suspicious of Cedric's motives. Cedric just smiled at her and they walked in after the bodyguards. As usual, the 4 princes had managed to group together at one end of the table and the girls were at the other. When Anna saw Adriana walk in, she waved. Hey Adriana, when I heard you reserved a table here too, I knew we were always meant to be friends. Anna got up and took Adriana away from Cedric. Cedric, you can sit with the boys, Anna said in a cold tone. She was mad at her brother for reprimanding her. Cedric shook his head and took a seat next to Ray. This is crazy, Miguel sighed. It was loud enough for Anna's friends to hear. In their minds, they thought Miguel thought it was crazy for him to sit next to an assistant, when in fact Miguel was commenting on the fact that Anna booked a whole restaurant just to talk. Miss Anna, I really don't think this is appropriate. Adriana said in a quiet voice. Why? Cause of the rumors. Let me tell you this, Adriana. My brother has loved one and only one woman for the past 8 years. Anna looked at her brother and winked. Cedric simply sighed at his sister. Older brother really fell hard, didn't he? Nicole teased. Although she was talking to Anna, she was actually teasing Cedric in the other table. Meantime, Sophia, Julia, and Natasha were busy staring at the four princes and Eric Chan. Even if this was their second time meeting these men, they were still in awe and very shy. What would you say or do when all of your idols somehow ended up in a private gathering with you? Their mind was mush. Natasha was the first to regain her footing. She immediately whispered to Adriana if they could take a photo with the boys. You asked them yourself. Adriana too was too shy to ask. But Adri, you're the one Miss Anna invited out. Natasha reasoned. Adriana knew she wouldn't win this discussion with Natasha. Miss Anna, Adri, don't call me Miss. Just call me Anna, please. Anna interrupted. Well, Anna, my friends were wondering if they could have their photo taken with, the four princes and Mr. Eric Chan. Adriana had no idea how she should refer to the four princes, so she took a while thinking on how to refer to them. Hey, boys, Anna called. The boys, except Cedric, looked up. Adriana's friends are asking if they could take a photo with you. You don't mind, right? Anna was already pulling Natasha towards the boys. Since the girls didn't know who he was, Cedric was forced to talk to his friends and their sisters via messages. Cedric Reyes, I am so lucky I don't have any fans. By the way, Natasha is part of every forum that talks about you. Miguel Chan, I wonder how much of a shock it would be if they found out Eric was our older brother. Nicole Chan, they'll say Eric is better looking than you. Ray Lawrence, Eric is better looking than you. Cedric Reyes, this is why they think you are gay, Ray. Ray Lawrence, what? They think I'm what? Yana Reyes. Come to think about it, isn't he? Yana locked her phone and positioned Natasha, Sophia, and Julia in front of the boys. Cedric docked and avoided being part of the photo. Adriana, don't you want to be in this photo too? Julia called. No, I'll pass. Adriana said with a laugh. After taking a photo with their idols, the girls relaxed a little bit. How about this guy? Veronica said, passing her phone to Nicole. He's cute, Nicole giggled. Anna, stop showing my sister photos of guys. Miguel called from the other table. We're just looking. Katerina told Miguel, you're too much like your brother Katerina. Eric joked. Hey, Adriana, aren't you a fan of Eric? Yana asked. Adriana meekly nodded. Eric, come here and take a photo with Adriana. Yana called him over. Adriana began to blush. Cedric was already glaring at Yana and Eric. Eric couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why don't I take a photo and post it? Eric said with a wink. Don't you'll get dragged into the rumors about me. Adriana shook her head violently. Are you referring to the rumors that Mr. Reyes has a crush on you? Eric asked. Eric, Cedric hissed. Eric suddenly burst out laughing. It seemed none of the girls had heard Cedric. Eric quickly took a selfie with Adriana and posted it on his social media accounts. There was no caption, so Eric's fans began to speculate what the relationship was between him and Adriana. While they were eating, Adriana's friends became a bit more comfortable socializing with the sisters. Nicole here, she's always clueless, but don't let the stockholders find out about that. They think she's some terror female CEO from a novel. Katerina teased. Hey, I'm not clueless, I just sometimes say stupid things. Nicole said in an attempt to save her name. Mark, Caleb, Fernando, David, who was the last one? Katerina began to enumerate names. Oh, Armando, the Italian, Veronica teased. Boys, Julia asked. Not just boys, Nicole's boys. Anna laughed. Wow, I didn't think Miss Nicole had dated so many boys. Why haven't we heard of this? Natasha asked. As one of the biggest fans of this group, she was surprised that she didn't know this detail. She never dated any of them. Katerina teased. Oh, Natalia was surprised. Why me? Nicole said, shaking her head. Brother, I want his house. Please get it for me. Dad developed it. Suddenly, Anna, who was scrolling on her phone, shouted. Everyone gave her an odd look and she blushed. My brother is busy accompanying the love of his life. Anna said, embarrassed. Anna, isn't it too much for you to ask your brother to buy you a house? Adriana asked. Had she known that Anna was her sister-in-law, she would have definitely scolded her. I don't think so. Dad gave him a house there already. Oh, I think you'd love it. It's got the most beautiful view. And Anna stopped talking as she saw the message on her phone. Said Reyes, stop it. Anyway, I think any girl would love it. Anna said, emphasizing the word girl. Adriana, thank you so much for dinner, but I think we should go home now. Both Cedric and I still have work. Your brother has been making Cedric work so hard this past month that I've barely got to spend time with him. Adriana said as she got up, hearing her attempt to leave. Her friends complained, but there was nothing that they could do. All right, let's all leave together. Anna suggested. I'll just go to the women's room. Adriana went with her friends. Anna was about to follow when Cedric pulled her back. What was that about, Anna? Cedric asked in a cold tone. He was never cold towards Anna. I'm sorry, big brother. I guess I got too excited that we were all hanging out in public, Anna said with a frown. Said you should calm down. Anna didn't mean it. We were all excited to be here with you and Adriana. Ram said as he placed a hand on Cedric's shoulder. Cedric took a deep breath. All right, I know it was an accident. Anna, be careful next time. Cedric sighed in the women's room. Adriana, why is Anna being so nice to you? How exactly do you know her? Julia asked Adriana. I honestly have no idea. My first time meeting her was when she bought the watches, Adriana said. Do you think it's true that her brother has a thing for you? Natasha asked. No, didn't you hear Anna say that her brother has someone he's loved for the past 8 years? Adriana was relieved that the Ray's heir didn't really like her. Adriana, for real, if you weren't married to Cedric and the Ray's heir really liked you, would you go for him? Julia asked. I don't like the Ray's heir. He's everything Cedric is not, at least when I got to meet him. He's cold and so stiff. He also seemed so mean to his employees. Plus, he spends money so frivolously. You saw how Ganna wanted him to get her a house. Adriana explained to her friends. So you would always choose Cedric no matter what? Natasha asked. I know he isn't who everyone wanted me to marry. He's the opposite, but Cedric is the only person who sees me for who I really am. Everyone always highlights that I'm pretty. With Cedric, it's much more than that. Adriana was speaking with so much passion and love that she didn't notice the sisters enter the women's room. When she and her friends saw them, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Adriana was worried that they might take what she said about the Ray's heir the wrong way. Adriana, you're lucky to have found Cedric, Veronica said, breaking the awkward silence. I didn't mean to say anything bad about Mr. Ray's, Adriana said apologetically. Yana laughed. It's okay. My brother has always been cold to other people, but he's a nice person, and he actually hates that I spend so much. He keeps scolding me for my trips, Yana complained. Yana is taking further studies in the US. She keeps making Ray empty out whole flights just for her to come home, Nicole said, rolling her eyes. What? Adriana, Julia, Sophia, and Natasha all shouted in surprise. And see, I mean my brother keeps scolding me about it, Yana complained. Well, why not just get one seat and fly with everyone else? Adriana asked. It's Ray that keeps emptying it out. I even flew economy a month ago. Yana shrugged. Outside, Cedric settled the bill while waiting for the girls. Why do they always have to go in groups? Miguel complained. Why, little brother, are you targeting anyone? Eric teased. Haha, not yet. But since you're busy being mysterious, I always get stuck shopping with them. Cedric's the same, and Ray and Alexi are too busy to come out most of the time. Miguel continued to rant. Soon all the girls came out together, all smiles and as if they had a secret together. Eric placed his arm around Nicole and winked. Did you guys talk about us while you were in there? He asked. Don't be so full of yourself, Eric. Nicole pushed his arm off her shoulder. Not everyone is your fan. You'll eventually be a fan, I'm sure of it. Eric teased his little sister. Will we actually leave through the main door? Nicole asked. Among all of them, Nicole was the one that didn't like the attention. Yup, so use your big girl attitude, Katerina said as she lifted her chin and somehow transformed herself to a more refined version. Nicole, be refined. She sleeps in bunny pajamas. Miguel teased. I swear, Miguel, if you don't stop it, I'll tell Dad you want to head the neurology department, Nicole threatened. Eric just laughed at his squabbling siblings. As they left, the restaurant, girls began screaming. It seemed that Eric's fan club had found out he was there. To add to that, a lot of girls also had a crush on the four princes, so they waited outside the restaurant as well. Luckily, they had enough bodyguards to clear the way. Cedric nodded to Leon and Mia to help with crowd control, as well, since it seemed quite a crowd had gathered. People quickly snapped photos of the group, and Adriana and her friends instantly became online sensations. Back at home, Gracia waited for Cedric and Adriana to come home. Her friends had sent her the photos they had found online of Adriana and Cedric with the four princes and their sisters, as well as Eric Chan. As soon as they entered the door, Gracia bombarded them with questions. Adriana just shrugged her mother off and said that she was too tired to talk, so she and Cedric went straight to their room. Cedric, does Mr. Eric Chan like Nicole? Adriana recalled the events earlier where it looked like Eric Chan was flirting with Nicole. Cedric burst out laughing. Honey, do you want to know a secret? Cedric whispered. What? Adriana asked. Eric Chan is the eldest brother of Miguel and Nicole Chan. Cedric told her how he wished it was this easy to tell her his own secret. What? Adriana jumped in surprise. Yup, Eric Chan is actually the sixth prince if you think about it. Didn't you see his watch? Cedric asked. I thought they just looked alike. Adriana still couldn't process what Cedric had told her. Nope, that's one of 10 watches. Let's go to sleep, Cedric said, holding his wife in his arms. The next day, Adriana's phone was full of calls from her relatives when she woke up. I bet they're calling to ask about last night, Cedric teased. He had already prepared breakfast, and Gracia had already attempted to nag him about their dinner with the four princes and the sisters. Cedric told her to just ask Adriana. I don't want to go to work today, Adriana screamed into her pillow. You could always call in sick, Cedric suggested, but he knew his wife was a workaholic and would never do that. Cedric, Adriana, Charles Hernandez called from outside. Yes, Dad. Adriana opened the door for her father. Your grandfather asked us to go home right now. Charles Hernandez had gotten a call a few minutes ago. Dad, Cedric has to go to work, Adriana said. It's all right, I can go. Cedric knew Adriana would need him there today. Are you sure? Isn't Morco busy right now? Adriana was worried that she would get her husband into trouble at work. Ian and Camilla will be there. Cedric said to put his wife at ease. All right, I'll get ready, Adriana said, going back into their room. Cedric took this chance to go to the home office to give Ian and Camilla instructions. When Adriana was ready, the whole family left together to go to her grandfather's house. Cedric was already expecting that the Hernandez family wouldn't take the rumors of the Reyes heir's crush on Adriana lightly. To add to that, his sister had caused quite a scene the day before with what she did in the mall. Initially, Adriana and her family only expected a few members to be present. They were surprised to find out that everyone was called home. My favorite niece, you're here, Frederick greeted Adriana. I've never been your favorite niece, uncle, Adriana said quite coldly. Adriana, come here. Grandpa Hernandez called her over when he noticed that she had arrived. As usual, everyone simply ignored Cedric and left him to sit next to Adriana's now empty seat. Why did you call us over, grandfather? Adriana asked. Adriana, many members of the family have been asking questions about you, her grandfather asked, holding her hand in his palm. Why, grandfather, I'm all right. Adriana pretended not to understand what he was referring to. Are the rumors true? Is the Reyes heir pursuing my beautiful granddaughter? Grandpa Hernandez asked. Everyone seemed to move closer to listen to what Adriana was going to say, but Cedric sat back, confident with what his wife would answer. Grandpa, you shouldn't listen to such rumors. Adriana scolded in a playful way. Adri, if it's true, then you must annul your marriage to Cedric, Grandpa Hernandez demanded. The rest of the family nodded and spoke in agreement. Some looked at Cedric and were surprised to see that Cedric was just calmly seated, not bothered by what Grandpa Hernandez had just asked Adriana to do. Grandpa, stop it. Cedric is right here. Show him at least some respect. Adriana was furious that her grandfather could say such things in front of her husband. She didn't expect them to think so lowly of him. If she were to annul out marriage and marry the Reyes heir, she would still end up with me, Cedric thought to himself. He would not be parted from Adriana, not in this lifetime. Adriana, your husband is of no use to this family. A much better man clearly likes you, so stop thinking about yourself and start thinking about this family. Frederick scolded his niece. My daughter said no, brother-in-law. Everyone was shocked with Gracia suddenly standing up for Adriana and Cedric. I may not like Cedric, but you cannot force my daughter to do something she doesn't want. I do not love the Reyes heir. I am a married woman and I will not ever cheat on my husband. Also, the Reyes heir already has someone in his heart. Anna said he has loved that woman for the past 8 years. Adriana said, very well, if you refuse to marry the Reyes heir, then I want you to use your new friendship with Anna Reyes to expand Islands Inc. Grandpa Hernandez demanded. We aren't that close. Drana said, don't lie to us, bitch. John suddenly said, I am not lying, John. I don't even have her number. Adriana was telling the truth. Anna never gave Adriana her number. They had just met by coincidence every time. Well, it was more of Anna was stalking her sister-in-law every time. You just want to keep all those connections for yourself. You are so selfish, Adriana. Asia said, stepping close to Adriana. Your cousin is telling the truth, Asia. Miss Anna never gives her number to people. Cedric literally and figuratively stepped forward in an attempt to defend his wife. What do you know? You're just an assistant. You may be the Reyes heir's assistant, but you are inconsequential. John always looked down on Cedric. To him, Cedric would achieve nothing in life, and his cousin was just wasting her life with this man. Adriana, I hate you. Asia suddenly slapped Adriana in front of the whole family. Cedric ran to Adriana's side and touched the mark that Asia's slap left on his wife's face. He saw that Adriana was starting to tear up. He wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to confront Asia. However, before he could say anything, Adriana pulled her husband back, signaling for him not to act so rashly. She was worried about what the Hernandez family would do to him. There were more than 20 of them and just one Cedric. Cedric was not worried about taking on the Hernandez clan. Aside from the fact that he could defend himself in a fight if needed, Leon and Mia were waiting outside the gate. They had their own teams, and if needed be, they could easily force their way in to save their boss. But the Hernandezes were still Adriana's family, and even if they mistreated her or had misunderstandings with her, Adriana still loved them and wouldn't hurt them. Let's go, Cedric. This isn't worth it, Adriana whispered to him. Cedric just nodded and put his arm around Adriana to escort her out. Are you coming? Cedric asked Gracia and Charles as they passed. Charles, who was always so quiet and never spoke up, suddenly looked angrily at his father and brother and spoke. I'm disappointed in you, father. And you too, Frederick. Adriana might not have married the type of person we all wanted her to marry, but you have no right to treat my daughter the way you just did. At that, both him and Gracia left with Cedric and Adriana. Thanks, Dad, Adriana told her father when they got into the car. You're my daughter, Adri. Of course I'm on your side, her father said with a smile. Cedric, I meant what I said and I will always mean it. I will never leave you, Adriana said as she gave her husband a kiss on the cheek. I know, Cedric said with a grin. Back at the Hernandez house, Grandpa Hernandez was furious. Not only did Adriana refuse to entertain the Reyes heir, she even denied that she was friends with Anna Reyes. The whole world had already seen their photos together from last night. Dad, I'm sure we can find a way to trick Adriana into cooperating, Frederick said. I have a friend whose friend's mom's sister has lunch with Mrs. Ray's every week at a local country club while waiting for their husbands to finish a round of golf. John suggested to his grandfather. And what will we do with that, John? Grandpa Hernandez asked. He was quite pissed off with this grandson of his. He felt like John lacked the ability to run Islands Inc. In the future, well, I'm sure the Rays family is looking for a suitable wife for their son. If I can get that auntie to tell Mrs. Rays that the woman her son likes will join them for lunch, then maybe Mrs. Rays will push for Adriana to marry the Rays' heir. John explained his complicated and far-fetched idea. It doesn't sound too smart. His younger brother Henry commented on the side. Henry, unlike his siblings, actually liked Cedric and Adriana. Cedric even helped him out once when he was stuck in a bar fight. Henry, don't contradict your brother. His plan sounds good. Frederick scolded his second son. Henry just shrugged and left. He didn't want to be part of this plot. Auntie Janine, can you accompany Adriana to make sure she behaves? John asked one of his father's cousins. Janine Hernandez was a member of the Hernandez clan, as was 10 years older than John, who was turning 33 that year. I would prefer it if Asia and Celine accompanied me, Aunt Janine suggested. I'd love to come along, Aunt Janine, Asia said quite gleefully. It's settled then. John will arrange for this meetup, while Janine, Asia, and Celine will accompany Adriana to make sure she behaves. What will you tell her to get her to go? Grandpa Hernandez asked. I'll think of something, Grandpa. It shouldn't be hard since as the new head of new partnerships, Adriana should be meeting people like this more often. Frederick told his father. After dropping off the family at home, Cedric asked Ian to send him a car to pick him up at home. Despite the events in the morning, Cedric had a lot of work left at Moorco that he needed to deal with. Sir Marco called. Your father is asking if you could have dinner at the old house. Miss Veronica also called and she wanted to show you the designs for the house. Ian said as they drove to Moorco. Okay, I'll tell Dad I'll be there. For Veronica, how about scheduling her next week? Cedric gave instructions as the driver brought them to Moorco. It was the first time that the president of Moorco was arriving in full sight of the company. In the past, it had been a mystery how the president even got to the office. By the time Cedric arrived in the office, a rumor had spread that the president would be walking into the office without hiding his face. When Cedric's Maserati arrived, Ian stopped him from going down. Sir, there is a crowd waiting. I know you want to keep your identity a secret. I'll have the driver take us to the basement. Ian also handed Cedric a face mask just to be safe that no one would see what he looked like. They finally managed to make it to the office and things managed to calm down. Cedric busied himself with work. Before he knew it, the day was almost at its end, and he had forgot to tell his wife that he wouldn't be having dinner at home. He tried calling her multiple times, but she didn't pick up. Cedric was already feeling a bit worried, so he called Mia, who was keeping watch over Adriana. Mia informed him that some members of the Hernandez family had arrived to speak with Adriana and were still inside. Mia assured him that Adriana was safe and was in no harm. Cedric nodded and simply texted Adriana that he would be doing overtime so she didn't have to stay up to wait for him. At 6 p.m. sharp, Iana stomped into his office. Big brother, time to come home for dinner. Put on your stupid disguise and change clothes, Iana said, throwing a mask and a cap on his table. Cedric just laughed and went to his private washroom to change. Of course, Iana picking her brother up caused quite the commotion. The employees were once again waiting in the lobby as if there was a celebrity guest. Since the employees' fear that they would lose their job if they offended the president was still stronger than their curiosity, they gave Iana and Cedric space to pass. They were, however, very much disappointed to see that the president still covered his face. At the Ray's house, for the first time in 13 years, the family had a quiet dinner where they were all complete. Iana told everyone about how much fun she was having in the USA and how she was learning so many things. Everyone also bugged Cedric to tell them about his poverty training and about Adriana. To them, the most interesting thing about Cedric's life was his meeting and marrying Adriana. Hay said, your aunties and I will be having lunch again on Wednesday. Why don't you come join us? They've missed you, you know, Priscilla Reyes said. Mom, won't it be too dangerous? Iana knew that her brother wanted to keep a low profile, so it wasn't exactly ideal to have him walking around with their mom without a disguise. I can wear a disguise, and besides it in Nationalia Golf right, everyone there more or less saw me as a child, Cedric said, confirming that he would go. Well, the new wives, of course, didn't know you back then, his mom said deep in thought. I'll just wear the face mask as usual and just dress differently, Cedric said, lifting the face mask he used to cover the lower half of his face. All right, so next Wednesday, his mom confirmed. Wait, I'm not free. How about the Wednesday after that, Mom? I can invite Veronica over since she wants to show me the designs she made of the house. Cedric had realized that he was swamped with meetings that week. Once they had settled on their lunch plans, Cedric bid his parents and sister goodbye. Iana would be returning to school the next day, so they wouldn't see each other for a while. Before he left, he reminded Iana not to make Ray empty out a whole flight for her again. Cedric's driver and Ian picked him up at the Ray's home and drove him back. Ian had to come along since there were some papers from the office that still needed Cedric's signature. "Ian, don't you have a life outside of work?" Cedric asked Ian. "Of course I do, sir. I just have my goals." Ian told Cedric as he checked the documents on his lap. I have my goals too. I heard about your family history from Dad," Cedric said, waiting for Ian to tell him about it. "Your dad saved me," Ian confessed. "My family has always been well off. As a matter of fact, my dad and your dad were really good friends growing up. They still are," Ian recounted. "And where are your parents now?" Cedric asked. "I still live with them," Ian said. Cedric simply nodded in reply. "Long ago, the Limbs were on the same level as the Rays, the Sebastians, and the Lawrences. Growing up, my dad had everything he wanted. He never wanted for anything. If he did, he got it. My mom was the same. She and your mom went to the same school, traveled the world together. Even when I was a child, we had everything. Our business was doing great, but then things aren't always meant to run smoothly, and tragedy just struck one after the other." Cedric could feel the pain in Ian's voice. He did remember Ian from his childhood. They had gone to the same school, but they were never close. Ian always seemed to have a world of his own. Although Ian had friends, it seemed he was still different. He seemed smarter and better than those that were around him in school. "Do you think we could have been friends back in school?" Cedric suddenly asked. "You and the other four were inseparable. You wouldn't have let me hang out with you guys. Plus, I was at a difficult point of my life back then. Back in elementary, my family's fall had already begun." Ian teased. "What happened to your family?" Cedric probed. "I remember when I was a child, my grandparents had a schedule. Mondays, Grandma would be in the casino. After meeting with her friends there, they would pick me up from school, and we would go to the golf course to watch Grandpa, Dad, and my uncle play golf. I would get bored, and they would send me to my golf lessons. On Tuesdays, those were boring days. Mom and my aunt would take me to piano and voice lessons with this national artist. I can't even remember his name anymore, but we studied him in class. Wednesdays, we would book a cinema to watch a movie. Dad didn't like using the home cinema and preferred to watch in the mall. Once someone attempted to kidnap me, so they would book the whole cinema after that. Thursdays were French and Chinese lessons. I hated those. And every Friday, we would go to Maharlika Hotel to have dinner and ice cream. I remember a man I would call Lolo Aguilar. I thought he was just some bum in the hotel who played his harmonica in the dining area. Apparently, he was a national artist for visual arts. He liked me so much that he would often sketch me while I played with his charcoal pencils. I still have those sketches, you know. They are his unpublished work. Everything was going well, the business was booming, and our company was set to expand. One day my grandpa made a bad business decision. That decision accumulated and accumulated till that one loss became hundreds of losses. My father was already telling him that he could help, that my grandfather needed to trust my father with the family business at one point. Ian had a sad face as he told Cedric his story. At the time, we thought that was the worst, but it wasn't. My grandfather trusted a cousin of his to run a part of his business. My father was already against it from the start. He told my grandfather that this cousin of his was already stealing money. My grandfather refused to listen. In 2 years, all of the money for that part was gone, and to add to that, we discovered that my grandfather's cousin had taken out so many loans from banks in my grandfather's name that the banks were already knocking on our door. And one day, they just took everything. Ian took a deep breath as he remembered that day. He remembered his father was on the floor crying. He had always seen his father as a strong man, but that day his father just gave into it all. It must have been hard. Cedric understood what Ian had to go through to an extent. It wasn't even the end. Soon after, my father's younger brother got sick. It was cancer, stage 4. We pulled what we could. I spent most of those days in the hospital, watching my family go through the fear of losing a loved one. My uncle was strong and he made it. We thought, for sure, things would get better, but it didn't. My grandfather and grandmother both got sick at the same time next. My mom and aunt gathered all the jewelry they had left, including my parents' wedding rings. They sold it and used it to pay for my grandparents' treatments. My grandparents married for love, but my grandfather still looked towards other women. He had 4 other families outside of his marriage with my grandmother, each family with at least 2 children. He gave them houses, properties, and sent them to the best schools. When my grandfather's other families heard about our fall and about my grandfather's sickness, they all came knocking. At first, I thought it was to help or at least to visit my grandfather. I was wrong, of course. They came to collect. Ian again paused to take a deep breath. He hadn't told this story to anyone in a while, and it was quite difficult for him. He was good at keeping these emotions at bay, hiding his problems and soldiering on. That was, after all, how he had been raised. They were afraid my grandfather would die and they would not be able to get what they wanted from him. My father and his siblings eventually managed to chase them off. They threatened to let the public know. My family, at this point, didn't care anymore. When they saw that, they realized to just wait in silence. We got lucky, I guess. My grandfather and grandmother got better, but they were different. My grandmother was demanding and distrusting, while my grandfather, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the business world, couldn't even stand on his own 2 feet. As Ian told his story, tears began to gather in his eyes. We lost our business, our cars, and we almost lost our home. My mom and dad tried to find whatever work they could, but people kept saying they were overqualified. And for the jobs they were qualified for, well, people rejected them since they had been working in the family business and had no jobs outside of that. There were days that we didn't know where we would find our next meal. Back in school, I would go days with just eating one meal. Despite everything, I got lucky. I got a sports scholarship and was able to study at a good university. I was always focused on reaching my goals to get back what we lost. Ian explained. What about your mother's family? Cedric couldn't help but ask. They are the worst of all. When we had nothing and were barely eating, they turned their backs on us. When they saw me walking over 50 kilometers just to get to school, they just drove away. To them, my vengeance will be different. We were family. You never turn your back on family, Ian explained. Cedric could feel Ian's anger and his pain. No wonder his father had taken Ian under his wing and given him the tools to succeed. Are your grandparents doing better now? Cedric asked. Ian frowned and said, my grandmother passed away 6 years ago. My grandfather died a week ago. Cedric suddenly felt guilty for not knowing about Ian's grandfather. I'm sorry, Ian, I didn't know. It's okay, sir. At least now he is in peace. I just feel sad that they won't see how successful I will become. Ian said, call me Cedric. You used to just call me Cedric, so no need to change in private. All right, Cedric. Oh, we are here. Ian stepped out of the car and opened the door for Cedric. Have a good night, Cedric. Cedric nodded and headed in. Unbeknownst to him, Adriana, who was still awake on the second floor of the house, saw Cedric arrive in a brand new white Rolls-Royce Ghost. Why were you riding that car? Adriana asked, popping out of nowhere. Cedric sighed. He was tired of keeping secrets. Hey honey, wanna know a secret? Cedric teased. What is it? Adriana asked as they went into their room together. I'm actually the Ray's heir and Ian is my assistant. Cedric expected Adriana to be shocked. Instead, Adriana started laughing and rolling on the floor. I'm serious, Cedric said as he picked her up and placed her on the bed. You're just his assistant, Cedric. Don't let all the new connections you have got to your head, Adriana said, kissing him on the lips. Honey, I'm telling you the truth. Cedric insisted. Cedric Ray's, I love you. You don't need to be someone you are not. I don't want some rich heir to a fortune worth billions. I just need you, Adriana said in a more serious tone. Plus, I hate that he makes you work late nights. I hate that he is so cold. I hate that he would let his sister just waste so much money. He has too much money. He needs to come down and see how other people live. Adriana continued. You would have it easier if I were the Ray's heir, Cedric said with a sigh. It seemed that despite him admitting who he truly was, his wife didn't want him to be that person. When have I wanted what was easy, Cedric? Adriana asked. The next day, everything went back to normal. Gracia was back to hating Cedric, and Charles was quiet once more. Cedric prepared breakfast and drove himself and Adriana to work. Are you all right? Can you manage today? Cedric asked his wife. Yeah, Adriana said with a smile. I heard that your relatives came over after I left. I doubt it was to apologize, Cedric said, recounting Mia's report. Of course not, but they didn't make things worse either. It was work. They want me to meet some high-profile clients in a couple of weeks. Auntie Janine, Auntie Cecilia, and Asia will be with me. I think it's some sort of girls' gathering, Adriana explained. Cedric simply nodded and kept silent the rest of the way. Cedric and Adriana quickly sunk back into routine. They would wake up early, head to work, and go home late. The Elysia Mall project had already begun, and during the next Hernandez family meeting, Adriana was highly praised by everyone. Adriana felt that something was off. It was very much unlike her relatives to just drop the whole Ray's heir issue. Nonetheless, she took this moment as a win since no one was complaining or going against her. Cedric, on the other hand, was already gearing up for an expansion project for More Co. After the successful relaunch of More Phones, he planned to expand their business to other countries and to other products as well. This would require a much larger factory and stronger technical abilities. Cedric was already assessing different candidates when he realized that he had one right next to him. He decided to make Ian head of the More expansion project. Since it wouldn't start for quite a while, Ian was to stay by Cedric's side before the launch of the More Co. expansion. Before Cedric had noticed, it was already Wednesday, and he had promised his mom to have lunch with her. He asked Ian to prepare the Rolls-Royce Ghost for him to use to meet his mom. He quickly changed into a black suit and tie. He had decided to begin wearing a black cloth face mask that would match his clothes whenever he went out as the Ray's heir. He wore his usual gold-rimmed glasses and stepped out of his office. As he passed by the lobby, the female employees began snapping photos of him. Many were gushing about how good-looking their president was, or how they would want to be the future Mrs. Ray's. Since his return, Cedric had already gained quite a following, including his own fans club. Some of the members were actually employees of More Co, so Cedric's photo, walking out of the office, would quickly be uploaded on their group chats and forums where women would swoon over him. He'd even earned the nickname of the president among his fans. In the car, Ian scrolled through the forum and was suppressing a laugh. "What is it, Ian?" Cedric asked. "Sir, it's nothing. I was just looking through the forums," Ian said, showing his phone. Ian was surprised when Cedric took his phone and began scrolling through the messages. AN 20, employees of Morco, are so lucky they have a chance of seeing the president. Mistress off deep. Mr. President, are you single? He looks so hot and mysterious like that. Reader 411, does anyone know if there are job openings at Morco? I'd like to submit my application. Rabbit Room, look at the way Mr. President walks. Just his walk melts my heart. Cedric laughed at the comments and gave Ian back his phone. At the Nationalia, Cedric's mom was sitting with her friends and talking about the latest gossip. Chris, did you know that our classmate from university, Camilla, just got her third divorce in the United States? That's what you get for marrying too many foreigners. Lucy and Chan told her friend. Lucy was the mother of Eric, Miguel, and Nicole. She, along with the other moms, had known each other for a long time. They had gone to the same university back in the day. She should have just married Savvy. Look, he's a senator now. Rebecca tours Sebastian. And your husband is the president. Victoria Bernasconi Abad teased her friend. Well, Camilla has always had an odd taste. Remember back in university when she was dating that fake rich guy? Priscilla laughed. Ah, look, it's Marivic, and she has guests, Lucy Chan said, casting doubt on their friends' companions. Every Wednesday, their little group would gather to wait for their husbands to finish a round of golf. It was practically an exclusive group of wealthy wives, the main members being Priscilla Reyes, Lucy Chan, Rebecca Sebastian, Victoria Abad, and Amy Lawrence. They allowed others to join them, and many people that wanted to gain favor in their businesses often did. It was like the Queen's holding court every Wednesday at the ultra-exclusive Nationalia Golf and Country Club. Isn't that your daughter-in-law? Lucy Chan asked Priscilla Reyes. It is. Cedric didn't mention she was coming here today. Why did she arrive with Marivic and those overdressed social climbers? Priscilla Reyes asked her friends. Madams, I brought some friends, I hope you don't mind, Marivic de Dio said, referring to her companions. Marivic was the ultimate social climber. She had started as the assistant to a CEO who at the time was married. When the CEO's wife eventually died, she became his shoulder to cry on. Soon he began giving her gifts and spending more time with her. However, in an interesting twist, the CEO passed away in a car accident, and Marivic ended up marrying the CEO's son. Now she was Mrs. de Dios, and everyone knew how she got the name. Marivic often tried to spend as much time with the madams to help her young husband. He was new in business, but she wasn't. She had been by his father's side for years and knew how important a role wives played when it came to business partnerships. Where is Amy? Is she late again? Rebecca Sebastian asked her friends as she blatantly ignored Marivic de Dios. Please introduce your guests to us, Marivic, Priscilla Reyes said, ignoring her friend. Oh, Marivic was quite surprised that Mrs. Reyes had noticed her after Mrs. Sebastian had just ignored her. This is my friend, Janine Hernandez, and her cousin-in-law, Celine Heron Hernandez. Celine's husband is the president of Islands Inc. If I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Reyes, Elijah Malls has just started a project with Islands Inc. Marivic introduced the older women, first making sure to say what Celine's husband did for a living. I don't meddle with Elijah Corp. That's my husband's and my children's business. Priscilla Reyes said with a smile, making sure that Marivic and her friends understood that if that was their reason for being here, then their trip was in vain. Oh, it's actually not my husband that handles that partnership, Celine Hernandez immediately said. Priscilla just nodded back in reply. And this is Asia Hernandez, Celine's only daughter. She recently got engaged to Mark Chu. Marivic de Dios paused, waiting for one of the madams to recognize the name. When she just got blank stares, she just decided to continue. And this is her niece, Adriana Hernandez. She works at Islands Inc., Marivic announced quickly. Even if Adriana was the reason the Hernandezes had come over to Nationalia, Marivic wasn't too fond of the quiet girl. She saw more of herself in Asia rather than Adriana. Hello, Adriana, Priscilla Reyes said with a big smile. It seems Mrs. Reyes likes my niece, Janine Hernandez said. She looks like a strong and pretty young woman. She reminds me of my Diana, and I met her once at the Morco launch. It was just a quick introduction, though, Priscilla said. Ladies, look who I bumped into at the entrance. A Chinese-looking woman in her 50s appeared dragging a well-dressed young man in a face mask and glasses. Mother aunties, Cedric said in a cold demeanor. Don't tell me you're not happy to see all your aunties. Come sit, his mother commanded. When Cedric took his seat, he suddenly froze. What was Adriana doing here? Their eyes locked, and Cedric didn't know what to do. Adriana suddenly looked elsewhere, but it was too late. Janine Hernandez had already noticed the tension between them. Mr. Reyes, is it true that you find my niece pretty? Janine Hernandez asked. Yes, pretty, Cedric managed to say. Adriana wanted to slap the man the moment he called her pretty. In her head, only her husband had the right to call her that. Then, Mr. Reyes, could the rumors be true that you have a crush on Audrey? Janine Hernandez said as she patted her niece on the back. Miss Hernandez, I don't think my friend's personal life should be any interest of yours. Ram Abad and Veronica had just arrived when he noticed the awkward conversation. I didn't mean to pry, sir. Janine Hernandez was afraid of insulting anyone from this group. Adriana, you seem uncomfortable, Veronica said as she approached Adriana. I'm fine, Adriana said with a smile. I know what will make you feel better. Why don't you come with me and Ram? I'm going to show Mr. Reyes the designs for his house. He's gonna move in there with his 8-year love, Veronica said with a giggle. Adriana just nodded and followed Veronica to another table. Are Mr. Ramabad and the designer Veronica dating? Asia asked. She had always dreamed of having a home designed by Veronica, but just getting a meeting seemed impossible for her. Cedric suddenly burst out laughing. The madams as well had an awkward look on their faces, and Ram himself had a disgusted look. Miss, Veronica is my sister. That's disgusting. Come on, said. She's got something good prepared, Ram said, dragging his friend to the other table. Is Mr. Rey's real name? Said Janine Hernandez asked, quickly picking up on what everyone else missed. No, it's just a pet name, Priscilla said. In the other table, Ram made Cedric sit next to his wife as Veronica opened the files she needed to present to Cedric. Now, Adriana, I want you to voice your opinion as well. You see, my client here has no taste, and this whole house is supposed to be a gift to the love of his life, Veronica accused. Cedric only grunted. What my sister said is true. I think my friend here will lose his wife if he doesn't let a woman judge this house first, Ram said, liberally taking a jab at Cedric, who couldn't fight back. But Miss Veronica, I think whatever you make is beautiful. Adriana had heard of Veronica in the past. When she first met Veronica, she was shocked to find out that the legendary designer was from her country and was actually the sister of one of the 5 princes. Did you have her in mind? Cedric asked, making his voice a bit rough and cold. Because of that, Ram accidentally spit out his drink. Veronica just nodded. Luckily, she had met Adriana a couple of times and more or less had an idea on what she would want. I didn't want this house to be another Veronica creation. I wanted it to be Anna. I wanted it to be as someone who knew you and her, even if I barely know her. Veronica began. So knowing you, I did a light design with traditional local materials. You'll have a main room for entertaining guests. I'm looking at this to be one of the bigger areas. To the left, you'll have your public study, and to the right, your dining room. Behind, you'll have a hallway that will lead to any place in the house that's more public, 2 guest rooms with their own bathrooms. The cinema will be behind that. On the same floor, you will have the game room and a meeting room, in case you need it. And then it opens out to a patio that runs the almost width of the mansion. As requested, some showers on the side if you have guests that swim in the pool but would like to just dress up out there. In the basement, we have the wine cellar, the bowling alley, and a gym. On the second floor, you'll have rooms for all members of the family, your parents, in-laws, and your sister, should they choose to stay over. Each room is a suite, so it has its own entertainment area, bedroom, walk-in closet, bathroom, and balcony. I made each room designed to fit into the whole but still match their personalities. Don't worry, Yana's has her own office to the side. We know that girl tends to be a workaholic. On the third floor, we have the master bedroom that takes up half the whole floor. Same with all the other rooms. It has its own entertainment area, a large main room for sleeping, of course. Then there are his and hers walk-in closets. I placed a makeup studio for her and a hidden jewelry closet. On the same floor, I placed 2 offices that are connected by a secret door and 5 other rooms in case you know. Veronica laughed at the last comment. Wow, this looks amazing, Adriana said as she studied the plans Veronica had just shown her. For some reason, she felt like this house was built for her. How about the guest house and the other amenities? Cedric asked in his disguised voice. I'm not touching the extra building and the guest house for the meantime. I want to discuss it further with her. You'll have an infinity pool, a pudding green for Uncle, and a tennis court for Jana. The garage will be able to hold 50 cars. I know you won't have more than that. You aren't Ram, Veronica teased, looking at her brother. What, I like cars, Ram shrugged. For the staff house, each room is spacious, has its own kitchen and bathroom. There is also a training facility for your bodyguards, Veronica explained further. Your woman is very lucky, Mr. Reyes. Adriana was amazed by the house Mr. Reyes had built for the woman he loved. I think she'll like it, Ram told Cedric with a wink. Cedric simply nodded back. If that's all, we should go back to the aunties. They're the reason you came here, right? Veronica said as she packed up her things. The group went back to join the madam's table. When they got there, Cedric's mom, Priscilla, had the food served. Did Veronica wow you? Veronica's mom, Victoria, asked Cedric. Yes, auntie. Even Miss Adriana liked it, Cedric said in an odd voice that got him confused looks from the madams. Wow, Adriana, you got to see the designs of Miss Veronica for Mr. Reyes, Janine Hernandez said in an attempt to push her niece back into the spotlight. Yes. The house was very beautiful, Adriana said with a smile. Cedric stared at her and smiled as well. He loved it when she smiled. His goal was to keep her smiling for the rest of their lives. See, Adriana, that's what a real man can do. My Mark already bought us a house. Asia couldn't help but boast about her fiancé and put down her cousin's husband. Mr. Reyes, our Adriana is quite a capable woman. Aside from being very pretty, she also has a good brain in that head, Janine Hernandez boasted. Miss Adriana seems to be quite an amazing girl, Priscilla said. Of course she knew that the woman they were praising was her daughter-in-law, so she had nothing against that. Sadly, madam, she is married to a lazy man. Janine complained, not knowing that Cedric was sitting on the same table. Oh, Amy, so Lawrence asked. She had known Cedric since he was in diapers, and lazy was the last word anyone would use to describe him. My husband is not lazy, Adriana said with her fists balled on the side. Cedric wanted to hold her hand to calm her down, but doing so would only make things worse. You earn more than your husband, Adriana. You should really end your marriage, Asia suggested. Madams, please excuse my niece. She doesn't realize what she is saying. Janine Hernandez said apologetically. She's defending the man she loves. I see nothing wrong with that. Priscilla said, coming to her daughter-in-law's defense. You are the one that is wrong. Lucy Chan scolded the guests. Madams, I'm sorry if my guests offended you. I'll take them away now. Marivic de Dios apologized. It was an honor meeting you, madams. Adriana smiled as she and her group moved to leave. We would love for you to stay, Adriana. Priscilla invited. I'm sorry, madam, but they rode with me and they won't be able to leave. Adriana refused politely. Then make them wait. Cedric said in a cold manner. They are my family, sir. If family might not mean the same to you, but I will never abandon my family. Adriana answered back. I like her, Victoria teased. I hope to see you around, Adriana. Priscilla waved goodbye to the only guest she liked. When Adriana and her relatives got to the lobby, Janine Hernandez suddenly slapped Adriana. Janine, Marivic de Dios shouted in surprise. We were here to get the heir's mother to want you, and you wasted all our efforts. Janine slapped her niece again on the other cheek. I'm a married woman. Do you expect me to cheat? Adriana answered her back. The world already knows that the heir likes you. You are the only woman that refused to accept this. Janine raised her hand again to slap her niece when a man's hand stopped her. Janine was surprised to see the heir standing behind her. With him were Ram and Veronica Abad. Not even my mom slaps me, and yet you slap your niece, Ram asked from behind. Cedric pushed Janine Hernandez away and picked Adriana up bridal style. Let go of me, you pervert. Adriana tried to jump out of Cedric's arms. Cedric held her tightly and refused to let her go. Throw them out and ban them from ever stepping foot in Nationalia again. Cedric ordered Leon. Leon nodded and called security. He also gave Ian a call to ask for his help in banning the Hernandezes. Cedric took Adriana to his car and sat next to her. Drive, Cedric ordered. The driver nodded and drove them home. Ian, who was in the front seat, remained silent. Let me down. This is kidnapping. I'm going to jump out of this car if you don't let me go. Adriana kicked and shouted. No, Cedric said coldly. People will talk. I'm a married woman. Where are you taking me? Adriana asked. Miss Adriana, we are taking you home. Ian spoke from the front seat. My car. Adriana remembered. I'll have someone take care of it. Ian said, looking back with a smile. Cedric turned to face Adriana. He gently touched her cheek, but Adriana slapped his hand away. Don't you dare touch me. She shouted angrily. Cedric laughed. Passed by a convenience store for ice. Ian instructed the driver. He already knew what his boss wanted. Cedric's driver was very much familiar with Adriana's home. He had driven and even picked up his boss from there in the past. When he stopped outside the house, Gracia Hernandez was shocked to see a white Rolls-Royce pull up. Adriana got down, slammed the door, and kicked the car. Gracia was shocked by the scene. Adri, why were you in that car? Gracia called after her daughter. Some asshole tried to play hero. Adriana shouted and slammed the door to their room. She felt the need to wash every inch of her body. Mr. Reyes only picked her up and helped her. Most women would be swooning at the thought, but Adriana was disgusted. Back in the Rolls-Royce Ghost, Cedric watched Adriana stomp away with Gracia chasing after her. Sir, Mia is on the phone for you. Ian handed his phone to Cedric. Sir, I apologize for my inaction. Mia said on the other line. You did the right thing calling me. I wouldn't have wanted it to play any other way. There was nothing you could have done. What's important is that your mistress is safe. Cedric knew that if Mia had saved Adriana, it would have raised more questions. Cedric dropped the call and handed it back to Ian. Soon the Five Princes chat was buzzing with life again. Miguel Chan, hi Mr. Hero Cedric Reyes, you've managed to light up social media again. Ramabad, we saw the socialites taking photos. I think they got some pretty good angles. Alexi Sebastian, is she more in love with you now? Cedric Reyes, well, she's painfully loyal to Cedric Reyes and hates the heir with a passion. Ray Lawrence, sucks to be you. Cedric closed his phone and ignored his friend's messages. That night, when Cedric got home, he didn't ask Adriana about what had happened. As a result, Adriana felt too ashamed to even talk to Cedric. Mr. Reyes was his boss, and he carried her in a way someone other than Cedric shouldn't. Adriana also felt guilty because when Mr. Reyes carried her, she felt safe and secure in his arms, the same way she felt when Cedric had carried her during his class reunion. Adriana slept with her back to Cedric that night. Cedric wanted so badly to reach out and hug her. He thought she was crying because of what the Hernandezes did to her. He knew Adriana always placed family first. She never stood up against them because she was afraid of hurting their feelings or going too far. Cedric knew Adriana's heart and family was always at the center of that. The next day, Adriana was still quiet. At the table, Gracia tried to ask her about the previous day, but she snapped at her mother and refused to talk about it. In their car as well, the only answer Adriana would give was a yes or a no, after dropping Adriana off at Islands Inc. And parking the car, Cedric began walking to Moore Coast Building. On the way, Cedric's phone buzzed as he got a message. Alexi Sebastian, the girls and I are gonna drop by your office today. Cedric just ignored his friend's message and placed his phone back in his pocket. He just sighed at the thought of having to entertain the Sebastian siblings. He wasn't in an entertaining mood. When Cedric arrived at the office, he was faced with a person he did not want to see, Frederick and Asia Hernandez. Cedric. Asia waved. As much as Cedric wanted to ignore them, he knew that things would just get worse if he did. Uncle Frederick, Asia. Cedric greeted. We're here to see your boss. Frederick demanded. You don't have an appointment. Goodbye, Cedric said flatly and walked off. Don't you dare walk away from us, Asia shouted. Ma'am, sir, is this lowlife giving you any trouble? It was Chris Garin. He grabbed Cedric by the collar and threw him at Frederick's feet. Don't you know who they are? Assist. Chris Garin asked loudly. People had begun to gather around the scene. Don't you know our boss is smitten with their niece? Chris shouted, spitting at Cedric. They don't have an appointment with him. Cedric repeated slowly. Adriana will eventually leave you, Cedric. You are nothing compared to the Ray's heir. Asia taunted. Asia, Adriana and I are married. How can she marry someone else? Cedric asked with no intention of answering Asia's question. You're insane. We will just say that during your annulment. Can you even afford a lawyer when that happens? You know the Hernandez family can afford the best lawyers. Asia called out. Adriana will never agree, Cedric said. Adriana always puts family first. She's just rebelling now, but Adriana always does what the family wants. Frederick said, Cedric, we will meet your boss now. Frederick demanded in a loud voice. You don't have an appointment. Cedric repeated, pathetic. Chris picked Cedric up by the collar and was about to punch him when he was interrupted by a new arrival. What is going on here? A young man and two girls strode in with what looked like a fleet of bodyguards. CC Congressman Sebastian. Frederick Hernandez managed to say. If you're enjoying Never Judge, follow me on Instagram. Wounded Warrior Author, what are you doing? Alexander Sebastian asked in a cold voice. We're here to see Mr. Reyes. This man insulted us, Asia accused. Do you have an appointment with Mr. Reyes? Katerina asked. Katerina had just come from a court hearing and was wearing a white business suit and 4-inch heels. She walked a little bit closer to Asia, and with every step the sound of her heels echoed in the lobby. And a no, but I'm sure he will come and see us. He likes my cousin, and we are the way for him to get there. All my cousin needs to do is leave this worthless loser. It won't be a problem. He can't even afford a lawyer, and we have the best. Adriana will be the Ray's heirs, I guarantee it, Asia said, still quite proudly. What's your name, girl? Katerina asked, crossing her arms. Asia Hernandez, Asia replied. Ma'am, she's the cousin of Miss Adriana Hernandez, the woman that Mr. Reyes likes. And this scum is Adriana's good-for-nothing husband. He refuses to leave her for Mr. Reyes. Chris said in an attempt to explain to Katerina who Asia was and why she had a right to talk down at Cedric. Miss, this worthless scum of a person isn't worth your time, Asia said, still referring to Cedric. He is just Mr. Ray's assistant, and he just got promoted recently, so he is of no consequence. His wife makes more money than him, and he just depends on her. Katerina looked at Asia from head to toe. She was wearing a white top and a pink pencil skirt and platform heels. She was dripping with jewelry, just like any social climber. It disgusted Katerina. More than anything, what Katerina hated was Asia's gall to talk down at Cedric. She had also heard about what happened at Nationalia the other day. Not only did the Hernandezes attempt to peddle an unsuspecting married woman like a whore, they even hurt her in front of everyone. Were these people even family? Little girl, my name is Katerina Sebastian. My father is the president, and my older brother is a congressman. I'm just a lowly lawyer compared to them. Katerina was no low-ranking lawyer as she made it appear. Graduated from Harvard Law, topped the bar exam in 5 states before finally returning home and topping the bar at home as well. She had hundreds of international clients and had never lost a case. She was arguably the best lawyer around. Miss Katerina, has my daughter offended you in any way? Frederick managed to ask. Behind them, Cedric had already stood up and fixed his clothes. Uncle Frederick, Asia, Chris, I think Miss Katerina would know Mr. Reyes better than any of you, Cedric said from behind. Everyone was shocked that despite being embarrassed, Cedric still managed to get up and was confident in speaking in front of the Sebastian siblings. Even the silent Natalia could render any business tycoon speechless. I heard about the incident at Nationalia yesterday. Katerina suddenly slapped Asia hard on the face. She then proceeded to slap Frederick as well. We consider Adriana a friend. You don't even deserve to call her family, Katerina said, moving to slap them again on the other cheek this time. Behind her, Alexi laughed. My sisters and I have known Mr. Reyes our whole lives. Who are you to claim to know him? Juan, get me some tissues and alcohol, Katerina called out. A bodyguard did as she asked. Katerina cleaned her hands in front of everyone and threw the tissues at Asia's feet. Pick them up, Katerina commanded. Asia bent down to pick the tissues up when Katerina stepped on her hand with a high heel. Asia screamed and cried in pain. Frederick immediately bent to help his daughter, but he was stopped by Katerina's bodyguard. "People like you disgust me," Katerina said. "You see, Asia, unlike my friends, I'm not kind or gentle." Katerina continued as a crying Asia nursed her hand. "In fact, I am ruthless, and don't even think of calling a lawyer. Just saying my name will make anyone back out." Katerina grabbed Asia by the collar of her shirt and dragged her out, due to Katerina's heels and the marble floor at Morco. Every step she took echoed throughout the lobby, and combined with Asia's screams and Frederick's begging, everyone was in shock. When Katerina reached the door, she threw Asia out and turned to the guards. "Stop letting the trash in. Mr. Reyes hates the smell of trash, especially the desperate kind," Katerina told the guards before turning away and walking back to her brother and sister. Katerina nodded at Alexei, and they continued to walk towards the elevator as if nothing had happened. Alexei suddenly stopped in front of Chris and Cedric. He grabbed Chris by the collar and gave him a knee to the gut. "You better learn your place," he told Chris as the man dropped to the ground. "Aren't you coming?" Natalia, who had remained silent the whole time, asked Cedric. Cedric simply nodded and took the elevator with them up. At the lobby, the employees of Morco were stunned. The bodyguards of the Sebastian siblings began collecting everyone's phones and devices and deleted any evidence of the events that had just happened. As public figures, the Sebastians still took care of their image, even if they often went about things by force just like today. Since this was nothing new, they already had a team ready to secure any evidence from the witnesses. As for Chris, Alexei's assistant had already thrown money his way for his medical expenses and for him to keep quiet. Chris might have been proud, but he knew not to go against a power like the Sebastian siblings. The security staff at Morco, of course, cooperated with the Sebastian security detail and destroyed any evidence. In the elevator of Morco, if anyone in the lobby witnessed the scene now, they would be shocked. Katerina and Natalia were giggling like little girls, and Alexei was laughing. "You guys didn't have to go that far." Cedric shook his head. He always had disagreed with both the Sebastians and the Lawrences' method of dealing with problems. "At least they will remember this lesson," Alexei said, slapping his friend on the back. "You and Ray really are cousins. Why do you always have to settle things with fists?" Cedric sighed. Ray was second cousins with Alexei, Katerina, and Natalia. As the Sebastian family patriarch, Alexei's grandfather was the older brother of Ray's grandmother on his mother's side. "Don't be such a party pooper, Cedric. It's not like it's the first time we did that," Katerina teased. "Plus, from what I hear, she always mistreats Adriana. I want revenge for Adriana. I hate that Asia girl." Natalia was turning red with anger. Natalia, you're turning into a tomato again," her older sister teased. Everyone in the elevator laughed at Natalia's odd color change. When the elevator finally arrived at the president's floor, they were surprised to see Nicole spinning around in an office chair talking to Ian. "Ian, why did I not know that the Sebastians and Nicole Chan were going to visit me today?" When Nicole heard Cedric's voice, she suddenly fell off the chair but was flimsily caught by Ian. "Sir, none of them were on your schedule for today." Ian struggled to help Nicole back up. Cedric simply sighed and went into his office, followed by his friends. Nicole had actually arrived earlier than Cedric. She knew he was a busy person, but she needed an investor in her project, so she was determined to ambush him into investing. When she got to Cedric's office, she was surprised to see that only Ian and Camilla were there. The two assistants offered her coffee and snacks while she waited. At first, Nicole was inside Cedric's office. She had finished her snacks and was bored. She went around and explored all of Cedric's things. "No wonder he wants this whole building renovated. This carpet looks like it's from the 80s, Nicole commented to herself while looking at the floor. Nicole eventually became bored and stepped back outside. "Hey Camilla, what time does your boss usually arrive?" Nicole asked in a loud voice. Camilla left to deal with something downstairs, Miss Nicole. "President is on his way to the office as well. Is there anything I can do for you?" Ian asked. "Do you really have to call me Miss Nicole? Just Nicole will do. And I find it hard to believe that you call Cedric the president. Uncle Emilio is the president of Ray's group and Uncle Jose is the president of the country. From what I've heard, you're Cedric's non-prince friend." "Well, fine, I'm wrong. You're the fallen prince," Nicole asked without even giving Ian a chance to reply to any of her questions. "I have to call you Miss Nicole because we are in the office and you haven't given me permission to just call you Nicole. Now I can call you just Nicole," Ian said with a grin. "I see you're trying to be funny. Ha ha ha, I'm the funny one around here," Nicole said proudly. Ian simply smiled at what she said and turned his attention back to his work. "You didn't answer my other question or make a comment on your new nickname," Nicole demanded. Ian let out a sigh. "I don't call Cedric the president, only in front of people I'm not familiar with. Within the bounds of my work, I call him Sir or Mr. Reyes. In private, I call him Cedric. And yes, I guess you can call me a fallen prince." Ian continued to work as he answered Nicole. "You know, it's rude not to look at people when you're talking to them," Nicole teased. Ian turned, smiled at Nicole, and turned back to his work. "Not funny," Nicole said in a serious tone. "Can I get you anything, Nicole?" Ian turned to face her as he asked. Nope, I'm fine, Nicole said, crossing her arms. Ian turned back to work. Hey, you look familiar. Nicole pulled a chair and sat closer to Ian. I have that kind of face, Ian said without looking at her. Hey, Ian shouted as Nicole forced him to face her and took a closer look at him. No, I've met you before. I just can't figure out where, Nicole said with a puzzled look on her face. Nicole continued to stare at Ian until Ian got annoyed and turned back to his work. I know how I know you, Nicole suddenly shouted at her eureka moment. Back when I was in university, I got so drunk over a guy rejecting me. I went to a place where no one would know me and where my family couldn't find me. I was so drunk that I couldn't walk on my own. A group of boys wanted to take advantage of me. I tried to fight them, but I was too drunk. Nicole stopped to catch Ian's reaction. His face remained unchanged and he was still focused on his work. It seems my knight in shining armor is actually a fallen prince, Nicole said with a grin. I've helped a lot of drunk girls, Ian said, still focused on his work. Slept at your place and nothing happened. Do you do that for all girls? Nicole asked. Ian said nothing and just continued to work. You know, I'll take your refusal to answer as a support to my theory, Nicole said, spinning in the chair. That's not what I meant, Ian said, stopping her from spinning in her chair. You'll get into an accident doing that. The chair is sometimes broken. Really, a week after that I went to the same bar and got drunk all over again and you saved me again. Deny that, Nicole told Ian quite loudly. Fine, I helped you. But isn't that what any ordinary human being should do? Help others, Ian said, rubbing his temples. This girl was giving him a headache. I knew it, Nicole said. Ian ignored her again as she spun around in the chair. Haha, the White Knight is actually a fallen prince. What a nice story that would make. Nicole was busy talking to Ian that she didn't hear the elevator arrive. Ian, why did I not know that the Sebastians and Nicole Chan were going to visit me today? When Nicole heard Cedric's voice, she suddenly fell off the chair but was flimsily caught by Ian. Sir, none of them were on your schedule for today. Ian struggled to help Nicole back up. Cedric simply sighed and went into his office followed by his friends. As he helped Nicole up, he whispered, I told you that chair is sometimes broken. Nicole shrugged him off and fixed herself before chasing after Cedric and the Sebastians. Cedric took a seat on his desk and checked the documents his assistants had left on his desk. Why are you here, Nicole? Cedric asked without looking up. I came to ask for money, Nicole said cheerfully. And why aren't you asking Miguel? Cedric said flatly. You're richer than my brother and this is a business thing. Miguel sucks at business things, Nicole said, crossing her arms. What is it? Even if Nicole acted like a child around him, he knew that a business proposition from Nicole would have a 90 chance of success. 10 was when Miguel meddled with the plan and turned it into a charity. I'm building a mental health clinic, well, a chain of clinics, and I need an investor. It's innovative, it's modern, and it will earn. I've already proposed this to the board at the hospital and they rejected my plans. They will only back it if I have a significant and reputable name backing the project, and even then what they want to give me is very limited. The old men in office think this is a fool's errand. I think people need this, Nicole said with a serious face. Why do you want to build clinics for crazy people? Katerina asked. You of all people should know they aren't crazy people. Mental health is important. You, Katerina, suffer from depression, anxiety, and bipolar personality. You visit one of my old clinics every week, Nicole said, contradicting Katerina. How did you know that? Katerina was furious. I know everything about everyone's medical records, Nicole boasted. Whatever happened to patient-doctor confidentiality? Alexei teased, I own the hospital. Plus, if you get sick, you'll still come crawling to my hospital. Cedric, did you know that we've patched Alexei up more times than a poor man's flat tire? Nicole proudly said. Hey, I told Miguel not to tell anyone. Alexei complained. How could I not know? Cedric, did you know, right after you left, no one was there to rein Alexei and Ray in. They got into street fights and bar fights and all kinds of fights. They were in the hospital, so often my dad reserved a room specifically for them. Even the doctors were on standby. You're lucky your hood days didn't affect your dad when he ran for office, Nicole complained. Hood days? Cedric asked. He had an idea about the fights Alexei had gotten himself into, and he wasn't surprised about Ray. Alexei's fights were well talked about among kids their age, and Ray was going through his own training. His family might have controlled the underground for years, but the leader was always selected. A Lawrence just so happened to be selected every time. That's why Ray had to work his way up from the bottom. It also helped that their businesses could fund the gangs and their connections could make the authorities look the other way. It's Nicole's term for Ray's other world. Just ask him next time, Alexei said with a laugh. Now aside from Cedric, I want you all to invest in my mental health clinics or I won't let my brother operate on you, Nicole demanded. That's illegal, Nicole, Katerina threatened. Can you prove it? Nicole teased. I'm me. Katerina boasted back. You guys won't do anything to each other. Cedric said with a laugh. Fine, I'll invest. Alexei said in surrender. Of course I'll invest, Nicole. Cedric smiled. Katerina and Natalia will too. Alexei volunteered for his two sisters. I earn less than both of you, Natalia grumbled. Why are you going to me with this and not the others? Cedric asked. Well, my Miguel is useless, I'll just get him to give me money. Anna agreed before leaving. Anna always agrees with me. Ram and Eric are actually at a movie shoot right now, so I can't really bother them. Ray brought Anna back to America, and Veronica is off somewhere buying some stuff for your new house. Nicole explained. I have so many questions, Cedric teased. Why would you have questions? I explained everything. Nicole cluelessly answered. What's Veronica buying? Cedric asked. I don't know, she's going crazy with your limitless budget and shopping up a storm. She did mention buying you a car to display since you don't have time to buy cars on your own. Oh, and I think she might be flying to Italy soon to buy some special material for your house. Nicole shrugged. What movie is Ram and Eric filming? Cedric asked Nicole. A book by the author The Wanderer. Nicole answered easily. Why did Ray bring Anna back to America? She has a plane and her staff, Cedric asked. Ray said he had business there anyway, so might as well go with her. Plus he always goes with, it's nothing new. Nicole shrugged. Cedric stared at Nicole to see if she was hiding something. Fine, Cedric said, surrendering to Nicole's explanation. And what are you three doing here? Cedric looked at the three siblings who were lounging on his couch. We were bored. Katerina just finished defending a case. She won, of course. We heard about what happened yesterday from Mom and decided to hear it from you. Alexei admitted. It seems it was a good thing we went here. Katerina giggled. Why? What happened? Nicole asked. You were too busy flirting with Cedric's assistant. Katerina teased Nicole. I was not. Nicole suddenly became over-defensive. Oh, come on. Ever since Veronica mentioned him to you, you've been looking for a reason to meet him. Natalia said, exposing Nicole. It won't be good for you, Nicole. Ian will be extremely busy in the future. Cedric was serious about his warning. I wasn't flirting with him, Nicole shouted. Cedric was just warning you. No need to get all riled up about it. Alexei teased. The Sebastian siblings and Nicole spent the whole morning in Cedric's office. They spent it mostly teasing Nicole. Cedric finally managed to drive them out after they had lunch at Nouveau. Luckily, no one else in the family had reserved the private room, so Cedric and his friends managed to eat in peace. Despite an attempt to get his friends to pay for their lunch, Cedric still ended up paying. We saved you today. Plus you own the place and you don't need money, was all Alexei said to get Cedric to pay for the bill. After lunch, they went their own separate ways. Nicole back to the hospital and the Sebastian siblings back home. Cedric went back to Morco to deal with all the delayed work due to his friends dropping by. When Ian brought in some documents for Cedric to sign at the end of the day, Cedric stopped him and asked Ian to take a seat. You'll be very busy soon. Cedric said, I know. Ian nodded in agreement. I'm helping you get what you want because I believe in you. When I was no one, you were my only friend here at Morco. You didn't even remember who I was, Cedric told Ian. Well, a person changes a lot in 13 years. I didn't expect to see you around as anything less than the president of a big corporation. Ian admitted that he never considered the Cedric Rays he met at Morco could be the same Cedric Rays that he went to school with. Nicole is a good girl, don't hurt her, Cedric warned. He saw Nicole the same way he saw Yana and the other girls, as his little sisters, and he would always be on their side. I don't have time for love, Ian said before excusing himself to leave. At the end of the day, Cedric walked out of the office like every other employee, his bag slung over his shoulder, listening to music as he walked towards Islands Inc. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. Cedric turned around and saw a chubby man smiling behind him. Can I help you? Cedric asked. Yep, you can. You're Cedric Rays, assistant to the president of Morco. Correct? The chubby man asked. Yes, why are you asking? Cedric scratched his head. I'm a reporter from 3 Stars, the newspaper. My name is John. John shook Cedric's hand by force. If you want to know anything about Morco, we have a PR department. I think you should talk to them. Cedric turned to continue walking. The people from the PR department have never seen the Rays' heir, but you have, John said as he chased Cedric. I work for Mr. Rays, and as per Mr. Rays' instructions, you should talk to the PR department. Cedric said, trying to drive the reporter away. You'll get paid a lot if you give me this scoop, John called out as Cedric continued to walk away, ignoring him. When Cedric and Adriana were finally together in the car again, Adriana still didn't say a thing. Audrey, I know what your family did to you at Nationalia. Ian and Mr. Rays told me about it, Cedric said, reaching for her hand. Adriana continued to look out the window. She was still ashamed about what had happened. I know you love your family, Audrey, but they shouldn't do things like that to you. Cedric told her out of concern. That's not what's bothering me, Adriana confessed. Cedric began to wonder what Adriana meant. Cedric, aren't you mad about me with what happened between me and your boss? Adriana asked, worried about what Cedric would have to say. We were lucky that Mr. Rays was there. If he weren't, what would Aunt Janine and Aunt Celine have done to you? Cedric disliked Adriana's family very much. He even hated them more for how they treated. Aren't you mad that he touched me? Adriana asked. He saved you, Audrey. Why would I be mad? It's not like he had any ill intentions towards you, Cedric explained. Adriana didn't say anything. Is that why you haven't been speaking to me, Audrey? Cedric asked. Yes, Adriana admitted. Audrey, I trust you. You would never do anything to hurt me. I love you. Cedric said, kissing her on the forehead gently. About what Aunt Janine did, they didn't know better. They were brought up that way, and it's not completely their fault. Adrina always found an excuse for her family no matter what they did to her. Adrina, you have to admit that sometimes your family goes too far. I don't care what they say about me. I'm just worried about you. Cedric was not afraid of the Hernandez family. He was the Rey's heir after all. Very few people could oppose him and still survive after. They are family. Adrina always said this. No matter how badly the Hernandezes had treated her, this was always her answer. They are family. Cedric knew that the moment Adriana said this line, there was no more arguing. She was choosing to turn a blind eye towards family. I'll always protect you, Adri, Cedric said as the red light turned green and they sped home. When Cedric arrived at work the next day, he was surprised to see John the reporter waiting for him outside the building. Don't you ever give up? Cedric asked as John ran towards him. Why is it that no one ever sees the president arrive? John asked. Because the president likes his privacy. Cedric refused to slow his step for the reporter. And how does he come to the office? John continued to pester. Probably by car, like any other president of a company, Mr. John. Cedric sighed, but no one ever sees him arrive or leave. John argued back. They do and they don't. Cedric left a cryptic answer as the guards blocked John from entering. At the president's office, Ian and Camilla followed as Cedric entered his office. Ian placed the coffee on this table and Camilla began explaining his schedule for the next few days. Both Ian and Camilla noticed that their boss was not as focused as usual, so Camilla elbowed Ian to ask. Cedric, is something wrong? Ian asked. Cedric shook his head as if coming from a daydream and looked at his two assistants. Clearly his head was in the clouds. No, I mean yes. Well, has a reporter been tailing either of you? Cedric asked. No, sir. Ian looked at Camilla to see if one was tailing her. Camilla shook her head. Can you call Leon to come in here? Camilla stepped out and came back in with the bodyguard behind her. Leon, did you notice a man trailing me? Cedric asked. The reporter that approached you yesterday, sir. Leon had seen the encounter, but he didn't see the chubby man as a threat. Yes, Cedric confirmed. He's been spotted outside the office, sir, but he doesn't seem like a threat. Leon said, recalling the report the head of security had given him. Why is he approaching me and neither of you? Cedric asked his two assistants. Maybe because you're new, and the rumors about Adriana and the Rey's heir could also play a role in it. Camilla suggested. Cedric decided that Camilla's theory was probably right and just ignored the reporter. Over the next week, John approached him every day, both when he was arriving and when he was leaving. Finally, one day when Cedric was walking to Adriana, John approached him. That watch you wear, there's only 10 of those, John said. Miss Anna gave my wife 2, one for Adriana and one for me. Cedric said. Anna Reyes has 1, that's 3. I saw the actor Eric Chan has 1 too, that makes 4. The Abad siblings have 1 each. Yes, I know Veronica is actually Anna Abad, so that makes 6. 3 are with the Sebastian siblings, so 9, and 1 with Raymond Lawrence. John counted. What are you trying to say? Cedric asked. My reports have always been focused on the 5 princes and their families, so I watch them a lot. John said, walking closer to Cedric. I don't understand what you're saying, John. Cedric stood still. Anna Reyes purchased 10 of those watches. Every time the Rey's heir appears in public, he has that exact same watch. So either Eric Chan is the Rey's heir or you are, John concluded, or my watch could be a fake. Cedric told John. I doubt. John told Cedric. I won't report this. Why? Cedric asked. I've been around Mr. Reyes. I've seen the bodyguard that secretly follows you. He looks just as scary as the ones that follow your sister. Also, it doesn't hurt to have an ally on the inside for both of us. John said, sticking out his hand. Allies for now, Cedric says as he shakes John's hand. As a sign of good faith, I'd like to warn you that more and more paparazzi will be waiting outside your office. There is too much news around this Rey's heir, John said. Cedric simply nodded and left. As John had warned, the next day there were much more people loitering around the entrance of both the Morco lobby and the basement parking entrance. It seemed they were taking note of every employee and every car that came in. Thanks to John's warning, Cedric had already tightened security, so those that had initially attempted to get in were kept out. What have you got there? Cedric heard a paparazzi call out to his companion. Nothing, just ordinary employees. Does this president even come to work? The other paparazzi said. We're sure he goes to work. Remember what the employees were saying on their forum. The president only meets with the directors of each department, and they have constantly been meeting, so that means he goes to the office and leaves. The first one said, yeah, plus the office lights. They always go off at different times, so it isn't some move to deceive people. The second answered while checking their notes. The paparazzi were putting so much research into trying to find out who the Rey's heir was, and it surprised Cedric. He had expected his return would make the news, but he didn't think it would reach this level. Ah, look, it's Mr. Raymond Lawrence's car. If he's coming here, then the Rey's heir has to be here. A paparazzi closer to the entrance pointed. Cedric looked back, and sure enough, he saw Rey getting off a new BMW. Cedric assumed it was new since he had never seen it before, and he had been to Rey's garage. The paparazzi flocked around Ray trying to get an interview. It was a good thing both Morco and Ray were ready with extra guards for crowd control. By the time Ray had reached the lobby, Cedric was already in his office signing documents. When Ray finally got up, he was surprised to hear from Camilla that Cedric was expecting him. "Are you psychic now?" Ray asked, making himself comfortable on Cedric's couch. "Please come in, take a seat. Do you need coffee?" Cedric said sarcastically while reading through some documents. "Seriously, how did you know?" Ray bugged. "I was at the entrance when you arrived. You were delayed by so many paparazzi that I was actually able to get some work done while waiting for you to come up," Cedric said without even looking at Ray. "Well, I'm here to drag you out," Ray announced. "Nope, not with all the paparazzi out there," Cedric said. "We haven't had lunch in such a long time," Ray complained. "That's because you so kindly escorted my sister to America." Cedric looked up with a raised eyebrow, daring Ray to answer. "There was a contract that needed to be signed," Ray explained. "Documents can be sent here," Cedric said. "Fine, yeah, I made sure your sister made it back safe. Sue me." Ray looked Cedric in the eye. "I never said it was bad," Cedric teased. "What are you working on anyway? You're even busier than Miguel, and Miguel flies around to operate on people," Ray said, snatching the documents from Cedric's hand. "You're expanding Morco?" Ray asked. "Yes, I'm expanding it. I'm adding a laptop arm, and we've begun setting up deals for the international market," Cedric answered as Ray looked through the documents. "And where do you plan to create a big enough facility for this?" Ray was surprised at the scale. Cedric wanted to expand Morco. "I purchased land in a province not far from the capital. I plan to build a tech city there. I'm also bringing home some local talents that had to leave for better opportunities," Cedric explained. "Let me ask this. Can I build an airport nearby?" Ray had immediately seen the business opportunities in this project. "Of course, I plan to put up a Constellations resort there as well as an Elysia mall. The housing will be handled by Claren Homes for the cheaper housing, and for the executives, I'll have Crescenta Land build it. I already committed to have a hospital there run by the Chews, as well as a mental-free facility for employees run by Nicole. I was going to offer Ram to build a mini Hollywood there too," Cedric explained. "This is in Alexi's province, isn't it?" Alexi was indeed a congressman representing the province where Cedric would be building his new tech city. He'll get new voters, and his current voters will see an increase in employment and an increase in property value, so it's a win-win. Cedric shrugged. "You're too good at this." Ray teased. "Lunch, I need to finish some things, but yes. What place did you have in mind?" Cedric asked. "Bamboo room? I can empty the place out," Ray suggested. "No need. We can go to the restaurant in Constellations. We have a private room there, right?" Cedric thought bamboo room was too far. "I'll ask Ian to make the arrangements," Cedric said. "Will you go there as you or as you?" Ray asked. Cedric raised an eyebrow at him again. "I mean, will I be having lunch with Cedric or the Ray's heir?" Ray clarified. "Just Cedric. So make sure to pass the VIP entrance so no one sees you," Cedric called out as Ray moved to leave. "Ian," Cedric called. "Boss." Ian came in, closing the door behind him. "What's our most discreet car?" Cedric asked. "We don't have anything discreet, sir," Ian explained. "I'll take a taxi then. Call Constellations, tell them that Cedric Reyes will be having lunch with Ray Lawrence in my private room at La Independencia." Ian nodded and went out to make the call. By the time Cedric came out for lunch, he saw the paparazzi interviewing all employees that were coming out of Morco. "Hey, you kid," a paparazzi called out. "Look, sir, I'm busy." Cedric ignored the paparazzi and ran to an available cab nearby. At La Independencia, Cedric grilled Ray. "So what's the real score between you and Anna?" Ray almost spit out his food at Cedric's question. "Her older brother shouldn't be asking me this," Ray said in an attempt to brush off his question. "She doesn't know, does she?" Cedric said with a grin. "Can we please talk about something else?" Ray complained. "Fine," Cedric laughed. He got the answer he was looking for. Cedric and Ray had a peaceful lunch. Ray attempted to give Cedric a ride going back to Morco, but with the number of paparazzi loitering around the building, agreed with Cedric that it was best for him to just get a cab. The paparazzi from earlier spotted Cedric and approached him again. "Do you have time now?" he asked Cedric. "I've got work," Cedric replied. "Just a few questions your office mates answered earlier." The paparazzi continued to chase him. "Fine, I'm Cedric. I'm an assistant at Morco. Now will you let me continue my work?" Cedric said, answering the paparazzi's question. "Which department do you work in?" The paparazzi continued to pester. It just so happened that Chris Garin and the other employees from the logistics department were returning from lunch. "Hey, reporter guy." Chris called the paparazzi, talking to Cedric. "Hey, Mr. Logistics Manager." The reporter called back. "Don't you know who that guy is? He's the husband of the woman the Ray's heir likes," Chris said with a grin. His voice was loud enough for other paparazzi to hear. Suddenly, they all ran over to Cedric, shouting questions. Sir, what do you think about the Ray's heir having a crush on your wife? Are the rumors true that you will be separating from your wife? Miss Adriana has been seen with Miss Anna in the past. Is Miss Anna arranging for your wife to marry her brother? Is it true that you are the Ray's heir's personal assistant?" The paparazzi began snapping photos of Cedric and pulling him for a comment. "Cedric, did you use your wife to get your role?" When Cedric heard the paparazzi ask this question, his face suddenly darkened. He grabbed the reporter by the collar. "You can say anything about me, but never smear my wife," Cedric said as he threw the paparazzi to the floor. As soon as this happened, the security of Morco came out to calm the crowd. Along with them was Ian and Camilla. The guards escorted Cedric into the building, and Camilla and Ian attempted to calm the audience. When Cedric got to his office, he called the director for PR and for security up. Camilla went up to help Cedric, and Ian stayed downstairs to help both the security team and the PR team handle the paparazzi. "What is the situation downstairs?" Cedric asked, looking out the window. "Sir, we tried to defuse them, but they refused to leave. They are waiting for a comment from you," Ian reported. "They can sling dirt at me, but never at my wife." Cedric was angry. He never wanted Adriana to get dragged into all of this. In front of the PR and security director, Cedric called Ram Abad and placed the call on speaker mode. "Yes," said Ram asked from the other line. "Who sent the paparazzi and reporters to my building?" Cedric asked, furious. "Good afternoon to you too." "Well, it's not me. Let me ask around. Give me a sec, I'll add Ray to this call," Ram said, mocking Cedric's angry tone. "Hey," said, "I just told Ram that when I got there a lot of paparazzi were waiting outside your building. I'll look into it as well, though my channels," Ray said in a much calmer tone. "Can your people get a list of the reporters and paparazzi that are there?" Ram asked. Cedric looked at the security director, who nodded and proceeded to send a message to the guards to do just that. "They're on it," Cedric replied. "Ram, ban all of them. No one talks about my wife that way and gets away with it. Don't worry, I got it," Ram said, dropping the call. "Ian, send the list to Ram. No one smears Adriana's name and gets away with it," Cedric ordered. Later that day, the news spread that many of the paparazzi and reporters that had camped outside of Morco were banned. Many people online were talking about how the Ray's heir was beginning to flex his muscles, and that this moment was quite unique since he did it to protect an employee. The rumors about the Ray's heir liking Adriana did not die out, however. If anything, many people thought that the Ray's heir must be defending Adriana's husband as an attempt to get on her good side. At Morco, life quickly returned to normal. With expansion plans underway, Cedric was buried under paperwork and presentations from his subordinates. There was so much to do that Cedric didn't notice the missed calls from Adriana. By the time he had noticed his phone, it was already 5 p.m. He quickly called her back. Adriana had been watching her phone the whole day, worried about Cedric. When he finally rang her back, she picked up instantly. "Hey, it's been really busy here. I'm sorry I missed your calls." Cedric said, "Are you all right? I saw they harassed you at the entrance of Morco." Adriana was very worried about her husband. "Don't worry, the president of Morco took care of it already," Cedric said, giving himself a pat on the back. "Honey, I'm so sorry. You're getting dragged into all these rumors because of me." Adriana began to tear up. "Adri, it's not your fault." Cedric tried to comfort his wife from the other side of the call. "Cedric, those rumors about the Ray's heir, even if he likes me, even if he does the greatest gesture, I will never like him back. I love only you." Adriana knew what kind of rumors were going around about her, and that her husband was one of the greatest victims of those rumors. Cedric smiled on the other side of the line. She already chose the Ray's heir. She chose him 8 years ago. She chose to go on a date with a poor university student over a rich heir. "Adri, I trust you. You're my wife. Don't worry. I'll pick you up later, all right? I know we have to go back to the Hernandez home again tonight," Cedric told Adriana. "Are you sure you want to go with me? I'm sure they will just talk about trying to use me to get to the Ray's heir." Adriana was worried that because of her family, Cedric might actually leave her. "I will always be there for you. I'll come and get you now. Bye." Cedric dropped the call and walked out of his office. On the way out, Cedric received a message from Ray Lawrence. It was John and Frederick Hernandez. "They are behind the rumors. I'll call you when I have more details." Cedric grinned. It was probably time he made a few moves against Frederick and his son. Adriana was not sure on what to expect from her family. She was slapped by Aunt Janine, which resulted in the whole Hernandez clan being banned from the Nationalia. For most members of the Hernandez family, just stepping foot into the Nationalia was a dream, and now it would be impossible because of Janine and Adriana. She knew, though, that her family would be ecstatic that the Ray's heir had come to save her. He even picked her up in his arms and sent her home. Adriana felt extremely lucky that her husband never misunderstood what had happened. Cedric never blamed her, nor did he accuse her of leading another man on. He believed her when she told him that she was innocent. It seemed Adriana and Cedric had arrived quite early in the Hernandez house. Adriana took advantage of the peace to check on her grandfather. Knowing that the older Hernandez did not like Cedric, she left him in the hallway to wait for her. As she entered her grandfather's home office, she saw him reclined on the couch reading a book. "Hi, Grandpa," Adriana greeted. "Ah, Adriana, you're early today," Grandpa Hernandez said with a big smile. Adriana noticed that he was looking to see if someone else had come in with her. I left Cedric to wait for me outside Grandpa. It's just me. Adriana smiled. Good, good. Come take a seat next to Grandpa, the old man called over. When Adriana had comfortably sat next to her grandfather, he held her hand and asked what she knew he would. Adriana, do you really feel nothing for the Ray's heir? Grandpa, I really don't like him. Adriana shook her head. But he was so heroic in saving you in Nationalia last time. According to your Aunt Janine, he scooped you in his arms and held you tight. It's practically a love story written in the stars. Grandpa Hernandez exclaimed. Grandpa, I think you watch too much TV now. Nothing is going on between me and the Ray's heir. Adriana said, I can always hope. Grandpa Hernandez sighed. Meanwhile, outside, Cedric got a call from Ray Lawrence. Ray had been using his underground and social connections to figure out who had been making and spreading rumors about Adriana and the Ray's heir. You have something for me? Cedric asked over the phone. Why does your wife have such a rotten family? Ray complained. Cause she's too nice to them. I'm assuming you know who is behind all of this, Cedric asked. Yup, so there are several things going on at that same time. The press is genuinely interested in who you really are. So many reporters had already planned to camp outside Morco, but most of them wanted to do it peacefully. Ray explained. Yeah, we didn't have everyone banned, just those that instigated the whole mess. Cedric explained. Cedric was angry at the reporters, but he was still fair. He knew most of them were just doing their jobs, and he had only targeted the instigators. The rumors about the Ray's heir, Akayu, liking Adriana has been a rumor online for at least a month now. It actually died down a bit, until someone released a photo of you saving her at the Nationalia. Ray paused waiting for Cedric's reply. There weren't a lot of people at the Nationalia that would release a photo without my permission, Cedric said. I had people trace the account, illegally with my hackers of course, and I found out that it was actually her Aunt Selene that posted the photo in a forum that only uses usernames rather than real names. Then we found a couple of accounts hyping it up, all of which can be traced to the Hernandez family. Ray explained. How about the cheating allegations? Cedric was not surprised that members of the Hernandez family were actually involved. It was John Hernandez. I found out that he has been spreading the cheating rumors in certain socialite circles. On top of that, he also paid some of the paparazzi that day to harass you. The one that approached you was one. I also found out that he actually paid Chris Garin to get the reporters to notice you so that the allegations and rumors can be brought up. Ray said over the phone. Have they stopped? Cedric asked in a serious tone. From what we can see, nope. They are adding more wood to the fire. It looks like they have more troll accounts pushing that Adriana should leave her husband that only uses her and accept the advances of the Ray's heir. This is so funny, said. They want her to leave you for you. Ray couldn't help but laugh at his friend's predicament. I'm glad you find this funny. Do you have the files on John and Frederick? Cedric asked. Yeah, came Ray's response. I'll send Ian over to give Ram and Alexi a copy, Cedric told his friend before dropping the call. He quickly gave Ian instructions on what to do. When Cedric returned to the hallway where Adriana had left him, he saw his wife with a puzzled look. She looked really pretty in her black office suit and high heels. She looked like she was a woman out to conquer the world. Is something wrong, Adri? Cedric asked as he hugged her from behind. No, I was just wondering where you were. Adriana mumbled as Cedric kissed her cheek. Hey, behave, Adriana scolded. All right, all right. Cedric raised his hands in surrender. The others should be in the dining hall now. Come on, let's join them. Adriana interlocked her fingers with Cedric's and pulled him towards the direction of the dining hall. As Adriana had expected, everyone except her grandfather was already there. One of Adriana's older cousins, Margaret Hernandez, approached her and Cedric. Hey Adri, I heard about what Aunt Janine did to you at Nationalia. Serves her right that she was banned for life. Margaret Hernandez was the eldest child of Grandpa Hernandez's second eldest son, Matthew Hernandez. Like her cousins, she too worked at Islands Inc. In the finance department. Thanks, Margaret. I'm glad someone in this family thinks Aunt Janine was wrong, Adriana said with a smile. I still think you should consider the Ray's heir though. Sorry, Cedric, you're nice and all, but Adriana deserves much better. Margaret was always nice to Adriana, but she never fully supported her decision to marry Cedric. Margaret also never sugar-coated her opinions, so she would often sound inconsiderate and mean. Cedric, however, knew at least Margaret had Adriana's best interests in mind. I'm not leaving Cedric, Adriana said as she wrapped her arms around Cedric's waist in a protective manner. She suddenly jumped when something felt different. Have you been working out? Adriana asked, looking up at her husband. Ugh, yeah. There is an executive's gym in the office that we are allowed to use. The boss asks us to work out in the morning when we arrive, Cedric said, scratching his head. The truth was every morning, if he didn't have meetings, he trained a bit with Leon in order to improve his self-defense skills. See, Margaret, my husband is even better than before. Let's take our seats. Grandpa should be coming down at any moment now, Adriana said. When the family was finally complete, things went as usual with Frederick reporting on the status of the company. Most members of the Hernandez family listened intently at this part, as the company's performance would reflect both on their stock price and their profits. Those that were against Frederick, on the other hand, used this time to question if he should remain as president of Islands Inc. Despite the fact that Frederick had managed to take the role of CEO from his younger brothers and sisters, many of his cousins and uncles thought that Frederick should not have been made president. Even more were the people who were opposed to his grooming his eldest son John Hernandez to eventually take his place. In a family like the Hernandezes, no one knew who they could really trust. When all the reports were done, Grandpa Hernandez asked Janine Hernandez for an explanation on what had happened at Nationalia. The woman was still so proud despite getting the whole family banned. Janine stood up and cleared her throat before finally speaking. I hope everyone here will understand that getting banned from the Nationalia was important for the task our family had assigned to me. Janine explained. We are banned, Aunt Janine, not just you, all of us. Every single Hernandez, whether or not we were involved. One of the nephews argued. Let Janine finish. Frederick scolded. As I was saying, that ban will be nothing since our trip was a success. Janine declared. Aunt Janine, with all due respect, the madam sent us away. How was that a success? Adriana asked. We went there to see if we could have future partnerships with their family's companies. At what Adriana said, the whole room was silent. Everyone except her family knew the real goal was to get Adriana noticed by Mrs. Reyes. Adri, dear, that wasn't the reason for our visit. Aunt Janine began to explain. What? Then what did we go there for? Adriana felt like she wouldn't want to know the answer. Well, we went there so that Mrs. Reyes could be charmed by you. And we succeeded. The madam loved you. Aunt Janine praised. Adriana's jaw dropped in disbelief. She never thought her family would stoop this low. You are all crazy, Adriana declared. Adri, the Reyes heir even carried you away in his arms. That moment was so sweet. Aunt Janine said, full of delight. The moment you marry into that family, the ban on our family will be lifted, and I'm sure our application to become members will be swiftly approved. When I marry, I am already married, Adriana shouted. Adriana, the family believes that annulling your marriage to Cedric is for the best. Frederick explained. I will not let you do this to me. I am leaving. Adriana stood up and left. Cedric simply followed behind her. Charles, Gracia, talk to your daughter. As they left, Cedric could hear Grandpa Hernandez reprimanding Adriana's parents. When they got in the car, Cedric received a message from Ian telling him that he had given the documents to Ram Abad and Alexi Sebastian. Adriana cried on the way home. She held Cedric's hand tightly as he drove. You're lucky your family is dead. Adriana cried. It's the ones we love the most that can hurt us the most. Cedric said with a sigh. I don't understand them, Cedric. They say they have my best interest at heart, and yet they do things like this to me. Adriana complained. Well, I think it's because in their world you being with a better man is the best option. Cedric explained. But you are the better man. You will always be the better man for me. Adriana kissed Cedric on the cheek as they drove off. When Cedric was sure that Adriana was fast asleep in their room, he stepped out on the balcony and dialed Ram's number. It's past midnight, said. This better be important. Ram said in a groggy voice. He was clearly woken by Cedric's call. Ian sent you the files on Frederick and John Hernandez. I want their names ruined. I want them to lose control over Islands Inc. Cedric went straight to the point and told his friend what he wanted. All right, I'll have it in the morning release. I'll make sure the reporters hound their office as well. Now let me sleep. Ram shouted, dropping the call. Cedric grinned. He knew Ram wouldn't directly go to bed. He would organize everything for tomorrow first. He then dialed a second number. It was Alexi. It took Alexi a while to pick up, but when he did, Cedric heard a woman's voice. Is Alexi there? Cedric asked. He's in the shower. Are you willing to wait? The woman said in a seductive tone. Tell him to call me back. Say Cedric called, he'll know what to do. Cedric dropped the call after that, not wanting to hear what else the woman might say. Cedric wasn't surprised that Alexi was with a woman. Alexi was a notorious womanizer, dating almost every actress, singer, and model out there. He just didn't touch people he did business with. What surprised Cedric was that Alexi had left his personal phone with the woman. Alexi was very protective of his privacy. Within 5 minutes, Alexi was calling him back. Stupid girl, she took my phone and answered your call. Sorry, bro, Alexi explained. Cedric repeated to Alexi what he had told Ram. Ian sent you the files on Frederick and John Hernandez. I want their names ruined. I want them to lose control over Islands Inc. I'll hand them over to Katerina. She should be able to find charges against them that the government can file. If not the government, then we'll make the victims file them. I'll go wake her up now, Alexi promised. You bring those girls home to the presidential palace, Cedric asked. It was A maid, okay. Alexi was embarrassed that he had to explain it to Cedric. I still wonder how you still managed to win an election. Cedric laughed. It was probably because despite Alexi's womanizing habits, he still showed up to do his job and looked good doing it. As a result, his constituents were willing to look the other way. Yeah, bye. Alexi clearly was not willing to extend the conversation. Cedric went back in after his conversation with Alexi. Although Adriana's parents had arrived an hour ago, Adriana refused to go out to speak to her parents. She was mad at the whole family. Cedric had his fair share of disagreements with Gracia in the past. Even Charles initially did not want him to marry Adriana, but despite all that they still allowed the wedding to continue, and they only objected to the marriage because they didn't want Adriana to suffer. It was true that most of the time Gracia belittled Cedric. That was because in her eyes, Cedric did nothing but rely on his wife's income. Cedric didn't like it when Adriana and her parents fought. It was because Cedric knew that they were just both looking out for each other. Adriana was feeling much better the next day, although she hadn't forgotten what her relatives had done the day before. She wasn't mad at her parents anymore, just at everyone else. She always placed the Hernandez family first, and the only time she thought about herself was when she married for love over profit. She was looking out the window, deep in thought, when she heard Cedric call her name. "What is it?" Adriana didn't hear what he had said exactly. "I was asking if Islands Inc. was having a press event today." Cedric pointed at the building they were approaching. "No, nothing is on schedule, and they wouldn't be waiting outside if this was a planned press event." Adriana was equally curious about the reporters waiting outside the building. "Why don't I drop you off at the basement and park the car at Moorco? That crowd doesn't look too friendly." Of course, Cedric already knew what was going on. He made the news. Since Adriana was a member of the Hernandez family and was a senior member of the management, the reporters would definitely try to get answers from her. "That's a good idea," Adriana said as she scrolled through her phone to find out what was happening. "Oh my gosh, Cedric," Adriana gasped in shock. "Uncle Frederick and John are all over the news and social media." Of course, Cedric already knew this. Ram and Alexei both called while he was waiting for Adriana. Katerina even took a step further and attached her name as the lawyer to make sure that no one in their right mind would take the case. "I guess it's gonna be a busy day for you at work today," Cedric said. As a member of the Hernandez family and a member of the senior managers, Adriana would most probably be given some of Frederick's or John's work while the issues were being settled. After dropping Adriana off at the basement, Cedric asked Ian to reserve him an additional parking spot at Moorco. Currently, all of his cars were parked at the office while Veronica was working on his new house. At his office, Cedric turned on the news to see the damage Ram and Alexei had managed to cause. Female reporter: "I am here now outside of Islands Inc. and we are still waiting for the official statement of Mr. Frederick and Mr. John Hernandez." Everyone was shocked when international lawyer Katerina Sebastian filed both sexual harassment and bribery cases against the father and son duo this morning. Male anchor: "Do we know if other members of the Hernandez family were involved?" Female reporter: "The report was very clear. Only Mr. Frederick and Mr. John was part of this case." Male anchor: "And are there any signs of a change in management in Islands Inc.? Who are the relatives there that are most likely to take the reins?" Female reporter: "Based on our inside intel, right now there are quite a few immediate relatives working in major roles. Of course, we have Mr. Frederick's 2 other children, but I think the shareholders will most likely rule them out. Mr. Frederick's younger brother, Mr. Matthew Hernandez, is currently the senior vice president for operations. His daughter, Miss Margaret, is a senior manager in the finance department. We also have Miss Adriana Hernandez Reyes, who was recently appointed as the head for partnerships at Islands Inc. If you will recall, Miss Adriana has recently been linked with the heir to the Reyes group, although we have gathered reports that it's not true. Mr. Frederick's younger sister, Kathy, is the head of the PR department, but she has in the past expressed that she had no intention of taking on a bigger role at Islands Inc. We are still waiting on more news if any of these family members will be potential replacements for Mr. Frederick and his son." Male anchor: "We'll wait for an update from you." Cedric grinned at the news. There were still mentions of the rumors surrounding Adriana, but it was only as a side note. He knew if he couldn't change the narrative, he could at least drown it out. "Mr. Cedric, I just got a call from Mr. Ray Lawrence's assistant. He is on his way with Mr. Ramabad, Mr. Alexei Sebastian, and Miss Katerina Sebastian," Camilla said as she brought over the documents they needed Cedric to sign. Behind her was Ian, ready to give his report. "Sir, the news about Mr. Frederick and Mr. John has created waves on social media. We've also seeded the information that Mr. John has been spreading fake rumors on your wife. Many people are already cursing him online. I expect the Hernandez family won't let this issue last. They will probably change the president tonight," Ian reported. "Good, make sure they don't get out of this easily. If we need to issue a statement, Adriana, as the Reyes group, make sure to inform me. Maybe we can use Liana to make a statement," Cedric instructed. After a while, Ray, Ram, Alexei, and Katerina arrived. "I bet the Hernandez family is trying to figure out how they managed to offend Katerina." Ray laughed as they entered Cedric's office. "Well, we did have the incident at the lobby." Katerina giggled, remembering how she threw Asia out the door. "I doubt Frederick Hernandez told anyone about that. It's too embarrassing." Alexei told his friends. "Will you be using your power now, Cedric?" Ray asked. "I need to give the Hernandez family as many chances as they can get. They are Adriana's family after all, but I am not a saint." If they go too far, I will just apologize to Adriana," Cedric explained. Cedric's phone suddenly rang and he picked it up. From the tone of his voice, his friends immediately knew he was talking to Adriana. "Ian, Camilla." Cedric called and his two assistants came in. "I'll be out the rest of the day. Keep an eye on the news and make sure nothing delays the expansion. Move all my meetings to tomorrow." LL tried to come in earlier. The two assistants nodded and left. "What happened?" Katerina asked. "The Hernandez family just called for an emergency meeting. I want to be there for Adriana." Cedric told them. "Okay, we'll go then." Alexei said, bidding Cedric goodbye and dragging his sister, who was still comfortably sipping her coffee. "Hey Ram," Cedric called out. "There is a reporter from 3 Stars News named John. He's assigned to all news about us. You might want to hire him. He figured out the watches. Plus he warned me that people were getting extra curious about the Ray's heir. I just underestimated his warning. Interesting. All right, I think I have the perfect job for him." Ram nodded as he went out. Ray also said goodbye and left with his friends. Cedric packed up and went to pick Adriana up. When he got to Islands Inc.'s building, the crowd outside seemed to have doubled. Some activists were also protesting, asking Islands Inc. to remove its boss that harassed women. Cedric grinned. It seemed the issue had taken a life of its own. He went over to the basement to pick Adriana up. When Adriana jumped in, she was in a jacket and a baseball cap. "Are you sure you won't get into trouble for this?" Adriana asked. "I'm sure. What's with the get-up?" Cedric looked at her from head to toe. "There were some paparazzi found camping behind some cars here in the basement earlier. I just wanted to play it safe," Adriana explained. As Cedric and Adriana rode off, one of Ram's well-positioned online reporters posted a photo of Adriana leaving the office in the middle of the day with an article speculating that the Hernandez family just called for an emergency meeting to change the management. When Cedric and Adriana arrived at the old Hernandez house, it was chaos. Everyone was speaking at the same time. It seemed everyone except Frederick and his family had already arrived. Even Grandpa Hernandez was already in his place at the head of the table. "If we do not address this, not only will it affect our stock prices, but people will start boycotting our products as well," one of Adriana's uncles said. "Frederick has managed this company for years. We should trust him," Adriana's Aunt Kathy said in an attempt to defend her brother. "How did Frederick manage to offend someone as powerful as Miss Katerina Sebastian?" another uncle asked. "I'm sure Frederick has an explanation," Grandpa Hernandez said calmly as he looked up to check the time. It wasn't even lunch, and he was already trying to save his company from his own son. Meanwhile, Cedric and Adriana quietly took their seats. Despite the problems at hand, Adriana was glad that she wasn't the center of attention. "Hey Idri, look at this," Cedric said, passing his phone over to her. He intentionally looked for the posts that were defending Adriana's reputation, as well as the articles saying that John had made up rumors and encouraged the spread of rumors against Adriana. Wow. Adriana was surprised that people were rooting for her and defending her on social media. "The Rays group hasn't released a statement yet, but at this rate I don't think they have to. I guess your name cleared itself," Cedric said with a smile. He knew the rumors had been bothering Adriana for days now and he was willing to do anything to help her out. "I'm sure Grandpa will be furious about this though. This doesn't help the case," Adriana said with a frown. "They might ask me to release a statement about this. I think it will be drowned out by other issues," Cedric shrugged. A while later, Frederick and his family arrived. They were downcast, and you could clearly see the distress in John's eyes. Even Asia's eyes were red from crying. The only person in the family who didn't seem too bothered about what had happened was Henry Hernandez. He seemed rather calm and collected. When they finally took their seats, everyone quieted down. Grandpa Hernandez stood up and began to speak. "As you are all probably aware by now, we all woke up to the news that Addie Katerina Sebastian has filed multiple sexual harassment cases and bribery cases against Frederick and John. Most of you went straight here after hearing the news. As a matter of fact, only one member of the Hernandez family actually went to the office today, and that was Adriana." Everyone's eyes turned to Adriana, who just nodded. "Adriana, granddaughter, why don't you tell us the scene outside Islands Inc.?" Grandpa Hernandez invited Adriana to speak. "When I arrived this morning, there were already many reporters waiting outside the lobby. Although they were not violent, they were asking all the employees that were coming in if they knew anything about the issue. Luckily, we saw the news before I could get out of the car, so I passed the basement entrance to get into work. By the time Cedric and I left the office, some members of the media had managed to sneak into the basement. They were, however, caught before they could try to get in. Outside the office, however, there were more than just the reporters, there were protesters as well." Adriana recounted both what she and Cedric had seen as well as what the employees had told her. "Frederick and John, we need to know, does Addie Katerina Sebastian have any basis for her case?" one of Frederick's cousins asked. "How dare you doubt my dad?" Asia shouted. "Asia, it's a simple question. Let your dad answer it," Matthew Hernandez, Frederick's younger brother, asked. Matthew was quite different in terms of build and disposition from his older brother. He was tall, quite muscular for his age, and quite good-looking. His attitude was closer to his younger brother Charles, who was calm in comparison to Frederick, who had a temper. Many people teased Frederick in their younger years that he must have been adopted since he looked and acted nothing like his younger siblings. Shouldn't we be focusing on how to successfully defend against this case? John asked. Is it true or not, John? That's all the family needs to know. Another uncle asked. Dad, don't you trust me? Frederick asked, looking for help from his father. Frederick answered their question. Grandpa Hernandez ordered his son. It's all true. Henry answered for his father and brother. Dad and John paid off some people to get projects and clearances. There were also a couple of female employees from my department that were supposed to file harassment cases but backed out after Dad and John threatened them. You disloyal dog. Frederick hit his son for telling the truth. It's not your son's fault. It's yours. Grandpa Hernandez scolded Frederick. I want you and your family out of this meeting, except Henry. Uncle, before you send John out, there is another accusation circulating the internet. One of Frederick's cousins said. What is it? Grandpa Hernandez asked. According to a reliable source, John is behind the rumors of Adriana's infidelity. Apparently, he is even paying people to keep talking about Adriana and the Ray's heir. He looked at Adriana, who wore a frown and was holding on Cedric's hand. John Frederick, not only did you do illegal things, but you also had the gall to ruin your relative's name, Grandpa Hernandez asked. Everyone in this room wanted for Adriana to end up with the Ray's heir. John accused. We did, but we never spread rumors that Adriana was cheating on Cedric with the Ray's heir. Don't you know how that could impact our relationship with the Ray's group? Aunt Janine said. She was one of the people encouraging the rumors that the Ray's heir liked Adriana, but she never went as far as saying there was a relationship between them already. Out, the four of you, Grandpa Hernandez commanded. Frederick, Celine, John, and Asia had no choice but to leave the room. Uncle, I think you need to find a replacement for Frederick. John should be removed from his position as well. One of Grandpa Hernandez's nephews suggested. Matthew. Grandpa Hernandez called his second son. Yes, Dad. Matthew asked, You've been working in Islands, Inc. For almost as long as Frederick, you will take his place. When Grandpa Hernandez said this, no one argued with him. Matthew seemed to be a logical choice. I won't let you down, Dad. How about John's role? Matthew asked the old man. Study the job and see who would best fit the role. I would prefer a member of the family take on his job, so prioritize family first. Grandpa Hernandez said. Kathy, could you help me schedule a press conference for later this afternoon? Matthew asked his sister. Kathy nodded and stepped out to make arrangements. That's it for now. You can all leave. Grandpa Hernandez dismissed everyone. When Cedric and Adriana got to the car, Adriana received a call from Margaret asking her and Cedric to come back to the dining hall. Adriana, Cedric, how is your marriage? Matthew Hernandez asked. In the dining hall, Adriana and Cedric were surprised to see Matthew, Margaret, and Grandpa Hernandez waiting for them. Stronger than ever, Uncle, Adriana answered, cautious now of what her family would do or say when it came to their marriage. That's good, that's good. Matthew Hernandez smiled. Adriana, issues aside, I think you've been an incredible asset to Islands Inc. Thank you, Uncle. Adriana said with a smile. I want you to take John's place as the VP for Marketing and Sales at Islands Inc. Matthew calmly announced. Are you sure, Uncle? Adriana stuttered. Yes, I think, out of everyone, you are the most qualified. Matthew told his niece. Thank you, Uncle Matthew. Adriana said with a smile. This afternoon I will be having a press conference. I want you to be there, Cedric as well. Aside from announcing that you are the new VP for Marketing and Sales, I also want to issue both a visual and verbal statement that your marriage is going strong. Matthew explained. Why do we need to issue a statement on our marriage? Adriana asked. With all the rumors going around, we want to clear your name. Not only will it help you be accepted by the staff, but it will also improve the prices of our shares. Matthew explained. Uncle Matthew, our marriage isn't even public knowledge. Cedric suddenly spoke up. Consider this press conference as us publicly acknowledging you. Matthew said in a less warmer tone. Despite his disapproval of Cedric, this was what they needed at the moment. We'll do it, Uncle, Adriana said. After they left the old Hernandez house, Adriana needed to finish things in the office. Cedric dropped her off and decided to just wait in more. After arriving in his office, he was surprised to see Ram and John the reporter. You don't have a schedule, Ram. Cedric complained. I can't see my friend when I want to. Besides, I have a plan I think you will like. Ram teased. Is that why John is here with you? Cedric said, pointing at the reporter. Yes, and you might like it. What if we released an exclusive interview with the Ray's heir? You could deny your relationship to Adriana there, Ram said. I'm not going to deny that Adriana is my wife or that I love her. That's lying, Ram. Cedric said. Why? It's the quickest way to clear her name. Ram explained. Because when I do announce who I am, people will find out that I really am married to Adriana. And when Adriana finds out before the public, she will be mad at me for denying that we are married or that I love her. Are you married, John? Cedric asked the unsuspecting reporter. Yes, sir, John replied. How much trouble would you get into if you told the public that you didn't love your wife and that you weren't actually married to her? Cedric asked. I'd probably sleep in the garden, sir, John said with a nervous laugh. You aren't married, Ram, so don't assume to know what you're trying to get me to say. Cedric said, ending the conversation. All right, I won't. Oh, and what's up with this press conference the Hernandez family is having? Ram asked. Islands Inc. is changing its president and CEO to Matthew Hernandez. He's the second son of Adriana's grandfather. They will also be replacing John as VP for marketing and sales with Adriana. They want us to issue a statement that our marriage is as strong as ever. Cedric explained to Ram. Can we get a comment from the Ray's heir on that? Ram grinned. It looked to Cedric that he had a plan. I guess as me, I am happy that I am happily married to my wife. Cedric laughed at his statement, sir. John more or less had an idea on what to write, but he was waiting for Ram's approval that he could say it out loud. Ram nodded in approval. We can say, we got the statement of the Ray's heir, and he said he is happy that Cedric Reyes and Adriana Hernandez found their soulmates, and he wishes them many good years to come. John looked at the two men before him to see if this comment would be acceptable. Run it. It won't get said into trouble, and when Adriana looks back at it, she will think of it as a loving and sweet gesture. Ram said, giving his approval. Before I forget, said, Anna and Veronica had an idea. Cedric sighed and leaned back. What is it? They want to spread a rumor that you are like Alexi. Ram laughed after telling Cedric about the girl's idea. They've already spread it, haven't they? Cedric massaged his temples. His sister was going to be the death of him. Yeah, they kind of spread it this morning. Ram said slowly, if my wife believes this in the future, I'm gonna cut my sister's shopping allowance. Cedric was mad, but he could do nothing about the rumors the girls decided to spread. Knowing Cedric was no longer in a good mood, Ram made an exit with John. Sir, Ian knocked. When Cedric told him to come in, Ian came in with an invitation. Sir, this is from Islands Inc. It's an invitation for you to attend the press con later. Ian placed the invite on his desk. Who do these Hernandezes want? Me or me? Cedric laughed. Tell them I have meetings the whole day, but I will release a statement based on what happens during the press conference. When Adriana sent Cedric a message that she was free to go, Cedric asked Ian to give him the keys to the cheapest car he owned. It was an Audi R8. He also changed into one of his more formal suits that Anna had bought for him. When Cedric arrived at the basement of Islands Inc., he had to go down to pull Adriana into the car since she didn't know the car he was using. Where did you get this? And what are you wearing? Adriana asked. It's my congratulatory gift to you on your promotion, Cedric announced. It's also part of my promotion package. As for my suit, I have one provided by the office for special events. The car had been in the basement parking of Moore for over a month now, and Cedric never used it, so it still looked brand new. This might be better than Asia's car. You know, she got it as a gift from Mark on her birthday, and you look much more handsome than that man-child Mark Chu, Adriana said as they drove to the hotel. Islands Inc. had booked a function room in Constellations Resort. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server. https Discord ggpxnt6acqwh. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server. https Discord ggpxnt6acqwh. Islands Inc. had decided that aside from the traditional media, they would invite bloggers as well, so there were over 100 members of the press and bloggers in the venue by the time Adriana and Cedric arrived. Uncle Matthew was already there when they got to the waiting room. Are you nervous? Matthew asked Adriana. Just a little, Uncle Matthew. Adriana said with a smile. Adri, did you see this? It's the latest rumor about the Ray's heir. Margaret said, waving her phone. Not yet. What is it? Adriana asked. Well, it says that according to a source close to the Ray's heir, the young man has quite an appetite, not unlike his good friend the young Congressman Alexander Sebastian. Someone who knows the Ray's heir says he likes to rotate women. What a shock, Adri. Margaret gasped as she read the news. When Cedric heard what Margaret said, he wanted to give Anna and Veronica a call and scold them. That's why I'm glad I have Cedric, Adriana boasted. With what Adriana said, he had half the mind to forgive Anna and Veronica. Do you think the press will ask about this? Margaret asked her cousin. They probably will, Adriana answered. What will you answer? Margaret was worried that the cheating rumors would be brought up because of this. I'll say that every day and every moment I choose Cedric. He can be poor and ugly, but I will always choose my Cedric. Adriana answered as she stared into Cedric's eyes. You better say it that way. It gave me goosebumps just watching you two. Also, Cedric, nice get up. You actually look passable today. Margaret interrupted the moment as Adriana giggled at what she had just said. Matthew, Adriana, Cedric, it's time. Kathy Hernandez came in and called them. The host welcomed everyone and called Kathy Hernandez up to the stage. Adriana's Aunt Kathy then spoke about how the family will be investigating the cases filed against Frederick and John Hernandez, and how the father and son duo will be taking some personal time off. Due to this sudden change, the family has decided to put Matthew Hernandez as the new president and CEO of Islands Inc. At that, the crowd applauded. Many of the employees that had come to the press conference were people who had in the past worked with Matthew Hernandez and were loyal to him. Matthew stood on the podium and thanked everyone for their support. He gave a quick speech before finally getting to the part where he announced Adriana's promotion. Adriana was very nervous with the announcement. She was worried that people would think she was too young or too inexperienced for her role. She held Cedric's hand tightly. Cedric could sense his wife was nervous. He knew she had nothing to be worried about. Aside from her being more than capable of her new role, she also had him. He would move mountains just to see her succeed, and he wanted the world to see how incredible a woman his wife actually was. To increase her credibility, Cedric had planned a little surprise with the sisters. It was also a way for him and his friends to show that Islands Inc. was not the problem, rather it was Frederick Hernandez and his son. When they heard Matthew Hernandez announce Adriana as the new VP for marketing and sales, Adriana and Cedric slowly climbed up the steps smiling. "Who's that? He's so good looking," some of the female employees exclaimed as they saw Cedric go up on stage. For the first time in quite a while, Cedric had dressed up and fixed himself up. "That can't be Miss Adriana's husband. When did he become so good looking? He looks like some rich heir. That can't be him. It is him. Look, same smile and same look when he looks at Miss Adriana." The press were enjoying the comments of the employees as they took photos of Cedric and Adriana up on stage together. Adriana gave a quick speech thanking her family and promising the employees that she will work hard with them. After Adriana's speech, they were led to some seats on the stage for the question and answer portion of the press conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure all of you are excited to ask your questions, so we will be opening the floor to them. We would also like to request that everyone avoid any personal questions. The first person came up to the mic. Adriana couldn't see who it was clearly due to the lights on stage, but she could hear the members of the audience gasping and whispering among themselves. "First of all, Adriana, congratulations." Adriana adjusted her position and was surprised to see four extremely well-dressed young ladies. It was the sisters, less Anna, who couldn't come home in time. No wonder the audience was confused. Just this morning, Katerina Sebastian had practically declared Frederick and John Sebastian as persona non grata, and now she was holding a microphone congratulating Adriana. "Thanks, Katerina," Adriana was inclined to say. Nicole suddenly grabbed the mic from Katerina and spoke. "We just wanted to say that whatever Katerina did does not involve you or Islands Inc. We just believe that women should have a safe and comfortable workplace, and that men who put women in harm's way at work should be responsible for their actions. Also, Saints Hospitals will be ordering all of our uniforms and patient gowns from Islands Inc. I hope for a fruitful partnership in the future." Nicole looked proudly to the stage. Everyone thought she was looking at Adriana. In reality, it was like her telling Cedric, "See, I can do it." Nicole then handed the mic to Veronica, who wanted to laugh at her friend. "As a gift to my good friend Adriana, I'd like to offer a collaboration with Islands Inc. I will design all of its flagship stores, and although I am not a fashion designer, I am also open to houseware collaboration." The audience was shocked. Adriana had not only secured a partnership worth millions with Saints Hospitals, the largest private hospital chain in the country, but a collaboration with Veronica, and anything you placed Veronica's name on was sure to make a fortune. After Nicole and Veronica said their part, the four sisters just left and everyone was silent. Cedric noticed John in the crowd and nodded to him. The reporter quickly understood what Cedric meant and took the mic. "Mr. Matthew, what are your plans for Islands Inc.?" In the future, John's question seemed to wake the audience up from their daze, and the reporters finally began to ask questions about the plans for Islands Inc. in the future, until one reporter suddenly asked about the rumors. "Miss Adriana, please enlighten us on the status of your marriage. As you can see, I've brought my husband with me. We would actually like to issue a joint statement," Adriana said, looking at Cedric. "Adriana Hernandez and I have been happily married for the past 5 years. Our marriage was not initially published as we did not see the need to. What mattered and what still matters is that we love each other. I have complete faith and trust in my wife." Cedric had prepared his speech in advance, and it was even checked by the Rays Group's PR head. The reporters, however, continued to probe. "What is your reaction to the rumors regarding the Rays heir having a lot of women?" Adriana smiled. It was a question Margaret asked earlier. She looked at her husband and answered. "There has always been only one man that has mattered to me. Every day and every moment I choose Cedric. He can be poor and ugly, but I will always choose my Cedric. As for the man you are asking me about, he is nothing but a business partner and I wish him the best." When everyone saw the way Adriana and Cedric looked at each other, they knew that there was no point in questioning Adriana's loyalty to her husband. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server, https, Discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. After the press conference, Cedric drove Adriana home in their new car. When they got home, Gracia was ecstatic, talking about how Adriana stole the press conference and how all of her friends were now sucking up to her. "Mom, it's been a long day and I'm quite tired. Cedric and I will go rest first." "All right," Adriana said with a smile as she led Cedric up to their room. Right after Cedric closed the door behind him, Adriana hugged him tightly. Are you all right? Cedric asked. Yes, I just want to be like this for a while. Adriana buried her head in Cedric's chest. Audrey, I am so proud of you. I've always known that you were capable of so much greatness. Cedric kissed Adriana's forehead and smiled. Suddenly, Adriana's phone kept ringing. It was Ganna Ray's. She never saved Ganna's phone number, so she was wondering how the name reflected. Yana, Adriana asked tentatively. Adriana, congratulations. Are you happy about the girl's appearance today? Yana giggled on the other end. It seems you have a well-wisher. I'll take a bath first. Cedric said, leaving his wife victim to his sister's call. Yes, I was surprised. Yana, how Adriana was about to ask a question when she was cut off by an excited Yana. I didn't want to announce it, but Elijah Malls will be working with Islands Inc. As long as you are VP for marketing and sales and they don't do anything to harm you, Yana proudly announced. Thank you, Yana, but do you have the power to decide that? Adriana asked. Hey, I'm not just some spoiled child you know. I actually own 25 of Elijah Corp. And that's 15 more than my older brother, Yana said in her own defense. I didn't mean you were a spoiled child, Yana. Adriana laughed nervously. I know, but I can only be like this around people like you. People I really consider to be my friends. Around most people I have to be this strong and independent businesswoman. Sometimes I just want to be a 25-year-old girl. Yana explained. I guess it comes with the pressure of your last name. I'm sure it wasn't easy to make friends. Adriana understood that there were certain expectations of people like Yana and her friends. Yeah, it doesn't help that my brother keeps my sister-in-law away. Anna complained to the very sister-in-law she was talking about. He's married, Adriana asked, purely out of curiosity. Well, it's complicated, but yes, the public just can't know yet. Anna was shaking her head on the other end of the line. She didn't understand why her brother refused to tell Adriana who he was. I'm lucky I married a simple man. Adriana giggled. I doubt your husband is a simple man he managed to get you. Yana teased. Congratulations again, Adriana. I have to go now. I still have class. Bye. After the call, Adriana just stared at her phone. She was still wondering how Yana Ray's number managed to get saved in her phone. When they were about to sleep, Adriana placed her head on Cedric's strong chest. Something's on your mind, Cedric asked Adriana. Adriana took a deep breath and sighed. I'm just glad that it's you that I love, Adriana said. Where is this coming from? Cedric was confused. Well, I was speaking to Anna and she told me that her older brother is actually married and he can't even announce it. Even if we didn't have a church wedding and just said our vows before a judge, at least we never had to hide that we were married. It just wasn't announced. Adriana explained. I'm sure he is happily married. Cedric was telling the truth. I doubt. Didn't you hear the latest rumors? According to them, he has such an appetite for women that he always has a new one by his side. Whether or not those are true, could you imagine how his wife must feel right now? All of those rumors and all of those women chasing after her husband. Adriana frowned at the thought. He's a loyal guy. Cedric explained. Cedric, I never want to be the wife of some rich or popular guy who people keep talking about. I like things like they are now. I'm happy that you're just a simple guy, and even if my family is extremely complicated, I don't need to worry about rumors like that, or about girls trying to seduce you at work. I don't want a husband like that. I'm happy with the man I've loved for the past 8 years. Adriana said, hugging Cedric tightly. Audrey, honey, I will always be me, no matter what. Cedric knew he couldn't promise her that he wouldn't be the man she had just described. The man she didn't want was the reality they would have to face someday. And the longer she didn't know who he was, the better it was. Cedric, I hate your boss. He makes you work so much. We both wanted to try for a child this year, but look at us, we are so busy with work. Adriana complained. Audrey, this promotion was good for us, Cedric said with a smile. Well, I really don't like that boss of yours. He's so cold and arrogant. Even when talking to Ian, he was so cold. And he dresses so extravagantly. Such a waste. Even the house he is building is such a waste. It's too big. And I'm sure he's paying Veronica a fortune to design it. Ariana continued to rant. Cedric wanted to laugh. He was cold when they met because he was nervous and there were members of the press around. He dressed extravagantly because Anna and his mother had bought all those clothes for him. And he was sure that Adriana loved the design Veronica had come up with because he saw the look in her eyes. He's not as bad as you think, Cedric said in a pathetic attempt to defend himself. I'm just happy that you are you. Adriana said, kissing him on the lips. What if I weren't me? What if I told you that I am secretly the Ray's heir? Cedric asked. That's impossible. Adriana laughed at Cedric's idea. Honey, think about it. We have the same last name. He appeared when I got promoted. I also suddenly got all that money from my parents. We have never been seen together. We also have the same build and hair color. Cedric was half hoping his wife wouldn't believe him. You're being stupid. Adriana, who just a moment ago was being sweet, turned her back on her husband. I've met the Ray's heir in person before, Cedric. Stop trying to make jokes. Why? How are we different? Cedric asked out of curiosity. You're kind and sweet and caring. He is cold and quiet, and he had this extremely scary aura wherever he went. Also, his voice is different and he carries himself differently. Remember when he helped me at Nationalia? I would have known if you were him. Adriana explained. Why am I even answering your stupid question? You are you. You are my Cedric. I am happy with you and not him. My family will not think better of you if you were him. You don't need to impress them. You just need to know that I love you and not even my family can separate us. All right, I'll drop it. Cedric gave in and just slept beside his wife. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server, https, discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. Over the next few days, Cedric and Adriana had to go to the office and back in separate cars due to how busy they both were. Cedric had already approved all of the expansion plans for Morco. He had even moved Ian to head the expansion team, so Camilla had quite the workload on her hands. One day Cedric had to attend the groundbreaking ceremony for the new factory for Morco. He didn't attend alone, as a project that involved all 5 families. His friends and Nicole Chan went along. Interestingly, Ray Lawrence had brought along the Chu father and son duo, Edward and Mark, who in turn brought Katrina Chu and Asia Hernandez. When Cedric had spotted them, he raised his eyebrow to question Ray why they had been invited. We still back them, you know, and they are quite loyal. I think Mark would throw Asia off a cliff if I asked him to. Ray teased, although he had no doubt that Mark would probably do so if he asked. That Asia bitch is still going around as if she owns the place. Nicole commented as she arrived together with her older brother Miguel. Language little girl, Alexi teased. She disgusts me, especially the way she treated Adriana. Doesn't she know her dad and brother are about to go away for a very, very long time? Nicole was furious. Calm down, Nicole. At this rate, I feel like you'll get my revenge for me. Cedric teased as he patted Nicole on the head. They were quite far away from other people, so they could speak freely. People, however, could still see them, and whispered among themselves about how sweet the Ray's heir seemed to be treating Nicole Chan. There are many people here who would like to see you both succeed and fail, Cedric. Alexi warned, let them talk. Cedric said with a laugh. There are 101 rumors going around about me now. It's odd that you are alone now, Alexi. First of all, I wouldn't bring some random girl to your event, Cedric. I was supposed to bring my sisters, but Natalia got invited to some nerd conference, and Katerina had to fly last minute to America for some prince client of hers who just managed to get himself tangled in tax charges. Alexi said in an attempt to defend himself. Hey, Natalia isn't going to some nerd conference. It's the International Conference on Environment and Bioengineering. I'm actually going to follow tomorrow. It's being held in Dubai. Speaking of which, Ray, can I use your plane? Miguel said. No, use your own. Ray flatly rejected. But Anna always uses one of your planes. Miguel complained. That's different. Ray replied. Can I have a seat in first class? Miguel tried his luck again. You need more than one seat, Miguel. I'm sure you need one for your assistant and at least 2 for your bodyguards. Are you bringing an intern along? You usually do, so you actually need 6 seats. Ray complained. But you empty out whole planes for Anna. You've known me longer. Miguel continued to nag his friend. Fine, 6 seats, nothing more. And don't delay the flight cause someone asked you to perform an operation, Ray said, giving in to his friend's request. Camilla approached them and led them to the groundbreaking ceremony. During the event, Cedric couldn't help but feel that something bad was about to happen, especially since Asia Hernandez and Mark Chu were there. But this was Cedric's territory. If they tried anything, it would only backfire on them. Multiple photos were taken of the 5 princes holding gold shovels doing the symbolic groundbreaking. This was the first project where these 5 famous personalities were all involved and in collaboration. The event managed to draw all news outlets and even online bloggers, and of course Rams Network managed to snag an exclusive interview with the 5 princes. The interview was going to be conducted by John in an on-site office away from the crowd, which meant that Cedric could remove his disguise and give his answers comfortably. Nicole, who was slightly annoyed by the fact that the photo op involved her brother rather than her, joined the boys for the interview. Sirs, I promised to make this interview as short as possible, John said as the group took their seats. No worries, John. If you forget anything, Ram can just send us a message. Alexi teased. Hey, I'm a busy man too, Ram complained. His friends just laughed at him. Let's begin, Cedric calmly said. Mr. Reyes, what made you decide to build a project that involved all of your friends? John asked. I wanted to create something more than just a factory. I wanted to truly build a community, and Congressman Alexander Sebastian offered me the perfect location to build that. Cedric went on to explain how to build the community. Each of his friends offered to chip in and help. The questions that John asked were mostly on how Cedric planned to expand Morco, as well as who was going to be leading the expansion. Nothing too sensational, but enough to get people curious. Sir, there are some questions that I'd like to ask that are a bit personal in nature. Please tell me if it's too much and I will remove them from the article, John said as he approached the final questions. Cedric just nodded, giving him permission. Sir, what do you think of Miss Adriana Hernandez Reyes? John asked the first sensational question. She's a very capable and promising woman. Cedric answered with a smile. What can you say about the rumors that you are a playboy? John asked. I'm a loyal type of guy. Cedric laughed at the last question. Why did you disappear for 13 years? John continued to ask, seeing as none of his questions had bothered Cedric yet. I was training to inherit the family business. I still am, Morco. Is the first challenge I have to face. Cedric explained. That's all, sir. John said, double-checking his notes. Cedric placed his face mask and glasses back on and the group went back to rejoin the party. Enjoying Never Judge, join my Discord server, https, discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. Mr. Lawrence. Cedric spotted Edward Chu calling Ray as he and his companions approached. Mr. Chu, Ray said with a cold nod. In front of his family and friends, Ray had a naughty and charming personality, but when he was in public, Ray turned into a scary gang boss. Mr. Lawrence, we would like to congratulate you on a very successful groundbreaking, Edward Chu said as he offered a gift to his benefactor. Thank you, Mr. Chu, but it's not my project, it's Mr. Ray's here, Ray said as he accepted the gift. Congratulations, Mr. Ray's, and to you all as well, Mr. Sebastian, Mr. Abad, and Mr. Chan, Edward Chu said happily. Is this your man, Ray? Alexei asked. Yes, the Chus own a chain of drugstores I invested in, Ray said. Yes, Congressman, Mr. Lawrence has supported us a lot throughout the years. He is a very generous investor, Edward said in an attempt to further flatter Ray. If I may introduce my companions, this is my son Mark. He works at the family business, and my daughter Katrina. She will be working with us in the company after she finishes her master's degree. She was very much inspired by your sister Anna Ray's, Mr. Ray's. She sees her as the ultimate model of her generation. Edward paused waiting for Mr. Ray's to speak, but he only nodded when his sister was mentioned. And this is my soon-to-be daughter-in-law, Asia Hernandez. Edward continued, pointing at Asia, who was standing next to Mark. Aren't your dad and brother the ones Katerina just filed a case against? Nicole suddenly asked in a very bitchy tone. Miss, my father and brother are innocent, Asia calmly said. She didn't know who Nicole was, but she was with the 5 princes, making her assume that Nicole was an important person. Are you saying Katerina is representing a liar? Cause Katerina never represents people like that, Nicole said in defense of Katerina. Cedric already knew that Nicole was also trying to get Asia to embarrass herself. I didn't mean that, Asia stuttered. Nicole, dear, I'm sure Katerina can manage on her own. Besides, I filed those bribery charges, so you can believe me when I say they are 100 true. Alexei pretended that he was attempting to calm Nicole down. Mr. Sebastian, my father and brother are innocent, Asia insisted. Mr. Chu, I think you should bring Miss Asia elsewhere before she offends my friends. Ray warned Edward Chu. I am not going anywhere, Asia screamed. At this, people turned their attention towards the commotion. Miss Hernandez, are you saying that I am a liar? That the evidence we have collected against both your father and brother are false. At this point, Alexei seemed extremely scary to Asia, but she never backed down and always got what she wanted. Mr. Sebastian, my fiancé didn't mean that, Mark said in an attempt to avoid the conflict his fiancé was starting. Mr. Sebastian, my father and brother are being framed. They are good men. It's someone who wants to take power in Islands Inc. Asia still insisted. Asia, Edward Chu scolded. Sir, she's just going through something right now, Mark said, this time to Ray Lawrence. Alexei isn't a forgiving man. She's accusing both him and his younger sister Katerina. Katerina and Natalia are the most important people to Alexei, Ray said in his continued distant tone. Camilla. Mr. Ray suddenly spoke out and everyone was silent. Camilla appeared beside her boss. Get security to take Miss Asia Hernandez out. I don't like people like her ruining my event. At his instructions, Camilla nodded and called over some guards. Mr. Chu, you may stay since Ray can vouch for you, but your future daughter-in-law must leave. I also recommend that Mark Chu breaks off their engagement, Mr. Ray's said to Edward Chu. It was the most that Mr. Ray's had spoken since coming out, and it was to advise Mark Chu to break off his engagement to Asia. Dad, you and Katrina stay. I'll accompany Asia. We'll wait for you outside, Mark said to his father, keeping his head down in embarrassment. After that, the group went on to talk to other guests. As a result of Asia's outburst, many guests were keen to show their trust in the congressman and his sister. Cedric wanted to laugh at the comments and praises many guests were throwing their way. Outside at the parking lot. Why did you have to run your mouth in front of them? Mark Chu shouted at Asia. It's that bitch's fault, Asia screamed back. That bitch, that bitch. Do you even know who you're calling a bitch? Mark was furious. Clearly Asia had no idea who she was going up against. She's probably just some slut that Congressman Alexander Sebastian is dating, Asia said, brushing off Mark's warning. That woman you're calling a slut is the heir to the Chan fortune. She's built more hospitals and clinics than you have shoes. And you have a ton of shoes, that's right. She's Nicole Chan, the sister to world-famous Dr. Miguel Chan, one of the 5 princes. She has more power in her little finger than you have ever had. Mark had begun to wonder what he did wrong, why he had ended up with such a useless fiancée. Asia gasped. She never expected that such a young-looking girl could be Nicole Chan. My dad wasn't happy with our engagement from the start. He didn't even tell any of our relatives. He accepted it when your father was in charge of Islands Inc. He was hoping that could bring some sort of collaboration, and at least you were still the daughter of the president of Islands Inc. Now you're just the daughter of some criminal. Mark was furious with what Asia had done. My dad and brother have not been convicted yet. Don't call them criminals, Asia said in an attempt to protect her father's and brother's name, enjoying never judge. Join my Discord server, https, discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. Do you even know who you are up against? Mark asked. Yes, and the truth will prevail, Asia said optimistically. The person that filed the charges is Katerina Sebastian. She never loses and she never takes on cases that can lose. The person that is accusing your father and brother of bribery is Congressman Alexander Sebastian. He's the president's son. Are you stupid? Even if your father and brother were innocent, you can't win, Mark argued. Asia stayed silent. For the first time, there was nothing she could say to answer back. Wasn't it enough that you managed to anger the Sebastians when you visited Morco? Did you have to get all 5 princes mad, including Mr. Ray Lawrence, who is my family's benefactor? If it weren't for that child in you, I would never have agreed to marry you. Mark shouted at Asia. I didn't choose to get pregnant. Asia said in an attempt to defend herself. You drugged me at a party, took me to a room I didn't book. You insisted we get married as soon as you found out you were pregnant. You tricked me, Asia, Mark said, throwing the woman into the car. Be gentle, I'm pregnant, Asia shouted after hitting the seat. I'll be glad if you have a miscarriage, Mark shouted, slamming the door behind her. The parking lot was quite an open space with many cars parked. Mark had parked his car in a location that was not only near a driver's shed that had been set up, but it was also quite close to where many uninvited and invited reporters had gathered to discuss the story they were going to write about the groundbreaking event. They didn't expect that aside from the business news, they would also catch Mark Chu and his fiancée Asia Hernandez arguing. Any news about Asia's family was currently high value, and news about her tricking Mark Chu to get pregnant was gold. It wasn't just the newspapers and news channels that would be enjoying this. Even gossip bloggers would celebrate such a big scoop. As soon as they saw Mark Chu drive away, they began calling all of their bosses, one of which was Ramabad. John had gone over to join the other reporters once his interview with the princes were done. He had gone from second-tier news reporter to one of Ramabad's best. After getting the details from John, Ram called Cedric and the others to the side. He told them about the conversation the reporters and drivers had just heard. What do you want me to do about this? Ram asked Cedric. It's news, so report it. Cedric shrugged. Won't you suppress it since she's Adriana's family? Ram asked. I gave you the proof about her father and brother. I don't care about that branch of the family. They've done too much to Adriana, Cedric said in a stern tone. All right. Oh, and Nicole, she called you a bitch, and some slut Alexi is probably dating. What do you want to do about her? Ram asked. That whore. Ram, she's pregnant, right? Do you want exclusive proof? Nicole asked with a grin. Nicole, that's illegal. Miguel warned his sister. He already knew what she was planning. Well, she won't be able to file a case because Ray will stop Mark. She can't go to the Hernandez family because her daddy isn't in charge anymore, and I won't release it explicitly. It'll go online, and within 5 seconds, Ram's news outlet will pick it up. Nicole had already built a plan in her head. She wasn't just some rich man's daughter. She was Nicole Chan. She ran Saints Hospital with her father. She was no pushover. Nicole quickly dialed a number and asked the other person to look for Asia's medical records. How sure are you that she even went to Saints Hospital? Ram asked. 'Cause everyone goes to a Saints Hospital, especially a social climbing bitch like Asia, Nicole said with a grin. Within 5 minutes of the call, Nicole received the documents and sent it to Ram. Nicole had someone leak the images when Ram said his reporters had made a fully approved story for posting on social media. Since it was a gossip news, it wouldn't make that night's telecast, but it would be all over social media. No one calls me a slut, and Alexi, seriously, that's disgusting. Nicole grinned ear to ear. I am not disgusting. Alexi attempted to argue, but they all knew that arguing with any of the sisters was useless. Cedric sent a message to Adriana. Cedric, I just heard that Asia is actually pregnant. Adriana, yeah, it seems she had a fight with Mark Chu in the parking lot and there were reporters nearby. Cedric, do you need to go to the old house? Adriana, no need. Uncle Frederick isn't in charge anymore, so it won't have a big impact. Cedric, isn't Asia still part of the management team? Adriana, yes, this will probably give Uncle Matthew the perfect reason to fire her. Cedric, I can't say I'm not happy. Adriana, honestly, I'm happy to get her out. She's been trying to take credit for my work. Cedric, be careful. Cedric put away his phone and looked back at the group. Well, Adriana just told me that Asia won't have the Hernandez's backing. They are still trying to recover from the change in management. Cedric told Nicole. The Chews wouldn't dare do anything right. Nicole asked Ray just to be sure. I'll warn them about who they will be up against. Ray said. Good, Nicole chirped. Camilla appeared and told Cedric that it was time for them to return to the city since Cedric still had a lot of meetings. Ian, handle things here. Cedric instructed his former assistant who was with Camilla, enjoying never judge. Join my Discord server, https, discord, GGPXNT6ACQWH. On the trip back, Cedric went through a couple of reports coming from the directors at Morco. He wanted everything to run smoothly. Camilla, plan a celebratory party for the employees at the end of the year. Make sure that all our partners are invited as well. Cedric ordered. Will the 4 princes and the sisters be attending, sir? Camilla asked to clarify the guest list. Yes, Cedric agreed. Aside from being his friends, having famous people at a party didn't hurt. Sir, we just got a proposal for Constellations Resorts for a partnership, Camilla said as she looked through her emails. Constellations. The management there should be more than capable of handling a simple partnership. Cedric was puzzled as to why Camilla brought it up. Sir, it's from Islands Inc. And the one that sent the proposal to us was your wife. Camilla explained. You should have led with that. Tell the management to give more and never less if they are dealing with Adriana. Cedric said. We also found out that Adriana is working on a partnership with City Malls. Camilla reported. City Malls were the biggest competitor to Elysia Malls. They were half the size, but their locations were quite prime. Monitor it closely. I just want to keep the Elysia Malls partnership bigger than the one she is working on with City Malls. Otherwise, let it be. Anything else? Cedric asked. She's also working on partnerships with Mr. Ray's rival airline companies. Camilla said. Tell Ray's assistant about it. They should be able to decide if they will work with Islands Inc. I can't really force them. Cedric would never directly order Ray to do anything that affected his business. Even the sisters had volunteered all the partnerships they gave during the press conference of Islands Inc. In Islands Inc., SVP for Marketing and Sales Office, Adriana had just moved to this room. It was on the top floor, the same floor as the president's office, and it faced Morco's building. Adriana couldn't help but look out the window and wonder what her husband was currently doing in the not-so-far-away building. She remembered John Hernandez's constant complaints that he had the worst view of all. At that time, Morco was just considered to be a small startup, and everyone expected it to fold quickly. It came as a surprise to everyone when the news came out that Morco was actually a subsidiary of the Rays Group and was currently being run by the heir to the Rays Group. In a few years, her view would become the most sought-after view since the Morco building was going to be redesigned by Veronica. Adriana leaned back in her seat looking out the window. In her head, she was imagining that her husband was also staring out one of those large windows, looking at her. She was pulled back into reality when several emails began popping up on her laptop. Subject: Ray, partnership with Constellations Resort. Dear Miss Adriana, we are honored to partner with Islands Inc. Please give us your soonest available date so that we can sit down and discuss our partnership further. Thanks, Marketing Director of Constellations Resort. Subject: Ray, partnership with City Malls. Dear Miss Adriana, our boss has approved your proposal and would like to meet with you in person. Thanks, Assistant to the President. Subject: improved partnership between Islands Inc. and Elysia Malls. Dear Miss Adriana, our management would like to firm up the partnership between Elysia Malls and Islands Inc. Our VP and Miss Anna Reyes would like to set up a meeting with you next week at your own convenience. Thanks, Camila Montero, Assistant to the President. Subject: partnership with Breeze Air. Dear Miss Adriana Hernandez Reyes, I would like to partner with Islands Inc. on various projects. Thanks, Ray Lawrence. Subject: Ray, partnership with Above Air. Dear Miss Adriana, we would like to further meet on your proposal. Please give us your soonest availability. Thanks, Head of Marketing Above Air. Adriana was most surprised with the emails coming from Elysia Malls and Breeze Air. She already had an existing partnership with Elysia Malls. She didn't see the reason why she would need to meet up with the VP for operations as well as Anna Reyes. As for Breeze Air, it was the largest airline in the country. She had been afraid to approach such a big company with her proposal, so she approached the smaller Above Air first. With the amount of potential partnerships and sales that had just landed in her lap, Adriana had to get her whole team involved. She asked for her newly appointed assistant to get all the marketing and sales team heads and supervisors into an emergency meeting in 5 minutes. The assistant and the teams were quite efficient, and they arrived at the meeting room prior to the time Adriana had said. When she walked in, it seemed everyone was nervous. You can all calm down. No one is getting fired. With what Adriana said, the employees started to breathe and act normally. They seemed to have been worried that with a change in management, many people would be replaced as well. Before anything, I'll reintroduce myself. For those that don't know me, I'm Adriana Hernandez Reyes, and yes, I'm married. I won't fire anyone just because you used to work for my cousin. My husband is also an ordinary worker, so I understand the struggle. Okay, now down to business. Adriana gave a quick introduction and asked her assistant to pass around folders, each with a company inside. Today we got over 10 written agreements that their companies would like to partner with us. The hardest will probably be the Elysia Mall partnership, followed by Saints Hospital, then Breeze Air, and fourth will be Constellations Resorts. The others will be relatively easy compared to those 4. Adriana explained. Everyone was surprised at what she had just said. Adriana had been in the position of VP for marketing and sales for less than a week, and already companies that had rejected them in the past were lining up to work with them. You all have a week to polish and finish presentations and proposals for these companies. Surprisingly, for most of them, we won't be meeting with just the marketing director or sales director. We will actually be meeting with presidents and CEOs. Adriana gave a very tight timeline to her team before dismissing them. Enjoying Never Judge? Join my Discord server, https discord ggpxnt6acqwh. As soon as the meeting was done, the whole Islands Inc. was abuzz with gossip. Many of the employees had just found out that Adriana had managed to get all of their difficult clients on the table, something that John Hernandez had been trying for years. When news reached Matthew Hernandez's office, he quickly called Adriana to congratulate her. When were you going to tell me you had landed such big accounts? Adriana's uncle Matthew asked proudly. I was going to tell you when the deals were closed. They are mostly in the proposal process. Adriana tried to calm his excitement. All of these companies have snubbed us in the past, Adriana, especially the Rays Group. They always ignored John and Frederick for some reason. Matthew had always been puzzled on why the Rays Group never even seemed to open their proposals when it came to Islands Inc. Many of their contemporaries have had less favorable deals, but deals nonetheless. I'm just hoping that we can close deals with them and get an even better deal with Elijah Malls. They invited me to meet for a bigger deal, Adriana said. Still, congratulations, Adriana. You seem to be Islands Inc.'s lucky charm. I'm sure you're busy today with your Lobo family side arriving, Matthew said, escorting Adriana out of his office. Yes, Mom's family is coming over for Amanda's graduation. Cedric and I are picking them up at the airport later, then having dinner at Bamboo Room. Grandpa was kind enough to lend a driver, Adriana said. Will you fit in your car? Matthew asked. Yeah. Cedric got a new car, so we just need a driver for the second one, Adriana explained. Wow, Cedric has a new car. Is it a Toyota or a Mitsubishi? Matthew asked. It's an Audi R8. It seems that Morco is very generous to its employees. Adriana was proud of the new nice things Cedric got due to his new job. No one could say that he didn't work for it. Wow, good for Cedric. I hope our assistants don't hear about that. They might come asking for cars, Matthew teased before finally letting Adriana go. After work, Adriana and Cedric picked the Lobo family up. Cedric drove his Audi while his driver took Adriana's Toyota Innova. The Hernandez family driver had to back out last minute because he had the stomach flu. The Lobo family had flown in from the northern part of the country. Gracia's marriage to Charles was strategic to both families. Both the factories and raw materials used by Islands Inc. were located in the province where the Lobo family basically ruled. They held almost all the power in that province, from the high-ranking officials to the police chief. The only part of their province that was out of their control was the industry, one of the largest contributors of which was Islands Inc. Among those that were scheduled to arrive were Adriana's maternal grandparents, her mother's older brother, Ivan Lobo, his wife, May Lobo, and their son Jam Lobo. Unlike the Hernandezes, her immediate relatives on the Lobo side were quite few. Aside from those arriving, she just had a cousin, Amanda Lobo, who was quite different from the rest of the family. When they arrived to pick up the Lobos, they were surprised to find an additional guest. Adriana's uncle Ivan waved at her. Uncle Ivan, I'm so happy to see you. Adriana hugged her uncle as Cedric helped load their luggage into the two cars. Wow, the Hernandezes must be doing well. Did they give you this new Audi? May Lobo asked her niece. Auntie, this isn't mine, it's Cedric's, Adriana said proudly. Before I forget, Adri, this is Tony Tamano. We ran into him in the airport. He's from the same province as us. Tony and his family run the largest mining company there. They are so big that they supply gold to Lau Jewelry, Ivan said, ignoring Adriana's boast about Cedric's new car. Yes, Ray Lawrence and I go way back. He's actually my junior in university. Tony Tamano boasted. Lau Jewelry was a chain of jewelry shops owned by the Lawrence family. Wow, that's impressive. I went to the same university as Ray Lawrence. I think we were classmates, Adriana said, recalling the events during Asia's engagement party. I see you have an imitation of the North Star set that Lau Jewelry had commissioned, Tony Tamano said, looking at the ring on Adriana's finger. The North Star jewelry set? Adriana asked. She didn't think that her ring and Cedric's together, with the matching jewelry that had come with it, was fake. After all, Raymond Lawrence had given them that set. Yes, from the gold to the jewels on it, we mined all of them. The gold is the highest quality we ever mined, and the diamonds and sapphires are also the highest quality ever found in the country. Ray said he was going to use it to make a gift for a special friend. We all assumed he would use it to propose someday, Tony explained. He took Adriana's hand and examined the ring closely. It's such a good replica that if I didn't know where the original one was, I would think that this was the original ring. Adriana just nodded, not wanting to offend the guest. Where are we having dinner, Adriana? Jam Lobo asked. Jam was a recent university graduate. He had taken up a business course in university at the capital. Well, we booked a table at the Bamboo Room. Amanda and my parents will meet us there, Adriana said. Can we add one more? I want Tony to join us, Grandpa Lobo asked. Said, do you think? Adriana asked Cedric tentatively. She knew how difficult it was to make changes to a reservation at the Bamboo Room. I'll make a call, Cedric said as he took out his phone and walked away. Hey, Ced, what's up? Ray asked as he picked up Cedric's call. I have a reservation at the Bamboo Room and we have an extra guest. Cedric explained. I'll fix it. And it's perfect. The boys and I went straight here from the groundbreaking. I can see you be poor, sad, Cedric. Ray teased. I'm not sad. Cedric laughed. Fine, you aren't sad. Ray also laughed. Oh, before I forget, there is a Tony Tamano here that is claiming to be good friends with you. He said the rings you gave me and Adriana are fake. Cedric teased. Tony, the name is familiar. Ah, he's the kind you and Eric tricked us to go to. Remember you said you and Eric were having a drink in a bar in Alexei, and I ended up going into that kid's birthday party, Ray recalled. He said the gold and jewels on the rings are from their mining sites. Cedric explained. It could be. I just asked for the best of the best to make those rings. I had missed your wedding because you didn't invite us and wanted to give you something special. I named the set the North Star. We were working on Constellation back then, so I was inspired, Ray teased. Well, I'll see and not know you that well later, Cedric said, dropping the call. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server, https discord ggpxnt6acqwh at Bamboo Room. Ray dropped the call and grinned. What is it this time? A slightly annoyed Alexei asked. Someone is pretending to know again, and he's claiming that the set I gave Cedric and Adriana is fake, Ray said with a dark smile. Ooh, fun. Too bad the girls aren't here, Nicole said. He's with Cedric now, Ram, who was calmly sipping wine, asked. Yeah, we'll get the full story from Cedric later, I'm sure. They are coming here for dinner, Ray said. When Cedric arrived with Adriana and their guests, Cedric could clearly see that his friends were seated at the most expensive table in the room. It was considered the most expensive table because to get a reservation for that table you would need to reserve months in advance, and there was a minimum order required. That table had the best view of the city from the Bamboo Room. When Ray had found out that Cedric was going there as well, he made sure to put Cedric and his group on the table next to theirs. When Cedric approached, Ray stood up and waved at him. The Hernandez family already knew that Cedric was acquaintances with Raymond Lawrence and was not surprised. The Lobo family, however, did not expect Cedric to know the owner of the Bamboo Room. As a matter of fact, they had just been boasting on how Tony Tamano knew Raymond Lawrence. Mr. Tamano, won't you be saying hi to Mr. Lawrence? He's right there. Adriana's Aunt Patricia nudged. Ah yes, my good friend Ray, I just don't want to bother him. He's having dinner with the 4 princes, Tony Tamano said in what looked to Cedric as a way for him to avoid going up to Ray. Mr. Tamano, the other princes aren't that bad, Cedric said, trying to egg Tony into speaking with them. I guess it wouldn't hurt to make new friends, Tony replied, scratching his head. Tony went up and approached Raymond Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, it's me, Tony Tamano. We do business for Lau Jewelry. I provided the gold and stones for the North Star collection, Tony said as he approached the table. Hey, can't you see we're eating? Nicole, who was seated between Ray and Miguel, said. Miss, I'm sorry. Are you Mr. Lawrence's girlfriend? Tony Tamano asked. Nicole and the others burst out laughing when Tony Tamano asked if Nicole was Ray's girlfriend. I think my personal life isn't important to you, Mr. Tamano. If you would like to talk about business, please set an appointment with my assistant. If you're here to chit-chat, you should know I don't do chit-chat, Ray said quite coldly and opposite to how his friends were laughing just now. Ray, I've lost my appetite because of this man. Let's go, Nicole complained. Ray nodded and stood up. Whole group followed him and left. Tony Tamano was left dumbfounded. He didn't even know who that girl was, and one word from her already managed to make all 4 princes leave. Luckily, no one from the Lobo or Hernandez family overheard the conversation, and his pride was still in place. What did Mr. Lawrence say? Adriana's uncle Ivan asked. Ray said to enjoy our meal. We just did a little chit-chat. He had to go cause that girl with them was acting a little bitchy. Tony lied. Nicole was acting bitchy, Adriana asked. You know her, Miss Adriana. Tony was surprised that Adriana knew the woman with the 4 princes. Yeah, that's Nicole Chan. I've met her a couple of times and I have a partnership with their hospital. Oh, and the other guy next to her is her older brother, Miguel Chan, Adriana explained. Nicole Chan, the current VP of Saints Hospital, Tony said in shock. Who did you think she was? Adriana asked. I thought she was Ray's girlfriend, Tony admitted. I'm sure she found that hilarious. Cedric wasn't able to stop himself from commenting. Don't pretend to know them, you're just an assistant. Adriana's Aunt Patricia said. Aunt Patricia, Cedric actually knows Mr. Raymond Lawrence and Mr. Miguel Chan. Also, Cedric's boss is the Ray's heir, so he has met the 4 princes and their sisters in the past. Adriana didn't bring up the odd events of their dinner with them in Pris Mall. That story was just too far-fetched. The Lobos would never believe that. Adriana, darling, why couldn't you have married someone like Tony Tamano here? Grandma Lobo suddenly said. Just like the Hernandezes, they did not approve of Adriana's choice in her husband. Grandma, it's been 5 years since Cedric and I have been married. Can you stop putting him down already? I'm happy with him. Adriana sighed. It seemed that she would never get a break from her family's comments against Cedric. This is all your fault, Charles. Why couldn't you have stepped up like your brothers? You don't even have a role in Islands Inc., Grandpa Lobo scolded. He had always complained about how his son-in-law was the least of the Hernandez siblings. Even his sister Kathy was the head of PR for Islands Inc. It was only Charles that didn't join the family business. Dad, that's such an old issue, and we have a guest. Gracia scolded her father. That's right, we're here to celebrate Amanda's graduation. Adriana's Aunt Patricia said quite happily. Enjoying Never Judge, join my Discord server, https, discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. Amanda, who was seated quietly next to Adriana, smiled back at her mother. Unlike the rest of the Lobo family, Aminata actually liked Cedric. She had always seen Adriana as her older sister, and when she first went to the capital, it was Adriana and Cedric that took care of her and brought her around. Why don't I order the finest wine here, and toast to Amanda's graduation? Tony Tamano boasted. Cedric thought to himself that Tony couldn't afford the most expensive wine in the bamboo room because this is also where Ray and Alexi kept their stash, and both of them were avid collectors of different wines. Miss Adriana, why don't you pick a bottle for us? Tony said, calling a waiter over for the menu. I'm not that knowledgeable when it comes to wines. Adriana admitted. Very well. Waiter, I'll have your most expensive wine, Tony announced. Sir, for that we will need to get Mr. Lawrence's approval. The most expensive wine here belongs to his private collection, and we are under strict instructions to call him if anyone asks for the most expensive bottle, the waiter explained to Tony. Tony almost choked when he heard it was part of Mr. Raymond Lawrence's private collection. He wouldn't dare assume he could afford anything that belonged to the private collection. No need to bother, Mr. Lawrence. I'll take the most expensive one on the menu, Tony said proudly. The waiter took his order and brought a bottle back to them. Adriana, help me take your grandmother to the bathroom, Ariana's Aunt Patricia said. The trip to the bathroom was a cover for Grandma Lobo and Aunt Patricia to talk to Adriana about Tony Tamano. Adriana, isn't Tony amazing? Aunt Patricia asked Adriana. He's all right. Adriana gave an unimpressed response. You know, when he first saw your picture in the old house, he immediately asked us about you. Grandma Lobo said, clearly excited about something. He thinks you're really pretty, Adriana. Aunt Patricia further said, I'm flattered he finds me pretty. Adriana flatly said, Adriana, don't you see how good it is to have a financially capable man, one that can treat you the way you deserve? Aunt Patricia asked Adriana. Cedric treats me the way I deserve, much better than those rich boys. I won't be with a man like Alexander Sebastian, that changes women every week, or someone like that Ray's heir, who can't even announce his relationship status to the world. Tony Tamano is no different from them. He probably has a family that will look too lowly on any woman he marries, or maybe he is a playboy like Mr. Alexander. Those men that inherited their money and power are the worst. They don't know how to work for anything. Adriana already knew what her grandmother and aunt wanted. It was the same thing many of her Hernandez relatives wanted as well. But Adriana, you could be much more with a man like Tony Tamano. Grandma Lobo said, with a man like Cedric, I know I earned everything myself. I know that it isn't him pulling strings in the shadows. I know I'm succeeding because of my skills and not some man's last name. Adriana hated the thought that if she had married someone from a powerful family, everything she would ever get was because she was married to that man. She always wanted to prove to the work what she was capable of as Adriana and not as some man's wife. That's the problem with you women today. You all think that what a man can do, a woman can do too. There are some heights you will never be able to reach, Adriana, no matter how hard you try. Grandma Lobo scolded her granddaughter. I'm not leaving my husband, Grandma, Adriana said before storming out. When she exited the bathroom, she bumped into Tony Tamano. Whoa there, Miss Adriana. Are you all right? Tony asked in a caring tone. Yes, Adriana said as she tried to leave. Miss Adriana, I was actually trying to get the chance to talk to you in person. I have 2 extra tickets to a yacht tour around the bay. I was wondering if you, a local, could accompany me, Tony asked politely. Honestly, if it hadn't been for her grandma or Aunt Patricia speaking to her in the bathroom, just now she might have agreed to accompany Tony on the boat tour. But because of what they had said, Adriana couldn't help but feel a hostility towards the man. Mr. Tamano, I think you're fully aware that I am a married woman, Adriana said, showing her ring finger. It's not appropriate to ask a married woman to go out alone. Adriana tried to turn and leave again when Tony grabbed her arm. Miss Adriana, I have no malicious intentions. I simply am looking for a friend from the capital to accompany me, Tony explained. Adriana jerked her arm away from Tony and glared at him. You better make that clear to my family, she warned before finally storming off. Before anything, please join my Discord server, https, discord, ggEQ83JZ62BG. If you want a link that can be copied, just leave a comment and I will drop the link there for you. Also, some tips on how to show authors your appreciation. 1 Buy chapters with coins. We honestly don't get anything from fast passes too. Buy our Priv chapters, that kind of help goes a long way. 3 drop gifts, who doesn't want gifts? Author Woundy, we are poor readers and we don't have coins, what can we do? That's what 4-6 are for. 4 vote for our books. 5 leave comments. 6 share our novels on social media to all of your friends. Thank you for supporting. Never judge. The rest of the night with the Lobo family was uneventful. Charles and Gracia had booked for the Lobos to stay at Constellation's resort, and it just so happened that Tony Tamano was also booked to stay there, so Cedric and Adriana took all of them to the hotel. I wonder why they call Constellation's resort a resort when it's really more of a hotel, Tony Tamano thought out loud. He was in the same vehicle as Cedric, Adriana, and Adriana's grandparents on the Lobo side. Well, according to rumors, the owner hates the city and wants to live in a beach resort for the rest of his life, so he called his hotels resorts. Adriana recounted a rumor Natasha once told her. Cedric, who was driving, wanted to laugh. The only reason the hotels were called resorts were because they were never meant to be built in the city. He had planned for them to stay in the vacation hotspots of the country. One day he was given the opportunity to buy a good lot at the center of the city for an acceptable price. He bought it and built the first Constellation resort in a non-beach area. There was no deep, hidden story, just a coincidence. When they got to Constellations, Adriana helped her grandparents to their rooms. Cedric was left at the lobby with Tony Tamano. Do you smoke? Tony asked Cedric. Rarely, only when I'm stressed, Cedric told Tony. Neither do I. Do you want to grab a bottle at the bar while waiting for Adriana? Tony offered. Sure, why not? Cedric nodded. They were sitting silently and awkwardly at the bar. Tony was the first to break the silence. Look, I think I may have gotten off on the wrong foot with both you and Adriana. Tony said, was all Cedric could say in response. People like Tony never said things like that to people like him. It seems the Lobo family wants me to have an affair with Adriana, Tony shyly said. Cedric laughed and said, everyone in her family wants her to have a relationship with what they call a better man. You don't need to explain. I had tickets, 2 extra tickets to a yacht tour of the city. I wanted to ask you and her to accompany me, but Adriana thought I was asking her out on a date. Tony laughed. You're not a bad guy, Tony. Cedric laughed. Can you keep a secret, Cedric? Tony asked. We just met and you were going to tell me a secret. Cedric looked at him. Tony just shrugged. All right, what is it? Cedric asked. I didn't want to go to the capital with the Lobo family. My dad forced me, Tony said with a sigh. I got lucky that Mr. Raymond didn't call me out earlier in front of everyone. I panicked and almost ruined our whole working relationship with him. Tony laughed. Then why do you spend time with the Lobo family? Cedric asked. Their family and mine go way back. My family needs them for permits and other things related to the government back in our province. They need us to keep the economy afloat, even with Islands Inc. In our province, mining is still one of the biggest economic contributors in the province. You don't cut ties like those that easily, Tony explained. Well, even here in the capital, those kinds of relationships exist. Cedric thought about him and his friends. Their families depended on each other. Luckily, they were real friends. You mean the 5 princes, right? Tony asked. Cedric simply nodded in reply. I depend on the Lawrences, so I guess you could say I'm part of that ecosystem of power. So are the Lobos and the Hernandezes. They just don't see it as clearly as we do, I guess. The Lobos need me and the Hernandez need the Lobos and vice versa, but we all depend on one of the 5 families. Islands Inc. needs the malls and bulk orders of Ray's group. I need the orders of Loud Jewelry. If the Lawrences tell me to jump, I have to jump. Without them, I won't have any profit. Without me, they can just go to a new supplier. Tony said, analyzing the importance of the 5 princes to their lives. You're a lucky man, Cedric. You have an incredibly beautiful and loyal wife. I'm just sad that she's already married. Tony teased. You're 8 years too late. Cedric laughed. What are you guys laughing about? Since when did you start getting along? Adriana, who had just come down, was puzzled with the 2 men getting along well. Usually people from her social status looked down on Cedric. It seemed Tony Tamano was actually different. I was just telling Tony how we would be happy to accompany him on his yacht tour, Cedric said as he interlocked his fingers with Adriana's and lifted them to his lips to kiss. He told you about that. Adriana was even more surprised that Cedric had agreed to go. Of course, it's the 3 of us, so no harm there, Cedric explained to his wife. We'll go ahead, Tony. Just tell us when the yacht tour will be and we'll meet you there. Cedric and Adriana bid Tony goodbye and left the hotel. Tony smiled at the retreating couple. All he could think about was how pretty Adriana was. It was such a shame that she was married. Enjoying Never Judge. Join my Discord server, https, Discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. The next day, Adriana got a message from Tony telling her that the yacht tour was tonight. He was hoping that both she and Cedric were not too busy and could join him. Cedric's workload was significantly lightened with Ian taking on the lead for the expansion project, so he could easily move his meetings around. Adriana got lucky because for some reason the managers of Constellations, Elijah, and Breeze Air had all of their meetings moved, so it gave her and her team more time to prepare. meaning less overtime for Adriana since she didn't need to see all the proposals in one day. The tour was scheduled to be a sunset and nighttime tour with guests catching the famed bay sunset and having dinner as the yacht cruised along the shoreline. There were only 15 guests per trip, so the tour was highly coveted even among locals. Cedric and Adriana were waiting at the boarding area 5 minutes before the agreed-upon time with Tony. When Tony arrived, all three of them got on the deck of the yacht. "Didn't you study university in the capital?" Adriana asked Tony. "I did. I studied in the capital when I was in high school and university, but I stayed at home or in school most of the time. I really didn't get to enjoy being here. After graduating from university, I stayed at the province most of the time and only came over for important meetings," Tony said, looking into the distance. As the tour continued, Adriana looked out into the city she grew up in. Cedric gave her a hug from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Cedric asked Adriana as the yacht cruised along the bay. "There are 14 million people in the capital, and still I managed to find you." Adriana looked up at Cedric and smiled sweetly. Cedric looked at her and smiled back. "I'll always be here for you, Adriana. Always remember that." Cedric said in reply, "I'm just glad that you aren't like all those rich boys." Adriana told Cedric. "What do you mean?" Cedric asked. "With you I feel like everything I am is genuinely me. I achieved everything on my own, and people around me didn't have to give me everything because I married a powerful man. I never felt like I needed to take a step back in my career because I might hurt your ego." "I'm glad you're not some rich heir." Adriana hugged him tight. "Adri, just remember, I'll always be me." Cedric placed a light kiss on Adriana's lips. Adriana's phone suddenly began to ring. "I'll go hang out with Tony," Cedric said, leaving Adriana alone. "Your wife is beautiful," Tony said as Cedric stood next to him. "Yeah, I'm really lucky she was happy to settle with a guy like me." Cedric grinned. "I won't lie. When I saw her picture in the Lobo home, I had every intention of pursuing her, and all her relatives pushed me to do so," Tony admitted to Cedric. "What changed your mind?" Cedric asked. "I saw her in the news a couple of times. She's always referred to as Mrs. Adriana Hernandez Reyes. At first I actually thought she was married to the Reyes heir. The gossip that gets to us in the province isn't exactly accurate." Tony laughed. "Her family doesn't seem to care that we are married," Cedric said with a sigh. He knew that the moment his identity was revealed to the public, both the Hernandez and Lobo families would be jumping up and down to recognize him as their son-in-law. "You better keep her happy. A lot of men want to make her happy. And I won't lie, if you break her heart, I won't wait for you to fix things," Tony threatened with a smile. He had fallen in love with Adriana's photo and had been waiting to meet her when he found out she was actually married. He was heartbroken to find out that the girl of his dreams was already someone else's. Meanwhile, Adriana's phone call had just ended, and she went over to Cedric and Tony with amazing news. Cedric, Adriana hugged her husband tight. "What is it?" Cedric asked, laughing at her childlike behavior. "That was one of the reporters from a bad TV network. They are making a piece called 30 Women Under 30, and they want me to be in it," Adriana proudly announced. Even Cedric was surprised because Ram hadn't called him to tell Cedric about this. "I'm so proud of you, honey." Cedric lifted her in a hug and spun her around. "Congratulations, Miss Adriana. Wow, that's amazing. The Abad TV network's top list is known to be unbiased. Even the daughter of the owner has never been on that list." Tony congratulated Adriana on her achievement. Of course, it wasn't true that the owner's daughter had never been on the list. People just didn't know that Veronica was actually Anna Abad. Even the reporters who wrote the news didn't know about the relationship between Ram Abad and Veronica. "Did they give you any details?" Cedric asked Adriana. "Well, they said the shoot can only be done in a week's time. They are still waiting for one of the girls to come back from the USA and another to come back from a seminar in Dubai, so we'll be doing a photo shoot, a video shoot, and an interview that day," Adriana explained. "Well, why don't I treat us to dinner at Nouveau?" Tony asked. "It's not easy to get a reservation there," Adriana explained. "Well, we could try," Tony said with a wink. Of course, when they got there, the manager escorted them to a miraculously vacant table. Cedric had sent a message to Camilla before the end of the yacht tour. As the night came to an end, Adriana felt more comfortable being around Tony. He didn't seem to be a threat like all the other guys. A week later, the reporter called Adriana to tell her that all of the ladies participating in the shoot were already there. Cedric was in a meeting when Anna began calling him nonstop. He ignored her calls, but it seemed Anna had something important to say, so she didn't stop calling until Cedric finally picked up her call after his meeting. "I have a job to do, you know," Cedric scolded his sister. "Said I just arrived," Anna excitedly announced. "Isn't it the middle of your term?" Cedric asked. "It is, but I said I had to take a couple of days off to do something. I won't fail, you know." Anna laughed at her brother's worry. "Please tell me you didn't empty out one of Ray's flights." Cedric sighed. "Nope. Veronica was on the way home from Italy, so she passed by me. Although Ray did offer to get me on the first flight home, I had to decline since Veronica was gonna pick me up." Anna made it sound like getting on the plane was just like getting on a taxi. So why are you home? Cedric asked, taking a seat behind his desk. I'm gonna be on shoot with my sister-in-law. Yana giggled. Is this the 30 under 30 thing for a bad TV? Cedric asked, recalling Adriana's shoot the next day. Yup, but not everyone gets to be part of the shoot. Only the top 10. Can I take Adriana shopping for the shoot? Yana asked. If she agrees, I don't see why not, Cedric said. Big brother, will you pay for it? Yana asked sweetly on the other end. Do I have a choice? Cedric asked. Of course not. I have a lunch meeting with Adriana for Elysia Malls. We can go shopping after that, Yana said, dropping the call. When Yana arrived at our tower, she was informed that Adriana was already waiting at the lobby of Elysia Corp's floor. She passed by to invite Adriana and her team to join her for lunch at Nouveau. Yana sat at the head of the table and wore a straight face rather than her usual smile when she was around Adriana. She wore a black business suit and flats. Despite not wearing high heels and not being exceptionally tall, she was only 162 cm tall. Yana's presence felt like there was a giant in the room. The Islands Inc. Team consisted of a marketing manager, a sales director, the head of design, Adriana, and her assistant. Everyone except Adriana was nervous. They had heard horror stories of whole teams leaving in shame after presenting an unimpressive idea to Yana. At such a young age, Yana had already made waves in Elysia Corp and in the various Clarin businesses owned by her mother. We can begin, Yana said. The team went through their presentation and proposal just as they had practiced. Prior to meeting with Yana, they had practiced presenting the proposal for almost 3 days, getting every detail perfect and preparing a list of questions Yana might ask. When they were done, they waited for Yana to ask questions about their proposal. James, can we work with this? Yana asked the VP for Elysia Malls. Yes, Miss Yana. James, the VP for Elysia Malls, confirmed. Call up Lights Entertainment. I want some celebrity endorsements and TV time for this. I'll tell Ram or Anna when I see them. They should give us what we need, Yana instructed. Everyone was shocked. Anna Reyes never fully agreed with a project proposal. This was what made it difficult to deal with Elysia Corp. They always got more out of a deal, and everyone agreed since securing a partnership with them opened many doors. You may all go. I'd like to speak to Adriana alone, Yana said. At that, everyone left the private room. Yana suddenly transformed into the sweet girl Adriana had seen before. She smiled at Adriana and spoke. You're part of the 30 under 30 feature 2 later, right? Yana asked. Adriana simply nodded. Great, let's go shopping after this. I just need to pass by my brother to get his card, Yana said. I still have work in the office, Adriana said in an attempt to refuse. It'll be a quick trip, then I can drop you off at Islands Inc. We'll just see each other tonight at the shoot. Yana smiled sweetly. All right, I guess. Adriana agreed reluctantly. When Adriana and Yana left together, the employees of Islands Inc. were left in awe of their female boss. Not only was she brilliant, but she had equally brilliant friends as well. When Yana dropped by Cedric's office, she left Adriana in the car to wait for her. Cedric already knew she was on her way up and had already placed his card on the table. My brother is the best, Yana said as she took the card. Make sure she looks respectable, Cedric instructed. Are you worried I'll overdress her? Yana laughed. You know what I mean. Cedric knew that Yana wanted to dress his wife in such a way that he would be the envy of all men. Fine, a boring business suit like mine then. Will I see you when you pick her up? Yana asked. I'll pick her up, but just as Cedric, not as your over-the-top brother. Cedric said. 1. You're never over the top. 2. That's the same person, dumb. Yana left laughing. What Yana had promised to be a quick trip to the mall turned out to be a full-on girls' day out with the sisters. Since Cedric was very overprotective with regards to the rumors about his wife, Yana had arranged for specific wings of Pris Mall to be closed to give them privacy. All the employees were also asked to sign non-disclosure agreements for that day as well. Adriana was shocked to see the whole luxury section of Pris Mall empty of customers. Is it a bad day today? Adriana asked the girls. Nope. Yana went over the top and closed off the whole section. Veronica said, rolling her eyes. Hey. It's better than people following us trying to take photos. Look, I can run and no one cares. Nicole said as she ran and slid along the empty hallways. That's so mature, Nicole. Katerina said sarcastically. I really hate these press events. I have lots of work to do in the lab. Plus, I'm still tired from my trip to Dubai, Natalia complained. Natalia Sebastian had arrived from Dubai on the same flight as Miguel Chan the night before. Their seminar had finished the night before, and they had been having a mixer with other scientists when Miguel got a call for an important operation back at home. He decided to drag Natalia along, and Natalia couldn't complain. If Miguel hadn't dragged you along, you would be late for the shoot. Katerina scolded her younger sister. Despite being 23, Natalia already had 2 PhDs under her belt. She skipped several years in school and was a member of Mensa. She had gone to various countries to take her degrees and PhDs. Adriana, let's shop for your outfit later, Yana said as she pulled Adriana to one of the high-end luxury brand shops. I was just going to wear what I'm wearing now. Adriana was wearing a white dress with a black blazer on top. No, 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 that's not good enough, Nicole said, shaking her head. You have the infamous Veronica here and you won't maximize her. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Hey Nicole, I'm an interior designer, not a fashion designer. Veronica scolded Nicole. You still have a better eye for it than us, Nicole said, sticking out her tongue. I swear if the board members of Saints Hotel saw you now, they would insist that Mitchell should be named heir instead of you. Katerina teased Nicole. Adriana came out of the mall with 10 new outfits, 5 new shoes, and 3 new bags. She kept telling Anna to stop buying her things, but Anna refused and wouldn't take no for an answer. It was clear that the girl had too much money in her hands. Adriana took a taxi later that day to the studios of a bad TV network. When she got to the studio, there were already 5 other women dressed in white outfits. She had expected to see more people. When the producer approached her, Adriana asked if she was too early. Miss, this shoot is only for the top 10. We don't like mixing the sisters with other people. Plus, we treat the top 10 with a unique level of prestige. The producer explained to Adriana. You, Carmen, isn't that the cousin of that Asia girl, the one that got pregnant on purpose? A tall, foreign-looking woman commented not so silently as Adriana passed. SHHH, Francesca, didn't you hear she hangs out with the sisters? A woman Adriana assumed to be Carmen told her companion. I don't really care, didn't you hear the rumors that the Ray's heir likes her? And she's married, what a shame. Francesca said, shaking her head. Let's just get our hair done, we won't be seeing her around anyway. Carmen pulled her friend away. These women were not exactly strangers to Adriana. She had seen them on magazine covers and interviews on TV in the past. Francesca Roxai was an Italian-Filipino model that had been on the rise the past 5 years. She had been on the 30 under 30 list for the past 3. She was a favorite model at the Milan and New York fashion weeks and had even acted in some Hollywood films. Her companion was Carmen Evangelista. She was famous for establishing her own cake shop franchise across the country at the age of 20. She was also a sought-after pastry chef that has cooked for a lot of individuals, including the families of the 5 princes. Adriana was led to a changing room and assigned a makeup artist. The theme of the shoot was black and white, a theme Adriana felt was used so often in shoots like these. She took out the white suit and pants and black top that she had bought with Anna and the other girls. When she sat to have her makeup done, a middle-aged woman smiled at her. First time, the woman asked. Yeah. Adriana nervously answered. Ignore the comments you heard earlier. Those girls were brought up to live a very difficult life and they have, so they aren't too nice. The woman advised. They were talking about my cousin. I don't really like her that much, so it's all right. Adriana explained. They'll shut up when the sisters get here. Plus they become nicer. Who wouldn't want to get a chance to get a little bit closer to the 5 princes? The makeup artist explained. I don't. I mean, business-wise, I wouldn't mind working with them, but the other kind, I don't want that. Adriana said. You're one in a million, miss, maybe even rarer. The makeup artist laughed. Someone came in to check if Adriana was ready to do some test shots. Adriana quickly changed and followed the staff member to take some test shots. When she arrived, the 5 other girls were already there and were talking like they knew each other quite well. Francesca, I heard you have a new suitor. A woman who looked extremely fit said to Francesca. This woman was Beatrice Cruz, national team captain for the women's volleyball team that had just made history by winning in the Asian Games. Oh, it's nothing serious. Francesca blushed. I heard that you're going to have dinner with a certain Mr. Alexander Sebastian tomorrow night. Beatrice teased Francesca. It's just dinner, it's not a big deal. Francesca said. It's your chance to get cozy with his sister, Katerina. Carmen suggested to her friend. Miss Katerina has always been cold and aloof during these shoots. Trying to get close to her might just get me embarrassed, Carmen, Francesca said with a grin. Of course, Carmen was trying to get her to embarrass herself, taking down one threat and bringing her closer to getting to know the sisters. Oh look, Veronica is here. Wanna guess which prince she might be dating now? Beatrice said, nudging Carmen. Veronica came into the studio and smiled at Adriana, then left to go to her dressing room. When Veronica was out of earshot, Beatrice resumed her gossip. She was seen arriving at Nationalia several Wednesdays in a row with Ramabad, and we all know what those Wednesdays are. Beatrice told the other girls. She's so lucky the sisters like her. I bet she's even met the mysterious Anna Abad, Carmen said. Most people were unaware that Anna and Veronica were the same person. The Abad family had long told everyone that Anna was studying abroad. After Adriana was done with her test shoot, Diana, Nicole, and Katerina all arrived together, all dressed and ready for the shoot. The other women had mostly ignored Adriana and only spoke about her to gossip about her sudden rise to the top at Islands Inc. and to talk about how Asia had tricked Mark Chu into getting her pregnant and marrying her. Hi ladies, I'm the new reporter for this segment. My name is John Santos, and I was a reporter for 3 stars until Mr. Abad hired me. We will be taking some shots and videos for the report in the magazine. Then we will have a group interview, then my assistant will schedule a one-on-one interview with you. John the reporter announced when he saw all the girls were ready. They were asked to sit and stand in various places with Anna in the center and Adriana to her left. All of the other girls were jealous. To stand next to Anna Reyes meant you were one of the most successful women that were influencing how society and business worked. They wouldn't accept the fact that this new newcomer to the list was getting such an honor. On top of that, most of them wanted that chance to see if they could meet the Reyes heir. Ignore them, Anna whispered to Adriana. That's easy for you, Adriana. They would all kiss your feet just for the opportunity to work with your company. I, on the other hand, need to build relationships just to get to work with them. Adriana sighed. Something tells me that soon they will be chasing after you. Anna grinned and returned her attention to the shoot. When the shoot was almost over, Ram Abad and Ray Lawrence made a rare appearance at the shoot. Ram, Ray, what are you guys doing here? Anna greeted. It's my studio, Ram said. In front of everyone, all the 5 princes were quite cold and domineering. Ram was the tallest among all the 4 princes. He had been a football player in university, so he was quite tanned and had a well-toned body. The eyes of all the girls in the room were quickly glued on the 2 men. Despite rumors that Ram was dating Veronica, the girls always said that there was never any harm in just looking, and Ray was notoriously single. Although they weren't sure if he was just picky or if he was gay, Ram's here to accompany me. I'm inviting you all to a little Christmas bash that I'll be hosting at Kashmir, Ray said as his assistant gave each of the women invitations. Kashmir was an extremely private beach resort that Ray Lawrence owned. You could only book a room by invite, and the price of a room was very expensive. It was located on a private island quite far from the city and had white sand beaches all around. All sorts of famous international personalities, politicians, and even royalty had come to stay at Kashmir in the past. Is my brother going? At Anna's question, all the women suddenly stopped what they were doing and listened. Of course. When has your brother said no to me? Ray said, laughing. As soon as the shoot ended, Ray's party became the talk of the town. He had not only invited the 10 girls, but a lot of important business and political leaders as well, and because of his conversation with Anna, everyone knew that the Ray's heir was going to be there. A Christmas party, on Kashmir, Cedric asked as he leaned back on his seat. I gave your wife an invitation. She said yes. Ray explained. If my wife says yes, then of course I'll go. Are you inviting the parents? Cedric asked. Yes. Our parents will be there, so Alexi and I have to be on our best behavior, Ray said sarcastically. All right, have you looked into getting proof about Asia's trick? Cedric asked Ray. Yeah, I actually found a CCTV video of Asia putting some sort of drug in Mark's drink. I really have to blame Mark here too. He made himself such an easy target, but Asia should have known that the louder he was about his wealth, the less he really had. Ray said. The Hernandezes are a relatively new family. They don't know anything about being low profile, Cedric explained. Even Adriana, who was the most low-profile member of the family, was considered loud compared to girls like Veronica and Yana, who would never allow people to talk about their private lives. Most people knew Yana's name and only saw her through photos that the Ray's family allowed to get out if there was any gossip that too was allowed by them. What do you want me to do about this video? Ray asked Cedric. Will it hurt you if the Chews get dragged down with Asia? Cedric asked Ray. No, it might help the Chews too. Ray told Cedric. Give it to Ram, he'll know what to do. Cedric gave his instructions. All right, see you at my party. Ray said as he was about to hang up the call. Wait, I need your help with something. Can you meet me at Bamboo Room? I'll actually be needing everyone's help. Cedric told Ray. Everyone, including the parents and sisters. Ray asked. Yes, can we do dinner tonight? Cedric asked. I'll have the place closed, but you need to check with Uncle Jose. He's the one that's incredibly busy. He's doing something called the presidency. Ray joked. Uncle Jose will drop a meeting for this, I'm sure. Cedric said with a laugh. Jose Sebastian was the father of Alexi, Katerina, and Natalia. He was the current president of the country and was a lifetime politician. Ray was actually the last person Cedric had called to arrange for the dinner tonight. He was sure Ray wasn't busy. Ray never set meetings when Anna was back in the country and accompanied her almost everywhere. Later that day, Asia's video was released by an anonymous person on the internet. Cedric was on a phone call with Adriana when it came out. Said, check the internet. Adriana gasped. Cedric logged in and found that Asia's video was trending. People were using Social Climbing 101 and Trickster Whore on the video. People were clearly shocked and appalled with what Asia had done. I can't believe Asia actually did that, Adriana said as she watched the video. It's evidence, Adriana. Cedric told her as he signed some documents. I never thought she should do this, Adriana said. Cedric, in comparison, believed that this was very much in Asia's nature to do. The Hernandezes put value on the marriages their children made. It also helped them secure their positions within the family if they married well. You have always thought too well of your family, Cedric said. First John's and Uncle Frederick's case and now this. I'm surprised Islands Inc.'s stock prices haven't taken a hit yet. Adriana had been wondering for a while now why the events surrounding her uncle and cousins hadn't affected the business at all. It's because despite the actions of some members, the change in management turned out for the better. I hear both Elijah Malls and Breeze Air just released statements that they are partnering with Islands Inc. Due to its amazing VP of Marketing and Sales, Cedric said, praising his wife, I just happened to be at the right place at the right time, an opportunity just fell on my lap. Adriana giggled. The truth was that the Rays Group had placed a silent ban on Islands Inc. And not because of the quality of their products, it was because the Hernandez family had been treating Cedric quite badly. Of course, the four princes and their families followed suit. They didn't announce the ban, but everyone noticed that these big companies were making it difficult to work with them, with Elijah Malls suddenly working with Islands Inc. Other companies took notice and realized that the silent ban was lifted. Those on the inside who knew why immediately approached Adriana to work with Islands Inc. O said, before I forget, we got invited to join Ray Lawrence's party on Kashmir in a week. Adriana told her husband, remembering the invite they were given the day before. All right, we'll go. Cedric told his wife. Won't your relatives try to insist that you bring them? Cedric asked, remembering that the Lobo family was still in town and that the Hernandezes were not one to miss such a party. I won't tell them. It's not like I could bring them. The invite specifically said that it was just for me and my plus one. Adriana said, enjoying Never Judge, join my Discord server, https, discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. As expected, both the Lobo and Hernandez families were clamoring to find invites to Raymond Lawrence's party. Tony Tamano and Matthew Hernandez had managed to get invites. Cedric had told Ray that Tony was harmless, and that since Ray did business with Tony's family, it was only proper that one member of the family should be invited. As for Matthew, he had been treating Adriana well, so Ray decided that he should at least allow one member of the Hernandez family to go. Just getting onto Kashmir Island was quite a feat on its own. Private planes and helicopters were not allowed near the island. Only those belonging to the five princes and their families were allowed. Other guests had to fly in to the nearest commercial airport, and from there take the Kashmir plane or helicopter to get on the island. Adriana was unaware of this, so Cedric had arranged for one of the Ray's family planes to take them to Kashmir. From what Adriana understood, they were going to hitch a ride with Anna and her family, when in fact they would have the plane all to themselves. When she saw this, she was shocked by the extravagance. The Ray's family were actually taking two separate planes to Kashmir. One had Adriana and Cedric on board. Leon and Mia, as well as their teams, had boarded ahead and were in a different area of the plane. They would arrive ahead. The second plane would have Anna, Emilio, and Priscilla, as well as some members of the staff. Kashmir Island was around 516 hectares. It had its own landing strip for airplanes and 3 helipads. There was a public area where guests could freely roam, and a private one that was exclusively for Ray Lawrence's use, which of course meant the 4 princes and their families as well. All the structures and even the island layout was designed by Veronica, and that helped draw the appeal for people to want to go to Kashmir. There was a golf course, pool, tennis courts, basketball courts, bowling alley, football field, and a polo field on the island. There were also multiple villas, all with seaside views and its own private beachfront. There were 4 restaurants on the island, all catering to different delicacies. There was also a country club with a 360-degree view of the island. There were several function rooms, a salon, a shop where the latest fashions were available, a fine dining restaurant, as well as a cinema and a playground for children. By the common beach area, there was a coffee shop and bar that was very famous to guests. A trip to Kashmir would not be complete if you didn't go there. The island boasted its green energy as it ran on solar and wind energy. Rainwater was also recycled. Kashmir Island rarely had too many guests, since just getting invited to make a reservation was already close to impossible, and the price of staying there for one night was what most people made in a year. And yet the rich, the famous, and the powerful all tried to find a way to get a reservation at Kashmir. When Adriana and Cedric arrived on the island, there were very few guests. They were taken in a car to Ray's private compound on the island. The villas here were more opulently made. Each had its own private pool, entertainment center, a kitchen, and a chef. It was fully staffed and had a separate house for staff that the guests would bring. Each villa also had its own security detail, but despite this, Cedric preferred to have Leon and Mia with their teams around. Adriana was in awe of Kashmir. Cedric, who had been here once or twice, smiled at his wife's surprise. Ray had intentionally set up villas, one for each of his friends and their families, all catered to their own tastes. Wow, this place is beyond my wildest imagination, Adriana said, looking around the villa. Do you want to go around the island later? Cedric asked her. Sure, I think they provide each villa with a golf cart to take us around. I'll call the girls. I'm sure they would love to see this place, Adriana said as she took out her phone and placed her friends on video call. Cedric told Adriana he was going to take a look around, when in reality he had gone over to the mini airport on the island to meet his parents and siblings. When Yana saw her brother alone on the runway, she ran over to give him a hug. Brother, Yana shouted. Yana, you'll trip, Cedric said, laughing. Iana hugged her brother tightly. She couldn't wait for when he would drop his stupid disguise and announce who he was. Cedric greeted his parents, and they walked to the car together. "Is everything set for tonight?" Emilio Reyes asked his son. "Yes, Dad, I just need your help with the other parts," Cedric said with a wink. "I'm so excited, Cedric." Priscilla Reyes told her son. "I'm more nervous than excited, Mom." Cedric laughed. "Christmas has always been your favorite season, brother," Iana said, looking out at the scenery they passed. "Well, Christmas was the only time I got to see everyone for 13 years. Of course I love Christmas," Cedric said with a smile. They first dropped Iana off in her own villa. Each of the sisters had their own as well, and all five made sure to use it as often as possible. Iana's villa had an office, since she was such a workaholic. It also housed the largest library in the island since she loved to read. Everyone had made it a point to bring a book every time they came over to the island and place it in Iana's library. Veronica's villa had a studio where she could create designs. She had created her best designs when working on the island. She also had a room that was filled with cameras and a dark room for developing photos. The cameras here were just part of Veronica's collection. She had different cameras and lenses at home. She also had a gallery with photographs she took, as well as those the six brothers had bought for her in different auctions. Katerina's had an office and a library full of law books. Katerina often used the office on Kashmir Island to meet most of her international clients. It allowed her to meet them in secret since the island had its own airport. Her villa also had a dance studio and a music room. Katerina spent 13 years dancing ballet, playing the piano, violin, and the flute. It helped her focus and calm down. She would often play for the group when they had family gatherings, and it was a stark contrast to her usual strong and aggressive personality. Nicole's villa was possibly one of the cleanest. Coming from a family of doctors, she made sure every surface was sterile. Just like Katerina, Nicole often had her international clients and investors meet her on Kashmir. Many were looking to get her older brother Miguel to operate on them. She used to have a music studio in the villa, but the boys all agreed to have it removed since Nicole wouldn't stop singing because of the studio. To make her feel better, they built her a state-of-the-art kitchen. Nicole loved to cook and bake, but rarely had the time because of her work. Natalia's villa had a lab underneath. Ray had made sure to put all kinds of protection around it so that people couldn't figure out what Natalia was doing in her lab. It was also to protect everyone in case her experiments failed. Natalia also had a gaming room inside her villa. She was actually a professional gamer that always refused to show her face. She was the top in around 10 online games worldwide. Many gaming companies and tech companies had already tried to convince her to be their spokesperson. Natalia declined every time. When Cedric dropped his parents off at the villa, he warned them to expect that many of the guests will be looking for the Ray's heir since Anna and Ray had so bravely let it slip that he would be there. By the time Cedric had returned to the villa, he found Adriana done with her video call and dressing up to look around the island. "What do you want to see first?" Cedric asked. "I heard that there is a nice coffee shop overlooking the beach. I want to go there first, then maybe we can take a dip in the sea," Adriana suggested. Cedric nodded and quickly changed. Adriana was surprised that instead of a golf cart, there was an actual BMW waiting for them at the driveway of the villa. When they got to the coffee shop by the beach, there were already several guests roaming around. Adriana spotted Tony Tamano, her uncle Matthew, and Carmen Evangelista among a group of guests that seemed to be gossiping. When Uncle Matthew saw Adriana and Cedric, he was surprised and called them over. "Adriana, Cedric, I didn't expect to see you here." Uncle Matthew greeted them. "Oh, I got an invite during the 30 Women Under 30 shoot for a bad TV." Adriana explained. "You're in the 30 Women Under 30 feature." Uncle Matthew didn't know that Adriana had gotten an invite to be part of the elite group. "Yeah," Adriana nodded. "Adriana, so this is the mysterious husband," Carmen Evangelista said as she approached the couple. "Oh, hi, Carmen." "Carmen, my husband Cedric and my uncle Matthew Hernandez. He's currently president of Islands Inc. I was with Carmen during the shoot," Adriana said, introducing Carmen to her companions. "You were in the same batch as Chef Carmen?" Uncle Matthew asked. Unlike Adriana, Matthew Hernandez knew that the 30 Under 30 segment was always shot in batches, with the top 10 being shot last. "Yeah," Adriana nodded. Before Uncle Matthew could explain what he was saying, Tony Tamano had come over to say hi to them as well. Cedric and Adriana had no choice but to join the group that was seated together. "I saw his plane arrive earlier today," one of the guests gossiped. "They cleared the airport when he arrived so no one really saw him." Another guest commented, "I'm sure he is here. He wouldn't miss an event like this." "I heard the whole Ray's family is actually already on the island," Carmen said. "I heard he's already taken," a young girl said with a frown. "Even marriages can end, kid," Uncle Matthew said, laughing. "Cedric, you've seen him, haven't you?" Tony Tamano asked Cedric. All eyes suddenly turned to look at him. How could this poorly dressed man have seen him? The young girl said snobbishly. Her name was Vanessa Tan. She was the younger sister of Christian Tan, the meat king, as he was often teased. They were the largest suppliers of meat in the country. He's the Ray's heir's assistant. Tony said quite proudly. What's an assistant doing here? A girl whispered to Carmen Evangelista. It was loud enough for Cedric and Adriana to hear. SHHH. He's married to Adriana Hernandez. She made the 30 under 30 list this year for the first time and was in the shoot with us. And you never know with these assistants. Look at Marco So. He's been Emilio Ray's assistant for years, and he owns 5 of Manila Bank and 2 of Crisanta Land. Both companies are part of the Rays Group and are valued in the billions. Carmen said to her companion. From the looks of it, Cedric assumed that they were cousins. Well, yes, I've seen him without his disguise. Cedric admitted. Tell me, is he really handsome? Vanessa asked, suddenly changing her tone. That's a bit awkward for me to answer. He's not ugly if that's what you want to know. Cedric didn't feel comfortable saying if he was handsome or not. I guess it is. Is he single? Vanessa asked aggressively. I can't answer that. Cedric had no intention of letting women know details of his private life. Only his family had the right. I guess you signed some papers on confidentiality. Such a loyal dog, Vanessa commented. Adriana wanted to slap that woman for looking down at her husband, but she restrained herself. Let's just go, Cedric, Adriana said, pulling her husband away from the group. Cedric and Adriana explored the beach and they swam for a bit. One of the staff noticed they were new to Kashmir and offered to take them on a tour. Cedric and Adriana agreed. The employee took them around the various amenities. Adriana was surprised to see everything on the island. It seemed that you could live and survive on this island without depending on the outside world. Miss, do you want to hear a fun fact and rumor about Kashmir? The staff asked. Sure, Adriana nodded. When Miss Katerina or Miss Nicole has an international client, they often meet up here. There's also an ultra-high-end and ultra-advanced hospital here built by Saints Hospitals so that Mr. Miguel Chan can operate on clients that don't want news of their operation to get out, the staff told Adriana and Cedric. Cedric had actually been worried that the staff would tell Adriana about the private villas or the no landing or flying rule. It wasn't time for Adriana to find out yet. When they were at the clubhouse, Adriana and Cedric decided to take a stroll on its long balcony. I'll never understand the world of the filthy rich. Adriana sighed. Why? Cedric asked. They spend so much on privacy and exclusivity, such a contrast from my family. My family would pay to be on the newspapers. They would pay to have people talk about their market value. They would even pay to have the most eligible bachelors chase after their daughters. Families like the Reyeses, the Lawrences, the Sebastians, the Chews, and the Abads pay so much to remain hidden, to keep their lives outside of the public eye. Adriana said, I guess at a certain level, fame is no longer important. Cedric told Adriana as he hugged her from behind. Cedric had grown up in a low-profile family. He couldn't find the words to explain to Adriana why he didn't want the public dipping into every moment of their private lives, but he understood the allure of being famous. He also grew up with people desperate to have their names known. Despite being on a tropical island surrounded by beaches, the party's theme was a Christmas masquerade. They were all in red, green, white, and yellow outfits with masks that were quite representative of the occasion. Cedric's outfit had been chosen by Adriana. He wore a maroon suit with a green tie, while Adriana wore a floor-length maroon gown with a green sash. Their masks were green as well. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a car picked them up and drove them to the clubhouse. The party was going to be held at the ballroom there. In the car, Adriana felt nervous. She didn't understand why. It wasn't the first time Adriana was attending an event like this. As the beauty of the Hernandez family, she was always invited to various parties, charities, and debuts. For some reason, this particular party made her feel nervous. Cedric could sense that Adriana was nervous. He reached out and held the hand on her lap. What's wrong? Cedric asked. I think I'm nervous because all the people at this party are way beyond and above me. Adriana confessed, I bet you'll be the most beautiful woman in the room, and all the men will be jealous of me. Cedric grinned and kissed Adriana on the lips. Adriana giggled and pushed him away. You'll ruin my makeup, Adriana complained as she checked the face in her phone. When Adriana and Cedric arrived at the party, there was a commotion at the entrance. Let me in, you useless paupers, a female voice shouted. Miss, you aren't on the guest list. A man in a suit that seemed to be the manager said. I'm on this fucking island. Let me in, the woman shouted again. Cedric felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Miss, you were allowed on the island in consideration to a guest, but you are not allowed into the party. The manager explained. Don't you know who I am? As Adriana and Cedric approached, they were surprised to see Asia Hernandez creating a scene. I'm Asia Hernandez. My fiancé is inside. Asia, Adriana asked as they got closer. Asia was surprised and fell silent for a moment. What are you and that leech doing here? Asia screamed, clearly mad. Miss, please don't speak to our guests that way. The manager had recognized Cedric and Adriana based on a photo Ray had given. He knew these two guests were extremely important. Manager, call Mark Chu from inside. Ray, who suddenly appeared behind Cedric with his parents, said. The manager quickly went in and called Mark Chu, who came out accompanied by his father. When Mark saw Asia, he rushed over and grabbed her by the wrist. What are you doing here? Mark asked his fiancée quietly. I'm your fiancé. You left me in the villa, Asia shouted. Mr. Lawrence, madam, sir, I'm so sorry about my future daughter-in-law. She's a problematic child. Edward said, apologizing for Asia's behavior. I did you and your son a favor by allowing Asia on the island. If I would have my way, I wouldn't have even allowed her on this island. Ray said, Sir, this won't happen again. Mark Chu promised. Cedric went up to Ray to everyone's surprise. Have the Chus throw her out and place her on a boat home, Cedric said in a low voice. Ray simply nodded and looked at Mark Chu. You have the perfect opportunity to prove your loyalty and determination to me, Mark. Ray said with a grin. I'll do anything, sir. Mark said, still struggling to keep his fiancée quiet. Take this woman and send her off the island on the worst boat we have, Ray said with a cold glare. Mark paused and thought about Asia's pregnancy. Please don't, Adriana suddenly said. Adri. Cedric said he knew his wife had a soft spot for her family and despite everything wouldn't want a member of her family to be hurt. What do you suggest, Mrs. Reyes? Ray said with a grin. Cedric glared at him, daring him to let Asia Hernandez go so lightly. Sir, my cousin isn't a nice person. She's mean to everyone, including me. But she's pregnant, and I'm asking on behalf of my unborn niece or nephew that you take it easier on her, Adriana asked. Ray looked at Cedric, who simply sighed and nodded his head. Ray wanted to laugh and tease Cedric on how he was a bullied husband. Fine, Mark, throw her on a plane tonight. She should be off this island in an hour. Ray ordered, relenting on his first orders. You're too nice to her, Cedric told his wife. Could you live with yourself if the child died? Adriana asked her husband with a frown. She would have pushed you down the stairs if you were pregnant. Cedric told Adriana, I don't need to stoop to her level. Adriana said. Cedric simply nodded and gave in to his wife's reasoning. Mark Chu and Edward Chu did as Ray asked and dragged a kicking and screaming Asia away from the venue. Within an hour, Mark had packed Asia's things and placed her alone on a plane back to the capital. Mark and Edward were both willing to do anything to get on Ray's good side, especially since his father Benedicto Lawrence was also there. Benedicto was not just the head of the Lawrence family, he was also first cousins to the president's wife, Rebecca Torres Sebastian. After the commotion outside, Cedric and Adriana entered the ballroom. The design inside was exquisite. It felt like a winter wonderland inside. If Adriana hadn't known, she would think they were in Europe rather than in a tropical country with a beach right outside. Do you like it? Adriana was surprised as Veronica popped by her side. It's beautiful, Adriana said. Thanks. I designed it, Veronica said with a wink. You are amazing, Veronica, Adriana said looking around. Something special is happening today and Ray wanted everything to exceed expectations. Veronica giggled and left. Adriana and Cedric found their seats. It was on the same table as the four princes, their sisters, and Eric Chan. I think there was a mistake with the table assignment, Adriana said looking at the people at the table. Nope, no mistake, Ray said with his arms crossed on his chest. Adriana and Cedric had no choice but to sit at the assigned table. Cedric knew that Ray was going to do this, so he wasn't surprised at all. Iana sat next to Adriana while Ray sat next to Cedric. It would be awfully boring if you were at another table, Ray said. And you didn't think people would talk about this? Cedric asked him. Who cares about them? You only care about Adriana's opinion anyway. Ray shrugged. Cedric grinned. His friend knew him too well. When all the guests had arrived, Ray took to the stage and welcomed everyone. There were roughly 200 guests, and at that rate each guest had been carefully selected. Ray did not want to invite just anyone to this party. Getting invited meant that you had the opportunity to interact with the most powerful and most famous people in the country. Members of the media would pay just to get photos of this event, and there were always people willing to sell photos. The night was filled with food and performances. Ray had brought in several famous international singers and dancers to entertain his guests. When the program was done, the older guests headed to the viewing deck for some drinks, while the younger guests took to the dance floor as Ray also brought in several famous international DJs. Just as the younger members took to the dance floor, Cedric pulled Adriana out of the ballroom and invited her to take a walk. Adriana's face was red, and she leaned on her husband as they walked the hall to the rooftop. Cedric didn't show it, but he was quite nervous about what he was going to do. He had asked Ray to clear the roof deck and make sure no one else was there. Cedric, are we allowed to go to the rooftop? Adriana asked her husband as they continued to climb. No one has stopped us yet, Adri, Cedric said, kissing his wife on the forehead. It's just odd that the halls are so empty and we're going to the spot with the best view, Adriana said, voicing her doubts. Cedric, however, continued to climb while holding her hand. When Adriana and Cedric got to the roof deck, Adriana was surprised. The Rays, Lawrence, Sebastian, Abad, and Chan families were all there. Cedric, I think we shouldn't be here, Adriana said, pulling on his sleeve. No, honey, we are meant to be here, Cedric told his wife, holding her hand. Cedric, these people look like they are having a private after-party, Adriana told her husband. Adri, there is something I need to confess, Cedric began as they walked closer to the group. Cedric, we can talk about it downstairs or in the villa, Adriana said in an attempt to get Cedric to leave. Audrey, listen to me. I've been lying to you for 8 years about who I really am, Cedric said, holding onto his wife's shoulders. What? Adriana was shocked. Cedric held Adriana's hand and brought her to his parents. Audrey, honey, these are my parents, Emilio and Priscilla Reyes, Cedric said, introducing his parents to Adriana. Cedric, stop joking, Adriana shouted. Adriana, I'm not joking. I know I lied to you for 8 years, but there was nothing I could do. It's part of a family tradition. Cedric explained, I don't want to be the wife of some CEO that gets everything she wants. You know that's not me, that's what I've been avoiding. Adriana said as tears rolled out of her eyes. Audrey, this is my family. This is the world I was born into. I didn't get to choose who my parents are, Cedric explained. Cedric, I know the Hernandez and Lobos don't like you. I know you want them to accept you, but this isn't the way. You can't be him, you just can't. Adriana continued to insist. She never wanted the CEO husband or the well-connected in-law. She chose Cedric for the very reason that he wasn't any of those. With Cedric, she was herself. She wasn't some daughter of a rich family. People wouldn't say that she succeeded because of who she had married. She didn't want people to think that she was just a pretty face. She wanted to be more, to shine by her own right and not by someone else's. Audrey, this is who I am, Cedric said. Cedric, my family's approval shouldn't be something you need to chase. You don't need to be a successful man. Drop this act, please, Adriana told Cedric. Audrey, this isn't a lie. I'm begging you. Please believe me. Cedric was on his knees begging Adriana to listen to him. He was trying to confess to her who he really was and to introduce her to his family. Adriana, dear, it's true, Priscilla said. Adriana, Cedric is my brother, Yana said in an attempt to convince Adriana. Adriana asked as she heard Yana's voice. Yes, I'm so sorry I had to lie to you too. I always wanted to tell you that you're my sister-in-law. I understand if you're mad at me, Yana told Adriana. No, I'm not mad. I just don't think this is true. How can Cedric, my husband of 4 years, be your brother? I met your brother and he's a cold and heartless man, Adriana reasoned. Audrey, honey, Cedric started to speak when Adriana cut him off. You have no right to speak. I don't believe you. You can't be him. You just can't. Adriana turned hostile when Cedric tried to talk to her. Brother, let me introduce her to everyone, Yana said when she noticed that Adriana only got agitated when Cedric tried to explain himself. Come, Audrey. Yana pulled Adriana to her parents. So these are our parents, Emilio and Priscilla Reyes, Yana introduced. Priscilla pulled Adriana into a hug and apologized to her. We are so sorry, Adriana. Cedric had to lie to you because of us, because of a family tradition. That's true, Adriana. The Reyes clan has an odd tradition of making its heirs go through poverty training at the age of 15. We only got to see Cedric once a year, and we didn't even get to go to your wedding. We really, really regret it, Emilio said, holding his daughter-in-law's hand. Audrey, it's not my brother's fault. It's our whole family's fault. It's that stupid tradition. I missed my brother too, Yana told Adriana. Adriana didn't say a thing, so Yana brought her to the next group of people. So these are the Lawrences. We all grew up together, so we call all our friends' parents auntie and uncle. We're all like family already. So you know Ray Lawrence, he's Cedric's best friend in the whole world, and these are his parents, Benedicto Lawrence and Amy So Lawrence, Yana said as she introduced them to Adriana. You are so beautiful, Adriana. No wonder our Cedric is so in love with you, Auntie Amy Lawrence told Adriana. Thank you, Adriana managed to say. Yana then took Adriana to the next group. These are the Sebastians. I'm sure you know Uncle Jose Sebastian. He's the president. If you need anything, he's the guy to call. And this is his wife, Aunt Rebecca Torres Sebastian. She and Uncle Benedicto are cousins. Of course you have met Alexander, Katerina, and Natalia Sebastian, Adriana said. The siblings all just smiled at Adriana. Yana is right. If you need anything, Adriana, don't hesitate to call me. Don't be a stranger. I treat Cedric as if he were my own son. Sometimes I still think he is better than Alexi. He married such a strong woman, Uncle Jose said, praising Cedric and Adriana. Thank you, sir. It's an honor to meet you, Adriana said politely. And these are the Abads. Of course you've met Ram and Veronica. These are their parents, James Abad and Victoria Brenasconi Abad. Uncle James is responsible for establishing Lights Entertainment and bringing it into the international scene. If anyone wants to get famous, they ask him, Yana said with a wink. Before the Abads could say anything, Nicole dragged Adriana to meet her family. And this is my family. I bet you didn't know that the great and famous Eric Chan is actually my eldest brother. And of course you've met Miguel. Everyone calls him the miracle doctor, but he really doesn't do any miracles. He also does a lot of free operations that actually costs more since we have to shoulder all of the hospital fees. So that means I need to work harder. My brothers are annoying. Anyway, this is my dad Raphael Chan and my mom Lucy Ang Chan. They are both doctors, or at least were. My dad was a heart surgeon and my mom was a gynecologist, but when Dad inherited Saints hospitals, they stopped practicing. Although sometimes when there are really difficult operations or problems, Mom and Dad step in. Nicole said in full volume, speaking quite fast. You need to excuse my sister. She doesn't know how to control her mouth sometimes. Eric said, glaring at Nicole. Yes, our daughter can be quite childish sometimes. Just as Jose said, if there is anything you need, Adriana, you can talk to us. Cedric is really a lucky guy to have married a woman like you. Raphael Chan said with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Nicole is really kind. Adriana said, Adriana, will you believe my brother now? He asked us all to be here because when he tried to tell you in the past you didn't take him seriously, he thought that with more proof you might actually believe him. Iana explained, I just don't know Iana. You keep saying he is your brother, but I've met your brother. He's nothing like Cedric. And Cedric can't be him, he just can't. Adriana said, shaking her head. Audrey, do you want to go back to the villa to talk? Cedric asked his wife, hugging her from behind. Adriana took his hands off her. I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to see you. I want to be as far away from you as possible. Adriana shouted. Audrey, please, I'm sorry. Cedric begged. Either way, you're a lying ass. You should have told me when we got married. I never wanted a man like the Ray's heir. I always wanted to achieve everything on my own. I'm not going back to the villa with you. Adriana stomped away. Cedric chased her again and pulled her towards him. Audrey, I never interfered with your career. All those companies, they chose to work with you because you are an amazing woman. People don't even need to know who I am. I don't like being in the public eye anyway, Cedric explained. Cedric, I don't know if you're an amazing liar or an amazing conman. At this rate, I think you are good at both. Adriana shouted, trying to shake Cedric's hand off. Audrey, I didn't have a choice. I had to lie. I wasn't allowed to tell you who I was. Cedric told Adriana, you always have a choice. You just chose your family's wealth over being honest with me. I would have still loved you if you told me the truth. I would still have stayed with you if you lost your inheritance. I've been married to you thinking you were poor. Of course I would have stayed with you. Adriana was furious at Cedric for lying to her for 8 years. Cedric attempted to go after her, but Iana stopped him. I'll take her to my villa and calm her down, Iana said, chasing after her sister-in-law. The boys all went back to Cedric's villa to accompany him and have some drinks. She would have called off the wedding if she knew who I was, Cedric said with a sigh. You weren't allowed to tell anyone anyway. You would have lost the inheritance. Miguel said. He was already drunk and was sitting on the floor. Bring up more bottles. Ram shouted to the staff, who brought up bottles of scotch and cognac. She doesn't even believe that I'm me. She took the news about Eric better than finding out who I am. Cedric shouted. You told her my secret before yours, Eric said. Technically, I told her about mine first, but she thought it was a joke. Cedric sighed. Let's just drink. Cheers, Ray said, pouring more drinks into everyone's glasses. Would you have given up your inheritance for her? Miguel asked. For Audrey, if she asked me to give it all up now, I would for her, Cedric said. That's stupid, Ray spat as he gave Cedric another drink. I can make money. We have made money. Our little company Invest Export Group is doing well. It's larger than Even Islands Inc. But the person you love and you want to spend the rest of your life with, that's harder to find. Look at the 5 of you. None of you are married, Cedric told his friends. Marriage is overrated. Why settle for one when you can have many? Alexei teased. I'll never understand your playboy ways, cousin, Ray sighed. What would happen if you gave up your inheritance? Ram asked Cedric in a more serious tone. Well, Yana will have to go through a harder but shorter poverty training. It's happened before, and well, she would basically have to give up everything for 8 years. Her diploma and her identity will also be stripped away. She won't have a place to stay, and she'll be thrown onto the streets with just the clothes on her back. She won't be allowed to take anything, Cedric explained with a frown. Yana is a strong woman. She would survive it, Ray said, thinking about Yana. It's not a question of if she could, it's if we are willing to let her go through that. Yana will come back a completely different person. I don't want my sister to have to go through that, Cedric explained. If you could go back in time, would you have told Adriana? Eric asked Cedric. Would it have made a difference? If I had told her, she would have broken up with me because of who I was from the start, Cedric explained. I don't understand Adriana. Who doesn't want to marry a guy like us? Ray asked. A girl that was brought up to be a trophy wife. Her family always expected her to just make a good match and not do well on her own. She was always referred to as the treasure of the Hernandez family, Cedric explained to his friends. The boys ended up passing out in Cedric's villa. The next day when they woke up, Cedric noticed a message from Adriana on his phone. Adriana Reyes, Cedric, a big part of me still doesn't believe that you really are the Reyes heir. I need time to process all of this. Either way, you lied to me. You should have told me when we got married. It hurts me so much that you've been pulling strings behind the curtain. I thought I was actually good at what I was doing, but it was just you. I still love you, but I don't know if you're still the you I fell in love with in the first place. I can't be some rich man's trophy wife. I can't be in some politically arranged marriage. I don't want to be a woman who only achieved everything she has because of the man she married. Don't try to come home. I'm returning to the capital. Yana is helping me get back. When Cedric saw Adriana's message, he felt his whole world crumbling around him. He ran out of his villa to Yana's and knocked on the door. Yana opened the door after a while. She's already left. She left last night. Sleepy Yana told her brother. And you let her go, Cedric shouted. What do you want me to do, Cedric? Keep her prisoner here. You have no right to do that. Yana scolded her older brother. Cedric turned and punched a wall, said go home, sober up and take a bath. Adriana needs her space. She loves you for you, don't worry, she'll come back. Anna told her brother, helping him walk back to his villa. When she and Cedric got there, the first sight she saw was a naked Alexei walking in the hallway. "Alexei, you asshole, put some pants on," Yana shouted, throwing a shoe at Alexei, who ran away. Later that day, when Cedric had calmed down, he left the island with his parents and sister. Veronica hadn't finished his house yet, so Cedric went home to his parents' home. He tried calling Adriana again when he was in his room, but she refused to pick up, so he sent her a message instead. Cedric Ray 1724, 34. Adriana, honey, I'm sorry I lied to you, but this is the family I was born into, and I love them very much. I am not like how all the rumors say or how all those novels you have read say a young CEO should be. I'm nothing like Alexei or Ray. I have no one else except you. I love you for you, and I am the same person. Cedric Ray's 200310. Honey, I'm still me. Please forgive me. Adriana ignored Cedric for a week, and Cedric had been living at the Ray's house the whole time. Since his Audi was at the Hernandez house, he was forced to take his Rolls-Royce Ghost to work. He came in and out in his disguise, and he managed to trend different social media platforms again. Everyone was wondering why they were seeing so much of the Ray's heir all of a sudden. There were many theories around. One was that he was getting ready to reveal his true face. Another was that he was chasing after an international model and wanted to prove that he was popular too. The most logical theory was that he was just getting tired of sneaking around and just decided to show up in his car and wear a disguise going into the office. Of course, all of these theories and rumors were far from the truth. He was just fighting with his wife and was kicked out of the house. With no car or clothes from home, Cedric just decided to walk around as the Ray's heir. Cedric spent hours staring out of his office window towards the island's building when he first took over Morco, in order to make sure that no structures would be built and block his view of his wife's office. Cedric had bought all the properties that could block his view. He made sure that the building heights remained low and his view was unhindered. When Adriana arrived at the airport on Kashmir Island, she ran into Tony Tamano. Initially, Adriana was supposed to take the Ray's plane back to the capital, but when she saw Tony, she decided to take the same trip as him. Tony didn't ask where Cedric was. He was just a silent companion to Adriana the whole ride back to the capital. "Tony, thanks for not asking," Adriana said as they were about to deplane. "Well, you don't want to talk about it, but if you do and you don't have anyone, you can just give me a call." Tony shrugged. "I'll take you up on that," Adriana said with a smile. "Do you need a ride?" Tony asked. "No, someone is picking me up," Adriana said with a smile. Aside from it being inappropriate for her to accept a ride from Tony, Anna had already sent her a message that she had arranged for Cedric's driver to pick Adriana up and take her home. She might be fighting with Cedric, but he was still her husband. When Adriana arrived home without Cedric, Gracia began to pester her with questions. Adriana only told her that they had fought and that Cedric wouldn't be coming home for a while and that she wouldn't be annulling their marriage. Adriana actually waited every day if Cedric would come home. He sent her messages daily, but he never showed up at the Hernandez home. Adriana already had dinner twice in the week with Anna. She ranted to her sister-in-law on how daft her husband was for not doing anything. On Thursday, Adriana was in Elijah Mall buying Christmas presents when she bumped into Tony Tamano. "Hey, Adriana," Tony said with a smile. "Oh, hey, I thought you would have gone home by now." Adriana assumed Tony would be spending Christmas and New Year's with his family in their province. "My family decided to spend the holidays in the capital, so we're all checked into Constellation's resort. I'm planning to buy a place here too since my dad wants me to be closer to Ray Lawrence." "Is your problem fixed?" Tony asked Adriana. "My problem is in the process of getting fixed, but it's not quite there yet." Adriana admitted. "Would it be inappropriate for us to have dinner?" Tony asked. "I don't think so. I mean, we did just bump into each other, and eating alone is awkward." Adriana said, "Hey, I actually enjoy eating alone at restaurants. I can order whatever I want without being judged." Tony laughed. "Come on, I know a place," Adriana said, walking towards the direction of a famous Japanese restaurant in Elijah Mall. When they were seated, Tony and Adriana began to chat awkwardly. "I'm sorry I can't exactly tell you what's bothering me," Adriana said. "It's okay. They're private matters, so I shouldn't meddle," Tony explained. "Well, let's just say that I might not have earned everything I thought I had accomplished," Adriana told Tony. "I'm pretty sure you are quite the capable woman, Adriana," Tony said as he looked through the menu. "Well, you see, I've always been the type that didn't want to depend on my family name or my family connections to achieve things. I also refused to enter into a traditional marriage so that I would earn my achievements," Adriana said, opening up to Tony. "I'm pretty sure you made the 30 women under 30 all on your own. The Hernandez family and the Lobo family don't have the power to put you in that list," Tony said with a nervous laugh. "Oh no, it's not them. They could never do what I'm referring to," Adriana laughed. "Is it the Ray's heir? I mean, I heard the rumors, but didn't the Ray's group deny those rumors?" Tony asked. "Well, it's kind of that and also not that. Sorry I'm being so cryptic," Adriana apologized. "If it has anything to do with the Ray's heir, I would expect it to be a secret," Tony teased. That's kind of the thing. Someone may have been pulling strings and lying about it. I really thought I was becoming someone in my own right. Adriana sighed. How sure are you that someone was pulling the strings? Tony asked. They are all connected to him, and it's in his power to do it. Adriana shrugged. She was feeling more and more comfortable around Tony. Shouldn't you be flattered that a guy is willing to use his power to help you? Tony asked. I lived my life trying to escape that. Adriana hissed. Why, aren't all women drawn to powerful men? Tony asked Adriana. I want to succeed in my own right, not because I'm some CEO's wife. Adriana was already quite mad at this point. She was mad at Cedric for making her think that she had got everything because of her own skills when he had made things go her way. But you aren't some CEO's wife, Tony pointed out. Yeah, I am not. Look, I've lost my appetite. I'll just see you around. Thanks for being a listening ear. Adriana smiled and left some money to pay for what she had ordered and not eaten. Tony was left alone at the restaurant, confused at what happened. Adriana drove home with mixed feelings. She was mad at Cedric, and she also missed him at the same time. She had fallen in love with him because he was different, because he didn't see her based on her last name. She chose him because with Cedric she felt that she was her own woman, and she was free of all the expectations for her to marry rich. She married Cedric because he looked beyond her pretty face and flashy last name. She married him because she didn't need to achieve less to make him feel more accomplished. Everything she thought was the reason why she married him changed. Now even every reason she thought was the reason she had succeeded changed as well. As the Ray's heir, Cedric had the power to move companies. He could have easily told Elijah Corp to cooperate with her no matter what the plan was. He must have asked Ray to get Bree's heir to approach Adriana. The same went with Nicole offering a partnership with Saints Hospitals and Veronica doing all the designs for Islands Inc. Arranging for all of these were in Cedric's power as the Ray's heir, and he let her think she did it on her own. Adriana thought back to the timing of the 30 Women Under 30 shoot. She had barely taken her new role in Islands Inc. when a bad TV approached her, another company clearly owned by one of Cedric's friends, and a company he clearly had influence over as well. Cedric knew how important creating her own identity was to Adriana, and he completely disregarded that by throwing everything to the wind, including her trust. Adriana loved white roses, so Cedric sent white roses to her house and office every day. He had personally gone to the shop and arranged for the deliveries. He also wanted to make sure she was eating well, so every day at 30 minutes to noon Cedric would order Adriana's favorite food and have it delivered to her office. Day in and day out, Cedric stared at his phone, hoping Adriana would send him a message, thanking him, or maybe forgiving him, or just anything, but Adriana continued to ignore him. Before anyone had realized, it was Christmas Eve. Cedric normally didn't spend Christmas with the Hernandezes. In fact, it was the one time of the year he got to spend with his family. In the past, he simply told Adriana that he was going to visit his older sister in the town he grew up in. He would then be picked up by the family driver and be reunited with his parents, sister, and friends. This year, he was hoping he could celebrate Christmas with them and his wife. Of course, events on Kashmir Island proved that it was impossible for them to spend Christmas together. Adriana still refused to speak to Cedric, so Cedric stayed away and gave her some space. Christmas Eve had a big role in the holiday festivities. Traditionally, the Rays, Lawrence, Sebastian, Abad, and Chan families would all gather in one house and would exchange gifts as the clock struck midnight. It was also with them around that President Jose Sebastian would greet the nation with a live Christmas message. This Christmas was going to be truly different for Cedric. Anna had, in the past week, managed to drag him to go Christmas shopping. She complained the whole time about how she should just have taken Cedric's card and left him at home since he was busy sulking, and that you could see his sad face through his disguise. Cedric had no intentions of revealing his identity to the public just yet, and he wanted to know if Adriana would be comfortable with the public knowing who he really was. So Cedric went out with his family and friends still in disguise. At 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, the guests began to arrive at the Rays' home. It was their turn to host it this year. Each family brought food and gifts, and soon enough the whole house had become lively. It's been really sad and cold here the past few days, Nicole. Yana complained. How could it be sad? You live here, Nicole teased. It's because my brother walks around like there is a rain cloud over his head. I'm so annoyed with him. Yana said, taking a seat on the couch. Now, Yana, be more considerate towards your brother. Priscilla Reyes scolded her daughter. She understood Adriana to some extent. She too married someone that had to go through poverty training, although she knew Emilio Reyes was the whole time they were together. Mom, he drove my sister-in-law away. Yana complained. Yana, you'll understand when you fall in love. Her Aunt Amy Lawrence teased. I won't fall for a guy that can bully me. Yana declared. I think the only guy you'll end up with is one that could tame you. Ray Lawrence teased. Yana threw a pillow at his direction. Why don't you boys go get Cedric? He's probably on the balcony of his room again. Priscilla Reyes told them. He's still moping, Auntie, Alexi Sebastian asked. He's been smoking and drinking a lot, and my brother only does that when something is bothering him. Yana explained. We'll drag him out, Ray said with a wink, leading the boys up to Cedric's room. Of course, all of them were very much familiar with each other's houses. They grew up visiting each other and playing. Even after Cedric had begun his poverty training, they would all still visit the Ray's house. After 5 minutes, the boys came down with Cedric flung over Ray's shoulder, looking extremely pissed off. He was being difficult, so we decided to just bring him down. Miguel laughed. Auntie Priscilla, he's really light. I don't think the Hernandez family fed him well. Ray teased. Oh, shut up, Cedric said as Ray dumped him on the couch next to Yana. Don't worry, I'm sure your Uncle Jose brought the sashimi Cedric loves. You really do find the highest grade tuna this time of year, Jose, Priscilla said, praising Jose Sebastian as the fathers came back from Emilio's office. Just some perks of being president, Priscilla, Jose Sebastian said. Come, let's eat. Maybe you boys can convince Cedric to both eat and smile a little more. Emilio Reyes said, leading the group into the dining room. The boys had to drag Cedric to his seat and pinned him between Ray and Ram, who were the most fit. Cedric, stop being a party pooper. It's Christmas and you know how much I love Christmas, so stop ruining it, Nicole scolded. Nicole is right, Cedric. We don't get to all sit on the same table all the time, Katerina said in a rare moment of agreement with Nicole. Wow, Nicole and Katerina both teaming up to bully Cedric. It's a Christmas miracle. Miguel teased and everyone laughed with him, even Cedric. Emilio cleared his throat to get everyone's attention and raised his glass. Before anything, I am thankful that once again we are all here. As Cedric's first Christmas truly being home, I hope next year there will be more of us at this table. Emilio said, winking at Cedric. To family and friends, everyone raised their glasses with a smile. Even if they had been complete in the past, it was still very different from today. Back then, Cedric could only tell them stories about what he was going through and they couldn't do anything to help. It was also because of Cedric's stories that the other boys became grounded and chose not to flaunt their wealth. That night, the families exchanged gifts, sang songs, and drank together. Cedric stared at the small pile of gifts his family and friends had prepared for Adriana. He was touched that they had taken the time and made the effort to buy her something, even if there was a very small chance of her showing up that night. You know it will melt if you keep staring at it, Katerina teased. Hey Katerina, I just wish she could celebrate Christmas with us. Cedric sighed. She just needs time to process things, said. You did lie to her, you lied a lot. And I'm sure she's questioning everything now. She's asking herself which things were her and which were you just pulling strings. Katerina explained. We need to get you in a better mood, Miguel declared. Miguel, the only thing that can get my brother to stop being so down is if Adriana speaks to him again, and don't you dare tell me that you plan to force Adriana to forgive him, Yana said. That's not what I was going to suggest, Miguel said in his defense. What do you have in mind? Ray asked his friend. Let's go do what the girls do when they're down. Miguel looked at Alexi and Ram. Shopping, Miguel, Alexi, and Ram all said together. The parents and the other boys burst into laughter when they heard it. We do not, Nicole insisted. What did you do when that guy from school ghosted you? Miguel asked Nicole. I spoke to Veronica and Yana, Nicole said. Then my sisters took my card because you had all decided you wanted to go shopping, Alexi complained. You make more money than Natalia and I combined. Katerina said with a shrug. It was Veronica's idea. Nicole said, pointing at Veronica. Nicole, Veronica complained. So on the 26th, Ray asked. What about the 26th? Cedric looked up at his friend. We'll take a page out of the girls' books and go shopping. Ray reminded. You should buy him new clothes, Priscilla said. Mom. I have a lot of clothes, Cedric complained. Ray, get him some cars too. He's too stingy with those. Emilio Reyes told Ray. Sure, uncle, I've got a guy that can help us. Ray said before Cedric could complain. Cedric needs watches too, Yana suggested. I have a watch, Cedric complained. Cedric, you seem to need a lot of new things. His aunt Luciang Chan said. I swear, Emilio, this poverty training that you guys go through makes you need to adjust back. Raphael Chan teased his friend. It took me a while to get used to the money again too. I was still eating at hole-in-the-wall restaurants and food stalls 10 years after my poverty training. At least Cedric has these guys. They can't eat at places like those if they wanted to. Too many people are their fans now. Emilio Reyes said, I know, just last week when Miguel was with me in the hospital, several nurses and patients ran up to have their photos taken. It was as if I was with a celebrity, Raphael Chan complained. But your other son is a celebrity, Raphael. James Abad, Ram's and Veronica's father teased. That's different. Doesn't that happen to you? Raphael asked. It does, especially when it's a fan event of one of our talents. It seems the fans have all heard of Ram for some reason, James Abad said, shaking his head. 2 days later, Anna was dragging Cedric out of the Rays' home to go shopping. With no valid excuse, Cedric gave in and went with his friends. Their first stop was Pris Mall. They were going to buy him new clothes. Yana had the whole luxury wing closed down again so that they could shop in private. Ooh, Yana, look, the new shoes are in, Nicole said, pointing at a shop. Nicole, we're shopping for Cedric, not for you, Eric said, scolding his sister. When they entered a European men's clothing shop, the boys started to disperse and look at clothes. Unfortunately, everything they picked for Cedric got a thumbs down from the girls. You guys don't dress poorly, so why do you shop so badly? Veronica complained. I have a stylist. Eric told them same. Ram, Alexi, and Ray all said at the same time. Nicole shops for me. Miguel said laughing. Sit down, we got this. Katerina told the boys as the sisters went through all the clothes in the shop. By the time they were done, there were so many bags that they needed their security team to bring everything in another car. Where am I supposed to keep all of these? Cedric asked. There is more than enough space in the Mountain View house. The problem is, now it will look like Adriana's closet is quite empty. Veronica said as she imagined the house she was designing for Cedric. She had already finished it and it was just waiting for Cedric and Adriana to move in. We can't shop for Adriana. Let's just do that when we see her next time, Nicole said. Veronica just shrugged and agreed with her friend. My car guy is waiting for us at the dealership, Ray said, waving his phone. Guys, I have enough cars, Cedric said. You have the Ghost, the R8, the BMW X6, Maserati Levante. Did I forget anything? Ram asked, recalling the cars he had seen at the Morco. Parking lot, that's already too much, Cedric complained. You have a 50-car garage at home, Cedric. It will look empty with just those 4. Eric said, trying to drag Cedric to buy. Fine, but just 3 more. Cedric said, yeah, come on. Ray said, dragging Cedric into the car to go to the dealership. I honestly never understood what it was with guys and cars. Natalia sighed. It's like you with shoes. Alexi teased his sister. At the car dealer, Ray had managed to convince Cedric to purchase a Porsche sports car when Cedric got an urgent call. Sir, sorry to bother you, but we have an urgent situation, Ian said over the phone. What is it? Cedric asked. It's our expansion to Thailand, sir. The CEO of our partner distributor here is being difficult. Island explained. Difficult how? Cedric asked. He wants you to personally negotiate with him. If it isn't you, then he said he would call off the deal. Ian explained. All right, I can fly out tonight. Cedric said, dropping the call. Sorry guys, I have to work, Cedric told his friend. You seem happier leaving us than when we were shopping, Iana said with a frown. Of course I am. You know I hate spending. Take the cars home, Cedric told the boys. He immediately asked Camilla to have the plane ready for him to leave. Enjoying Never Judge, join my Discord server, https, Discord, ggpxnt6acqwh. That same night, Anna invited Adriana out for dinner and drinks. Anna was hoping that she could figure out what her brother needed to do to get his wife back. They were at Hype Bar in a VIP room. Hype was the most popular bar in the country, and Adriana was not surprised to find out that Hype was actually owned by Ray Lawrence. Anna was pouring drinks for them when she suddenly spoke. My brother wasn't exactly brought up in the traditional way, Anna said as she drank her wine. I get that, but shouldn't he at least try to come home? Adriana asked. Aren't you still mad at him? I'm sure you won't even let him in if he came by, Anna teased. I wouldn't, but I'd like to see him show up. He sent flowers and food every day both to the house and to my office, but he could have easily asked Camilla or Ian to do that. Adriana complained. He'll come around, I'm sure. Well, he's out for a while. Some big business issue in Thailand. Ian had initially been there, but the CEO they are talking to wants to speak to brother directly, Iana explained. And he didn't think to fix things with me first. Adriana crossed her arms in frustration. He thinks differently, Adri, Iana said in an attempt to defend her brother. We've been together for 8 years and married for 4 of those. He should know by now what I like and what I don't like. Adriana complained. Have you ever fought like this? Iana asked her sister-in-law. Adriana paused to think back. Actually, we've never fought. Cedric always did what I wanted, and I always extended my patience with him because he had to deal with my family looking down at him because he wasn't some rich man. Adriana came to the realization. I guess that's why my brother is kind of at a loss at this. Iana shrugged. To be honest, Anna, I realized that I'm not mad at him for lying anymore. Adriana confessed. You've forgiven my older brother? Iana asked. Not exactly. I understand why he lied, but now I'm mad at him for everything else. Adriana explained. What do you mean? Iana took another gulp of her wine. Cedric knew that I wanted to achieve things on my own, and yet he pulled strings behind the scenes. He gave me the Elijah Corp project, and he was right there in front of me during that meeting. Then with my uncle Frederick and cousin John, Cedric asked Alexi and Ram to deal with them. Then he did it again, with all the companies lining up to partner with Islands Inc. Since I became VP for marketing and sales, he set them all up. Now I feel like I owe my success to him, that I would not have achieved anything if not for my husband. I became the very thing I thought I had avoided by marrying Cedric. I don't even know if I'm even good at what I do or if I am just married to an extremely well-connected guy. Adriana spoke full of frustration. And you think Cedric did all of that for you? Iana asked. Of course. How else would I be able to close a deal with Elijah Corp? Without any negotiations. Breeze Air is owned by Ray and Saints Hospital is owned by the Chews. Veronica only promised to work with me because Cedric told her to do so. Adriana explained. At the moment, I still don't know how to feel about Uncle Frederick and John's case. My brother didn't force Elijah to suddenly work with you. It was my dad. He placed a ban on all Islands Inc. partnerships because of how they treated you and my brother. Cedric only asked for it to be lifted. Cedric only owns 10 of Elijah Corp. Dad owns 50 and I own 25. The staff at Elijah were the ones that decided that your proposal was good. As for Breeze Air, Cedric just told Ray that you were the new VP. Ray was the one that decided to work with you. The same goes for Nicole and Veronica. No one can order those two around. You've met them, haven't you? Nicole even forced my brother to invest in her side project. Cedric can't make them do anything. He might have arranged for them to show that there was no bad blood between the families and Islands Inc. But they could have done that by just showing up to the press conference. Katarina's word was enough. The girls did that cause they like you, and because they think you are an amazing person. Iana said in an attempt to boost Adriana's confidence in herself. What about my uncle's case? Adriana asked. Oh, that was 100 the boys. Said made Ray dig up all the dirt, and he gave the information to Ram and Alexi. It was because your uncle and cousins were behind all those rumors about you. It's kind of sweet in their own messed up way. Iana shrugged. Cedric did that to them for me. He knows I don't like my family getting hurt. Adriana said with a frown. If Cedric didn't do it, they would have pushed you over the edge and dragged your name through the mud. Seriously, Adriana, your love for your family is quite toxic at some point. Iana flat out said. And what about the 30 women under 30 thing? Ram and Veronica own a bad TV. Don't tell me Cedric had nothing to do with that. Adriana accused. Iana laughed. Ram doesn't control that list. They don't even know that Veronica is on a bad. The reporter in charge gave a list to a panel, which does not include any of us if you were wondering, and they approved the people on the list, including their ranking. Do you know what your ranking was, Adriana? Iana said as if daring Adriana to ask. What? Adriana did ask. You were 8th, just before Beatrice, Francesca, and Carmen. That's why they kept targeting you, Iana explained. I didn't get a copy of the ranking, Adriana said, confused. If you've been on the list or had a manager, you would have found a way to get the rankings, but it was your first time and you don't have a manager, so you couldn't have gotten a list, Iana explained. Adriana, you're better than you think, Iana said with a smile, offering Adriana a toast. Iana practically jumped from her seat when someone knocked on the door of their private room. She wasn't expecting anyone else to come. Cedric just finished his meeting with the difficult CEO when Ray began calling him frantically. What? Cedric asked, clearly in a foul mood. Nicole just called me. Adriana and Iana are drinking in Hype Bar with Tony Tamano, Ray said in a rush. Send him away, Cedric said, furious. I can't just throw someone out of Hype Bar. And what will I tell your wife? Ray asked Cedric. Fine, accompany them. I'll get on a plane at once. Adriana has an extremely low alcohol tolerance. I don't trust any man around her when she's drunk, Cedric said. Not even me. Ray teased. Cedric knew he liked Iana. Not even you, Ray. Just stay with them till I get back, Cedric said, dropping the call. Camilla, tell the pilot to prepare the plane. We're heading back to the capital. Tell my driver to pick me up at the airport and take us directly to Hype Bar, Cedric said in a stern tone. Camilla nodded and started dialing a number. Do you have any business left here? Cedric asked Ian. No, sir, Ian said in reply. You're coming back with me. I need you to work on the new factory. The matter here is settled and we already have a branch office, Cedric ordered. Ian simply nodded and left to collect his things from the hotel. Less than 3 hours later, Cedric, Ian, and Camilla were back in the capital. Sir, I just got off the phone with Mia. Miss Adriana is still at Hype Bar. Leon, who had been with them in Thailand, reported. Cedric nodded and quickly transferred from the plane to his car. Ian and Leon followed Cedric, while Camilla stayed behind to arrange the necessary documents that Cedric skipped by leaving. In the car on the way to Hype Bar, Cedric kept trying to call Ray, who wasn't picking up his calls. He had also tried calling Iana, but to no avail. Drive faster, Cedric shouted at his driver. The driver was surprised. His boss was usually calm and cold. He never showed emotion like this before. Nonetheless, he drove faster as his boss ordered. Luckily, it was late enough at night that there was no traffic. The usually congested streets flowed easily, and within 30 minutes Cedric was at Hype Bar, getting out of his car. Cedric assumed that Adriana and Iana were in Ray's private room. Having gone there himself with the boys several times, he knew exactly where to go. The staff also recognized him as one of Ray's friends, so no one stopped him. When he got to the door, it was locked. He banged on it, but it wouldn't budge, so Cedric called Leon over, who in turn tried to break the door. But to Ray's credit, the door seemed it wouldn't break so easily. Cedric tried one more time, and as he was about to make contact with the door, it suddenly swung open. I told you Cedric would fly back for her. Cedric heard Ray's triumphant jest. Fine, I lose. Iana, who was clearly drunk, giggled. What is going on, Ray? Cedric was furious. The girls tricked me, Ray said in an attempt to defend himself. Cedric was about to punch Ray when he saw Adriana passed out on the couch. "Brother, why'd you come back? I told you to give her space," Iana said as she struggled to sit up. "Why didn't you send me a message?" Cedric asked Ray. "Well, your sister took my phone and placed it somewhere I can't exactly get it from," Ray said, scratching his head. "It tickles." Iana giggled as she took Ray's phone out of her shirt. Cedric took the phone from Iana's hand and gave it to Ray. Said, "Adriana and I had so much fun," Iana said, standing up and falling back down on the couch. Ray ran to catch her as soon as he saw her lose her balance. Cedric just shook his head and smiled. He couldn't help but feel relieved that his sister had played a prank and that there was no one else aside from them in that room. He was afraid that if Tony Tamano was in that room with a drunk Adriana, he wouldn't be able to resist. Cedric went and picked Adriana up from the couch and tried to wake her up. "Honey, you need to wake up," he whispered gently. "Go away," said. "I'm sleeping," Adriana complained. Cedric just laughed at her reaction. "Ray, bring Anna to my car, please," Cedric told Ray, who followed and helped Anna walk. "Damn it, Anna, walk straight." Cedric heard Ray scolding his sister behind them. "I'm dizzy." Anna complained. "Then you shouldn't have drank so much." Ray scolded again, but my sister-in-law was sad. "And she said drink, so I drank," Anna said proudly as she struggled to walk. "If you don't walk properly, I'm gonna throw you over my shoulders or drag you. Take your pick," Ray complained. "I'll walk properly," Anna declared before finally tripping and falling face first on the floor. Ray sighed and picked Anna up and carried her on his shoulder as if he were kidnapping her. At the parking lot, Cedric saw Ian leaning on Cedric's car talking to an ashamed Nicole. When Nicole saw Cedric, she ran up to him shouting, said, "I'm so sorry, Anna forced me." "Well, she can't force me. She blackmailed me. She said she would tell Mom and Dad about my crush, and I already know that my parents won't like my crush because he isn't like us. Tony Tamano was never here. No other guy was ever here. She knew that if I told Ray about Tony drinking with them, you would come home immediately." Nicole was talking nonstop and was beginning to annoy Cedric. "Nicole, you're going off again." Cedric sighed. "Oh, sorry," Nicole said quietly. "Ian, will you please make sure that Nicole makes it home safely? She probably shook off her security detail again. Go and call Miguel. Tell him you'll take her home," Cedric ordered. Ian simply nodded and asked Nicole for her car keys. Nicole apologized again before getting into the passenger's seat and letting Ian drive her home. "Put Iana in the car. I'll take them both home to the Ray's house." "I can't just show up with a drunk Adriana in this car at her house," Cedric told Ray. They placed the two girls in the back seat while Cedric sat in front. When they finally got home, Cedric asked one of the guards to help bring Anna to her room. The staff weren't exactly surprised to see a passed-out Anna since this had happened many times. The maids were ready and had prepared a bucket next to her bed. They also gave Anna a bath and changed her clothes. Cedric had taken Adriana to his room. He gave her a bath and changed her clothes. Luckily, both his mother and sister had already bought clothes for Adriana in case she had to stay over. Cedric then placed Adriana on his bed and looked at his sleeping wife. "Adri, I'm sorry for everything. I love you very much." He placed a gentle kiss on her lips and went to sleep beside her. Cedric woke up when he felt someone kick him. He opened his eyes to see Adriana struggling to get out of his embrace. "Adri, it's too early. There's no work today. Let's sleep in," Cedric complained, pretending that they weren't still in a fight. "You bastard. You kidnapped me and forced me to sleep on your bed," Adriana shouted. "Don't call me a bastard. A lot of people will ask for a DNA test if you do." Cedric grumbled. "Stop trying to be funny. This isn't funny," Adriana complained. "I didn't kidnap you, Adri. You were passed out drunk at Hype Bar with my sister. If I hadn't come to take both of you home, you would have probably woken up on the cold, hard floor rather than in this soft and warm bed with me," Cedric said, still hugging Adriana with his eyes closed. "Don't you dare pretend that I'm not mad at you. I'm still mad at you," Adriana complained, but at this point she had stopped trying to get out of Cedric's embrace. "I promised to make it all up to you, Adri, so please go back to sleep," Cedric said. When Cedric woke up again, Adriana was still sleeping, so he took a bath and got dressed. Despite it being a weekend, Cedric still had some work he needed to go through, so he sat at a desk by his window and worked while waiting for Adriana to wake up. He was in a video conference when he noticed his wife waking up. He quickly dismissed everyone from the meeting and ended the call. "Did you rest well?" Cedric asked Adriana. "Where are we and what time is it?" Adriana asked. "It's 10 in the morning and we are at the Ray's house. Don't panic about your clothes. Anna and Mom went shopping for you. They were kind of hoping we would move in here eventually," Cedric explained. "I'm still mad at you," Adriana told her husband. Cedric climbed into bed and hugged his wife from behind. "I'd rather have you mad at me and safe." Cedric kissed his wife on the lips and pinned her on the bed. Suddenly, Adriana's stomach grumbled and Cedric burst out laughing. "Let's get some food in you first," Cedric said, helping Adriana up. By the time she had taken a bath and was dressed up, Cedric was already waiting to accompany her down. "Should I give you a quick tour of my room first?" Cedric teased. "Well, I think this room is 5 times the size of the room you rented out when we were in university. How did you ever adjust?" Adriana wondered. "The room I stayed in high school was even smaller. It just had a bed and a stove. It was either too hot or too cold," Cedric explained. "Why did your family make you go through that?" I remember back in university, there were days that you couldn't even eat, and you had to commute or walk everywhere. Adriana asked. It's tradition. It's so that whoever inherits the Rays group understands what it is like to have nothing. Cedric explained. Cedric gave Adriana a quick tour of his room. He pointed out the balcony, the bathroom, walk-in closet, the separate entertaining area, and the adjoining office. Cedric's room was on the second floor of the house, and so was Anna's. When they stepped out of the room, they were immediately greeted by Veronica leaving Anna's room. So you guys are all made up now? Veronica asked. No, I'm still mad at him. Adriana didn't give Cedric a chance to answer. Veronica just laughed. Auntie had the best hangover food prepared, come on. Anna just needed these, Veronica said, waving some pills. At the dining room, Cedric wasn't surprised to see that Katerina and Nicole had also come over. Oh, come on, Anna, it was your stupid idea. I told you your brother would be pissed, Nicole said, trying to coax her friend. You're just happy because Ian got you home safely. Katerina teased. Ian, he's a good kid. Your father would approve. Emilio Reyes said, looking up from his iPad. Uncle, Nicole complained. Morning. Cedric greeted. You're up. Adriana, welcome to our humble home. Priscilla Claren Reyes said, greeting her daughter-in-law with a hug. I think humble would be an understatement, Mom, Cedric said, rolling his eyes. Ignore him, Adriana. I'm just happy we are eating a meal together at home. Priscilla said. Nicole, don't distract Ian. I still have a lot of work I need him to do. Cedric told Nicole as he led Adriana to her seat. Cedric, Nicole complained. Nicole, you are too noisy. A hungover Anna scolded the girl beside her. So Adriana, how do you like the Ray's house? Katerina asked, ignoring Nicole. Well, it's big, Adriana managed to say. Are you ready to see your house? Veronica asked. Our house. Adriana said with a confused look. The house Veronica was designing, the one she showed you in Nationalia. Cedric explained. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was thinking how odd it was that it felt like the house was designed for me. Adriana said, recalling the design Veronica showed them. But Cedric, isn't it too big just for the two of us? Adriana asked. You can make little Cedrics and Adrianas so that it won't be too lonely. Anna said excitedly. We could live here first if you want. Cedric said, ignoring Anna. What about my parents? Are we just gonna leave them in their house? Adriana asked. They could live with us at Mountain View if you want. Cedric said. He had provisioned for space if any of their parents wanted to live with them or stay the night. That will mean we have to tell them who you are. Adriana said, thinking of the implications. I leave telling your parents up to you, but I want to reveal myself to the rest of your family when the time is right, Cedric told his wife. Brother is brewing his own revenge, Anna told Adriana from across the table. Cedric, Alexei has a message for you. Can I speak to you in private? Katerina asked. Cedric raised his eyebrow and nodded. Katerina and Cedric went to Emilio's office to talk. Frederick and John Hernandez have been arrested, Katerina told Cedric. Was this you and Alexei? Cedric asked. Katerina simply nodded in reply. Will you see them? Katerina asked Cedric. I will. I need you guys to distract Adriana for the day. Cedric told Katerina. That should be easy. We'll just take her to Mountain View and maybe do some shopping. Katerina said, thinking of ways to distract Adriana. Thanks, Katerina. Tell Alexei to meet me at the police station where they are being held. Cedric told Katerina, who in turn quickly gave her brother a call. At the dining area, Cedric decided to tell Adriana about her uncle and cousin. Adriana, Frederick and John have just been arrested. Cedric explained to Adriana. Was this you? Adriana asked her husband. She was somewhat torn about her uncle and cousin's arrest. Yes, it was because of the charges filed against them, Cedric admitted. He was actually afraid that Adriana would be mad at him for this or ask him to drop the charges, but he didn't want to. Aside from the way they had treated him, the defendants in this case were real people that Frederick and John had hurt. So what they did was true, Adriana asked. I wouldn't back false charges, Adriana. You need to know that about me. Katerina said as she joined them. If they hurt people, then I won't ask for you to do anything. Uncle Frederick and John have never been nice to me, nor has Asia. I guess I have to draw the line somewhere. Adriana sighed. I'm going over with Alexei to speak to them. The girls have agreed to take you to Mountain View to see the new house. If you think we need to add anything, tell Veronica. She'll buy it for us. The closets there are still empty, so go shopping with them after 2. Cedric took out his wallet and fished a card with Adriana's name on it. I had this account open for you. Buy whatever you want. You can't drive me bankrupt. Trust me, Anna has tried. Everyone laughed at what Cedric said because it was true. Anna had spent so much on one shopping trip in the past that you would have thought she would have emptied out that account. Mom, why don't you and the aunties join us? Anna suggested. I wish I could go with you, but I need to fly to the Claren Agri Inc. Headquarters today. Maybe next time we could go shopping. Priscilla Claren Reyes said. Mom, you didn't tell me you had to work today. I would have gone with you. Anna complained. Most of the time, Anna helped Priscilla manage the 2 Claren businesses, Claren Agri Inc. and Claren Homes. The head offices of both companies were not located in the capital, so at least twice a week Priscilla would fly over to the head offices to do the work she couldn't from the capital. I'll head off now. Alexei will meet me at the station. Katerina, take care of my wife, Cedric said. Why are you telling Katerina to take care of her? I'm your sister, Yana complained. Because Katerina is the eldest and most responsible between the four of you, Cedric flatly explained. He has a point, Anna, Veronica teased. As Cedric moved to leave, Adriana grabbed his sleeve, stopping him. You aren't forgiven yet, Adriana said. I know, Cedric nodded. He gave his wife a quick kiss on the lips and left. Shopping or house? Anna asked Adriana. House, Adriana said with a smile. Ooh, quick, I bought you some really nice clothes that would be perfect for a housewarming, Yana said, jumping out of her seat and pulling Adriana up the stairs. Thank you for breakfast, Mr. and Mrs. Reyes, Adriana called out as Anna dragged her. Just call us Mom and Dad, Emilio Reyes said as the two girls disappeared up the stairs. Veronica, Nicole, and Katerina quickly followed behind them. You know, this isn't a housewarming yet, Yana, Adriana told her sister-in-law. Fine, house tour. Come look what I bought for you, Yana said, opening the doors to the walk-in closet. Mom and I were kind of hoping that you and Cedric would live here for a while. The walls are thick so we won't be disturbed, Yana giggled as Adriana blushed. Plus, Mom and Dad's room is on a different floor. It's just mine and Cedric's here on this floor, Yana explained. Maybe we can stay here while you're in the country. I don't even know how to tell my parents about Cedric yet. They might just laugh at me when I tell them, Adriana explained. That would be perfect. And you could always just bring your parents here in one of Cedric's cars. I'm sure that will convince them. Yana giggled. When they were ready to go, the girls all headed over together to Mountain View Residences to check out the house Cedric had built for him and Adriana. Cedric waited in his car for Alexei to arrive. This was the problem of hiding his identity. People didn't know who he was, and he couldn't enforce the same authority as the other boys. He had to patiently wait for his friend to come over and fetch him. Alexei's assistant knocked on this car door to fetch Cedric. Cedric followed him inside to an observation room where Alexei was waiting. Behind the one-sided mirror, he could see Frederick and John pacing in the room, looking extremely worried and bothered. What do you want to do with them? Alexei asked, taking a puff of his cigarette. Make them pay for their crimes, Cedric said. Will you talk to them? Alexei knew there was much bad blood between Cedric and the two men in the other room. This opportunity was too good to pass off. They need to learn to be careful of who they offend. Alexei added, you go in first, make them think a bit. Cedric told his friend. Alexei grinned and went into the next room. Cedric turned on the speakers so that he could hear the conversation. When Frederick and John saw Alexei, they got down on their knees and begged. Congressman Alexander, please don't do this to us, Frederick begged. Alexei chuckled at their attempts. You offended someone, but it wasn't me. I'm just the helper, Alexei told them. Sir, we haven't offended anyone else, John said with a puzzled look. He was aware of what his father and sister had done at the Morco office, and the only people they managed to offend was Alexei and his sisters. Really? Alexei asked. Sir, please let us go. We promise not to repeat what we did, John begged. You see, you managed to offend someone worse than me. If it were up to me, I would just have you beaten and thrown into the streets. The person you offended is much, much worse. You can recover from a beating, that's easy, but from the shame you're about to endure, nope. You had every chance to be nice to that person, but you failed. Alexei laughed. Alexei, I think that's enough, Cedric said, leaning on the door. Mr. Reyes, how have we offended you? Frederick asked. Alexei suddenly laughed. Are you sure you really want to know, Frederick? Alexei nodded. Yes, sir, so that we could right this wrong. Frederick said, first of all, there is no righting this wrong. You did wrong by those people. By offending me and my wife, you just gave me a reason to look into your activities. Your wrong can only be righted by you answering to the law, Cedric said. Frederick and John had nothing to say back. They both knew that the charges against them were not made up. They had harassed, molested, and even raped some female employees in exchange for promotions. Leon, wanna bet? I bet Frederick Hernandez has a heart attack finding out who your boss is. Alexei shouted to Leon, who was standing behind Cedric. Sir, I don't gamble, Leon answered. Cedric laughed at Alexei's pissed-off face. Cedric took a seat in front of Frederick and John. You really don't recognize me? Cedric asked. John and Frederick both shook their heads. I pity you guys. You had a very important person in front of you this whole time, and you chose to treat him like trash rather than as a fellow human being, Alexei said, laughing. While Alexei said this, Cedric was taking off the glasses and mask that he used as a disguise. When Frederick and John saw his face, they were in shock. Hello, Uncle John, Cedric said with a grin. This is impossible. John said with a sudden burst of courage. You can't be him. This is a trick. Cedric laughed at them. Do you think someone you thought of as a nobody would have the ability to call in a favor from Alexander Sebastian and Katerina Sebastian? Cedric asked. You've been married to Adriana for 4 years. How could you be the Reyes' heir? He only came back to the country this year, John said, still in denial. My friend never left the country, Alexei said as he lit another cigarette. The Reyes family has an odd tradition called poverty training, where they send their heir to live as a poor boy at the age of 15 only to return at 28. But why am I even telling you this? You are immaterial. Alexei, don't be too harsh. They are still Adriana's family, Cedric said with a grin. Cedric, please go easy on us. We are family after all. What would Adriana think if she found out about this? Frederick suddenly changed the tone of his voice to one that was practically begging Cedric to let them go. He said, "This is the kind of respect and fear you are missing with your stupid desire to stay secret." Alexei teased. "There's always a bigger picture, Alexei. Uncle told me you kept missing that." Cedric laughed. "Cedric, we promised to be nicer to you and Adriana. See, our public shame already put Adriana in the spotlight. I never meant to hurt Adriana," Frederick begged again. Cedric stood up and punched John Hernandez on the face. "Wow, said you can really throw a punch. Have you been teaching him Leon?" Alexei asked the bodyguard, completely ignoring the fact that John Hernandez was now bleeding in the police station with a broken nose. "I've been training with Leon. I can't be some helpless CEO all the time. What would my wife think of me then?" Cedric shrugged as he wiped John's blood off on Frederick's shirt. Frederick was so scared that Cedric would punch him as well. He sat still and held his breath. "Uncle Frederick, you've been everything but kind to me and Adriana. You spread rumors about Adriana, you pulled my wife down, you even let your daughter and cousin physically hurt Adriana. What kind of a family is that? You are all messed up," Cedric said. "I will teach my daughter better and I will reprimand Janine." "Please, Cedric, drop the charges," Frederick begged. "You Hernandezes are all fools. All you had to do was be a family and not hurt your own family. Instead, you chose to pull each other down, to hurt one another." Alexei laughed. "Frederick, being kind to me or even just Adriana would have been the perfect way for you to rise to power. Regardless of how you treated me, if you treated my wife well, I would have given the Hernandez family the opportunity to become one of the richest in the country. Instead, you got the opposite. Alexei here will make sure you go to the worst prison in the country, where the gangs inside are controlled by the Lawrence family. Your daughter will not be spared either. I have a plan for her," Cedric said with a cold smile. Frederick had never seen Cedric like this. He was confident and full of power, a complete opposite from the man they often saw simply following Adriana around with a tender look on his eyes. This man looked like a monster of a man. Everything about him felt powerful now, and everything about him scared Frederick and John. Soon several policemen came to drag Frederick and John away. "Keep them in there for a year or two. They are still Adriana's family," Cedric told Alexei. "Cedric, you are too kind," Alexei said, shaking his head. "Not all of us can be as heartless as you and Ray," Cedric teased. "They will come after you again if you let them go," Alexei warned. "They will never be able to get back up. They might be out of prison, but their names will be forever ruined, their businesses will never rise, and everyone will look at them like the scum they are. That is a far worse torture than prison," Cedric explained. With that, Cedric left. When the convoy of cars arrived at the Mountain View project, Adriana was surprised by the amount of security outside the community's gates. There was a high wall blocking the view of outsiders, and the gate required a special tag to let the cars in. "Only cars of residents are allowed in, and well, our family, since we own the place," Anna explained. "The whole community is walled in on one side, and there is a cliff on the other side. The fence is electrically charged so intruders can't climb over. There are also cameras every 5 meters and roving security teams." Anna recalled the security details of the community. She was part of the project initially when it was being set up. This was right before her father decided to send her abroad for further studies. "Wow, that security is quite tight," Adriana commented. "Well, that's only for the main gate. Each house can have its own security team, like your house, which is actually called the Pearl House. My brother has hired a team of guards to protect the entrance as well as roving guards to make sure unwanted guests can't come in. The outside is also full of cameras with no blind spots. This is, of course, on top of your personal security team," Anna explained. "We have a personal security team?" Adriana asked, confused. "Cedric didn't tell you yet." By the look on Adriana's face, Anna assumed Cedric hadn't explained about Mia to his wife. After what happened in Constellation's resort in Quirino, Cedric hired Mia. "She's your personal bodyguard. Mia follows you everywhere, even inside Islands Inc. She has her own team that consists of several other guards for backup as well as a medical team in case you have a medical emergency, like if you're injured. Cedric has his own, it's led by Leon. You've seen him around, a big scary guy that's always smiling," Anna explained. "Why haven't I noticed that they were following us around?" "I mean, I would have noticed someone stalking me," Adriana asked. "Leon and Mia are that good. See, that's Mia's team behind Katerina's car," Anna said, pointing at a van following them. "Do you have your own security team?" Adriana had to ask. "Yup. Unlike yours, they are always visible, and they are good at crowd control. I have fans, but I don't like people being in my personal life. It's really my life, so I don't see the point why they need to know about everything I do." Anna sighed. Wow. Adriana was surprised at the size of the house they had just passed. "Oh, that's Ray's." Cedric kind of gave each of the boys a chunk of property here when he came back. They all had Veronica design their houses from top to bottom. "If you think that's impressive, wait till you see yours." Anna giggled. "You don't have one here?" Adriana asked. "I do. It's just not in my name yet. The girls probably have one each too. Their brothers most likely bought it for them," Anna explained. Adriana noticed that they were now slightly climbing upward until they were met by tall gates. "Welcome home, Adriana," Deanna said as the cars entered the driveway. There were trees that lined the side of the road covering what looked to be gardens. The driveway opened up to the front of the house. It was much bigger than what Adriana had imagined. A woman opened the door and held an umbrella to shield her from the sun. "Miss, my name is Mia. Mr. Cedric assigned me to protect you. I hope you won't be offended that I didn't show myself earlier," Mia said, introducing herself. "Wow, you don't look like a bodyguard," Adriana said in surprise. Mia looked familiar, but she couldn't figure out if she had seen her before. "The boss wanted someone that didn't stand out from the crowd but was strong enough to protect you," Mia explained. "Adriana, let me give you a tour," Veronica said as she approached. "Wow, Veronica, you really outdid yourself this time," Nicole said, praising the exterior look of the house. "Too bad very few people will get to see it, though." Veronica sighed. "Why?" Adriana asked. "Your husband is the most private and secretive person in the country. Plus, this community is so exclusive that even if you knew someone inside, you still wouldn't be able to see this house," Veronica explained. "I wouldn't mind people seeing the house, well, if it's just like a magazine feature or a blog." Adriana shrugged. "If Adri says so, Cedric can't say no." Deanna told her friends. "So Adri, this is the main house and to the right is the garage. It can have up to 50 cars with some display areas if Cedric or you want to have vintage cars or display cars. To the left are the gardens, tennis courts, and a basketball court. Shall we go in?" Veronica asked. When they entered, they were greeted by a grand interior. "This is amazing, Veronica. It's so classy and yet it feels like home," Adriana said, looking around. "I was actually afraid of losing that feel of home when I was doing the design. I didn't want to overdo it. So you've seen the planet Nationalia. Why don't we go around and you can tell me what you think?" Veronica said, leading them around the house. Adriana couldn't help but pinch herself when looking around the house. It was everything she ever dreamed of and more. When they were just dating, Adriana would often sit down and sketch what her dream house would look like. She remembered one day when they were at a coffee shop studying. "What's that, Adri?" Cedric was around 21 at this time. His clothes looked like they had been washed too many times, just imagining my dream house. Adriana said as she sketched something on her iPad. "Can I see?" Cedric said while hugging her. "It's embarrassing," she complained. "Oh, come on, I think everything you do is amazing." Cedric flirted. "Stop it." Adriana tried to slap Cedric playfully, but he caught her hand and kissed her on the lips. Cedric took advantage of her distraction and got her iPad and sat across her. "You're too smooth," Adriana complained. Cedric looked up and winked at her. "Wow, this is amazing. I wish I could give you something like this someday, Adri," Cedric said, looking at the designs. He was actually already secretly sending them to his own email for future use. Said, "I don't need a house as extravagant as that. As long as you are with me, I'll be happy," Adriana said with a smile. Back in the present, Adriana felt like she was walking around in her own sketch. She was wondering how Cedric was able to remember all the details that she had drawn that day. The last stop of their house tour was the master bedroom. "How many kids do you expect us to have? Why are there so many rooms?" Adriana asked as they walked into the master. "I just wanted to be prepared. You can always transform them into a different purpose." Veronica shrugged. "This is big," Adriana gasped. "You like it?" Veronica asked. "It's amazing, Veronica," Adriana said as she looked around the room. "Adri, come look at the closet." Cedric's side already has his clothes. "All we need to do is buy new stuff for you to fill the closet," Iana said, showing Adriana the walk-in closet. "This is even bigger than our room," Adriana said. "I don't think I have enough clothes to fill this room." "Well, that's why Cedric gave us his card. We need to fill this room with proper brands," Nicole said. "Hey, my clothes are proper brands," Adriana complained. "They're from common brands," Nicole said, rolling her eyes. "I already ordered some clothes from Milan, Paris, and New York," Iana said. "But what about my clothes at the Hernandez house?" Adriana asked. "You're the wife of the Ray's heir. I'm sure we can find better than those," Nicole said. The girls soon piled back into the convoy of cars. This time they decided to just ride a Lincoln Navigator that the Ray's family had purchased a while back. "Iana, will you have the section closed again?" Nicole asked. "I don't want to. We'd lose too much profits if we did. We have enough security to keep the crowds away," Iana said. "Why did you have it closed last time?" Adriana asked. "'Cause Cedric was being touchy about people harassing you," Veronica teased. "Well, he had a reason to be worried." Katerina explained. "I'm curious about something," Adriana managed to say. "Go ask," Katerina said with a smile. "Why are you guys so obsessed with keeping a low profile?" Adriana asked, recalling her conversation with Cedric on Kashmir. "I think Veronica can answer that best," Iana smiled. "The problem with being from families like ours is that people always want something, and sometimes they praise you just because of who your family is, rather than based on what skills you actually have. I think you understand this to an extent," Veronica explained. "Yeah, I felt that way about my family trying to get me into a beneficial marriage." Adriana nodded. "With us, it's different. Back in uni, I had classmates and teachers who knew who I was. I never hid the fact that my father was James Abad or that my brother was Ramon Abad. People always tried to please me. They always tried to get on my better side." those that didn't choose to suck up said bad things about me. They would often say I bought my way into the school, or that my work was done by a hired professional. I honestly just became sick of it, Veronica explained. The worst was when one of my best friends, or at least someone I thought was my best friend, decided that I was just an imposter. He told people that all my work was done by her and that I was just passing them off, and to think I even helped that guy with most of the things he submitted in school. Veronica sighed. Someone really did that. Adriana asked. Yeah, that's why Veronica left the country. As a matter of fact, that person is still quite popular and continues to pass of others' work as his. Nicole injected. People said it was because she got pregnant or some other vile rumor. Katerina said bitterly. People can be very mean when you're born into families like ours too. Iana sighed. So I left. I went to Paris to study. I used my mother's maiden name. I went by Veronica Bernasconi. I never liked being called Anna anyway. I chose to pave my own path. It's true later on I had projects from our family friends or some artists under Lights Entertainment, but I really worked my way up. Up to this day my mentor doesn't know that I come from quite an influential family here. Veronica explained. But you still hide who you are now. Adriana said. I don't see the point of using my family name and connections to get ahead in my career. I want my skills to speak for itself. I love my family and I'm thankful for the opportunities I got because of the family I was born into. I also don't want to feel like I owe people for who I am. I'm me and my skills are my own. Veronica explained. I think Nicole is actually the most low profile among us. Iana said. Oh look, we're here. Nicole said excitedly as they pulled into the driveway. A group of guards immediately assembled to clear the way for them. Here we go again. Iana sighed and opened the door. The girls went out of the car. Many socially conscious people recognized the girls and started pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Some took out their phones and stole photos of them. Is it always like this for you guys? Adriana asked. For Ganna and Veronica, yes. For me, Katerina and Natalia, not always. I can actually go to the mall with no visible guards. I'm not as public a figure as them, and if you aren't involved in business, you wouldn't know who I was. It's worse when we're with the boys. Girls can get pretty crazy around them, Nicole explained as they casually walked into Pris Mall. Where's Natalia, by the way? Adriana asked. Working. Her work is unique. We can't really talk about it, Iana explained. Let's go to the VIP section. The shop said they would just bring their latest products to us, Iana said, dragging the group to the top floor. Inside there was a cream-colored room with plush and luxurious seats. There were several dressing rooms with mirrors on all walls. The girls took a seat giggling. They were given champagne. Iana told them to give Adriana coffee instead of champagne. The first group of shop managers came in with some shoes for the girls to try on. I want a little niece or nephew, Iana said quite seriously. As they tried on shoes, Adriana recalled their conversation in the car. What did you mean when you said you were the most low-profile Nicole? Adriana asked the girl next to her. Well, I think a big part is because our business isn't as loud as everyone else's. Plus, I was never born to inherit the role I am in, Nicole said. What do you mean? Adriana said as she picked up a new pair being handed to her. No heels, brother said. No heels for you, Iana said, grabbing the pair. Adriana frowned. Your brother doesn't know anything about fashion. Let me get it, Iana, please. Adriana told her sister-in-law. Iana smiled and let Adriana buy the pair. My family wanted Eric to run and inherit the family business. They are very traditional in the sense that the eldest male should be the head. But Eric hates business, but he loves to act. He honestly doesn't care about having fans, he just wants to act. So that left them hoping that Miguel would become a doctor and run the hospital someday. The funny thing is that Miguel is too good. Did you know he was a doctor at 20? Well, he was. People call him the miracle doctor, and he's in such a high demand worldwide. People fly to our country just to get an operation done by him, Nicole explained. He seems perfect for the medical field. Adriana said, yes, but he also has too much heart. For every high-profile and high-paying client he operates on, he will do 5 or 6 free cases. I'm proud of him for it. I think my parents are too, but there are other costs during an operation, and Miguel is very specific about how things are done, so he needs the best of everything during an operation. If he were in charge of Saints, he would drive us into bankruptcy. So Dad decided to go the different route. He chose me. I'm actually a doctor too, you know. I'm an anesthesiologist. I'm always present in Miguel's operations. We're like a tandem. But I also join in on board meetings, and I'm the vice president at Saints Hospitals. It's hard being in a family that prefers boys over girls. Even the board acts that way. So I need to be stronger and more persistent. The downside is that I don't have much of a life outside, Nicole said with a sigh. I didn't know you were a doctor too. I've barely seen anything about you online. Even Miguel is quite low profile compared to the other boys. Adriana said, trying to recall the gossip page Natasha would share with her. People aren't interested in a medical family. Although if they ever found out that Eric was actually my older brother, then they would find us very interesting. Nicole laughed. Miguel and Eric actually look alike. People just don't expect Eric to come from a rich family, so they never associated them with each other. Katerina said, it's like with Cedric. The clues are already laid out in front of them, but people choose to ignore it. Veronica said flatly. Cedric tried to tell me. Adriana said in a sad tone, it's okay. No one would have believed that he is the Ray's heir. He changes when he's the powerful CEO. I don't know how my brother does it. Anna said. Anna, you changed too, like during our meeting with my team. You were suddenly this girl boss. Adriana said, really? Anna asked with a puzzled look on her face. Anna can be quite clueless sometimes. Katerina teased, laughing at her friend. We've all had to put on a tough facade in public. If we were too childish, we were called spoiled. If we were improper, it would look bad on the family. Nicole here suddenly becomes serious when she goes into work mode. Katerina continued. The board would never respect me if they knew I was really like this. They would think I was just some silly girl that lucked out because my brothers reject the idea of running the business, Nicole explained. Having a strong personality sometimes is our only way of surviving in the world of men. Did you know Nicole can't date freely as any of us? Yana asked Adriana. Your families don't seem the type to arrange marriages. Adriana assumed that since the Ray's family had welcomed her with open arms that they were not picky on who their children married. Oh, it's not my parents, it's everyone else. If I dated someone they didn't consider inappropriate, the board members, or even just our customers, would react. Nicole explained. Nicole is currently eyeing a certain former assistant, Veronica said with a wink. Who? Adriana asked, genuinely curious about who Veronica was talking about. Who else? Tall, chinky-eyed, and kind of a hunk. Your husband's former assistant, Ian Lim. Anna teased. Won't he be inappropriate? Adriana asked. Right now he is. In maybe 5 to 7 years, when he gets his family name back on top, he'll be appropriate. Nicole just has to convince everyone that Ian is headed that way. Katerina said, hey, there isn't anything between us. Nicole complained, almost spilling her drink on the clothes she was trying on. Nicole, you almost spilled. Why are you even trying on clothes? We're supposed to be shopping for Adriana. Katerina scolded. We're already here, might as well shop, right? Nicole said with a wink. Anyway, she really likes Ian. We even caught her flirting with him. Katerina teased. He's nice and he really is hard-working. He also comes from a good family, so people won't object too much. Nicole blushed. See, told you, Veronica said with a wink. Fine, I like him, but he doesn't like me. Nicole said with a frown. Ian's a very focused guy, Nicole. He's focused right now on fixing all the wrongs done to him, and brother is helping him out. Anna explained in an attempt to make Nicole feel better. I think we should look at jewelry now. That should cheer up Nicole, Veronica said, getting up. I think you guys have bought me too much clothes, an embarrassed Adriana said. First of all, we aren't the ones paying, it's Cedric. Second, you don't need to be embarrassed, we're family. Don't lie, I'm pretty sure you're enjoying this. Anna teased. Adriana just smiled back and stood up to follow Veronica. On their way down, Anna called Ray. Hey Ray, we're buying Adriana some stuff, we're gonna pass by Loud Jewelry, Anna said. Adriana of course didn't hear what Ray said on the other end, but Anna had a pissed off look on her face. That's not fair, Ray. You do it without anything in exchange for said, Anna complained. As Ray spoke, Anna just sighed in surrender. Fine, I'll tell you when I'm free, Anna said, dropping the call. What was that about? Adriana asked. Ray wants me to treat him to dinner in exchange for showing us the best pieces in Loud Jewelry, Anna complained. He just wants to have dinner with Anna. Katerina explained. Don't believe her, Adriana, Anna said. Ray knows that if he actually asks you out, then you could say no. This way he can go on a date with you without it being too awkward. Nicole teased. It's not a date, Anna declared. Whatever you say, Adriana, but we all know Ray has liked you for a really long time. I'm sure he even has Cedric's approval. Veronica teased. Just drop it. Come on, Anna said, dragging everyone into the jewelry shop. At another part of the city, Cedric sat in his car with Ian seated next to him and Camilla seated in front with the driver. How is the situation with our expansion? Cedric asked Ian as he read through some reports on a tablet Camilla had given him. Sir, we haven't encountered any issues. So far, everything is going as planned, Ian reported. Good, maybe now you can go on a date, Cedric teased. Despite his new position, Cedric still recognized that during his time as an ordinary employee, he had only one friend, and that was Ian. Ian had always been the quiet type. He kept things to himself and didn't like to talk about himself. At the time, this was perfect for Cedric since he didn't want to share anything about himself either. He was hiding half of who he was, and he was never comfortable with lying. It's not one of my priorities now, Cedric, Ian said, shifting to a more casual tone. Oh, before I forget, did you settle the matter with Tom and Joe? Cedric asked. Yes, Tom is slowly being promoted to the position of manager of the Quirino branch of Constellations. The current manager is actually on track to be transferred to the head office, so there shouldn't be an issue. As for Joe, he passed all of Miguel's tests and has joined his team at Saints Hospital, Camilla reported. I think after this we all deserve a break. How about taking the whole Morco to Kashmir? Do you think they will like that? Cedric asked. Sir, of course. Kashmir is like a dream most people can never lay eyes on, Camilla said. Prior to working for Cedric, she too felt like Kashmir was a place she would only ever see in pictures. I'll talk to Ray and plan when we can have a company trip there, Cedric said. Suddenly, Cedric saw a bright light at his peripheral. Before he or anyone could react, he felt like he had just hit a cement wall and everything went black. At Prismall, Mia suddenly approached Adriana, who was looking at a pair of earrings. Madam, Mr. Cedric has been in an accident. We need to get you to a secure location now, Mia said. Adriana was shocked and just nodded. At the same time, she saw Gana's security inform her as well. When their eyes met, Adriana wanted to cry. She might have been mad at Cedric, but all of that was thrown out of the window now. All that was left was that she was worried about her husband. The girls all calmly walked into the car, which with its convoy sped to the Rays' home. As a precautionary measure, Emilio Reyes had sent an additional team to Prismall to protect the girls. In the car, Adriana was quiet. Adri, I'm sure my brother is fine. Leon was with him, and Leon is one of the best out there. Plus, Cedric also knows how to defend himself. Yana tried to comfort her sister-in-law. Do we know what happened? Adriana asked. I don't yet. But I'm sure Dad has all the details and he can explain it to us, Yana said, hoping that Adriana would find comfort in her words. My brother said he is on his way to your house, Gana, so are Ram and Ray. Katerina told Adriana and Yana as she dropped her call. Eric said Miguel is in the hospital. We can't get through, but for some reason security around Miguel's hospital has been increased. My dad isn't saying anything about it, Nicole said with a worried look. That means they are probably taking Cedric there. Adri, it's probably nothing. Dad must just want to make sure that my brother is fine, just to check up, Yana said in an attempt to make Adriana and herself feel less worried. The roads in the capital had been cleared to allow the convoy to get to the Rays' mansion uninterrupted. Upon their arrival, they found Priscilla Rays in the living room together with Alexi, Ray, and Ram. Mom, what happened? Yana asked as they arrived. Cedric was on his way home when a truck hit his car, Priscilla said within sobs. Adriana began to cry and fell into a seat. Yana came over and hugged her sister-in-law. He's in Saint's hospital now. Miguel is checking up on him, Alexi said as he approached Anna and Adriana. I'll go over to Saint's now to make sure that everything is in order, Nicole said in a serious tone. Are you looking into this? Katerina asked Alexi. Yes, we were on a convoy back from the police station. It feels planned, Alexi explained. How is he? Adriana managed to ask. We haven't heard from Miguel or anyone in the hospital, Priscilla told her daughter-in-law. Adriana had to wait over an hour before Yana's phone began to ring. It was Nicole. Yana placed the phone on speaker mode right after picking it up. Cedric is here, so are his driver, Camilla and Ian, Nicole said. How is Cedric? Adriana suddenly said. Adriana had remained silent for the whole hour that they were waiting. Miguel managed to stabilize his condition, but he is still unconscious. If it's safe for you to come over, we've placed Cedric in the VIP room, Nicole told Adriana. How about the others? Adriana asked. Cedric was the one with the worst injuries. From what we could tell, the truck had hit specifically at the back seat behind the driver, where Cedric usually stays. Camilla and the driver stayed conscious the whole time, but they have some broken bones. As for Ian, we think he might have tried to pull Cedric away. Miguel also had to operate on him, and we had to keep him under anesthesia for him to recover quicker, Nicole explained. Thanks, Nicole, Yana said, dropping the call. Mom, can we go? Yana asked. Priscilla looked at Alexi and Ray. The two boys had been coming in and out of the house after pooling together their resources to figure out what had happened. We'll check with Uncle Emilio, Alexi said as they both went to Emilio's office. Ram, Yana asked. Don't worry, Yana. I've suppressed the news on this. No one will know about what happened to Cedric. I've also spoken to the social media companies to delete all traces of what happened, Ram said as he understood immediately what Yana wanted to ask. Alexi and Ram came out of Emilio's office and told everyone that they needed to wait a while before leaving. The police and the security teams are securing the roads we will go through. Since we don't want people picking up on this, we need to keep all the preparations quiet. As it is, the employees at Saints are wondering why there is heightened security, Alexi explained. Do you mind if I rest for a bit? I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Adriana asked. Sure, I'll accompany you up since you aren't familiar with the house yet, Yana offered. As Adriana lay on the bed, she couldn't help but cry. She was worried about Cedric. She was also regretting the words she had told them that morning. It was true that she was mad at him, but she would always love him and would never leave him. She was overcome with fright. After another hour, Yana woke Adriana up and helped her pick out something to wear. Together, the whole family drove to Saint's hospital. In order to divert the attention of the media, Ray had arranged for Eric to make a surprise appearance at the other end of the city, after which Eric would follow to Saint's hospital to visit his friend. In the car, Adriana was still quiet. She played with her hair mindlessly. She was surprised when a soft hand held hers. It was Priscilla's. Her mother-in-law's actions had somehow managed to calm her a little bit as she was reminded that she was not in this alone and that Cedric's family and friends were with her. He's a strong man, Adriana, Priscilla told her. I know Mrs. Reyes, I'm just worried about him. Adriana confessed. Please, Adriana, we are family. I won't remind you again. Please call me Mom. Priscilla said with a warm smile. All right, Mom. Something about calling her Mom warmed Adriana's heart. Cedric is in the best care possible. Miguel operated on him and he is at Saints. They have the best health care. So don't worry, Adriana. Emilio said, stay with us while Cedric recovers, Adriana. Iana invited. Adriana simply nodded. At Saints Hospital, the family entered through the basement in order to avoid being spotted by other people. When they arrived at the VIP room, Miguel and Joe stood over Cedric checking on him. Joe, Adriana asked, seeing Cedric's high school friend. Adriana. I swear I was shocked to find out that our VIP patient was Cedric. I still can't understand why. Joe Meneses said as he approached Adriana. How is he? Emilio Reyes asked. He's stable now, uncle. I needed to operate on him and it was successful, but I don't know how long before he regains consciousness. Miguel explained to Emilio. Mom, Dad, Iana. This is Cedric's friend from high school, Joseph Meneses. Adriana said, introducing Joe to her in-laws. You must be the nurse. Congratulations on making it into Miguel's team, Emilio said, offering his hand for Joe to shake. Joe panicked and almost tripped on his own feet. Iana laughed at the man's panicked expression. Don't worry, that happens all the time with Dad, Iana said with a wink. If you haven't realized yet, Cedric is the Reyes heir. For now, that's all we will tell you. I'm not sure what else my son is willing to share, and we have always respected his plans, Emilio explained. Adriana moved to take a seat next to the unconscious Cedric and she held his hand. He was lucky that Ian tried to save him. If it weren't for Ian, I don't know if Cedric could have made it here in time. He was also lucky that he had Leon and his team. They managed to give him first aid and get him here in record time, Miguel said, trying to explain what he knew had happened after the accident. We'll go and check on the other patients, Emilio said as he signaled everyone to leave the room. When they were alone, Adriana fixed the stray hair on Cedric's face and began to tear up. Honey, I'm here. Honey, please wake up. Cedric, I'm sorry I got mad. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I need you to wake up now. I miss you, Adriana said as she kissed her unconscious husband. Adriana was hoping that this would somehow wake him up like in all the movies she had watched, but Cedric stayed unconscious. I think you should definitely reward them, uncle. They risked their lives for Cedric, Miguel said as they walked to Ian's room. I'll let Cedric decide what is appropriate, Emilio Reyes said, considering his son's intentions. Hey Joe, so how do you know my brother? Iana asked. Oh, I was classmates with him in high school, Joe said quite shyly. He had never met a woman as pretty or as impressive as Iana. Then you must be a good guy if you were friends with my brother, Iana said. Well, we also had a friend that turned out quite mean. He just suddenly disappeared one night, Joe said, recalling Gabriel's sudden disappearance. My brother might be involved with that. I remember Alexi telling me Ced sent someone to jail. Iana said, recalling a past conversation with Alexi. Ah, here we are, Ian's room, Joe said as they got to one of the private rooms. As they entered, they saw Nicole sitting next to the patient's bed looking quite smitten at a sleeping Ian. When Nicole realized that there were other people in the room, she suddenly stood up and cleared her throat. Brother, Uncle Emilio, Auntie Priscilla, Iana, I was just visiting Ian. He did after all save Cedric's life, and I consider Cedric to be like an older brother to me, so I only thought it would be appropriate for me to visit and thank him. Unfortunately, he was sleeping when I arrived. Nicole spoke nonstop in an attempt to cover her embarrassment. What's that noise? Ian, who was woken by Nicole's blabbering, groaned. Ian, you're awake, Emilio Reyes said as he approached Ian's bedside. Mr. Reyes, I tried to save Cedric. Is he all right? Ian asked. Ian, don't be so formal. You can call me Uncle, Emilio scolded. I'm sorry, Uncle, I would rather not assume, Ian said apologetically. It seems Nicole has been watching over you. Iana teased Nicole, who in turn blushed. Thank you for saving Cedric, Ian. We were told that if you hadn't made an attempt to pull him away, Cedric might not have survived. Priscilla Reyes said. It was my job, Auntie, Ian said as he tried to sit up. Don't sit up, it might open your wounds. Plus, I'm sure that hurts. Miguel said, we'll go ahead and check on Camilla and Cedric's driver, Iana said, pulling her parents Miguel and Joe out of the room. Nicole attempted to follow, but Iana pushed her back into Ian's room. How are you feeling? Nicole shyly asked Ian. I feel like I was hit by a truck, Ian said with an awkward smile. Oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, Nicole blushed. Thank you for saving Cedric. I got you some food. I wasn't sure what you wanted, so I had the kitchens bring you up some soup, Nicole said, pulling the table closer to Ian. Thank you. I can't exactly feed myself right now, Ian said, referring to both his arms that were in casts. Oh, let me help you, Nicole said as she got a spoon and sat next to Ian. Nicole started to clumsily feed Ian. An older couple suddenly walked in and Ian suddenly sat up, causing Nicole to spill the soup. Nicole panicked and grabbed tissues to clean up. Mom, Dad, how did you find out? Ian asked them. Oh, we didn't know you were dating someone, Ian's mom said without answering her son's question. We aren't, Mom, Ian said, but she's taking care of you, what else could that mean? Ian's mom said, hi Mrs. Lim, Mr. Lim, I'm Nicole Chan, I work at the hospital. Ian's just a friend, I'll leave you alone now. Nicole said as she stood up to leave. Nicole, stay. Ian said in a stern tone. Ian, your parents are here, I should really go. Nicole argued back. My parents have seen that I'm fine, they will leave now. Ian said. Ian, we were just worried about you. Ian's mom said, I can manage on my own, mom. You and dad should just go home. Ian told his parents, let's go, hun. Ian's father said, pulling his wife out. Why are you sending your parents away? Nicole asked Ian. They don't need to be worried about me. Aren't you gonna feed me some more? Ian asked, opening his mouth. Nicole was puzzled by Ian's request but sat back down and fed him. You should be nicer to your parents. Nicole scolded Ian. It's none of your business, Ian said coldly. Nicole, you don't really need to do this. Ian told her in a kinder tone. Ian, I want to do this for you. You saved Cedric and I'm worried about you, Nicole confessed. Suddenly, a nurse entered the room. Miss Nicole, your father is looking for you. I'll help out in feeding this patient. The nurse said, I'm full, just clean this up. Ian told the nurse, I'll try to drop by again later tonight. Nicole said goodbye to Ian. At the conference room, Nicole was surprised to see her father and brother together with the Reyes family. What's going on? Nicole asked. How's Ian? Miguel asked with a wink. Shut up, Miguel. Nicole said coldly, it's Cedric. It seems like we need to do an emergency operation on him. Raphael Chan told his daughter. What are the risks? Emilio Reyes asked. Uncle, it's a very dangerous procedure. I'll need to operate near a main artery, but I know I can save Cedric's life, Miguel explained. Miguel had gotten his name as the miracle doctor for difficult surgeries such as this. Although he was a neurosurgeon, he had operated in different illnesses in the past. Adriana, Emilio asked his daughter-in-law. Cedric would have trusted you, so I trust you too. Adriana said, agreeing to the operation. I'll have my team prep. We will operate in an hour. Miguel told Adriana and left. Don't worry, Adri. Miguel seems young, but he is the best. Leaders from all over the world have come to him, and he has never failed. He won't fail, Nicole told Adriana. Let's go get some food and tea. That should calm your nerves, Yana said as they walked out of the conference room. Adriana sat next to Cedric's bed and held his hand. She had been like this since she and Yana had returned from buying their dinner. I'm sure he'll be fine, Adriana, Yana said in an attempt to comfort her sister-in-law. Yana, I think I'm suddenly glad that Cedric never told me who he really was, Adriana suddenly said. Why? A genuinely curious Yana asked. If I had known that he was some rich heir, I would have seen him differently. I think I would have let my bias against rich heirs cloud my judgment. Adriana admitted, they aren't all bad. The 4, well technically 5, aren't like everyone says, Yana said in an attempt to defend her friends. How so? Adriana asked. Well, fine, Alexei is a playboy and Ray loves cars, like he buys cars like I buy shoes, but other than that they are still very different. They actually value the money they have and they treasure the opportunities they have. They don't just go around wasting their family money, they actually make it grow. Did you know that they built a company with my brother from scratch? Yana asked. Adriana shook her head. They built Invest Export Group. It's such a generic name, I hate it. Anyway, that's the company that owns and operates Constellation Resorts. Initially, it was a recruitment agency that connected local talents to international clients. They expanded it after a year or two, Yana explained. So aside from the Reyes Group, your brother also owns Invest Export Group? Adriana asked. Yup, Yana said proudly. I would have never expected someone like him to be so good at business, Adriana said, smiling at her husband. They don't just inherit, Adriana, they improve and build the businesses that they get their hands on. Cedric built Invest Export Group with the money he had earned as a working student. Ray and Alexei did the same. They were actually paid salaries to work as ordinary employees in the past. Yana explained. I'm curious, Adriana. What was my brother like? Yana asked. He was always the quiet type, but he was always very good looking and smart. We met in university on orientation day. For some reason, I just couldn't keep my eyes off him. He wasn't like the rich boys that were chasing after me, Adriana said, recalling how she first saw Cedric. We didn't really talk till a few months after. We ended up being partners on a project. We worked really well and I liked talking to him. He actually listened to me. Most guys just stare at me with blank expressions. I felt that Cedric understood me on a whole different level. Even after that class, we would spend time together. Eventually, Cedric told me he liked me and asked if he could court me. Everyone was shocked when I agreed. Adriana giggled. Wow, my brother sure had guts. Yana laughed as well. Everyone thought I was just playing with him, but I was serious. Adriana recalled. Your brother always placed me first and he was always so sweet. My family never really approved of him, so sometimes we would sneak out to this coffee shop near our university. There was a table there that was quite hidden from other people and we would make out too much information. I don't need to know that, Yana teased. Adriana laughed at Yana's expression and looked back at her husband. Do you know how he proposed? Adriana asked. Yana shook her head to say that she didn't. Well, we had already graduated and he said he had to get some documents from our university. While we were there, he invited me to go around to take a tour of the school we had spent years in. When we got to the very spot where I first saw him, he got down on one knee and proposed. I still remember it like it was yesterday. He said, "I can't promise you the world. I can't even promise you to be the man that you deserve. Your family might never accept me, but I promise I will always love you and only you." I cried when he proposed. Adriana said, wiping the tears from her eyes. I never knew Ced was so romantic. Yana said, looking at her unconscious brother. Yana, I feel a bit tired. I guess it's because so many things happened today. Do you mind waking me up when the doctors come to pick him up for the operation? Adriana asked. Sure, I'll keep an eye on my brother. You can rest on the guest bed over there, Yana said, pointing at the spare bed in the room. After an hour, Yana woke Adriana up. Emilio and Priscilla Reyes were in the room as well, waiting for Miguel and his team to pick Cedric up. We can either wait here or outside the operating room. Miguel and Raphael told me that it will take at least 5 hours to operate on Cedric. Emilio told the other members of the family. I'd like to wait outside the operating room, Dad. Adriana said. I'll stay with Adriana. You and Mom can wait here. You guys need to rest too, Yana told her parents. We'll stay with you, dear, Priscilla Reyes said, holding her daughter-in-law's hand. Soon Miguel and his team arrived and wheeled Cedric out. The Reyeses and Adriana followed them until the waiting room right outside the operating room. Nicole was already there waiting for them. How are you feeling, Adriana? Nicole asked. Tired. It's been a long day, Adriana confessed. My brother is the best. Even his team and equipment are the best, so don't worry, Nicole told Adriana. Nicole is right. Miguel never fails, so don't be worried, Yana said with a smile. 2 hours into the operation, the family got news that everything was going well. It was actually going better than expected. Adriana felt the weight on her chest lift a little as she heard the news. Yana pointed out that the frown she had been wearing all day was slowly starting to fade. Please get better, said. Please, Adriana thought to herself. Finally, after 4 hours, Miguel came out of the operating room and announced that the operation was a success. They were going to move Cedric to the ICU to be monitored until he wakes up. Adriana burst into tears and hugged Yana. She was crying out of relief that everything was now fine with Cedric. When they got back to the VIP room, they found Ray waiting for them. I got a lead, Ray proudly announced. Let's go outside and talk about it, Emilio Reyes said. Dad, I'd like to hear it and help if I could, Adriana said. Emilio looked at Yana, who just nodded back. Ray saw this and took out some photos and documents from a brown envelope. What did you find? Emilio asked. The driver of the truck died upon impact with Cedric's car, which we found to be highly suspicious, so we sent his body for an autopsy. He was dead for at least an hour when the truck crashed into Cedric's car, Ray explained, showing photos of the truck driver. The driver wasn't reported missing since he had gone to work like normal that morning. The driver was hired by Triple Line Shipping, the same company that owned the truck. Ray continued. Let me guess, Triple Line Shipping filed for bankruptcy. Yana said, correct. According to Triple Line Shipping, they filed for bankruptcy a week ago and that this truck was sold in cash to the driver, Ray said, confirming Ayana's suspicions. How could a truck driver afford the truck? Adriana asked. He couldn't. He took a suspicious loan from Southern Bank. Wanna guess who else is linked to Southern Bank? Ray said. I'm sure you're gonna say Triple Line Shipping, Adriana answered. Ray nodded. Interestingly, 75 of Triple Line Shipping's retrenched employees got hired by a sister company of Southern Bank. To add to that, the driver's family received an anonymous check of $3 million. The bank, Southern Bank, Ray said. How did you find that out? Emilio asked. Oh, easy, the truck driver's neighbor is such a gossip. One of my men's mother just pretended to buy from her shop and she told her what the widow told her. Ray shrugged. Let's look into Southern Bank. Adriana said, I will look into it. You stay here with Cedric. He would never forgive me if you got into harm's way, Ray told Adriana. Ray's right, Adriana. Cedric would want you here when he woke up. I'll help Ray, Anna said. No, you are not. You aren't getting in harm's way either, Ray told Anna. Look, I can go to Southern Bank, meet with their bosses without raising suspicion. You and Alexi are both too suspicious. And don't tell me you can send Katerina. The moment she walks into their lobby, they will lock up all their records and think she's there to file a case against them. At least I can phrase it as a proposal to work with M-Bank, Anna explained. M-Bank was the largest bank in the country, which was owned by the Reyes family. As a member of the family, Adriana held shares and could also act on behalf of M-Bank. She's right, Emilio said. As much as possible, he did not want to risk putting Anna in a position where she could potentially come face to face with someone that wanted to hurt Cedric. Fine, but make sure to have more bodyguards than usual. And use the Phantom. Alexi had that built like a tank, so any attempt on you should be worthless, Ray said. I'll be careful, Ray, Yana said, touching his hand before getting up to make calls to set up the meeting. Who would want to hurt us? And how did they know that Cedric was the Reyes heir? Emilio Reyes asked. Alexi thinks they were following the car. Cedric tends to use the Ghost when he travels as the Reyes heir. When they saw that it left more coast parking, they must have followed it, Ray explained. They probably saw it going to the police station and set the trap up along the way. Yana came back and announced that she had a meeting that afternoon with the president of Southern Bank. Did you talk to Alexei? Ray asked. Yes, he's sending a security team in the car to pick me up in an hour. You're worse than my dad. Yana said, rolling her eyes. I don't need to worry about you if Ray is there. Emilio Reyes teased. After an hour, Cedric was still in the ICU recovering and Yana had to leave. She hugged her parents and opened the door. As she went out, she tripped. Luckily, she was caught by Joe, who was leading the team in as they rolled Cedric back to the room. You should be more careful, miss, Joe said as he helped Yana up. Oh, sorry, I'm such a klutz. Yana laughed awkwardly. I'll walk you downstairs myself. Ray, who was suddenly in a bad mood, held Yana by the arm and walked out with her. Is something going on between Yana and Ray? Adriana asked despite knowing that the girls already suspected that Ray liked Yana. I hope so. Emilio laughed. Cedric was still unconscious when Joe had returned him to the room. Adriana looked at her husband and sat next to him again. When will he wake up? Emilio asked Joe. Either tonight or tomorrow morning. Joe replied. Cedric will be hungry. Get Marco to buy food for him. Priscilla told her husband. Auntie, no need. I asked my chef to come over to cook for Cedric. Eric said as he entered with Nicole and Miguel. Eric, so good that you could visit, Emilio said with a smile. Eric finally managed to shake off the paparazzi and come over. Nicole teased. How is he? Nicole said as she looked over Cedric. He should wake up tonight or tomorrow morning. Miguel said, confirming what Joe had told the family. Thank you, Miguel. Adriana said with a smile. He's one of my best friends. I'd do everything to save him. Miguel smiled. Come sit. You all must be tired. Emilio said to the Chan siblings. Everyone just smiled and took their seats. I remember when I first met you with Cedric, Adriana, Miguel said laughing as he recounted the memory. Adriana and Cedric were a newly married couple and they had decided to have dinner at nearby Elysia Mall. As they took a look around, a tall figure began waving at Cedric. Said, I'm back. The stranger greeted Cedric. Oh, hey, Miguel. Cedric said with an indifferent smile. Honey, who is this? Adriana asked. An old friend. Adriana, this is Miguel. He's studying to be a doctor. Cedric quickly introduced. Miguel ended up laughing. Yes, I guess you could say I'm studying to be a doctor. And who is this gorgeous woman? Miguel asked, winking at Adriana. My wife. Don't you need to go home to study some more? Cedric asked, shooing away his friend. Yes, I need to study. Bye, Adriana. We'll meet again, Miguel said as he ran away. Adriana laughed at the memory. When we met, I was already a doctor, and I had just come back from operating on the president of an African nation. Miguel said, laughing. I think Cedric was worried you might spill. Nicole teased her brother. I probably would have. Miguel laughed. Eric's chef had prepared dinner for the group, and when it was brought up, they continued to tell stories about how Cedric was growing up. Adriana walked over to her husband and stroked his hair. Hey, said, you need to wake up. At this rate, Miguel and Eric will have told me all of your embarrassing stories, Adriana whispered. Yana finally returned with Ray in tow. Ray decided to accompany Yana all the way to Southern Bank and wait for her in the car, something Yana was not happy about. Stop treating me like a child. I'm not a child, Yana shouted as she entered the room. Maybe Yana's shouting will wake Cedric up. Eric teased. How was your trip? Emilio asked his daughter. Well, I found out who owns Southern Bank, but I'm not sure how it helps, Yana said as she took a seat and grabbed a plate of whatever food was left. And Nicole asked. It's someone named Carlos de Dios. He's some self-made businessman. He's about Dad's age. Yana explained. Why would he want to hurt your brother? Priscilla asked. Dad, did you ever encounter him? Yana asked, looking at her father. Not that I remember, Emilio said as he tried to recall everyone he could have possibly offended. Isn't he the husband of Marivic de Dios? Priscilla said, recalling the woman who had brought the Hernandezes over to Nationalia. I think so, yes, Emilio said. Is she mad because Cedric had her banned from the Nationalia? Yana asked. It's just the Nationalia. I don't think it's that important. Eric shrugged. It's not just the Nationalia to her. Marivic is the ultimate social climber. Lunch with us every Wednesday is the highlight of her week. Priscilla explained. I will not accept that my son almost lost his life because some woman does not want to miss your lunch. Emilio said. That's the best lead we have, Uncle. Ray said. What if I push through with this partnership and get to know more about Carlos de Dios? Yana suggested. No, I forbid you to, Ray scolded. You can't forbid me, Ray. You are not my dad or my older brother, and both of them would never stop me from doing something. Yana answered back. I swear, Yana, you're loud enough to drive someone out of a coma. Cedric groaned, said, you're awake. Adriana said, hugging her husband as tears flowed from her eyes. Ouch, does this mean I'm forgiven? Cedric teased. Of course, I was so worried, said. Adriana said as she continued to cry. Honey, stop crying, I'm fine, see, Cedric said, raising his arms. Well, you weren't fine when you came in. I saved you, Miguel proudly said. You told us it was nothing serious. Yana shouted as she threw a pillow at Miguel. I had to say that. If I told you the truth, you would have cried all day, Miguel said as he caught the pillow. For someone often called a nerd, Miguel had extremely good reflexes and was very fit. I'll call the others, Nicole said, rushing out of the hospital room. How bad was it, Doc? Cedric said, teasing Miguel. It was an inside joke for them to call Miguel Doc since they would often pretend he was a doctor when they were children. When you got here, your injuries were so bad. You were saved by Ian pulling you, but even then I had to take out some glass and metal fragments that managed to lodge themselves in critical areas. After operating on you, I had to open you up again. You had vascular trauma from the accident. Miguel explained. How long was I out? Cedric asked. Not long, almost a whole day. I'm an awesome doctor like that. Miguel boasted. I'm a bit hungry. Cedric said, oh, I had my chef cook food. Eric said, but when he turned around he saw that the plates were already empty. Yana, did you finish everything? Eric asked. I was hungry. Yana shouted as she blushed in embarrassment. You're such a pig. Ray commented. Don't listen to Ray. I'll just have more food cooked. Eric said. See, Eric cares more about me than you do, Ray. Yana said, sticking out her tongue like a child. Hey, I'm not getting between the two of you. Eric said, pushing Yana towards Ray. I hate to ruin the fun, but Cedric needs his rest. So if you aren't married to him, out. Miguel said, pointing at the door. Is that how you speak to your elders, Miguel? Priscilla asked, teasing the young doctor. Sorry, Auntie, but I'm serious. Cedric needs his rest, and having everyone talking so loudly won't help. Miguel said. He slept for a whole day. Yana complained, and he still needs to rest. So out. Miguel said, pulling Yana out. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow, brother. Yana said as she was dragged out. Miguel knew that she would be the hardest to convince to leave. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Emilio Reyes told Cedric before leaving with his wife. Ray, Cedric called out before his friend could leave. What's up? Ray asked. Thank you for making sure Yana was safe. Cedric told his friend. How did you know? Ray asked. He had assumed that Cedric didn't hear any of the earlier conversations. There was a point where I couldn't move or open my eyes, but I could hear everything going on. Cedric explained. I just want her to be safe. Ray said, I know, now go. Cedric said, telling Ray to leave. Finally, silence. Cedric sighed as he smiled at Adriana, who was sitting next to him. How are you feeling? Adriana asked shyly. Well, it still hurts. Are we okay now? Cedric asked. Of course we are, Adriana said, hugging her husband. When I was out, all I could think about was how I had to wake up and get back to you, Cedric told his wife. After what happened to you, I felt like it was shallow to get mad at you for everything, Adriana explained. Suddenly, Adriana's phone was ringing. It's Mom, Adriana said, showing Cedric. Go on, they must be looking for you, Cedric told his wife. Mom, Adriana asked. Cedric couldn't hear what his mother-in-law was asking over the phone. Mom, I stayed with a friend. I think I might be staying over for a while. Yes, don't worry, I'll be at the family meeting. Cedric, well, I'll ask him if he'll come along. Bye. Adriana quickly answered her mom's questions before dropping the call. When do you plan on telling them? Cedric asked Adriana. I'm afraid of what they'll think and do when they find out. Adriana told her husband. I have faith that you will tell them when the time is right. Now come here beside me and sleep with me, Cedric said, holding her hand. But your injuries. Adriana pointed out. I won't be able to sleep well without you next to me. The past week has been torture without you, Cedric said as he grabbed her by the waist. Fine. Adriana giggled as she got into bed with her husband. By the time Cedric woke up, Adriana had already changed her clothes and was talking to his parents. Since when have you guys been so close? Cedric asked. You're up, Priscilla Reyes said happily. You must be hungry, Adriana said, coming over with breakfast for Cedric. I'll help you eat. I hope you didn't make any injuries worse last night, Yana teased as she entered the room with Ray. Yana, Adriana scolded. What? I'm just concerned my brother slept in the wrong position last night, Yana said with a giggle. I wouldn't be that irresponsible, Cedric told his sister. Cedric, Adriana scolded, blushing. Cedric laughed and hugged his wife from the bed. She tripped and fell back, landing almost on Cedric's injuries. Whoa, whoa, not so rough, said. Miguel scolded as he entered with his team. Take it easy. Your injuries still need to heal. You broke 3 ribs right there. If Adriana landed wrong, I'd need to rush you to the OR. Got it, Doc. Cedric winked, still holding Adriana in his arms. Where's Nicole? Anna asked. She said she would check up on my other patient and follow. Miguel said with an evil grin. That girl, ditching me for a man. Yana said, laughing. Veronica and Ram should arrive later. Veronica said something about arranging the stuff you guys bought yesterday. She's an interior designer, for crying out loud. She doesn't have to fix closets too. Miguel said, shaking his head. You know that girl, she's a perfectionist. She was probably up all night thinking about all those clothes left unorganized. Yana giggled. A perfectionist and a bully. She made me pick everything up at the Ray's house, Miguel complained. I think you graduated early just to get away from Veronica, Cedric teased. I'll never understand why she just loves to pick on me, Miguel complained as he checked Cedric. You were the youngest and the nerdiest, and thus the easiest to pick on. Ray said, you seem fine, you just need to rest. So Adriana, control yourself, Miguel said with a wink, making Adriana blush, and the rest of the room burst out in laughter. The rest of you can go, I'll stay here. Miguel told the doctors and nurses that had followed him. Hey Joe, Cedric called out to his old friend. Hay said, should I stay or should I go? Joe said with a nervous laugh. Of course you should stay, Anna said, answering for her brother. I'm sure you're confused. Cedric smiled at his old friend. Joe just nodded awkwardly. Well, for one, I only gave your credentials to Miguel for his team. He wouldn't have hired you if you weren't good enough, Cedric explained to Joe. To be honest, since I found out who you were, I was worried that I only got the job because of you. Joe confessed, I don't work that way. Cedric said with a smile. He was hoping that Adriana would realize that he did the same thing for her. He didn't force people to work with her. He just opened a door. It was up to her whether or not they chose to work with her. Joe and Cedric spoke for a while as Cedric explained his real identity and why he had to hide it. The whole time Adriana just sat next to Cedric, and Cedric refused to let go of her hand. Cedric's room began to get noisier as Ray and Veronica arrived. After a while, the whole Sebastian family also visited. So soon enough, the initially spacious room had become cramped, and with the amount of security patrolling the area, even the hallway was full of people. Joe eventually had to leave to work, but he was soon replaced by Nicole, who arrived with a blush on her face. I think Nicole took too much care of your other patient, Miguel. Veronica teased as Nicole walked in. Veronica, it's just hot, Nicole reasoned out. Nicole, we've known you long enough to know when you are blushing, Katerina teased. Suddenly, Emilio Ray's phone began to ring. That's odd, the only people who know this number are more or less in this room, Emilio said, looking at the unknown number calling. You guys continue, I'll answer this outside. Emilio stepped out. Cedric looked at Alexei and nodded. Alexei quickly followed Emilio out. Less than a few seconds later, Alexei and Emilio came back in, and Alexei signaled for everyone to keep quiet. Emilio placed his phone on speaker, and the voice on the other side of the line boomed in the silence. Didn't expect that someone could hurt your precious heir. Yes, I know who he is, the voice said. What do you want and why are you saying this? Emilio asked the caller. Aren't you curious about who I am? The person asked. You are insignificant to me. Emilio said, Tusk, you were already like that 35 years ago and you still act with so much pride. The person said, you knew me before? Emilio asked the caller. You were in university, you liked a girl, you were actually dating that girl. Sadly for you, she liked me more and ended up cheating on you and leaving you for me. When you revealed your real identity, you went after us. The voice recounted events from almost 30 years in the past. Damn it. Emilio Reyes suddenly cursed, remembering those events. Ah, so now you remember me, the voice said in a slightly disappointed tone. Look, Carlos, that's all in the past. Why are you going after my son? Emilio asked. Because I lost a son because of you. When you made me lose everything, Hannah left me. She left with my unborn child, a furious Carlos said on the other line. I swear, Carlos Gallon, if you do anything else to hurt my family, I will come after you. Emilio said angrily. But you came after my family first, Emilio, and don't you dare do anything to my new wife. Your son has done enough, and for a nobody at that. Carlos de Dios said, dropping the call. You knew him? Priscilla asked. Emilio sat down and simply nodded his head. Was the Hannah he was talking about that Hannah? Jose Sebastian asked Emilio. Emilio just nodded. Oh, Hannah G. You're still haunting us till this day. Jose Sebastian sighed. Who is Hannah G? Ganna asked. Someone from your father's past. It was a very long time ago. Priscilla Reyes told her daughter she too clearly knew who Emilio and Jose were referring to. I guess the kids need to know. It will help. Jose Sebastian told his friend. Emilio sighed and rubbed his temples. It seemed that just the mention of the name already gave him a headache. Hannah G. Was a classmate in high school and university. I was doing my poverty training when we met and I fell for her. I fell for her hard, Emilio said with a sigh. Priscilla sat next to her husband and held his hand. She smiled and nodded for him to continue. Her name sounds like she could be a singer. Nicole giggled. Nicole, stop being so inappropriate. Miguel scolded his sister. Uncle, please continue. At first she rejected me. It was only natural. I was a poor boy, I had no family, and no one expected me to succeed in the future. But I kept trying to woo her, and as they say, perseverance can melt even the coldest hearts. Eventually, Hannah agreed to be my girlfriend. We were in our last year of high school at that time. Emilio said, recounting the events that had transpired way before any of the children were born. Anyway, she wanted to go to the best university in the country. Back then her family was not poor. They were actually quite rich, but there was only one school in the province we were at, so everyone studied in the same place. I of course wanted to go to the same school as her. I was a foolish boy. I didn't care about my inheritance anymore or my position as the Ray's heir. All I wanted was to be wherever Hannah G. was at, Emilio said as Jose Sebastian tried to stop himself at laughing at his friend's irresponsible thoughts in the past. We both got into that school. I took the same course as her, which was a business course. During our first year we were inseparable. We went everywhere together, did everything together, spent every waking moment together. We even lived together at some point. As Emilio said this, he could see his children's confused and embarrassed faces. All of you are grown-ups now. Don't pretend you don't know or think these things, Jose Sebastian said, laughing at their reactions. We don't need to hear it from you guys, Dad, Katerina said, rolling her eyes. Katerina Amelia Sebastian, don't you dare roll your eyes at your father. Katerina's mom, Rebecca Torres Sebastian, warned her daughter, who just laughed. Stop derailing the story, Ram complained. Emilio laughed at them and continued what he was saying. I really loved Hannah G. At the time, Priscilla knows that. Emilio said, smiling at his wife. During our second year in university, we met a young man named Carlos Gallon. He was smart, nice, and a member for the university's football team. He was every girl's dream. Carlos had almost all of his classes with us, so we became quite close. After a few months, Hannah told me that her parents wanted her to move back home. I believed her. Soon enough, we saw less and less of each other. Hannah told me it was because of her parents wanted to spend more time with her, or that she was joining a new org in the university, or that the new org had a lot of demands from its new members. Well, you get the idea. I trusted her so much that I believed every single word that came out of her mouth. Towards the end of our second year, Hannah broke up with me. When I asked her why, she told me that she had fallen out of love and that it would never happen between us because her parents would never approve of a poor kid like me. Emilio explained with downcast eyes. Sounds familiar. Cedric teased Adriana as he hugged her tightly on the bed. Behave, Cedric, Adriana said, pretending to elbow him on the chest. We broke up and I moved on. A year later, I found out from a common friend that even before she moved out, she was already sleeping around with Carlos Gallon, and that people had seen them together at the movies or going into a motel. When she eventually moved out, she didn't move back home. She moved in with Carlos Gallon. The thing about Carlos is that everyone knew that he was the illegitimate son of Martin de Dios. He was the fourth son of a rich businessman and had managed to make his own business flourish. Martin de Dios had no legitimate children, so eventually he legitimized Carlos and left all his fortune for Carlos to inherit. When I found out that Hannah and Carlos had been cheating, I swore that the first person I would come after when I took my place would be them. Emilio said, and you went after them? Cedric asked. Emilio nodded. I did, eventually. When I turned 28, the first thing I did was to make the de Dios family lose everything. I also found a way to separate Carlos and Hannah. You can thank your Uncle Jose for that, Emilio said, pointing at Jose Sebastian, who sat regally on a couch. I was more like Alexi and Ray when we were young. Jose Sebastian shrugged. No one expected the now president of a country to have played a part in separating a couple. I didn't know that Hannah was pregnant at the time. They weren't married either. When the de Dios family lost everything, Hannah left Carlos. She was a gold digger from the very start and only stuck with me because I followed her everywhere and she loved the attention. Emilio explained. What do you know about this child Carlos was talking about? Cedric asked his father. I honestly don't know what happened to Hannah after that. I just got rid of them. If it weren't for your mom, I would have gone down a warpath destroying everyone who ever looked down on me, Emilio explained. As it is, there are so many people that want to see us fall. I never imagined someone would actually dare to act like this. Anna sighed. At least there is one consolation, Miguel said with a grin. Everyone looked at him with a puzzled look. Really? I'm the only one that sees it, he asked. They don't know who Cedric actually is. If he knew that Cedric was the Ray's heir, he would have said Cedric's name. On top of that, he called Adriana by an insulting term. If he knew who Cedric was, he would have said that Adriana was the wife. So we can conclude that Carlos only figured out who Cedric was based on the car he used frequently. Natalia sighed. Thank you. I'm so glad there is another Mensa member in the room, Miguel said with a wink. Are you saying we're all stupid? Veronica said, ready to throw her phone at Miguel. Ram saved me from your sister, Miguel said, hiding behind Ram. Nope. You dug your own grave, deal with it, Ram said, pushing Miguel away. Everyone broke into laughter. Cedric smiled at the somewhat complete family in his room. These people were more than just friends to him, they were his family. They all cared for him and loved him no matter what. What are you thinking about? Adriana asked as she hugged her husband. If I weren't at the hospital right now, this would be the perfect day, plus a few people, Cedric told his wife as he stroked her hair. We'll make it to that perfect day, Adriana said with a smile as she kissed her husband on the lips.